This boy hadn't been special since childhood, but he dreamed of becoming as strong as the long-dead warrior. When the magic tower appeared in the world, the first cataclysm occurred. Hordes of monsters emerged from the gates, and only the awakened could cope with them. War broke out between gods and demons, but only one was able to stop the carnage. It was that very hero. But it's hard to explain to children that becoming hunters is almost impossible. At university, John Mitchell was strict, and his friends thought he had lost a soul. At a museum exhibition, he managed to glimpse the hero's sword. The protagonist froze. The blade suddenly flew up and pierced John Mitchell's body. In the darkness, the silhouette of that very hero emerged. But instead of MC, the Demon King began to speak. His head was a mess, and his friends found him unconscious. John Mitchell woke up and realized that he was no mere boy, but the reincarnation of the Demon King. He remembers the sword flying at him and stabbing him, making the explanation of a simple feint feel raw. Others dismiss it as him zoning out in front of the display, but their ordinary explanation only deepens his unease. Minchio rejects the idea that it was a mere illusion because the experience felt far too real. The sight of the divine sword has restored memories he had completely forgotten until that moment. Those memories tell of a demon lord who descended to Earth 23 years earlier and nearly destroyed the world. That being was one of the 4 gods who ruled Pandemonium and was known as the king of fighting demons. The name attached to that past identity is Deimos, the god of war. Back in the museum, Minchio sits in stunned silence as the weight of that revelation settles on him. He curses under his breath, realizing the situation is far worse than a strange hallucination. A phrase from that past life confirms the truth he is trying to resist. His thoughts jump to an ordinary memory of finishing the semester with friends, highlighting how normal his life had seemed until now. Even when his friends congratulate him, he can barely respond because the museum incident has left him visibly shaken. Concerned, they suggest he rest or see a doctor, but he brushes them off and leaves, saying he has too much on his mind. When they call after him about joining the end-of-semester party, he keeps walking instead of turning back. His refusal to even drink with them makes his friends suspect something serious has happened. Alone outside, Minchio admits to himself that the party no longer matters because his mind is consumed by the truth. He struggles to reconcile his ordinary life as a middle-class college student with what he has just remembered. The answer he reaches is horrifying. He is the reincarnation of the Demon King. He reflects that Deimos slaughtered countless people during the invasion of Earth, and the monster he condemned all his life was actually himself. That realization clashes bitterly with a childhood dream in which he wanted to become the hero who defeated the Demon King. Now he can only mock that innocent ambition, knowing it came from the former Demon King himself. With no way to return to being either Deimos or a normal student with special powers, he is left fearing the one question that matters next: whether his demonic abilities will return. He explains that Deimos died because his original body had already been altered, so his soul could not return to it. As a result, the warrior who had seemed to survive at the time actually died together with him. In the present, Minchio decides there is no point dwelling on what cannot be changed and resolves to focus on what he can do now. He recalls that the key difference between demons and humans is mana, which demons naturally sense while humans normally cannot. Remembering a method from his past life, he prepares to force his first contact with mana. He follows the remembered steps by breathing deeply to draw in the surrounding energy. When he concentrates, the hidden system responds and confirms that mana has finally been detected. Encouraged by the success, he realizes he can now begin learning how to actually use mana. The awakening process rapidly unfolds as the system links to his Akashic records, searches for a matching skill, and grants him the status of a player. Minchio is stunned that the awakening happened so easily and immediately questions whether it is real. The ease of it all feels almost absurd, making the awakening seem too convenient to believe. Even so, he recognizes that becoming human after being the Demon King was already shocking enough, and this only adds to it. Seeing his former demonic face on his phone, he wryly thinks he might as well cry now that he has awakened too. The system grants him a unique stat window skill and instructs him to call it up to inspect his abilities. He decides to test the instruction and summons the stat window without hesitation. The display reveals that he is a level 1 human with almost no mana, along with an Eyes of Truth skill tied to his Akashic records. It also explains that as a player, he can bend the world's rules by hunting monsters and earning points. Minchio studies the message, trying to understand what this new status really means for him. He concludes that his past accumulation of work now translates into a game-like path to growth through hunting. That realization triggers a more important thought and makes him stop to reconsider the larger implications. He recalls that the gap between higher and lower dimensions is determined by something called accumulated work. Those with greater accumulated work in higher realms possess power beyond those in lower realms, creating a hard limit for ordinary humans. Because of those dimensional rules, a being from a higher world must use another body to descend into a lower one. That is why Deimos had needed a different vessel to enter this world in the first place. Minchio realizes that if there is a power capable of rewriting those rules, it could let him surpass the limits imposed on humans. He clenches his fist as the idea turns from fury into personal ambition. He decides that means he may be able to cross beyond human limits himself. At the same time, he reminds himself that as John Mitchell, not Daimust, he has no intention of harming humanity, especially since peace between Pandemonium and Elysium has already been settled. He understands that if news of the Demon King's reincarnation spread, people would panic and the hard-won peace could collapse. So he resolves to live as John Migiel and quietly use the knowledge from his past life instead. He reasons that growing stronger first and helping humanity later will be a fair way to repay what he owes. Since strength was his goal in his past life as well, he sees this plan as serving both his old purpose and his new one. He starts with the most urgent weakness. His mana is only one, so he decides to learn how to raise it. That decision leads him out at night to put his old knowledge into practice. He arrives at a hidden magic circle and picks up a stone to use with it. Checking the time, he notes he barely made it, implying the setup depends on precise timing. The system identifies the site as an S-rank trap formation called Concentration of Great Mana, already fully prepared. Minchio recognizes it as an inherited battle magic circle designed to gather mana from the surrounding area. He notes that the formation still lacks a driving force, so it cannot activate on its own. Remembering the solution, he places a mediator stone into the circle to serve as the trigger. The formation accepts the E-rank mana stone as fuel and begins responding to his setup. The system confirms that the energy source has been recognized and that the concentration of great mana is activating. As the effect takes hold, his available mana surges by 450% for 5 minutes, giving him a brief window to train. He immediately sits within the circle and begins absorbing the concentrated energy before the opportunity passes. Feeling dense mana flow through his body, he realizes these are ideal conditions to learn proper breathing techniques. He defines the basic principle clearly. Inhale mana from nature and gather it inside the body. But instead of a common method, he chooses to practice a far more advanced breathing art from his past life. The technique he selects is the demonic sect, an ancient celestial art tied to the demonic race. He remembers learning it in Urim through a contract with a heavenly demon, where it was known as a secret martial art even harder to master than the heavenly demon's own mystic techniques. After spending time there and experimenting with its masters, he developed a refined version of the art that suited the demonic race even better. He reflects that martial arts once let him rise to the top even among demons, so he entrusts his next ascent to the same discipline. With that conviction, he accepts that the answer has already been decided and commits himself fully. He settles into meditation and begins drawing in a dangerous force while holding his concentration steady. The technique works by gathering the flow of the stars into himself. A vast celestial current converges around him as the collection intensifies. The strain hits immediately, and he nearly buckles under the pressure. He realizes that if his focus slips, the stellar power will tear his body apart. That danger sharpens his awareness instead of breaking it. He remains seated and forces himself to endure the overwhelming influx. Rather than panic, he steadies himself and chooses to push through. He knows stopping now would leave him dead or insane, so retreat is no longer an option. Even though the energy is far beyond what one person should bear, he treats it as survivable because of the monstrous life he once lived. He dismisses the agony as insignificant and refuses to yield. A system countdown marks the final second of the process. The gathering completes, and the great mass of mana is finally absorbed. The ritual field falls quiet as the violent intake ends. The system confirms that he has obtained the skill ancient celestial art. It immediately advances to its first star, proving the technique has taken root. His body is then reinforced by the effects of the new art. Every basic attribute rises at once, giving him a broad physical and magical boost. He reviews the skill and learns it is a Qigong method that creates a mind-world microcosm and lets him absorb and wield the waves of the light and dark nebulae. When he finally relaxes, the after effects leave his whole body stiff. As he recovers, he wonders whether his other techniques will also be recognized as skills. Before he can dwell on that, the system announces that light and dark nebula power are merging into a new force called chaos power, with mana becoming chaos energy. The unexpected change catches him off guard. He quickly focuses on the unfamiliar term and tries to understand what chaos means for him. His status reveals that chaos power and chaos energy have replaced his former magical resource. Comparing old and new values, he sees that his growth has been dramatic and that his entire power system has shifted. Back home, he concludes that ancient celestial art did not simply grant ordinary magic but transformed it into something rarer. He suspects his past as a demon may have made him absorb only the dark side of the nebula's power. That leads him to a new goal: master the technique properly and take in both light and dark powers together. He becomes convinced that doing so could make him the strongest being in this dimension. With that ambition in mind, he heads to the Hunter Registration Center. He knows that if he wants to work as an awakened hunter, he must first be officially registered. Inside, the place is full of people celebrating successful awakenings and new careers. At the same time, others are dragged away or protest their outcomes, showing how harsh the process can be. When his own results arrive, he prepares himself to see what the association made of him. The report turns out to be dismal, rating nearly everything at the bottom and calling his magic only D-rank, which the staff regard as tragic. The assessor awkwardly explains that he is the lowest formal rank, making his result barely above worthless. He notices her embarrassment, and realizes she assumes he must be devastated. Instead, he suspects the association simply cannot measure chaos power correctly. Calmly, he asks the assessor to clarify the strange parts of the report. She points to the bracketed numbers and explains that they represent his latent potential rather than his current measured output. She adds that this potential is tied to metahumans gaining monster-like power from gates or towers, and that it indicates a person's growth limit. He immediately grasps that ordinary hunters are capped by that limit, but privately notes that such a rule likely does not apply to him. The assessor admits there are rare exceptions who can surpass the potential the association predicts. Trying to comfort him, she says hunter registration does not require entering gates or towers and that many other jobs can still make use of awakened abilities. She earnestly begs him not to lose heart over the disappointing evaluation. Amused by her concern rather than hurt by the result, he thanks her sincerely. As he leaves, a notice says the Young Sand Guild is recruiting and would guide newly awakened metahumans. At the Tornado Guild's recruitment site, he notices the crowd gathering around the guild that once approached him. He recalls that the guild had been trying to scout promising new hunters and had even urged him to read their offer and join. Seeing people suddenly waving papers and staring, he realizes something about him may already be circulating. He suspects the news of his E-rank status has spread faster than expected. That conclusion actually suits him, because with every stat except magic power still at E-rank, attention from guilds would only be a nuisance. He decides no serious guild would want someone so lopsided and stops worrying about recruitment. His thoughts are interrupted when a new message arrives on his phone. The message turns out to be an official notice from the Hunter License Association informing him that he has been registered as a hunter candidate and must take the qualification exam. The notice gives him the exam location and confirms it will be held on the second Monday of the month. He understands that his next obstacle is the hunter license exam. After checking the date, he realizes he has about 10 days left and sees that is enough time to prepare. As he heads off, he decides to postpone leveling up and focus entirely on getting ready for the test. He reviews the examination system and learns that one of 5 possible test formats is chosen at random. The common thread among those formats is simple but brutal. Physical ability and survival matter most. He immediately concludes that with his current body, he would almost certainly be eliminated. To avoid that outcome, he begins training his physical condition by running. As he pushes himself, ancient celestial art boosts his body and steadily raises his strength, stamina, and endurance. The effort quickly leaves him exhausted, showing how far behind his body still is. Even so, he decides to use ancient celestial art as a breathing method to build his physical abilities more efficiently. He reasons that the practical experience from his past life should let him endure the strain as long as his body can keep out. He commits to a harsh routine, spending the day and strengthening exercises until his body is run out. At night he trains the ancient celestial art itself, pushing it until its achievement level rises. Instead of fearing the 10-day limit, he becomes convinced he can grow fast enough to relentless day and night training. His confidence hardens into the belief that even 1 week will be enough. After that week, he opens his status window to check the results. The numbers have surged across the board, confirming that his brutal training paid off. Looking at the gains, he feels the week of pain and effort was absolutely worth it. What matters most, however, is not just the stat increase but the progress of his cultivation art. Ancient celestial art has reached its second stage, unlocking active use of chaos power along with a major boost to chaos energy and its regeneration. He reflects that chaos energy is born from the union of light and dark forces, making it a fundamentally different power source. In his past life, reaching this stage with Dark Nebula training took over a year, so achieving it in 1 week shocks even him. That rapid progress makes him wonder how much stronger his combat techniques can become now that his body has improved too. He turns to martial arts and chooses Vagrant 7 Stars Punch, a technique he already knows from his previous life. Because it strengthens specific body parts with inner power and is relatively straightforward, he judges it ideal for his current level. He learns the technique quickly, confirming that it suits him as a practical first martial art. Its effects let him reinforce parts of his body or briefly spike his attack power by consuming chaos energy. With one martial art secured, he starts considering what movement technique would best complement it. He compares options and decides he needs something easier to apply than ancient celestial art, even if it is far less advanced. That comparison makes the gap clear. Ancient celestial art is an exceptional foundation, while the martial arts he is adding are much more basic tools. He concludes that if he wants to reach higher level ascension martial arts later, he first needs to master the fundamentals. With that in mind, he settles on Cloud Step as the right basic Qigong technique to learn next. He chooses it because his current physical condition makes it the best fit, and because its cloud-like footwork emphasizes balance and control. Though not an overwhelming offensive art, it offers a stable posture and strong support for counterattacks. Once learned, Cloud Step promises faster movement, better stability, and even some defensive benefit at the cost of chaos energy. He begins cautiously, planning to familiarize himself with the technique just by walking with it first. The moment he activates Cloud Step, the technique launches him forward far more violently than he expected. Seeing his movement speed jump by half, he is caught off guard by how immediate the effect is. He realizes this version of the technique is much faster than the one he remembers. As he races ahead, He concludes that martial arts fueled by chaos energy are operating on an entirely different level from what he knew before. That revelation leaves him wondering whether martial arts powered by chaos energy are vastly stronger than the same arts, when driven only by dark magic. A young man steps into a strange space and prepares to test what his current body can do. He faces a massive tree-like target and closes in with confidence. Deciding to try his martial arts first, he commits to a direct strike. He swings with full force, putting everything into the blow. The impact detonates to the trunk and tears the ground apart. His attack keeps driving through until the target is obliterated. Breathing hard, he realizes he did far more than crack it and reduced it to fragments. That result convinces him that even basic martial arts remain powerful in this life, and mastering his peak techniques could let him repay what he owes. But the test leaves his bare hand badly torn, reminding him of this body's limits. Seeing that his fist and arm are already near breaking, he decides he will need to rely on another method. He confirms his metahuman registration under the name Gian Mitchell to gain formal access. With authorization granted, he arrives at a guarded facility watched by stone golems. Keeping his identity hidden beneath a hood, he enters without drawing attention. Inside the lavish Interstellar Union branch, he notes how much effort they put into appearances while a receptionist welcomes him. The story shifts to explain the Interstellar Union itself. It is a vast alliance of merchants, military interests, and many species, powerful enough to dominate trade across dimensions. Their influence is so overwhelming that even legendary equipment passes through their hands, making them nearly untouchable, because they control access and hide behind neutrality. Dealing with them usually means paying outrageous prices. Ignoring the usual etiquette, he demands to see the branch manager directly, leaving the receptionist startled. He invokes Code R, a phrase important enough to force the staff to escalate his request immediately. The branch manager reacts at once and rushes out in alarm. Others are shocked because this manager normally appears only for major business, proving the visitor has real leverage. The manager personally confirms that this hooded customer used Code R. He apologizes for the delay, explains that very few outsiders know of such a code, and offers to guide the customer to the Dimension Warehouse himself. That response catches the young man off guard, suggesting the code carries even more weight than expected. He quietly activates an appraisal ability to read the manager. The skin identifies the manager as Marathon, a young dwarf with a talent that gives him exceptional instinct for money. From that, the young man judges that the dwarf has endured hardship but is still considered youthful by his own race. He further concludes that someone so young would not become a branch manager without being highly capable, even as the guide leads him onward. The two move deeper into the facility toward the restricted area. They arrive before the Dimension Warehouse, the Union's prize system for handling deals quickly. He reflects that ordinary warehouse transactions are costly and slow, but this place was built to overcome exactly that. The manager explains that entry requires proof tied to a specific dimension or item, and the young man thinks that only a few people could know the identity he intends to use. Because those identities are secret, he is confident no one here can trace who he really is. The warehouse requests the coder's magic pattern as final verification. He presents the pattern and channels the required power into the seal. The system consumes chaos energy and accepts the authentication process. He continues feeding energy into the mechanism until the lock fully responds. The sealed doors begin to part under the force of his activation. Watching the impossible happen, the manager can only stare as the warehouse opens. The system confirms the magic pass and grants them access to a private warehouse keyed to Nim's identity. Inside, it identifies an item that had been stored there under that same name. Relieved that his gamble worked, he orders the item brought out and reflects that he hid it here long ago in case he ever returned to Earth. The warehouse transfers the stored object into his hand, where it appears at first to be nothing more than an ordinary purple stone. He commands it to awaken, and the stone erupts with dark cosmic power. The artifact reveals itself as Dark Star, a weapon formed from the essence of a dying star. The system recognizes him as Dark Star's new owner and notes that the weapon's karma has reset with the change of user. Its status explains that although currently ranked common, it is an indestructible all-purpose weapon that can transform according to its will's will in nature. He realizes the weapon is sealed because its true power depends on the user's stored karma, which he currently lacks. Even in this weakened body, unable to use most of his former abilities, he decides Dark Star's most basic function will still be enough. The narration explains that the power being discussed can take countless forms, adapting into many different weapons. Seeing the young man handle a sword with ease, observers conclude that if this is his gift, then the Hunter exam has just gained a contestant who can turn broad martial skill into a perfect weapon. That realization makes his status suddenly clear to the people watching, and they recognize him as someone far more important than he first appeared. Even so, his plain appearance makes that judgment hard to accept at a glance. Once his identity is verified through the VIP code in his eyes, the question shifts from whether he is special to why someone from lowly Earth would qualify as a VIP at all. The answer given is that he must be a high-dimensional being hiding his true power behind a disguise, because an ordinary Earth human could not possess that kind of energy. A woman dismisses the old man's surprise and reminds him that his habit of underestimating others has not changed. Rather than investigate immediately, she chooses to keep him under observation and promises to manage things so another branch cannot claim him first. The old man accepts her judgment and leaves the matter in her hands as the focus turns to Earth after the tower's emergence. Earth is described as a world now attracting the attention of higher species, even though places this close to the tower were only secured through enormous effort. The old man admits that even that achievement is still insufficient for what he wants. Meanwhile, the young man himself decides he must seize this opportunity and use the customer he has found to climb higher within the Union. When he arrives at the exam site, he is struck by how large the event is. He learns that this is the testing center for the 5th round of the hunter license exam, crowded with hopeful entrants and opportunists trying to profit from them. Holding his entry slip, John Mijo realizes he can only wait until the exam officially begins. As he enters, reporters suddenly rush toward him, sensing someone important has arrived. He is immediately caught in the middle of the press surge. Annoyed by the chaos, he recognizes that the reporters are aggressively chasing a story. The real target of the media frenzy is a famous pair, Shin Yumi and Yu Sunwoo, who are entering the exam together and drawing public attention. Bystanders identify Shin Yumi as the ambassador's daughter and note that she is the well-known half-elf, half-human candidate. Her reputation is amplified by rumors that she can even use spirit magic. Yu Sunwoo is just as notable, having reportedly been scouted by the elite warring guild straight after the metahuman examination. With those two present, people assume one of them is destined to take the top spot. An announcement finally begins the 5th exam, instructing all entrants to collect their hunter watches and prepare for transport. The candidates are then dropped into a setting that at first feels unreal. They discover the exam field is an artificial jungle, and Minchio is surprised that the test would be staged in such an environment. A floating device appears and announces that the objective of the 5th hunter license exam is about to be revealed. The rules are simple in principle. Survive until the end and earn a total of 100 points to pass. Their watches explain how points work: tracking energy, shield condition, monster points, boss monster points, entrant held points, and a large reward for being the last survivor. They are also warned that once their shield energy is depleted, they will be automatically eliminated, prompting Minchio to realize he will need strategy rather than brute force alone. The first path to passing is announced: hunt 50 normal monsters for 50 points. A second option follows, involving a boss raid marked on the map, making Minchio pay closer attention. He listens carefully as the final condition is about to be revealed. The third method is the most dangerous of all: gain points by targeting other entrants directly. Minchio immediately understands the implication that combat-capable opponents have been scattered across the field for exactly this purpose. He reasons that with limited monsters available, not everyone can score peacefully, so the system is designed to force competition. That means some entrants will inevitably turn on each other, and he recognizes that the examiners have deliberately created a battlefield. Although others consider forming teams to improve their odds, Minchio rejects the idea because moving in a group would only slow him down. Instead, he decides to aim straight for the boss. As he moves through the jungle, he reconsiders and notes that finding people already fighting might be even more efficient than searching blindly. Before long, he catches the unmistakable sound of metal clashing somewhere nearby. He takes that as proof that observing other entrants could reveal both their abilities and an easy chance to profit from their struggle. He quietly changes direction toward the disturbance. But before he can reach the fight, a hulking beast emerges in his path and blocks the way. Faced with the monster, he decides to stop holding back and summons Dark Star Spear. He immediately commits to the new plan, surrounding himself with power and readying the spear for battle. His abilities activate in sequence, boosting his body with chaos energy and triggering Cloud's step for mobility. Using that burst of speed, he launches into a swift opening strike. The monster answers with overwhelming force, revealing itself as a massive bear-like illusion far more dangerous than its status as an exam construct would suggest. Even knowing it is only an illusion made for the test, Minchio realizes its raw strength and murderous aggression are real enough to kill careless entrants. A huge beast closes in with overwhelming force, putting the protagonist on the defensive. He judges its hide to be tough enough to punish any direct hit against his stoic body, so he avoids meeting it head-on. The monster's spiked tail whips toward him so suddenly that he barely reacts in time. Realizing the tail makes close combat too dangerous, he starts looking for another way to finish the fight. He quickly settles on a new approach. Using the terrain and his spear's reach, he maneuvers around the beast and creates an opening. As the monster lunges, he commits to his counterattack at exactly the right moment. He activates Yu-Clan's spear art, pouring chaos energy into a killing strike. The empowered spear thrust erupts forward in a concentrated burst of destructive force. The technique is identified as a fast finishing move that greatly boosts penetration at the cost of chaos energy. The strike tears through the monster in one decisive blow. The named monster falls, and he immediately gains points for the kill. Pleased, he realizes this dungeon is more rewarding than expected, especially since even a named monster appeared this early. Before he can move on, approaching footsteps signal that someone else has arrived. A hostile voice accuses him of taking down the very named monster their group had come to hunt. 3 men confront him and demand to know how he dared steal prey they considered theirs. They identify themselves as the Dark Trinity brothers, making it clear they expect fear and submission. Instead of being intimidated, he finds them ridiculous and suspects they have been preying on weakened entrants drawn in by nearby fights. He uses his appraisal ability to uncover the truth about them. Their statuses reveal 3 human brothers with solid physical stats, one of them carrying a fire-related trait, and another notable speed. He concludes that in raw physical ability they outclass him, though their talent potential is only moderate. The brothers grow irritated when his amusement makes it obvious he does not take them seriously. He confirms their identity with a mocking tone, and calmly invites them to fight him directly. Enraged by the disrespect, the brothers swear to beat him down and rush to silence him. They charge him with blades while he walks forward without losing his composure. He slips to their initial assault before they can pin him down. Switching tactics, he draws the Dark Star and uses it like a dagger for close quarters combat. His first counter lands cleanly, cutting into one attacker before the others can adjust. Another brother tries to press the attack, convinced a lone entrant has made a fatal mistake by coming to them. He activates the flower dagger technique, confident they chose the wrong opponent. The technique batters one brother with a rapid series of precise strikes, breaking his rhythm and composure. Its system description explains that the style is built for efficient defense, reducing incoming force and disrupting attack trajectories while opening vital points. As one brother gets overwhelmed at close range, another realizes this distance should have favored them, not their target. Panicking for his younger brother, one of them hurls a spear to force the protagonist away. He avoids the thrown weapon with ease, refusing to let their rescue attempt interrupt his momentum. The eldest brother escalates by gathering fire in his hand and declaring the fight finished. A blazing fireball crashes down toward the protagonist with explosive force. He remains calm inside the blast zone, showing no sign that the attack has shaken him. Instead, he smiles, as if the brothers have finally given him a reason to stop holding back. Purple lightning surges around his blade as he releases a far more dangerous power. He invokes the 5-Tiders splitting blade technique, deciding this is enough to end the fight. The system identifies it as a high-rank Hebei Pen clan martial art that consumes a massive amount of chaos energy. The brothers immediately sense the difference and falter, their confidence turning into fear. He bursts forward with explosive speed, closing the distance before they can recover. Using a sharp step to redirect his movement, he changes angle mid-rush and slips past their guard. One brother can only stare in shock as the protagonist appears above and beyond his expectations. The protagonist moves behind the larger fighter so cleanly that the man realizes too late he has already lost control of the exchange. With lightning still crawling over his weapon, the protagonist coldly declares the man's end. A single decisive slash cuts the brother down before he can accept what is happening. The system confirms Kim Yonkyo's defeat, and the protagonist's total rises by 13 points to 45. After defeating another opponent, Jean catches his breath and realizes that man must have accumulated a large number of points. Elsewhere, the surviving members of the Dark Trinity report that their strongest brother was beaten, and worse, his weapon had been enhanced with aura. Jean concludes that with the skill level of the remaining candidates, no one else could have wiped out so many points alone, leaving him satisfied with his guess. As fear spreads among nearby examinees, Jean decides to keep hunting stronger targets, and wonders how many points their group can still give him. The guild broadcast room erupts when an announcement confirms that Yonkyo of Shield Energy has been eliminated from the examination. Spectators recognize that one of the feared Dark Trinity brothers is already out, proving that this year's second most powerful guild has sent an unusually dangerous batch. When people ask who could have defeated the Dark Trinity, one woman proudly assumes Sunwoo must be responsible. Others agree that Sunwoo is exactly the kind of prodigy expected from the top guild and praise him as the most promising hunter among the rookies. As another high-ranking Shield Energy entrant reaches the target score, confidence grows that Warang Sunwoo is dominating the exam. The monitor instead reveals Jean fighting a Dark Trinity brother alone, shocking the audience that had assumed Sunwoo was behind the upset. The woman keeps boasting about Sunwoo's greatness, still convinced the glory belongs to him. That confidence falters as the people around her begin to realize the fighter on screen is someone else entirely. Seeing Jin's face on the display, the viewers openly ask who this unknown candidate is. Back in the forest, the quiet breaks as Jean senses another threat approaching. A new attacker rushes him with a fast aura strike, trying to cut him down before he can react. The assault overwhelms the man instead, and he is sent reeling in pain almost immediately. Jean stands over the fallen opponent as the system announces another Shield Energy entrant has reached him, and the spectators note this victim was only worth 20 points. His total rises to 172 points, confirming how quickly he is climbing through the rankings. Checking the remaining exam time, Jean reflects that he has been circling the boss zone and never crossed paths with the strongest contenders he expected to meet. With little time left, he decides the exam itself matters more than chasing every rival. He turns his attention to the mountain boss and considers whether he should hunt it now before the test ends. Jean identifies the only route into the rock mountain, the path that leads directly to the boss. He enters the narrow tunnel, understanding it allows only 1 or 2 people through at a time. As he reaches the end, he braces himself for whatever is guarding the chamber. The answer is a golem waiting inside the cavern. Jean quickly reads its traits and realizes it is built to endure punishment, nullify weak damage, and regenerate when given a chance. Recognizing that ordinary testers should not be able to beat something like this, he releases his power and prepares to force a solution. Because the golem is too massive to kill in one blow, he decides he will have to keep attacking without letting it recover. He commits to piling damage onto it continuously before its defenses can reset the fight. Jean charges in and drives a powerful strike into the golem's body. The hit lands, but the damage is too shallow to matter. The golem's defense converts the blow into nothing and immediately shifts into a counterattack. A massive sweeping strike crashes through the chamber, forcing Jean to evade the destructive arc. Even as the debris rains down, the system confirms the attack failed and the golem is already trying again. Jean steadies himself and decides that after surviving the Dark Trinity, he can handle this much pressure too. He judges that relying only on his basic 5 attribute enhancement would not be enough to break the monster, so he draws on a stronger option and activates Darkstar Great Axe along with the Shattering Axe technique. Leaping in, he slams the empowered axe into the golem with far greater force. The technique's power is enough to optimize destructive slashing force and partially ignore the target's defense. This time the blow opens a visible crack in the golem's stone body. The system recognizes the strike as effective even as the golem prepares another counterattack. Jean realizes he has finally found a way to hurt it. He understands the crack itself is small, but it proves the golem can be broken if he keeps hitting the same weakness. With a fierce grin, he resolves to strike that point again and again until the giant collapses. At that moment, a woman inside the chamber notices the battle and realizes someone has reached the boss room. Jean sees that another examinee has been standing beyond the golem the whole time, watching from the far side of the cavern. She introduces herself through the system as Shinyumi, a spirit magician, and remarks that someone else arrived before her. Jean is frustrated because the boss was nearly finished, and this newcomer has appeared at the worst possible moment. As the golem exposes an opening, Jean instantly moves to exploit it before either the monster or the new rival can change the situation. He decides that if Shinyumi wants the boss, he will force her to back off first, because he has no intention of letting anyone steal the kill he is about to secure. A mysterious woman calls out to the exhausted test taker, offering help against the monster he is facing. He realizes he is too drained to refuse easily, and she immediately frames her price as something as simple as part of his meal. She makes it clear he cannot beat the creature alone, while privately judging him as exactly the kind of desperate person she can manipulate. As he grips his weapon, he senses that accepting her terms could turn this hopeless fight in his favor. She proposes a wager built around whether he can defeat the blue catcher before time runs out. With only 20 minutes left, she presses him to admit he needs her and asks what he could possibly offer in return. He shocks her by transferring all of his accumulated points to her on the spot. He argues that his points are worth more than whatever she would gain from the boss itself, and she is visibly tempted by the offer. When he asks what she gets if she loses, she hesitates for the first time just as the enemy begins recovering. The blue catcher restores itself and looms over him again, forcing an immediate decision. Panicking that delay will ruin everything, he blurts out the only reward he wants from her if he wins. She has to buy him a meal. She accepts the deal, though she warns that if he starts losing, she will abandon him without hesitation. He takes up his weapon with confidence, and tells her not to worry about retreating, because he has no intention of losing. As she wonders why he speaks to her with such familiarity despite them being strangers, he launches into action. He closes in on the blue catcher, ready to answer its attacks head-on. A calm smile shows he has already settled into the rhythm of the fight. He counters with precise timing, matching the monster's pace so naturally that even his casual tone now feels earned. The final minutes of the test rapidly tick away as the battle reaches its conclusion. Before the outcome can be fully processed, the examination ends and all participants are pulled out of the arena. Outside, officials rush to treat the badly injured examinees while he staggers out in rough condition himself. Even so, he is still conscious, and the staff recognize that he also needs immediate aid. He reflects that the fight nearly emptied both his chaos power and his health, leaving him barely able to sit upright. He admits he almost lost the wager because the blue catcher recovered far more of its body than expected. The woman approaches, silently taking in the result. Watching him sit there looking strangely normal despite everything, she realizes he hid his true ability well enough to fool everyone. She can hardly believe she came so close to owing him that meal. She concludes that he survived because he had completely read the blue catcher's attack patterns. His flawless defense and counters had turned the monster's offense into something predictable. By timing every response perfectly, he fought without a single meaningful mistake. Remembering an earlier clash with another strong opponent, she decides that if she can fight alongside him again, she may finally be able to win. Elsewhere, another top examinee waits tensely as the rankings are about to be announced. The results reveal that testee number 511, John Minchiol, has taken first place in the 55th Hunter License examination. The ranking list confirms John Minchiol at number 1, pushing other expected contenders below him and stunning the onlookers. One rival refuses to accept the result at all. Reporters immediately swarm a high-ranking candidate for comment, but he rejects them and wants no part of the attention. Officials block further interviews for now, saying the exhausted examinees need rest and details will come later. Meanwhile, John Minchio realizes the crowd has identified him as number 511 and decides he needs to slip away before he becomes the center of attention. He tries to escape by forcing open a side exit. The moment he appears, the waiting crowd erupts and closes in on him. He looks for another way out as reporters beg for interviews about his unexpected first-place finish. Resigned, he realizes he is not getting home quickly anymore. Instead of answering their questions, he abruptly announces that he has one condition before joining any guild. That declaration instantly silences the crowd and makes every recruiter focus on him. He names his price, a 500 million down payment from whichever guild wants him. The recruiters are stunned into silence by the outrageous demand. They try to talk him down by pointing out that his combat ability may be impressive, but his overall stats and growth potential do not justify such an offer. He cheerfully starts to walk away, saying he never intended to join a guild anyway and only made the offer because no one would hand over that kind of money to a complete newcomer. Then someone from the crowd unexpectedly agrees to pay the full down payment. The sudden acceptance jolts everyone, and the recruiters immediately demand to know who would make such a reckless offer. As the crowd parts in search of the speaker, someone calls out directly to Hunter John Minchio. A young man is suddenly drawn into an unexpected summons. At the Interstellar Union, people are stunned to realize the branch manager waiting for him is the famous Stumpy. The meeting takes place in one of the union's grand upper offices. Faced with Stumpy and his secretary, the young man demands to know why he was called in. He immediately makes his position clear that he has no intention of joining any guild. Stumpy reassures him that this is not a recruitment attempt, and says he wants to stand on the customer's side. What he actually wants is for the young man to register as a freelance mercenary under the Interstellar Union. He explains that this status would let him stay independent while still receiving the union's backing, access, and protection. The offer grows even better with gate introductions, a dedicated support team, tax reductions, and premium sale prices for anything he acquires while hunting. The young man sees no obvious trap in the contract, and is surprised by how favorable the terms are. Even so, he knows the union never gives away benefits for free and suspects Stumpy must want something significant in return. Stumpy says the only thing they asked from him is faith. That vague answer makes him pause and reconsider what Stumpy truly believes about him. He realizes Stumpy must have judged his potential from the VIP code and the battle footage tied to him. Deciding the deal is too valuable to ignore, he signs despite not fully understanding the deeper motive behind it. With the contract settled, the atmosphere shifts to quiet aftermath. As they leave, the secretary questions whether approving a freelance mercenary contract so easily is really acceptable. Stumpy orders her to bring the customer to him, making clear he intends to push this through despite normal procedure. It is explained that freelance mercenaries usually hold status comparable to nobility, so their approval normally requires powerful union executives. Elsewhere, a hooded director recognizes the value of this chance and decides to negotiate directly rather than let it slip away. Stumpy reaches out to that higher authority to secure the approval. When the approval comes almost immediately, even Stumpy is caught off guard by how easily it was granted. The director orders him to hand over full support to the young man and report any problems at once, while keeping this arrangement secret. Stumpy is left unsettled, realizing the VIP code alone meant little, but the battle recording changed everything. He recalls the footage and notes how the young man moved with unusual precision and certainty. Those efficient, waste-free movements convince him the talent on display is extraordinary. The 12th director, Dragonian Knox, watches the recording and feels as if he is seeing someone from the past fight again. But that resemblance disturbs him, because the person it reminds him of is supposed to be dead. The young man abruptly jolts awake from sleep. He wakes in confusion, still half choking on the shock of the dream. He finds himself sprawled across his bed in his small apartment, trying to orient himself. Noticing his phone is off and his alarm never rang, he is interrupted by someone at the door. The visitor identifies herself as Ellie from the Interstellar Union, instantly putting him on alert. He hurriedly grabs his phone and asks for a moment before opening up. As he opens the door, he dryly remarks that someone of her status should have warned him before showing up at a place like this. He recognizes her as Stumpy's secretary from the previous day, and she says she did send a message beforehand. Embarrassed, he apologizes and lets her in, realizing he missed her contact entirely. The reason becomes obvious when he sees his phone flooded with hundreds of missed calls and messages from an unknown number. Sensing the conversation will be serious, he invites her inside, and she accepts. Once inside, she comments that his home is unusually plain for a VIP, and he pushes back, suspecting the union already looked into his life. She denies any improper investigation and explains that John Minchio would not appreciate that kind of intrusion. Instead, she says she simply obtained his information from the MedHuman registration certificate he submitted when entering the union building. He notices how carefully she chooses her words and realizes she is sharper than she first appears. Seeing that caution as useful, he lets her continue to the real reason for her visit. She presents a package containing his business phone, card tied to his deposit, and bank account access. Still not expecting much, he asks her to remind him how large the deposit was supposed to be. The moment he sees the balance, he is stunned to discover the union deposited 4.7 billion. Ellie explains the amount fell short of 5 billion only because of taxes, and he can barely believe the money is really his. Amused by his reaction, she confirms it without hesitation. Trying to steady his racing heart, he jokes that since she called his life plain, she is now matching his sense of money to that of a universe-level student. He is called in early because his support team is being formed and the terms for date access are being renegotiated. When offered a broader arrangement, he insists the corpse collection team alone will be enough for him. Even when asked if he wants a tanker or marksman, he refuses help and makes it clear he intends to handle combat himself. The official tries to compromise by promising specialists for dismantling corpses and hauling loot, while he immediately pushes to know when he can start entering dates. He is told team selection must finish first, but the delay only irritates him. Privately, he admits he is eager to test his new authority as a hunter and finally use the level-up trait he has been waiting on. He presses again, promising the process would not take long, still trying to force the schedule forward. The woman reveals she moved so quickly because she was fully prepared, leaving him caught off guard by her efficiency. A few hours later, he arrives at the gate and realizes she truly meant it. At the Ensendome gate, he sees a fully assembled support team and the gate conditions laid out, confirming he has been given immediate access. She proudly reminds him that her competence was never in doubt, and he has to acknowledge she earned that confidence. Their arrival draws attention, and the support captain recognizes him as the rookie who shook up the license exam. The official introduces the support team that will assist him, placing the veteran captain and his crew under this new hunter's operation. Captain Jong Yanhun formally introduces himself and offers a professional welcome. John Minchio returns the courtesy and signals that he expects them to work together smoothly. Their handshake seals the arrangement and marks the start of the partnership. Before entering, Minchio sets one firm rule. Once the gate is cleared, the support team may collect the remains and materials, but nothing inside is to be touched before then. With that boundary established, he heads straight into the gate without hesitation. Watching him go, the captain reflects that he only came because Department Head Ellie specifically requested it. The rest of the team questions why someone important enough to summon them so urgently is still such an unknown figure. One member connects the name to the rookie who placed first in the license exam, making the captain realize the rumors were about this same person. As the newer information spreads among the team, the captain understands he was simply out of the loop because the exam happened only yesterday. The others enjoy his confusion, while he scrambles to catch up. Even so, the team dismisses Minchio as an arrogant beginner whose greed has blinded him if he thinks he can clear a gate alone. Their skepticism is answered almost immediately when a violent boar inside the gate is cut down in a single strike. Minchio drags the fresh kill into view, proving he is already clearing monsters at a pace they did not expect. The captain is stunned that a notoriously tough D-rank boar was killed with one blow. As experience points appear before him, Minchio grins and mockingly calls out the older team members. He warns them to stay close because the pace is about to increase, clearly taking command of the hunt. He tears to another monster with a purple slash, and immediately gains more experience. A second boar falls just as fast, and he realizes his experience is climbing exactly as he hoped. He cuts down yet another enemy in one clean motion, continuing the rapid chain of kills. When the system announces a level up, he is thrilled that the trade is finally paying off in real combat. Standing over a field of corpses, he confirms that his level has risen at last. Satisfied, he casually announces a short rest as if the massacre were routine. The exhausted support team wants the break, but others protest that there is too much loot to gather, and no time to waste. Even while complaining, they admit Minchio is no joke and start treating his strength seriously. During the pause, Minchio opens his status window and reviews the points gained from leveling. He notes that each level grants 5 stat points, and considers how to shape his growth. He decides without much hesitation to pour everything into Chaos Power, the source of his strength. After seeing the sharp increase in Chaos Energy from only a few points, he is amazed by how efficient the growth is. That result convinces him he would become much stronger very quickly. The next wave appears as Wisdom Monkeys, agile creatures that attack while hurling fire. Minchio cuts into them before they can establish control of the fight. He carves through multiple monkeys in succession, stacking more experience while their cries turn into panic. Launching himself through the air, he continues the slaughter with overwhelming speed and precision as the support team can only watch. The captain can only describe him as a fighting demon. He rejects the idea that Minchio lacks experience, realizing that this style looks like something forged to countless battles. Watching the relentless assault continue, he concludes that a brand new hunter should not possess skills like these. Minchio finishes the sequence by swinging his spear in a huge arc that sends another monkey fleeing in terror. Minchio finishes off another enemy with a brutal downward strike. As he plants his spear in the corpse, he coldly looks forward to seeing how far the team leader can be pushed. The kill raises his level again, increasing both his chaos power and chaos energy. He checks the battlefield and concludes that only the boss monster remains. He immediately urges the team leader to raid the boss at once, and the others reluctantly agree to follow his suggestion. When someone notes their hesitation, the team leader explains that Minchio is new and that hunters normally spend days exploring a gate before challenging its boss. Minchio dismisses that caution, arguing that with no clear downside they should stop wasting time and go kill the boss now. He recalls the basic rule of gate raids. The gate only ends once its core is destroyed. He also remembers that the boss can be found by tracing where the core's energy leaks outward. Using that logic, he identifies the boss monster's location from the flow of energy. The target turns out to be the Eat Monkey, leader of the Wisdom Monkeys and a creature strengthened by enhancement magic. The team leader warns Minchio that the Eat Monkey is a dangerous opponent that must be handled carefully. Minchio cuts him off and charges in. Confident there is nothing to worry about, he decides the only thing he must avoid is giving the monster time to cast magic. The Eat Monkey notices the threat and cries out in alarm. Before it can respond properly, Minchio smashes to one of the monkey totems guarding the area. A system alert reveals the totem carried a paralysis curse, and stepping into its radius infects him. Even with his agility reduced, he treats the curse as a minor nuisance. He counters by throwing a dagger technique to destroy another totem. The Eat Monkey watches to the gap as its defenses are dismantled. Minchio keeps moving through the totem field while the lesser monkeys panic around him. He realizes the totems were meant to trap intruders and buy the boss time to cast, so he tears through them before that plan can work. When the dust settles, he stands amid the wreckage, leaving the Eat Monkey visibly unsettled. Cornered and enraged, the boss finally unleashes its power. Its body swells under multiple enhancement spells, revealing a far stronger form than expected. The watching hunters panic, realizing the boss has stacked 2 astral enhancements, and is now much stronger than a normal Eat Monkey. Minchio is baffled that they think he needs saving. The empowered beast lunges at him with full force. Minchio calmly activates the 5-tighter splitting blade technique. His purple blade power cleaves through the boss, and he mocks the idea that such a weak enemy could trouble him. The spectators are left stunned by how effortlessly he ends the fight. With the boss defeated and the core destroyed, the gate raid comes to an end. Back outside, Minchio emerges from the closing gate, while someone waits for him nearby. A woman in a suit congratulates him on the successful raid and reveals she stayed the whole time to meet him afterward. Minchio accepts the gesture, but makes clear he wants to move on to the next gate as quickly as possible. She tells him the next raid is 3 days away, and he decides to spend the following day handling personal business. He asks her to arrange a 1-day trip starting in 2 days, and when she worries about his condition after repeated raids, he assures her he will be fine. He also asks to be introduced to an equipment-making expert, realizing his current lack of gear leaves him vulnerable despite his strong offensive power. Privately, he admits that continuing without proper equipment could become a serious problem, and she promises to connect him with a master blacksmith soon. As they part by her car, she says the arrangement would not take long, and he says he looks forward to it. Later, after being welcomed back from another gate, Minchio leaves with newly purchased equipment. The cost hits him hard when he realizes he has spent 400 million won just on gear. He is surprised that the famed equipment expert he was sent to meet is a short, stout craftsman. Still, the blacksmith's confidence makes Minchio feel he can trust him, and he leaves satisfied with the meeting. Reassured by that confidence, Minchio heads off, believing his equipment problem is finally being handled. That calm is broken when something outside startles a bus driver into shouting in shock. While riding home, Minchio plans to resume mental training once he returns. A sudden disturbance snaps him out of his thoughts. He looks to the bus as the vehicle jolts and the passengers are thrown into confusion. Outside, a violent traffic collision erupts around the bus, turning the road into chaos. A sudden disturbance outside jolts everyone, and he realizes something serious has happened in the middle of the city. Looking out, he sees a dark portal tearing open above the street, an impossible gate appearing without warning in Seoul. The sight confirms the crisis at once. Another gate has opened, but unlike the blue one from before, this one is black. He immediately understands how abnormal that is, recognizing that a black gate in central Seoul signals a far worse threat. Before anyone can process it, something massive crashes out of the gate and smashes into the street below. The creature reveals itself as a monstrous wolf-like beast, baring its fangs as panic spreads. Someone nearby identifies the threat for what it is, confirming that a monster has emerged. As more people notice the beast, the crowd breaks into chaos and desperately tries to flee. Multiple monsters pour out, driven by a crude hunger for human flesh as they overrun the wreckage. Traffic locks the street in place while civilians scatter, shouting for hunters to be dispatched before the situation gets worse. In the stampede, a little girl is separated from her mother and left crying alone in the confusion. Unable to find her mother, the child keeps calling out, too frightened to understand the danger closing in. One of the monsters corners the girl and fixates on her as easy prey. Just as the beast moves to strike, something rushes in faster than the child can comprehend. A newcomer intervenes with contempt for the monster, stopping its attack before it can catch her. The girl is swept out of danger and looks up in shock as she realizes someone has rescued her. Carrying the child, the rescuer launches through the air and drives a long weapon down toward the monster below. The attack pierces straight through the beast's mouth, killing it instantly. With the girl safe beside him, he dismisses the monster as too weak to be worth any real effort. A system message confirms the kill, but the reward is meager because the monster was low level. He notes with disappointment that the experience gained is almost worthless. Then a new message appears, informing him that the slain monster contained chaos energy that he can absorb. Elsewhere, the city continues burning as the gate break escalates beyond a single encounter. 2 D-rank hunters are already fighting for their lives, with the shield user barely holding the line, while his partner prepares magic behind him. The mage fires back at an attacking wolf, trying to keep the monsters from breaking through. Even so, the beasts keep pressing from both sides, forcing the pair into a losing defensive stand. The mage admits his mana is nearly gone, and the shield user confesses his defense would not last much longer either. They realize these monsters are far more dangerous than the weak kobolds that usually emerge from blue irate gates. As the pressure mounts, both hunters begin to fear that they are about to die there. Before despair can settle in, someone drops into the battlefield from above. He arrives with fierce confidence, treating the monsters as nothing more than material for his own growth. His first strike lands instantly, splitting open a wolf's head. The surrounding monsters recoil as he tears to one of them in front of the pack. Without slowing down, he swings his polearm into position for a wider assault. A sweeping burst of power cuts across the battlefield, carving through multiple wolves at once. The two exhausted hunters can only stare, stunned by the sudden appearance of someone this overwhelming. In moments, he stands alone amid a field of butchered monsters, the tide completely reversed. As another system notice reports his art leveling out, he calmly tells the two hunters to focus on evacuating civilians while he handles the rest. Relieved and grateful, they immediately accept his help and withdraw to carry out the evacuation. Once they are gone, he turns back toward the remaining monsters, ready to continue alone. Facing the pack from above, he openly declares that every one of them will become fuel for his stat growth. Later, the scene shifts away from the battle to a quieter location after the crisis has been contained. He sits across from a suited man in a cafe-like setting, the aftermath now turning into an official meeting. The man formally introduces himself and addresses him with the respect due to a hunter. He gives his name as Yin Sunwee while presenting his business card. Sunwee explains that he heard the protagonist single-handedly dealt with the gate break that erupted in the middle of the city. He emphasizes that the disaster struck without any warning at all, because there had been no advance notice. He says the damage could have been immeasurably worse if no one had been there to respond. He credits Hunter John Minchio's actions with keeping the destruction to a minimum and making the situation manageable. Speaking on behalf of the association, Sunwee bows in thanks, and Minchio awkwardly accepts the gratitude while downplaying what he did. Minchio learns that the Hunter Association will compensate him for helping stop the gate break, including both cash and loot from the monsters he defeated. Seeing the security team leader's card, he realizes the man who approached him was an association hunter, and likely at least Birake. He decides not to investigate further, assuming they would never meet again and leaving the follow-up to Ellie while he moves on. A week later, that assumption fails when someone calls out to Hunter Minchio in person. Minchio recognizes the visitor, and is caught off guard by the encounter. The man introduces himself as Yin Sunwee, and Minchio reflects that he never expected to face him again like this. To explain how they ended up meeting again, the story rewinds 2 days. During his recent grinding, Minchio repeatedly challenged a twin-headed werewolf inside a gate. He cuts through the monster with a powerful purple slash, overwhelming it in combat. He finishes the fight decisively with his spear, continuing his relentless routine. The system rewards him with another level, bringing him up to level 11. Over the weeks since the gate break, he has been attacking the gate every day and steadily raising his level. Even so, the physical strain is catching up to him as his exhausted body trembles under the effort. He pushes to brutal handstand training because his stats are rising too slowly, and he wants enough growth to challenge a D-rank dungeon boss. Dash interrupts to scold him for overtraining, but Minchio insists that training while already worn out is the most effective. Their exchange makes clear that Minchio's non-stop routine is absurd even to the people around him, while the overworked hunters nearby silently share the pain. The exhausted team begs for rest, and Minchio finally seems ready to wrap up for the day. He finds Ellie waiting again, still faithfully handling support duties for him. Minchio points out that her interstellar union job should not leave her free to wait around for him, but she frames it as the branch's way of taking care of him. He realizes the branch manager must have specifically assigned her to stay close to him, and jokes that maybe he should take a break from gate attacks tomorrow. Ellie confirms the manager wants to meet him personally before Minchio can leave for an extended period, leaving him mildly annoyed but curious. The nearby hunters celebrate the news because Minchio's break means they might finally get some rest after being dragged into his punishing pace. Minchio is confused by their enthusiasm, while Ellie and Gosh note that his constant gate runs force those hunters to work far more than usual. He learns they earned a lot from it but would push to exhaustion, a reminder that even profitable work still requires rest. He dryly apologizes for not being normal, privately irritated that Ellie and Gosh seem perfectly aligned in judging him. Ellie settles the matter by telling him she will escort him to the meeting the next day. The following day, Minchio arrives at a branch of the Interstellar Union. As soon as he gets out, he finds a crowd of reporters waiting for him again. The press immediately presses him about his role in the gate break and his connection to the Union. When the questions turn to his contract with the Interstellar Union, Minchio hesitates because he has no intention of handling the media himself. He probably dumps the reporters on Ellie and escapes, leaving her to manage the situation. Ellie steps in to address the press as the union's representative, while Minchio slips away from the commotion. Inside, Minchio is relieved to have avoided the media circus and heads deeper into the branch. The branch manager rushes in with theatrical enthusiasm to greet him personally. The manager proudly says he has prepared everything, and Mincheol's attention sharpens at once. With great confidence, the manager promises that Mincheol would be satisfied with what he arranged. He unveils a set of equipment like a grand presentation. The display includes high-grade armor pieces with strong defensive stats and useful bonus effects. It also includes rare accessories that boost agility and strength, making the package even better than expected. Once equipped, Mincheol is genuinely impressed by the quality of the gear. The manager basks in the praise, while Mincheol admits the items exceed his expectations and regrets only that limited support prevents even better preparation. He makes clear that this level of item support was never part of their contract, so he sees it as generous extra help meant to preserve good relations with the association. That explanation makes Mincheol realize the branch manager is carefully investing in him for strategic reasons. The manager eagerly offers even more help, thrilled just to be acknowledged as someone important by Mincheol, who finds the devotion a little burdensome. Testing that eagerness, Mincheol asks him to arrange a break date. The manager immediately refuses, saying that is impossible for now. He explains that from break upward, date access is tightly controlled by the association because the difficulty and loot standards change drastically. Since entering B rank or higher dates requires at least C rank status and Mincheol is still only D rank, he would need to keep farming lower dates every day unless another option exists. The manager reveals that Mincheol can instead obtain permission by receiving an A rank hunter's personal recommendation from the association, opening a path Mincheol had not known about. That possibility points him toward the Hunter Association itself, a powerful international organization with authority on the level of a major world institution. As they walk to the test area, the woman teases him about fleeing reporters but makes clear she holds no grudge and is really checking whether he is ready to face what comes next. She quickly drops the joke and worries about him, noting that he has grown fast but is still about to challenge a rank A hunter. He calmly insists he is not being reckless, because he does not believe this match truly puts his life on the line. Inwardly, he judges his chances by more than his official stats, counting his chaos energy, gear, and experience from a past life as the real measure of his strength. By his own estimate, those hidden advantages make the fight manageable even if his raw specifications alone look insufficient. At the waiting room, an official explains that the certification depends on how he performs in a match against one of the association's rank A hunters, so he immediately asks whether defeating that opponent would guarantee success. The official answers that beating a rank A hunter would obviously be enough, but otherwise the referee would decide, and he refuses to reveal the exact scoring criteria. The woman quietly fills in the missing details for him, saying they usually judge basic combat ability, reaction speed, and decision-making under pressure. He is led into an exam arena designed like a date, making the test feel closer to a real field operation than a simple spar. Before the match begins, a man steps into the arena and reveals that he has been waiting specifically for this encounter. The testee recognizes him at once and realizes this is no ordinary examiner. The man introduces himself as Young Sun-hee, a rank A hunter from the association's security team who has been appointed as the examiner for this certification test. He says he has heard plenty about the candidate, and has no intention of going easy on him, then asks if he is prepared. The candidate answers by drawing his weapon and making it clear he is already ready to fight. That is enough for Sun-hee to declare the exam started, and he launches in without hesitation. Sun-hee opens with a violent rushing attack, testing the candidate before he can settle into the fight. He keeps pressing forward with practiced speed, showing the kind of refined movement expected from a veteran rank A hunter. As he attacks, Sun-hee reflects that strength can rise and fall, implying he wants to see whether the candidate's reputation is real or temporary. The first exchange blows the candidate backward, proving the examiner's opening pressure is no formality. Even while being pushed, the candidate judges the attack as something he can handle. He counters with purple energy and dismisses this level of force as easy for him to block. Their powers collide head-on, turning the arena into a burst of shockwaves and speed. Sun-hee immediately changes angles and attacks from above, refusing to let the candidate settle after the first defense. He escalates again, challenging the candidate to stop an even denser barrage of sword strikes. The candidate withstands the flurry, and Sun-hee begins to realize the young hunter's skill may be far beyond what he expected. Watching remotely, the woman is impressed that Sun-hee's abilities are this sharp, recognizing the examiner as far more formidable than a routine test proctor. Even so, she becomes optimistic, believing that if the candidate can keep up with someone this strong, passing should be easy. Back in the arena, the clash intensifies into repeated weapon impacts, either side yielding control. When the dust clears for a moment, the candidate stands his ground with his sword ready, showing he has not been overwhelmed by the rank A hunter's assault. Sun-hee openly praises him, confirming that the rumors about his talent were not exaggerated. He goes further and says that someone capable of breaking the gate alone should have no trouble passing this exam. But instead of accepting that, the candidate demands that Sun-hee attack with everything he has, refusing to be judged by a restrained performance. His anger spikes into killing intent as he takes being underestimated as a personal insult. The arena falls into a tense standoff, with both men realizing the match has shifted from evaluation to a clash of pride. Sun-hee tries to calm him, confused that praise and a likely pass have only made the candidate furious. The candidate forces him to confront the truth. If He had not looked down on him, he would never have been able to evade that earlier attack so easily. He silently admits the accusation is correct and realizes the candidate only escaped because he had been holding back. The candidate decides that losing is not what frightens him. What he cannot tolerate is being treated as someone unworthy of a serious fight. He gives He one final warning to stop restraining himself and reveal his full power. That demand leaves He at a loss for words, because he now understands the candidate's fury is genuine. Accepting that talk would not resolve this, He activates his ability and prepares to answer with his true strength. A glowing sword manifests under his control, signaling that he has finally decided to fight seriously. He reveals the name of his power, 7 Swords, and explains that he can freely command 7 blades at once. The ability's function becomes clear. It draws out the maximum power of 7 swords and lets him manipulate them without restriction. Seeing that He has finally stopped holding back, the candidate is satisfied. He welcomes the change and says this is how the fight should have started. Inwardly, he compares Reiki hunters to towering walls and decides that their overwhelming height is exactly what makes challenging them worthwhile. He throws himself forward through the air with renewed aggression, meeting Sundi's awakened power head-on instead of retreating from it. Their next collision erupts in a violent explosion of purple and blue force, marking the true beginning of their serious battle. His opening strike is turned aside, and he immediately realizes his opponent can neutralize his attacks. The armored fighter catches the movement behind him and understands the other man is already pressing from a dangerous angle. The suited swordsman swings in a wide arc, forcing the armored fighter low as the attack tears through the space around him. Closing the distance, the armored fighter drives in under the swing and tries to exploit what looks like a gap in the man's defense. That chance vanishes when a hidden blade flashes out from the suited man's chest area, revealing a trap. He blocks the surprise strike and recognizes that the apparent opening was bait created by concealing a 4th sword. Seeing how much force that small hidden weapon can hold, he becomes even more aware of how overwhelming his opponent's sword ability is. Even while questioning why such power is restricted to swords, he is forced to keep up with another burst of relentless attacks. The suited swordsman admits the armored fighter has exceeded expectations several times already as he continues the assault. The armored fighter answers with confidence, warning that the real surprises have not started yet. Privately, he judges the enemy's sword speed so extreme that even evasion is nearly impossible, and he knows he cannot endure this pace for long. He begins gathering blue energy behind his weapon, preparing a stronger response instead of staying on defense. The suited swordsman notices the build-up and moves to cut him down before he can finish. A surge of power erupts upward between them, interrupting the attack and forcing a direct clash. As their blades collide, the armored fighter realizes his opponent is finally attacking seriously. He decides that if he can survive this exchange a little longer, he may create a chance to defeat Hunter Minchio. That hope is shaken when he senses another sword forming above him and understands a new threat is descending. He curses under his breath as he realizes he has no time to escape properly. Unable to dodge, he braces while the falling blade drops straight toward both fighters. The summoned sword slams down like a pillar of light, engulfing the area in a vertical blast. The impact detonates across the ground with enough force to tear the battlefield apart. When the dust settles, the armored fighter is left embedded in a crater, having taken the full force of the strike. From a distance, the suited swordsman starts to believe the fight may finally be over. A sudden step from within the smoke proves the battle is not finished. The suited swordsman is caught off guard when the battered fighter emerges alive and addresses Hunter Minchio directly. Minchio is stunned that someone could withstand an attack meant to end the fight, and he begins to suspect the man may have deliberately drawn out the situation. Faced with this impossible resilience, Minchio demands to know who his opponent really is. The armored fighter suppresses the pain and admits his attempt to use the explosion as cover only barely worked. Reviewing the result, he concludes that without his enhanced physical stats he would have been crippled, and his plan has failed to close the gap. After directly experiencing the difference in their abilities, he accepts that he cannot win by fighting this way. He reaches a clear decision that he needs a stronger martial art to overcome Minchio. Blue flames and symbols gather around his sword as he invokes a new power. He acquires and activates the 7 Stars demonic sword, with the rune blade raised before his eyes. His focus hardens as he commits to this new technique. A dark red aura spreads around him, and Minchio immediately senses that the situation has turned dangerous. Minchio apologizes in advance and prepares to answer with every sword he can bring out, believing that level of force should be enough. The armored fighter rejects that concern and declares those weapons will suffice for what he intends to do. Minchio plants his foot and commits to meeting the threat head-on. He unleashes his full power at last, surrounding himself with a storm of swords. In response, the armored fighter enters the first form of the 7 Stars demonic sword. He launches Sun-Destroying Slash, a sweeping attack empowered by the Crimson Aura. The strike crashes into Minchio's rotating sword defense and forces him into immediate alarm. Minchio strains to block, but the impact is far heavier than he expected and starts breaking through his guard. Cracks race across one of the defending swords, showing his formation is failing. More blades shatter around him, and Minchio's confidence gives way to shock as his arsenal is dismantled. He realizes too late that he cannot fully stop the incoming technique. Seeing the defense collapse, the armored fighter presses the attack with calm certainty. His slash carves to the remaining swords in one continuous arc. Mincheol is driven back in pain as the last of his protection is cut apart. The exchange ends with Mincheol's swords broken to pieces, leaving his defense completely destroyed. The duel reaches a deadlock as the two fighters lock blades at close range, both still refusing to yield. The examiner judges that a single cut was not enough to settle the test. Realizing his chaos energy is nearly exhausted, the candidate decides he must finish things with his swordsmanship alone. But the earlier wound has already taken its toll, and blood starts spilling from his chest. His opponent collapses first, and vomits blood onto the ground. The candidate also drops to one knee, barely holding himself up with his sword as the strain catches up to him. The test site opens as others rush in after the fight ends. Two association staff hurry over in alarm, calling out to both hunters to check if they are still conscious. Even while injured, the examiner smirks and declares the outcome his victory, insisting he would have won outright if he had brought all 7 swords. The candidate can only laugh through the pain while the examiner covers his face and joins in, turning the brutal clash into mutual acknowledgement. Their shared laughter leaves the onlookers completely confused about what they are witnessing. Once the laughter dies down, the candidate asks for the official result. He is told he passed, confirming that the ordeal achieved its purpose. 3 days later, he is back to training, already moving as if the injuries are behind him. He reflects that only 3 days have passed since clearing the confirmation test. To check his condition, he drives a punch into a target with force. He follows with a kick, testing whether his body has truly recovered. Satisfied, he notes that most of the damage from the test seems to be gone. With his strength restored, he decides to challenge a rank B gate at Chanho. As the gate swirls before him, someone questions whether entering in his condition is really wise. A woman from the association scolds him for skipping treatment and trying to head straight into another raid. He brushes off her concern, explaining again that medical treatment is less useful for him than simply letting his body recover on its own. He reveals why. The ancient celestial art reshapes his body, so repeated injury and recovery actually raise his physical stats. Meditating on that growth, he confirms that even his health has increased and enjoys the steady improvement. Although he had to pause raiding for a while, he now feels ready to fight again immediately. He enters the Birank gate and arrives in a frozen region, quickly realizing the cold is far harsher than outside. The rest of the team shivers badly, while his lack of discomfort immediately stands out. He judges that the wind is manageable and that his resistance to cold must come from the same body forging technique. Seeing the others struggle, he suggests they stop and set up a simple camp before the cold slows everyone down. He volunteers to scout the area alone while the others prepare the camp. He heads deeper into the snowfield by himself. As he advances, he realizes the frozen area is much larger than he first assumed. The silence starts to bother him when he notices he still has not encountered a single monster. That mystery ends abruptly when a gigantic yeti bursts out and charges him from hiding. His system identifies the creature as a yeti with camouflage and multiple dangerous attack skills. Instead of panicking, he is relieved to finally understand why the area had seemed empty. The yeti attacks first, slamming down with overwhelming force and tearing up the snow around him. He immediately grasps the problem. Something that massive can still blend into the environment. The monster presses the assault, bearing down on him with savage intent. He holds his ground inside the barrage, reading the attack pattern rather than retreating. Then he launches a sharp counterattack of his own. His blade cuts through the incoming strike, and his confidence rises as he measures the monster against himself. The tension he felt about entering a higher-ranked gate starts to fade. Using the 5-tighter splitting blade technique, he slices into the yeti and realizes the fight is easier than expected. As the wounded monster falls behind him, he moves on without slowing down. When the system awards 2.7% experience, he is startled by how much more profitable this gate is. He concludes that B-rank raids are only slightly harder than what he was doing before but give more than 10 times the experience, confirming he chose the right path. Later, the story shifts to the Hunter Association. A resignation letter sits on a desk, hinting that someone there is about to make a serious decision. An older man stares at the letter in disbelief and demands to know what kind of reckless move is being made. A subordinate opens by apologizing deeply to his department head. The older man rebukes him for rejecting the decent life he had finally built after years of reckless self-sacrifice. Reminding him of their decade together, the department head demands a convincing reason for this sudden decision. The man admits it is a long story and begins with the hunter Mincheol, whom he met during the confirmation test a few days earlier. He recalls that Mincheol had only awakened as Reiki, yet still threw himself alone into a gate break to save civilians. At first he looked down on Mincheol, convinced that such a low-ranked hunter could never rival his own strength. That arrogance was shattered when Mincheol taught him humility, and reminded him what a hunter's righteousness truly meant. After the test ended 3 days earlier, he approached Mincheol respectfully and asked to stand on the same side as a more seasoned hunter. Mincheol accepted the gesture lightly, treating the clash as settled and encouraging him to keep growing stronger. The man answered with a promise that he would catch up soon. Mincheol agreed casually, though he clearly did not understand what the man meant by catching up. Privately, The man realized ordinary training would never let his newly awakened dormant talent grow fast enough, but he knew one extreme method that could break his limits. Back in the present, he declares that he must become stronger no matter what. He reveals the choice he has made. He intends to enter the tower. The department head sees the obsession in his eyes and realizes the decision has already consumed him. The tower is introduced as the colossal structure that appeared oversold during the first great cataclysm. It is a place where surviving deadly trials can push a person beyond their limits, and he believes he has nearly reached the end of his natural growth already. With that conviction, he imagines himself stepping into a realm of swords and trials to force further evolution. The department head tries to stop him, arguing there is no need to risk his life so recklessly. Instead of arguing further, the man silently submits his resignation. The older man tears it up at once and tries a gentler approach, telling him to take a vacation and return after resting. The younger man pauses, absorbing the unexpected kindness. He accepts the order, promising to come back alive after his vacation and report in again. He answers with firm obedience, but his resolve has only sharpened. Inside, he vows not to remain stagnant, while Minchio continues advancing along the path of righteousness. 3 days into a rank brigade raid, he positions himself inside a gate that still has over 40 hours before collapse. He chooses this place because as long as he does not kill the boss, monsters will keep spawning, making it the ideal hunting ground. He repeatedly slaughters the appearing monsters and steadily accumulates experience. The grinding pays off when he reaches level 15. That milestone awakens a new authority within him, one that can search for traces of soul ingrained into his being. As more hidden powers surface, he brushes off his companion's concern and focuses on the strange discovery. His thoughts turn to the Hall of Sin, a place deep within pandemonium tied to the authority of sin. He remembers that the throne there grants authorities to those who sit upon it, powers capable of breaking the laws of providence. He realizes that although his current human life should have had no connection to such power, the authority of sin somehow remained with him. That authority presents 2 abilities linked to demons he killed in his previous life, Hellfire from the Demon Lord of Envy and Fatal Charm from the Demon Lord of Charm. He concludes that his human body can now inherit the abilities of beings he slew before reincarnation. When forced to choose between the two, he decides instantly. He dismisses Charm as useless for his purposes and rejects it without hesitation. He selects Hellfire, and the authority of Envy fuses into his body until he can contain both light and dark energy together. The sudden transformation catches him off guard. Recognizing the same change from before, he realizes this strange state has overtaken him again. Rather than fear it, he immediately wants to test the new skill. Conveniently, 3 monsters are clustered nearby, giving him perfect targets. He openly provokes the white-haired gorillas and invites them to attack. The monsters take the bait at once and surge toward him in fury. As the confrontation begins, he reflects that the ordinary world he once knew has shattered, leaving him reincarnated as a human carrying a demon-exclusive authority. The gorillas charge while he stands his ground and prepares the power in his hand. When he releases Hellfire, the system reports that the original form is extinguished, and a large amount of mana is consumed. In its place, a new SS rank authority called Abyssal Spark is revealed, a fire born from light, darkness, and chaos that changes form according to his will. Staring at the blazing result, he understands Hellfire well enough, but now he is left wondering what this new sanctification aspect truly means. A Yeti-like monster suddenly erupts with pink Hellfire blazing from its head, signaling a violent new power in the frozen battlefield. The Hellfire surges forward in a crushing wave, overwhelming the creature as it roars in pain. Minchio identifies the power as Demon Grandiose Authority, Hellfire, and realizes it is a curse-like flame that keeps burning as long as the caster has mana. The burning spreads to the enemy ranks, throwing the monsters into panic as the relentless flame tears through them. One of the beasts collapses into the snow, already unable to endure the damage. Seeing the effect, Minchio decides to test another borrowed power on himself instead of wasting time guessing. He activates Sanctification, amused that a former demon like him is now using divine power. Abyssal Spark Sanctification floods his body with golden energy, and sharply changes the flow of the fight. He notes that divine power is not suited for direct offense against these enemies, so he uses it for enhancement instead. As a buff, Sanctification raises his physical abilities, and the empowered strike leaves the monsters bloodied and broken. Wrapped in golden light, he presses the advantage with far greater speed and force. Another beast drops face first into the snow, defeated. The strange mix of powers gives him a chill, and he jokes uneasily that he must have been a demon in a past life. Then a deeper memory stirs, and he realizes exactly whose power this resembles. He recognizes the source as Elysium's Archangel Michael, someone he clearly remembers from before. That memory confirms he killed Michael in his past life too. Minchio is stunned that he seems to be inheriting the abilities of people he killed, and he concludes that this system is absurdly broken. Instead of worrying, he reframes the situation. What should have been a difficult close-range raid has now given him both ranged power and a blessing. With the lesser monsters down around him, he stands alone in the snow and prepares to finish the gate. He decides the hunt is complete enough and turns his attention to killing the boss and closing the gate. Before he can advance, a nymph riding an ice spirit appears and launches an attack while openly declaring its hostility. The projectile streaks toward the support team, threatening the people behind him instead of him. One of the hunters braces in fear as the attack nearly reaches them, and the enemy's contempt makes clear it sees them as easy prey. Minchiel intercepts with Hellfire, deciding the support team will not be touched while he is here. His pink flames smash through the imp and its mount, cutting off the ambush instantly. Elsewhere, another burning beast howls as the lingering Hellfire continues to consume it. With the path ahead opening, the hunters face a towering split in the icy cliff where the boss waits deeper inside. Minchiel tells the others to stay back and recover, making it clear he intends to face the B-rank gate boss alone. When they question him, he answers that he has no intention of retreating now. The older hunter warns him not to die because everyone else's survival depends on him too. Minchiel gives only a brief promise that he will return. He walks alone into the boss chamber through the blizzard-like cold. Inside, a voice mocks him for coming by himself. Minchiel answers that the boss is alone too, revealing the massive Yeti chief Nanan resting on a high ice platform. The chief reacts with amused disbelief, as if insulted that a human would speak to him as an equal. Rather than rise himself, Nanan calls his slaves, summoning multiple Yetis with crackling power. He orders them to kill the intruder, treating Minchiel as beneath his personal attention. Minchiel immediately sees to the tactic as cowardice, and vows to make the chief regret hiding behind underlings. The summoned Yetis hesitate in confusion for a moment, not expecting such confidence from a lone human. Minchiel answers by drawing his axe and unleashing a shattering technique that tears into the first attacker. From his perch, Nanan's expression hardens as he realizes this human is far more dangerous than expected. The other Yetis recoil in anger and shock as their ally is cut down so easily. One of them retaliates with a massive icy breath attack that engulfs the chamber from above. Minchiel counters by invoking Hellfire, sending a crimson stream upward to meet the freezing blast head-on. The two powers collide in a violent explosion that fills the room with blinding force. Through the smoke and debris, Minchiel pushes forward instead of yielding ground. Using the chaos as cover, he closes the distance with his axe while Hellfire still burns over his shoulder. His strike lands cleanly, splitting into a Yeti's skull and killing it outright. He follows with sweeping Hellfire slashes that carves through the remaining minions in rapid succession. Watching his servants fall, Nanan finally drops his amusement, and sees at the human who is dismantling his forces. In the middle of a snowstorm, the hunter stands over a fallen beast and prepares for another attack. Seeing him step in, he taunts the monster for only now deciding to join the fight. The enraged creature singles him out, and vows to kill the small human itself. A massive hand comes crashing down toward him, trying to crush him outright. He slips to the blow with a burst of speed instead of meeting it head-on. As he rises above the beast, he judges the charge reckless and readies a Hellfire strike. His flaming axe tears across the monster's body and forces out a howl of pain. He stays calm after landing the hit, already measuring the next exchange. Humiliated, the monster clutches its wound and sees that such a small opponent dared injure it. It answers by invoking Ice Blizzard, filling the battlefield with deadly crystal formations. He realizes defending normally against both the Blizzard and Hellfire backlash will be difficult, but the beast simply orders his death. The storm sends huge ice shards converging on him from every direction. Rather than retreat, he draws his sword and centers himself for a precise counter. Purple energy flashes as his blade begins cutting through the incoming ice. He moves with complete control, carving a path through the barrage without losing focus. When the attack ends, he remains standing untouched amid shattered crystals. With his wounds already being restored by Holy Spark, he coolly asks if that was the monster's best. The beast fury deepens until it becomes a near-feral mass of murderous intent. It lunges again, promising to crush him personally. He answers by unleashing Star-Cutting Blade, wrapping his sword in dense violet power. The slash lands cleanly across the charging monster before it can reach him. The creature can only scream as the attack tears through it. Its huge body collapses, leaving the hunter standing alone in the snowy field. Certain of his victory, he quietly reminds the fallen boss that he warned it would regret this. Later, while recovering, he accepts a drink and dryly agrees that he did work hard for the win. A guild official points out that closing a B-rank gate alone was extraordinary, even if someone like Sung Jinhui might have managed it more easily. She stresses that even A-rank hunters do not raid alone, especially not on such short notice. Her concern turns sharp as she scolds him for underestimating how much danger he put himself in. He can only laugh awkwardly, unsure whether her anger is really worry. When he tells her not to worry because he is not overdoing it, the remark catches her off guard. She quickly reframes her concern as professional responsibility. Though the mood has already turned personal enough for a teammate to interrupt awkwardly, she immediately switches tone and greets the team leader with forced composure, while the hunter watches from the side. The team leader presents a blue crystal that was recovered from the boss's corpse, and asks them to examine it. Neither of them recognizes it, and the official admits she cannot analyze the crystal at all. The hunter reacts at once, sensing that the object is far more important than it looks. He identifies it as a fragment of Dranka's key, a tower-related item that grants access to a hidden floor of the Tower of Trials. Knowing its value, he asks to take it, and the team leader agrees since the final decision is his anyway. He claims he is only holding onto it for now, but asks to be informed once they learn anything more about it. Privately, he decides he must keep it because even a trace of the tower's power could be useful to him. That night passes under a quiet moon as his focus shifts from battle to preparation. Outside, the branch manager tells him to rest while they search for another A rank or preferably B rank date for him. He rejects the idea of resting, insisting that what he needs most is more training. His resolve hardens as he commits himself fully to getting stronger. He spends his days drilling martial arts and sword forms, steadily raising his strength because suitable high-rank dates are too rare to rely on. He also works on improving the 5-tider splitting blade technique, judging training more efficient than repeatedly clearing weak dates. In the middle of that routine, his phone suddenly vibrates with a call. While practicing over a magic circle, he answers and learns that a B-rank date has finally been found, arriving exactly when he wanted it. But the branch manager sounds uneasy and warns that there is an unforeseen complication. A major date has opened in Korea, and the association has designated his target gate as a cooperative operation with other guilds. Even if that means he should refuse because he prefers hunting alone, he immediately decides it does not matter. An older man dismisses the concern over competition, only to be caught off guard by the confidence on the other end of the call. Mincheol explains that he cannot miss the chance to observe other hunters and measure where he stands among them. He decides that rival hunters are irrelevant as long as he kills the boss before anyone else can. At the Jeolbuk-do, Jeonju, Palbokdong date, the crisis is framed as a race to clear the dungeon before another catastrophic date break occurs. When Mincheol arrives, his companion is stunned by the date's enormous scale, far beyond what she expected from the reports. She informs him that 10 guilds have already accepted the association's request, confirming how serious the operation has become. The situation is so bad that the previous team barely prevented a date break, making full suppression impossible for now and forcing the authorities to settle for a temporary cleanup. Even with disaster looming if things continue, Mincheol calmly assures her that he would not let that happen. He carries himself with smug certainty, fully convinced he can handle the situation. His partner is embarrassed by his arrogance, but he brushes off her concern and insists there is nothing to worry about. Nearby hunters recognize Mincheol as the man who stopped the gate break at XX Dome and note that he even outperformed the highly regarded Yi Sungwoo. Mincheol dryly acknowledges that people are already comparing him to the Warring Guild's former top prospect and prying into his affairs. His partner points out that his sudden rise has made him the new hunter everyone is talking about, and he seems to enjoy the attention more than he admits. She reminds him that topping the hunter exam, resolving a date break, and now trying to clear this gate alone have made him impossible to ignore. News coverage and guild interest are already closing in on him, and he openly resents the nuisance of becoming a public target. His partner promises to manage the guilds and media for him, but Mincheol's attention shifts when he senses someone approaching. A flamboyant group emerges from the gate area and directly calls out Hunter John Mincheol. Their orange-haired leader steps forward with theatrical politeness and introduces himself. He reveals that he is Jang Yoonso, guild master of the Demonic Guild, and invites Mincheol to talk. Yoonso acts delighted that Mincheol already knows who he is, treating the encounter like a performance. Mincheol's partner is repulsed by his shameless flirting, while Mincheol cuts past the act and demands the real reason for the meeting. Yoonso admits he came because he wanted to meet the rising star everyone is talking about. While his partner is too disgusted to think clearly, Mincheol studies the man and realizes there is something disturbingly familiar about him. He identifies the source of that familiarity by scent and recognizes Yoonso as a demon in disguise. Mincheol introduces himself formally, but Yoonso keeps flattering him as a talent vital to the nation's future, and Mincheol shows no interest in the empty praise. When they shake hands, Mincheol secretly activates a sound transmission skill and immediately judges the demon's act to be tedious. Yoonso notices something is wrong with his human disguise, realizing Mincheol has done more than simply greet him. Mincheol keeps smiling through the handshake, making it clear he has already seized the initiative. Yoonso understands that Mincheol must have used the handshake to expose him, while Mincheol considers whether to provoke him further. Mincheol sends Ellie away to inspect the gate and support team, deliberately creating space to deal with Yoonso alone. Yoonso pretends to back off lightly, but the exchange makes clear both of them know the real conversation is only beginning. Once they are alone, Yoonso follows Mincheol deeper inside, and Mincheol notes with satisfaction that the bait worked. At close range, Mincheol bluntly rejects the demon's taunting intimacy and makes it clear he sees through him completely. Inside the Palbokdong gate, Mincheol reflects that openly provoking the demon was enough to draw him in. Yoonso drops the pretense of casual small talk and points out that Mincheol lingered behind on purpose. Mincheol answers that he was waiting for someone, confirming that this confrontation was intentional from the start. He stops indulging the act and directly calls Yoonso the demon, declaring that the disguise never fooled him. Yoonso responds with a grin, no longer bothering to hide his malice. He breaks into manic laughter as his demonic energy surges out, revealing his monstrous face. Yoonso admits he had worried about anyone who could identify him, but now thinks Mincheol is too foolish to be a threat. Mincheol remains calm and asks if the demon is finished, while Yoonso mocks him for showing no fear even after seeing his true form. Mincheol internally identifies him as Verde, a high-ranking demon whose confidence comes from never having lost to a human. Verde decides that since Minchiol uncovered his identity, he will reward him with mercy instead of immediate slaughter. Minchiol ridicules the idea of a demon granting him mercy and recognizes that the creature's arrogance is something he can exploit. Verde boasts that he intended to kill Minchiol painlessly with the black flame sealed in his left hand and begins summoning that power. Minchiol cuts him off with contempt, dismissing him as an overdramatic child acting out a demon fantasy. The insult enrages Verde, and he loses composure as his power flares violently. Minchiol reveals that this outburst is exactly what he wanted and that he has been waiting for Verde to attack first. He activates Hellfire and floods the area with overwhelming red flames, turning the demon's aggression back on him instantly. Verde is thrown into panic as the flames wound him and make his body tremble, and he begins to suspect these are no ordinary fire at all. The young man realizes the demon had already sensed his true status. Because every demon instinctively recognizes the authority of sin, he concludes that Verde submitted at once because he felt an overwhelming hierarchy gap and knew he stood before a far greater being. That authority is tied to Ifrit, the primordial lord of fire, a being treated as the origin of flames and a symbol of destruction. The revelation hits Verde hard, and fear takes hold as he faces the presence he has just identified. The young man confirms it himself, declaring that the Lord of Flames has answered Verde's call. Verde can only stammer out Ifrit's title, now certain of who stands before him. The shock leaves Verde visibly shaken as he struggles to process the danger he is in. Trying to save himself, Verde immediately drops his hostility and begs for an audience with the Lord of Fire. Even while pleading, he cannot understand why such a being would appear in an isolated dimension like this. The narration explains that Ifrit was once a greater spirit who became a demon to corruption, and that his fire is infamous for merciless destruction. Ifrit frames Verde's offense as an unforgivable insult and announces that only fire can wash away such disrespect. Verde refuses to accept death so easily, but he also senses there may still be room to bargain. When Ifrit hints at sparing him, Verde's panic gives way to sudden interest. Ifrit decides that Verde's talent makes killing him wasteful, though he insists punishment is still necessary. He offers a substitute sentence. Instead of burning Verde to ash, he will spare him if Verde becomes his servant. Verde is caught off guard by how abruptly the threat turns into a demand for servitude. Ifrit presents the arrangement as mercy, claiming service will repay Verde's sins and preserve his useful abilities. Privately, Ifrit admits he is exhausted and just wants the matter settled with minimal effort. A system notice reveals that merely sustaining Hellfire consumes a large amount of chaos energy. Ifrit reflects that Hellfire is a power made purely to destroy, one that demands extreme control and drains him heavily because his current vessel cannot handle it well. He recognizes a fundamental limit between humans and demons that raw power alone cannot erase. Since forcing the issue would cost too much, he decides persuasion is the more practical way to secure Verde. So he puts on a confident smile and tries to lure Verde in with a deliberately tempting offer. When Verde does not immediately bite, Ifrit realizes his first attempt at manipulation has failed. Instead of resisting, Verde suddenly becomes delighted that someone of such stature has noticed his worth. He launches into shameless self-praise, treating Ifrit's interest as proof of his own exceptional talent. Ifrit is thrown by Verde's vanity. Realizing he is dealing with someone far stranger than expected, Verde eagerly kneels and swears on his soul that he will serve Ifrit faithfully. Watching the dramatic pledge, Ifrit briefly wonders whether accepting this absurdly enthusiastic demon is a mistake. The contract is sealed, and the system confirms that Verde is now bound to obey Ifrit's orders unless commanded to destroy himself. With the pact made, the young man introduces himself by his human identity, John Minchiol. Verde immediately addresses him with full reverence, making clear he knows he is speaking to the one seated on the throne of sin. Minchiol points out the hypocrisy of Verde suddenly becoming formal only after the contract is in place. He brushes the awkwardness aside and moves on to the real issue, asking whether other demons besides Verde have come to Earth. Verde quickly agrees to cooperate and promises to reveal everything he knows. He explains that 5 demons, including himself, descended to Earth under orders to build a foothold for invasion. To operate here, they were given a rite called Dark Baptism, which reduces the restrictions normally placed on them. Verde does not know who created that technique, but he suspects the key lies with Rosalind, the strongest candidate among the demons involved. He adds that he is the strongest of the demons and cannot understand why weaker ones were sent to Earth before him. Minchiol realizes that if Elysium learns demons are moving again, another major conflict could erupt. He recalls that after a previous clash over the tower, and the death of a dimension god, both Elysium and Pandemonium became too weakened to continue full war and settled for an agreement. That agreement made Korea, where the tower stands, a neutral third-party ground, so demons entering it now means the old restraints are weakening. Minchiol concludes that the demons are targeting the tower itself, and decides he cannot ignore the threat any longer. He gives Verde his first order, and Verde responds with almost excessive excitement at being useful. Minchiol appoints Verde as his eyes and ears. The title startles Verde, who is thrilled by the importance of the role. Minchiol reasons that direct questioning might make Verde suspicious, so it would be more effective to let him stay sincerely loyal while reporting what the other demons intend. He orders Verde to rejoin the other demons and learn their plans, and Verde eagerly accepts the mission. Satisfied, Minchio praises his new subordinate's usefulness while already treating him as a reliable spy. The focus shifts to Korea itself, where the fragile appearance of peace now hangs over a country becoming the center of a dangerous supernatural struggle. He rejects any broader agenda and makes his position clear. Anyone trying to cause trouble where he lives will be stopped by him personally. 2 weeks after entering Palbokdong Gate to focus on leveling, he has left Verde to investigate the demons while he trains inside the gate. The gate turns out to be a vast forest filled with many kinds of monsters, including regenerating forest trolls. It also contains dark hoods skilled in sorcery and curses, along with trend-like monsters that strike from ambush. He cuts to the threats with swift purple blade energy, treating the forest's dangers as training material. His attacks tear through multiple monsters at once, showing that the hunt has become one-sided. He notes that the monsters now come to him on their own, making the grinding even easier. Checking his status, he sees steady growth in his level and attributes along with a wide arsenal of martial and sword techniques. Remembering how much he grew after the Chanhodong Gate incident, he concludes that real combat suits him far better than anything else. He reflects that ordinary martial artists repeat forms for years to gain enlightenment through discipline and practice. But his current self already inherited those insights from his former life as a demon, so repetition is no longer what he lacks. What his present human body needs is actual battle experience so it can learn to express those martial concepts physically. Once his body, muscles, and mind fully align with that understanding, he believes he will finally unleash the full power of his martial arts. As he stands in the forest, a troll closes in, giving him another chance to test that theory. The troll charges noisily from behind, but he barely regards it as a threat. Annoyed by the racket, he draws his sword and dismisses the monster with contempt. He answers with the 5-tiger splitting blade technique, bringing down a precise, overwhelming strike. The troll is caught by the slash before it can mount any real defense. Even as the huge body looms over him, he remains calm and in complete control. He plants his footing and finishes the motion cleanly. The purple arc slices through the troll's midsection and ends the fight in a single exchange. The monster collapses while he stands untouched amid the fading energy. The kill grants only a small amount of experience, but he is satisfied with the result. More importantly, he realizes he has finally reached the true form of blade energy, where his chaos energy once leaked out uncontrollably. He can now fully contain it and infuse it into his sword thanks to his recent growth. Even so, the strain reminds him that his body still cannot keep up with that power for long. He decides that for now he should focus on refining the martial art itself rather than forcing more chaos energy through his body. That night, his training is interrupted when a red-haired man arrives and asks if he is Hunter John Minchio. Caught off guard, he turns and asks who the visitor is. The man introduces himself as Choi Yujin of the Human Guild and says he came with a proposal. Yujin explains that many guilds are clearing Palbokdong Gate, but most are farming ordinary areas instead of challenging the dungeon's boss zones. He claims his own guild is different, presenting Human Guild as the strongest group there, and the one aiming for the boss clear. With that set up, he invites John Minchio to join forces with them to clear the gate. Minchio immediately grows suspicious, wondering why such a guild would suddenly seek cooperation from him. Yujin frames it as civic duty, saying a large-scale gate lingering this long threatens nearby citizens and must be resolved quickly. Minchio outwardly acknowledges the noble-sounding excuse, but internally he sees no reason a rank 1 guild would need outside help if that were the truth. He recalls rumors that Human Guild had recently surpassed a rival, and sees no chance someone that important came personally out of simple goodwill. Yujin keeps up the act, insisting he is only being considerate of the hunters working hard inside the gate. Minchio mocks the transparent lie and openly shows that he is not buying any of it. Yujin's smile hardens as he warns the younger hunter to watch his attitude. Minchio fires back by pointing out that barging into someone else's lodging uninvited is hardly respectful behavior either. Privately, he decides there is no point provoking Yujin further just to expose motives that the man clearly will not admit. So he ends the exchange by telling him to discuss any cooperation to the alliance instead, while hoping that would be the end of it. Even after walking away, he cannot shake the question of why Yujin came to him personally. The mystery lingers into the next day, when new information makes the visit feel far more significant. He is summoned indoors and listens as the situation is laid out in front of him. An official explains that someone appears to be trying to set up a revenge match involving him and Yu Sunwoo. Minchio barely remembers Sunwoo and does not understand why that name is being tied to him now. As he thinks back to the hunter exam, he recalls that Sunwoo was a top candidate whose trainee hunter interfered with the test. The explanation is that Human Guild likely orchestrated this because 2 former exam rivals are now leading Korea's first large-scale gate clear, and they want to turn that history into a public revenge narrative. Realizing the enemy is only trying to provoke him, Hunter Minchio decides he should go meet them instead of avoiding the confrontation. When a woman warns that the opponents may be ready to die just to take him down, he keeps walking, unmoved by the danger. He makes it clear that their willingness to sacrifice themselves is exactly why he intends to go. With cold confidence, he decides to step onto the trap they prepared and turn it against them. He vows to punish the side that tried to use him as a prop and make them regret wasting his time. At the forest raid site, The Warring Guild welcomes Hunter John Mitchell as the operation begins. The gathered hunters size him up while the guild prepares to show its strength in action. Their leader tells Mitchell to stay in the rear and simply observe, framing it as concern for an honored guest's safety. Mitchell accepts, curious to see how the Warring Guild actually fights. He takes his place behind the formation, while the rest of the raid team arranges itself around him. Seeing the force composition, he notes they have a full assault setup with tank, melee, mage, and support, and recognizes the same disposable pattern he has seen many times before. A red-haired hunter approaches him warmly, acting as though they already know each other. When the man claims they have met before, Mitchell immediately distrusts him, and wonders what game he is playing. The stranger reveals himself as Sungwoo, the hunter who took the same exam, but Mitchell still rejects any familiarity. Sungwoo lightly identifies Mitchell as the one who placed third, making it clear he remembers him well. He says he is glad they can finally hunt together, sounding friendly on the surface. Mitchell presses him to explain why that matters. Sungwoo answers that he respects hunters who have proven themselves by defeating him, but the edge in his voice turns the compliment into something hostile. Mitchell senses that Sungwoo's words carry open malice and realizes this encounter is stirring up the same ugly feeling he had during the earlier competition. Rather than back down, Mitchell smirks and decides to treat this joint raid as a chance to test that pride directly. Sungwoo agrees with a smile, implying that this boss raid could become entertaining for reasons beyond the hunt itself. As the team advances deeper into the forest, the mood shifts from polite cooperation to quiet anticipation. The raid party moves together toward the boss area, with Mitchell still hanging back as instructed. Sungwoo suddenly halts the group, taking command the moment danger appears. A massive tree-like monster erupts into view, confirming contact with the target. Sungwoo instantly orders Formation C, showing the guild is drilled and ready to respond. He assigns the tanks to draw aggro and pushes the next team forward, coordinating the attack with practiced authority. The melee fighters rush in and strike first, trying to pin the monster down. The mages follow with wind and fire spells, layering ranged damage once the front line has engaged. Watching from the rear, Mitchell sees the standard raid pattern clearly. Melee first, magic second, all built around protecting the hidden support and damage dealers. He concludes that this is the conventional system used to cover the weaknesses of ordinary hunters by dividing them into fixed roles. The routine quickly bores him, reinforcing his belief that normal group hunting does not suit him. He notices Choi Eugene still only observing and suspects that someone of his level could have ended the fight much more easily. Sungwoo unleashes a rapid sword technique, delivering a concentrated series of blows against the boss. His confident smile shows he is using the fight as a performance, as much as a battle. He attack tears through the monster's body and leaves the battlefield split by the force of his strike. Sungwoo turns to Mitchell and asks for his opinion, clearly fishing for recognition. He boasts that the guild has barely started, implying that even this display was only a small sample of the power. Mitchell coolly tells them that if this is all the Warring Guild can show, he expects much more from supposed elites. Inwardly, he dismisses the whole display, deciding that there was never any place for him in their staged performance. The boss suddenly shifts tactics, targeting the high firepower rear line instead of the front, and exposing the weakness of their formation. A support mage realizes too late that the enemy is aiming for the fire user and panics. Mitchell moves at once and pulls her out of the attack's path before the strike lands. A violent beam crashes down where she would have been, proving the danger was real and immediate. The blast tears through the area, but Mitchell's intervention keeps the support alive. Even after saving her, the system awards him almost nothing because others had already damaged the boss, confirming how little this group's setup rewards his contribution. As the raid continues, the leader announces that they have now entered the boss's true territory, where the entire mountain serves as its domain. He warns everyone to stay alert from this point on, while Mitchell privately reaffirms that he has no intention of seriously participating. Understanding the boss area's rules, Mitchell realizes there was a practical reason Choi Eugene had been holding back and merely observing. Meanwhile, Choi Eugene pressures Sungwoo to perform flawlessly as vice leader until the end, and Sungwoo obediently accepts the order. Mitchell argues that since the newcomer joined their raid, he should at least be allowed a chance to act and receive a fair share of the reward. The black-haired hunter immediately reads that as an attempt to shift blame onto him while pretending to be generous. Another teammate casually backs Mitchell up, treating the matter like a joke between allies. The hunter cuts to the act and makes it clear he has no patience for insincere excuses. The red-haired vice leader tries to smooth things over by insisting they are supposed to be comrades. Unimpressed, the hunter says that if this arrangement was planned from the beginning, he would rather hunt alone. When the tension peaks, he seizes the initiative and proposes settling it with a bet instead. He challenges their assault team to compete with him over who can kill the boss first, and tells them to back off if they lack confidence. He frames it as a direct contest between himself and their assault team. The proposal shocks the others, because he is openly asking to race an entire team to the boss kill. He clarifies that he is not trying to fight all of them at once, only to outdo one chosen representative. He picks Choi Eugene to stand against him. Eugene dismisses the challenge as absurd and questions whether the hunter really thinks he can win by excluding the rest. The hunter doubles down, saying that 20 against 1 would be unfair, and his contempt for their numbers infuriates them. He makes it plain that he has no intention of following every condition they try to impose on him. Seeing his confidence, the vice leader suggests they should accept the offer despite the team's objections. Minchio reasons that a hunter who ranked highly on the previous hunt would not make this challenge without some hidden confidence. Eugene reluctantly agrees, warning that he will intervene if the hunter gets into real danger, but the hunter says that would not be necessary. With that settled, the hunter moves out at once. The others hold position and watch him break away alone into the mountain. He commits to handling the boss before the others can interfere. Behind him, Eugene and Minchio can only watch as he disappears ahead. Using what he observed through his eye of truth, he concludes he can reach and defeat the boss faster than the slower group, turning the hunt into a race against time. As he advances, he notices Waring is not pursuing him and realizes something about their behavior is off. Remembering their boots and extra gear, he suspects they know more about the boss than they admitted. He reasons that if Waring supplied the information, they may have deliberately withheld key details about the monster's territory and habits. Even without knowing the boss's identity, he decides it must be powerful enough that Waring expected it would not move immediately. Since he intends to kill it first anyway, he keeps pressing forward despite the possibility of a trap. A strange vibration reaches him, and he instantly senses danger beneath the surface. The hidden threat erupts from the ground as a gigantic sandworm bursts into view. Caught off guard, he realizes the boss is a sandworm. The monster towers over him, its sheer size confirming that this is no ordinary target. He notes that although it is mountain-sized, its piercing scream is the more immediate problem. The worm lunges with terrifying speed as its shriek tears through the air. He understands that the scream is an attack in itself, and that without enhanced demonic protection he cannot simply endure it. He recalls that sandworms use sound and vibration to locate prey, making the noise part of how it hunts him. The creature closes in so fast that he barely avoids being crushed. He counters with a powerful strike, but even as he attacks he judges the worm to be heavily armored, regenerative, and troublesome to bring down. His blow tears open the outer plating and exposes the flesh beneath, proving it can be damaged. Still, he realizes he cannot evade the next exchange cleanly. So he changes tactics and draws a heavier weapon for a decisive hit. He drives a concentrated slash into the worm's body, aiming to carve through it before the others arrive. As he rides the monster's body, he concludes the team must have spent so long preparing because they expected to face the sandworm first. He releases a stronger aura and prepares to finish the fight on his own. His weapon gathers a dense purple edge as he channels more power into the next strike. He unleashes that empowered slash straight down through the worm's armored hide. The cut bites deep enough to make the monster shriek, and he decides that level of damage is sufficient for what he needs. He reveals that martial skill is only part of his arsenal as he tears free a mass of the worm's flesh. He uses the severed flesh itself as bait, exploiting the worm's sensitivity to lure it after the wrong target. Pleased that the creature is following the decoy exactly as planned, he prepares to continue the fight on his own terms. As the ground convulses, the team realizes the disturbance is not an earthquake but the sandworm tearing through the area. The sudden chaos leaves them wondering whether the lone hunter somehow provoked the monster by himself. One of the onlookers can only stare, too stunned to make sense of what is unfolding. Their confusion deepens when a massive creature rises into view under a barrage of attacks. The hunter moves through the assault with overwhelming speed, carving into the sandworm before anyone can follow his motions. Even the spectators struggle to believe such movement is possible, but one of them notes their own leader can perform at that level too. What truly unsettles them is that he is facing the sandworm alone, not cowering the way they had expected from him. When one teammate wants to rush in, the red-haired leader stops him and warns that close combat would only endanger the rest of the group. He accepts that their original plan has failed and orders a retreat, deciding this bet is not worth risking the team over. As the battle shockwave roars around them, he bitterly admits they misjudged both the hunter's potential and the guild behind him. He had dismissed the hunter based on reported stats, but now realizes those numbers hid far more than they revealed. Watching the fight, he understands that victory is coming from precise judgment and flawless execution, not raw power alone. He concludes that matching a sandworm's physical ability while reading its movements perfectly should have been impossible for a newcomer. That realization leaves him convinced the hunter could not have become this capable in such a short time by ordinary means. Standing atop the defeated worm, the hunter taunts the would-be challengers for arriving too late to matter. He drives the humiliation in further by cheerfully pointing out that he won before they even had the chance to prepare themselves. The battle ends in a final burst of destructive force that seals his complete victory. Word spreads to the crowd that the Warring Guild's assault team has cleared the gate. The victor jokingly leaves the aftermath to the others, fully aware they are furious, and would not forget being shown up. Later he heads back toward camp, where someone approaches him looking for an explanation. A woman confronts him in disbelief, asking what exactly happened out there. He answers with smug simplicity, treating the outcome as obvious because he destroyed the enemies. The scene shifts as his success begins to attract broader attention and opportunity. In a meeting, the woman explains that his performance will also bring in advertising offers and asks whether he is willing to take on the extra work. He accepts easily, and she remarks that he seems to enjoy this kind of hunter work far too much. When she bluntly calls him a hunting addict, he can only complain that being accurately described is unfair. With the immediate date issue settled, she checks whether something else is bothering him, but he denies it. He then reveals the real reason for his excitement. He intends to challenge the Tower of Trials. She initially treats it like another joke, until he makes clear that he is completely serious. He explains that many of the strongest people he has known gained their strength by conquering the Tower's trials. According to what he has learned, each cleared trial grants rewards such as mana, items, and other benefits, though the tower is not always entered by choice. Elsewhere, a powerful red-haired man resolves to use every resource available and orders that a branch manager be summoned to meet him the next morning. At a grand building, the summoned hunter is enthusiastically welcomed by name by the branch manager who has been waiting for him. The manager immediately brings up the hunter's plan to climb the tower. Having anticipated that decision, he presents supplies in advance so the hunter can prepare without delay. Among the gifts is a dimension pouch, offered with the view that a capable partner should always stay ahead of the hunter's needs. The hunter is impressed by the preparation and jokes that the branch manager seems to know his habits almost too well. The manager insists the cost will simply be deducted from future payment, because he cannot relax if he feels indebted to anyone. He explains that the investment union survives by reclaiming whatever it puts in, so he must keep the relationship strictly balanced. Once that is settled, the hunter says he needs help with one more matter, and the manager invites him to ask freely. He says he wants to build a training ground and needs an expert in construction to make it happen. He outlines an ambitious design centered on a large magic circle that could imitate date-like conditions and steadily increase mana density. To make it work, he says the site must contain a mana vein and enough space to engrave the full circle. He adds that the facility also needs defensive magic to keep intruders out, and the manager estimates the project at around 700 million won. The hunter asks how much money he can access immediately, learns it is a little over 600 million won, and orders the project started with the remainder billed to him later. When the manager offers to cover the shortage himself, the hunter refuses, not wanting to owe him anything outside formal business. With the arrangements made, he entrusts the work to the manager and prepares to leave. At the door, he pauses and admits there is one last thing he wants to ask. He confirms a crucial rule: entering the tower without an invitation requires someone to be completely human. When the manager asks how he plans to enter under that condition, the hunter falls silent, revealing the question strikes at the heart of his secret. The dwarf concludes that Mitchell's suspicion makes sense, since the tower's rules would make a clone of a high-ranking astral being the only way someone could move through it so freely. When Minchio presses him with curiosity, the dwarf takes it as genuine interest rather than simple suspicion. He decides the answer is straightforward. Minchio is interested because he appears to be nothing more than an ordinary human. The dwarf abruptly claims that the key to understanding him is simple death, leaving Minchio baffled. He clarifies that Minchio only needs to die once, making the statement even more unsettling. The dwarf reasons that Minchio's body and soul are fully human, not an incarnation or vessel, so whatever happens after death is no longer his concern. Still, he complains that Minchio's caution shows a lack of trust, even as he sulks over being doubted. The scene shifts to a cafe, where two women quietly notice the pair and are immediately intrigued by them. One of them is drawn to Minchio's looks and feels there is something oddly familiar about him. The other judges the orange-haired man a little embarrassing, yet still gives off the aura of someone important. As the women consider approaching them, the two men continue their own conversation, with the orange-haired man introducing himself as Hunter Minchio and treating the meeting as an honor. To keep their discussion private, Minchio casts Silent Field, blocking all sound, and dryly notes that the man is unusually talkative for his age. The orange-haired hunter eagerly accepts the remark as praise, only to be immediately deflated by Minchio's obvious lack of sincerity. His confidence drops at once when he realizes how badly his charm is landing. Minchio asks whether the guild has received any other dimensional orders, and learns they are currently focused on expansion. The answer leads into an explanation of the Demonic Guild, a newly rising Korean guild that has rapidly grown under Verde's exceptional ability and leadership. Minchio evaluates Verde as talented and unusually strong for his age, while Verde grows even more devoted after being accepted as Minchio's subordinate. Minchio decides that if he has taken Verde in, he should make him as useful as possible. Verde swears loyalty on his soul, and Minchio tests that loyalty by asking whether he truly trusts him. Once Verde affirms his devotion, Minchio moves to act on it immediately. He orders Verde not to move under any circumstances and places a hand on his head while releasing a dangerous red energy. The sudden force overwhelms Verde, who stiffens in shock as the power bears down on him. Minchio warns him to stay focused, because losing concentration during the process could kill him. He reflects that battle demons and humans use mind and energy differently, so ordinary martial training would not properly explain what he is doing. Instead, he frames it as something closer to Taoist sorcery, a method that splits one mind into several functioning parts. By dividing the mind, a mage can perform multiple calculations and castings at once, dramatically increasing magical efficiency. Minchio explains that once this technique is mastered, a mage's spell calculation speed can multiply several times over. As the process settles in, Verde stares at his own hands in disbelief, sensing a power he has never experienced before. He turns to Mincheol in awe and demands to know what extraordinary gift has just been granted to him. Mincheol names it Mind Division, a magic that helps organize the mind and cast faster and more efficiently, especially against opponents on a similar level. Verde is ecstatic that Mincheol entrusted him with such a rare and powerful technique. Mincheol admits the method was risky enough that, if they had been attacked mid-process, both of them might have ended up comatose, which is why doing it in a public cafe was reckless. He notes that if anyone had touched them during the transfer, the energy could have gone out of control and caused exactly the kind of mysterious coma incident that would make headlines. Even so, he dismisses the danger because he trusts himself completely, and considers his status as a demon lord enough to guarantee control. When Verde suggests using a private business room next time, Mincheol rejects the idea as too expensive, despite being reminded that he is supposedly rich. He then remembers that his wealth is tied up in a university student identity, making the situation awkwardly impractical. Cutting off that topic, Mincheol orders Verde to train hard in Mind Division, and raise his rank to 2 stars while he is away. When Verde asks where he is going, Mincheol says he must return to his hometown before entering the tower again, prompting concern that he might be heading to a high-ranking dimension. Mincheol brushes the concern aside and tells him not to worry. The story moves to Ixon Station as Mincheol arrives back in his hometown, and remarks that his companion should be grateful. A childhood friend walks beside him carrying gifts, while Mincheol insists there was no need for him to come alone. The friend Kim Ki-tai explains that he is also taking the chance to visit Mincheol's parents, and the narration identifies him as Mincheol's childhood friend and university classmate. As they walk, Ki-tai complains that Mincheol has become impossible to reach, changed phones, vanished from university life, and no longer feels like someone who ever comes home. He adds that Mincheol's sudden fame has caused a stir among their old university friends, all of whom keep pestering him for updates and contact information. Ki-tai reveals that he even had to stop Mincheol's mother from coming to Seoul herself because she had been unable to contact her son, and was deeply worried. He recalls finally reaching Mincheol only after the Palbokdong Gate incident, when Mincheol looked so worn down that Ki-tai feared he might collapse alone. Remembering that call, Mincheol had lied to his mother that hunter work was safe and that he was not doing anything dangerous, while Ki-tai recognized how nervous and guilty he sounded. Back in the present, Ki-tai points out that a friend willing to cover for him and even help choose gifts for his parents is hard to replace. Mincheol thanks him and promises to repay him with an expensive meal, and Ki-tai immediately raises the stakes by naming a costly restaurant in Ixon. Mincheol admits he has been caught, and the two part on easy terms as Ki-tai leaves with the gifts and a final joke about using the Korean beef to stay in touch. Mincheol admits that losing contact was never because he was busy, but because he neglected the people waiting for him. After recovering memories of his previous life, he became obsessed with growing stronger and pushed aside everything that belonged to John Mincheol, including his relationships. Now, standing before his family's old chicken restaurant, he realizes that this guilt proves he is no longer the detached being he once was. He understands that a daimos could never feel this kind of regret or attachment. Even though he has only been away a few months, returning home feels like crossing years of distance. He remembers that his parents have spent 2 decades running their beloved fried chicken shop in the old Nambu market. The familiar smell of frying chicken hits him, and what once bored him now feels deeply comforting. He even recalls how his university friends used to tease him for taking that smell for granted. At the door, he hesitates, suddenly unsure how to face the family he ignored. His nerves spike as he finally steps inside. His mother begins greeting a customer, then freezes when she recognizes who has come. His parents realize their son has returned and are instantly overwhelmed with joy. Mincheol finally announces himself properly, and comes home to them as their son again. The meal set before him carries all the warmth and memory of home. He reaches for a drumstick as if reclaiming something he had forgotten. The first bite becomes more than food to him. The taste confirms that this home, this family, and this life still mattered to him completely. While he is nearly undone by how good it is, his parents simply fuss over him for arriving without warning and are glad to see him eating well. He accepts their warmth with a smile and reflects that, after his past life memories returned, he had let himself forget them for too long. He remembers that John Mincheol was raised in a home full of love. His parents had always worried over him, cared for him, and fussed over every detail of his life. When he succeeded, they celebrated as if the achievement were their own. That is why they are the people he most wants to protect. He decides that the reason he still wants to live as John Mincheol is because of them, and the gifts he brought are his small attempt to repay that love. His father notices that hunter work has made him financially independent and realizes his son has grown. His mother immediately rejects that idea and insists he is still her baby. Even while accepting the gifts, his parents tell him not to waste money on them, and to save it for himself instead. The mood shifts when his mother casually mentions that Min-young will be arriving soon. A young woman appears, and Mincheol is caught off guard that she is expected here. He learns that she has started helping at the restaurant in the evenings. She notices the gifts and the clothes shop and immediately senses something unusual is happening. Seeing Mincheol there, she wonders if some serious problem brought everyone together. Instead, she explodes at the sight of him, demanding to know why he is there. Mincheol fires back just as loudly, making it clear the hostility goes both ways. Their reunion instantly devolves into childish insults, showing that their sibling dynamic is pure chaos. Their mother can only despair that neither of them has matured at all. Their father jokes that his children must have been enemies in their past lives. That joke makes Minchyo briefly wonder whether Minying might actually be tied to someone from his old life. The tension breaks when Minying starts rummaging through the presents, and demands to know where hers is. She shamelessly flatters him as her dear brother, but he coldly denies having a sibling like her. She keeps begging anyway, refusing to stop until he gives in. With obvious reluctance, he hands her a gift, and she lights up immediately. He tries to reassert dominance, but she is already satisfied now that she got what she wanted. As the family settles back around the table, Minchyo notices that his father refuses to lose a single argument to him. A news report announces that the large-scale date in Jeonju has finally disappeared after 18 days, and that a reporter has gone to cover the aftermath. His parents are simply relieved that the danger ended without disaster reaching them, and his father vows to protect the family if anything ever does happen. His mother playfully shuts down that grand declaration, and Minchyo quietly reflects that he had wanted the date closed quickly because it was near their home. Watching his family's relieved reactions, he decides that ending it fast really was the right choice. The report explains that hunters worked together to close the large-scale date. Then the broadcast reveals that John Minchyo handled the boss raid alone and also played a key role in the gate break, leaving his family stunned. The alliance between Hwarang and the Interstellar Union is credited, and Minchyo is annoyed that the news used an especially unflattering photo of him. Min-yoon is shocked to learn that the guild she knows was backing her brother in a major raid. His parents are left speechless as the report lists the hunter exam, the gate break, and now the large-scale date is part of his growing record. When the report ends, the family falls into a heavy silence around the table. His mother turns to him gently, but the softness only makes the coming reckoning worse. She demands an explanation for why he claimed there was nothing dangerous happening. Minchyo can only laugh awkwardly, realizing he has no easy way to explain himself. Later, after 2 days of doing little but rest, he prepares to leave again. He wakes with a headache and admits that he spent those 2 days mostly collapsed from exhaustion. On the first day, he told his family only the parts of his recent life that would not frighten them and simply stayed with them. On the second day, he was even able to drink and relax with friends again, thanks to Kitai. For the first time in this life, he let himself enjoy the present instead of living only through the shadow of the past. He realizes that unlike his previous life, where he was always running from something, he was able to truly live as John Minchyo for a while. That brief peace leaves him genuinely happy, but the happiness only hardens his resolve to become stronger, because ordinary power would never be enough against the enemies ahead. To protect the people precious to him, he accepts that he must keep pursuing dangerous strength. At the station, he prepares to head back out. His family sees him off and warns him not to do anything reckless again, and he reassures them even though he knows he is about to do exactly that. He promises that nothing like the Paobukdong date will happen again, though inwardly he knows his mother's words hit too close to the truth. His father asks him to stay in contact so his mother would not suffer in silence again, and Minchyo can only promise to try. After he leaves, his mother scolds his father for saying the part that would hurt their son the most. Minyam, still acting prickly, pushes him to hurry up and leave before he misses his train. Then she sends him off with an absurdly dramatic blessing, and he takes comfort in the fact that she is still ridiculous enough to be fine. As he departs Seoul Station, the ominous tower looming over the city reminds him what awaits. The train arrives, carrying him toward the next stage of his plan. He boards without hesitation. Inside, he is met by Ellie, who has made it just in time. She appears at the doorway as if she had been expecting him. Their easy exchange makes clear that this meeting was arranged in advance. He teases her about punctuality, and she answers with quiet confidence. Ellie assures him that she would not be late for him now or in the future. She confirms that he is heading straight to the tower. Before going in, he asks her to contact Ma then and have his request handled. Together they stand before the entrance to the Tower of Trials. Minchyo senses that this place is fundamentally different from ordinary dates and far more dangerous. He reaches for the entrance, ready to begin. Ellie stops him at the last second. She asks whether he has forgotten something important to say before entering. Ellie insists that if he wants to return safely, he should promise that he would come back. He initially treats it lightly, assuming he can say it after he exits. Ellie reminds him that challengers stay inside the tower for long periods, and that even A-rankers only survive at about 70%. Her concern catches him off guard, because he is not used to anyone outside his family worrying about him this sincerely. In response, he promises that when he returns, they will share a meal together. The tower doors open, cutting off any further hesitation. He tells Ellie that this is personal, not business, and that he would not be gone long. This time he gives her the word she wanted and promises that he will come back. With that vow made, he steps into the darkness alone. Inside the tower, he immediately realizes he has entered a completely different kind of realm. The darkness is so absolute that it feels as if his body itself is dissolving inside it. Unable to rely on any normal sense, he uses an ancient celestial art to summon his perception and assess the area. A neutral voice welcomes him to the Tower of Trials, and he is impressed that the tower can struck his senses before even speaking. Using his restored perception, he locates the source of the voice despite the sensory suppression. The unseen speaker is shocked that Minchyo can perceive it at all. Minchyo admits he can only make out a rough outline. But that is enough. The hidden being is still amazed that anyone could do even that. Another presence approaches through the darkness. The speaker finally reveals itself as the tower's host, theatrically welcoming him. It introduces itself as Lucky, administrator of the tutorial stage on 4-0, though Minchyo is distracted by the absurd animal mask. Loki pedantically insists the mask is not a bear but a bald lion. Minchyo dismisses the nonsense, and demands that the trial begin already. The administrator notes his temper, and Minchyo insists on being addressed by his proper name. Loki accepts that and prepares the first trial. Before the trial starts, the tower manifests a familiar interface around him. Minchyo instantly recognizes it as the same kind of status system that appeared when he awakened. The tower explains that challengers gain player authority here, beginning with a 4-0 combat trial whose details can be checked through a status bar. That confirmation convinces Minchyo that the system in his life and the tower are directly connected, and he finds the prospect exciting. The rules are laid out, his stats will be temporarily fixed, and he may use only one item for the trial. Instead of wishing him luck, the tower drops a chained werewolf into the arena. Watching from above, the tower's overseers identify Minchyo as a legend among challengers. One observer argues that in some ways he already looks like the strongest one there. Another rejects that immediately, pointing out that his original stats were so low the tower had to explosively rebalance them. His ordinary physical ability is revealed to have been far below the level expected of tower challengers, with even his chaos power forcibly reduced to match to trial. A white-haired woman watching the trial remarks that if he dies here, that would be the end of him, though she is intrigued because he feels different from the others. She wonders how long he will last in the first trial, and Minchyo realizes her interest is not based on pity. While the others bet on minutes or even seconds, they still assume he should at least struggle to match his adjusted stats. The werewolf is unleashed as the betting continues. Minchyo immediately reads the monster's stats and recognizes that knowing them from the start gives him the advantage. With his temporarily doubled physical ability and a spear in hand, he decides a werewolf should be easy. The beast lunges first, shattering its restraints in the attempt. Minchyo meets the charge head-on, and turns the clash into a killing strike. His spear tears straight through the werewolf before it can mount any real resistance. The spectators are stunned that the fight ended instantly. The tower announces the end of Stage 1, restores his health and mana, and schedules the next trial in 10 minutes. Minchyo dismisses the first stage as beneath him and immediately orders the tower to skip the wait. Stage 2 begins with the harpy, and he cuts it down just as quickly. The second trial ends before the monster can even establish itself. By Stage 4, he is already skipping through enemies so fast that the tower can barely finish announcing them. Each new monster appears only to be erased almost immediately. As he tears through the stages, Minchyo starts to wonder whether the tower's feared trials are really this trivial. By the time he reaches Stage 10, he is openly demanding a real opponent. The watchers can hardly believe what they are seeing, because he reached the 10th stage in only 9 seconds. His pace sets a new record that even ordinary rankers cannot approach. The white-haired woman's earlier interest is vindicated, and her attendant realizes she sensed something special from the start. She concludes that her attention was not misplaced after all. She recalls the tower's registration light, which normally freezes every sense of a new challenger. Having once experienced that process herself, she knows that perceiving anything during it should have been impossible. Yet Minchyo sensed the hidden observer even after passing through that impossible state. That makes the tower's higher beings wonder what kind of existence he really is. The white-haired woman decides that someone like him could become a threat to the Seven. Even after clearing Stage 48 and a dark illusion, Minchyo keeps skipping ahead without pause, turning the tower's tutorial into a one-sided conquest. After enduring 48 stages, he wonders how much longer the tower would keep going. He reflects that the monster-filled trials have become enjoyable because every fight lets his suppressed combat instincts surface and grow stronger. As bonus rewards and experience pile up from the latest kill, he starts hoping the system never ends, though he suspects it may stop at 50 stages. Stage 49 begins, and a violent red presence erupts in front of him. The new opponent is Prowling One, a powerful undead swordsman built for speed, agility, and relentless close combat. The creature greets him like a rare worthy challenger who has climbed unusually high. Caught off guard that a trial monster can speak, he learns this one is fully aware and intelligent. The swordsman decides to stop talking and formally begins a test of the challenger. It immediately lunges, intent on measuring his skill through direct combat. He quickly reads the enemy's style as a pressure-heavy swordsmanship focused on speed, and decides he can answer it with raw physical power. He activates 5 Tiger's splitting blade technique to meet the charge head-on. Their blades collide in a clean clash instead of the overwhelming strike the undead expected. When the enemy realizes its attack was stopped, he turns the surprise back on it, and claims the real shock belongs to the challenger. The swordsman recoils, forced to reset after failing to dominate the opening exchange. It admits that despite meeting many tower-affiliated elites, it has never encountered anyone like him. He treats the praise lightly, and the swordsman confirms that even the famed Seven once challenged this tower. He jokes about the name while the enemy closes in again, keeping the tone casual despite the danger. The moment the swordsman steps forward, he commits to a decisive counterattack. He draws and swings with a blade empowered by a dense purple force. This time his strike drives straight through the enemy's guard and body with crushing force. The swordsman is stunned by the sheer power behind the blade and realizes this opponent is far stronger than expected. He warns that if the enemy tries another flying slash, it will not survive. Having already understood the technique after taking it once, he follows with another hit immediately, proving that his martial strength compounds to repeated blows. As the second strike lands, the swordsman finally grasps that the fight is slipping away from it. It panics because its superior base stats should have guaranteed victory, yet they are failing to matter. He presses in without hesitation, overwhelming the undead before it can recover. He explains that the real strength of martial arts lies in accumulated impact, not a single exchange. His chaos energy amplifies his physical abilities by a large margin, and every increase in his own stats multiplies that advantage, making simple stat comparisons meaningless. Defeated and breaking apart, the swordsman concedes that even the Seven would have fallen to him, prompting him to ask if those are the same rulers mentioned earlier. The dying enemy confirms that the Seven rule the tower and wonders whether he can also clear the final trial. With its last words, it admits that this duel was the most enjoyable sword clash it has had in a long time. Stage 49 ends, and the system announces that the final trial will begin in 10 minutes unless he chooses to skip the wait. He immediately skips ahead, eager to face the last challenge at once. The arena floods with golden light as the final trial begins in a far more dramatic fashion than the previous one. Seeing what is coming, he realizes the last stage is going to be excessive even by the tower's standards. A massive force of armored enemies materializes around him, confirming that this trial will be a battle against numbers. The system orders him to hunt 100 legions, and he understands the trial is trying to bury him under an army of opponents with identical stats. The enemy formation immediately strengthens itself with Holy Bless, making the numerical threat even worse. He realizes that if he lets the battle drag on, the stacking buffs would keep making the army harder to kill. He decides the only answer is to cut down the support units before the whole force can fully organize. Spotting the robed casters behind the front line, he identifies them as the most dangerous targets and moves to eliminate them first. The casters answer by launching layered magic, combining attacks like Fireball and Water Arrow to stop his advance. Their spells explode across the battlefield, turning the approach into chaos. He slips through the barrage with stealth and mobility, using surprise to break into their formation. He chains assassination techniques together, carving through nearby enemies before they can react properly. But the surviving casters retaliate with Seal of Slowness, shifting from damage to control. They pile on Curse of Blindness and other debuffs, trapping him in layered status effects that deny him any clean escape. System warnings confirm the damage. His agility is reduced, pain and heaviness spread through his body, and even his vision becomes unstable. As the soldiers raise a large magic formation overhead, he realizes the enemy has created the perfect opening for a finishing spell. With his movement and sight impaired, he sees the massive attack descending and understands he may no longer be able to dodge it. Unable to escape the encirclement, the wounded fighter accepts that he has to attack straight to it. He unleashes a violent burst of power into the surrounding formation, forcing the battlefield to break around him. Even while battered, he quickly judges that any move he makes will still draw the enemy onto him. The shockwave tears open the group's structure and throws armored soldiers aside, creating the disruption he wanted. He realizes that being targeted is inevitable anyway, so he decides to turn that certainty into an advantage. With his curse cleansed and his wounds restored by divine flame, he declares that the initiative has shifted to him. The enemy is startled that their blinding punishment effect was dispelled, while he notes that such openings are standard tools against large groups. He reveals he deliberately counted on these seasoned fighters to focus on the exposed gap he created. As one soldier commits to that bait, he counters instantly, showing the same tactic that once worked on the Seven Emperors. The surrounding troops realize too late that they have stepped into his trap. He closes in and makes clear that the opening they exploit will not work on him. He explains the real cost of that opening as his strike lands. Anyone who takes it dies. A system count confirms another legionnaire has fallen as he drives to the formation. He keeps cutting through clustered enemies in rapid succession, dropping the remaining count again and again. He decides he does not need to avoid every blow if taking some damage lets him gain a better position. Accepting small sacrifices to secure larger openings, he pushes deeper, knowing the mage-led legions will only become more dangerous if he stalls. The enemy reorganizes at once, ordering the rear mage protected behind a shield wall as they detect his approach. Seeing how quickly they reset their formation, he acknowledges their discipline and keeps charging. The rear mages begin casting together, preparing a coordinated magical counterattack. They launch a firestorm at him, trying to stop his advance with area destruction. He answers immediately with Ice Spear, meeting their magic with his own. The front line is shaken as his counter cuts to their timing and throws them off balance. Using the opening, he surges upward to the chaos and closes the distance before they can reset. He crashes into the soldiers at close range, where their formation and spell support become far less effective. His relentless combat presence is framed as the reason he earned the title God of War. The shield bearers brace and try to lock him out with a tighter defensive line. He decides to break that certainty by introducing a new variation. While they reinforce their solid shield defense, he commits to overturning the battle entirely and seize control of the fight. His attack slams into the shield wall with explosive force, battering multiple defenders at once. He judges that the strike itself may not inflict decisive damage, but that is not its real purpose. He uses it to carve out even the slightest gap and immediately dashes for the mages behind the line. One mage tries to fire, but the cast comes too late. He reaches the mage first and cuts him down, making clear that they are too slow to stop him now. The fight turns into a contest of pure speed, and the enemy count drops again. He continues the blitz to the rear line, rapidly reducing the number of legionnaires left alive. Another mage collapses in front of him, confirming that the protected rear has been broken. With the chaos energy he needed now gathered, he concludes that close combat will let him finish the rest more easily. He recognizes the mages are effectively eliminated and that the enemy must now rely on a new strategy. Facing the remaining soldiers alone, he mocks their hesitation and points out that 69 against 1 should have emboldened them. He smiles and taunts them further, offering them extra time to react if they are so afraid. When they still hold back, he decides to come to them and launches himself into their ranks. His charge immediately fells more soldiers, and the count drops sharply again. He keeps tearing through the formation until only a small fraction of the legion remains. At close range his spear rips through armor and bodies, leaving the survivors unable to contain him. He cuts down another foe and drives the count to a single remaining enemy, leaving the rest in disbelief. The final knight cannot comprehend how one man destroyed their entire force. Bloody but calm, he dismisses the question as if the outcome should have been obvious. He turns toward the last opponent and decides to end the battle immediately. His finishing strike lands, and the last knight cries out as the blow tears through him. With the final enemy thrown down, he stands alone amid the storm of his own power, having annihilated the legion. The armored legion finally collapses, signaling the end of the battle. Bloody but satisfied, the challenger acknowledges the enemy's effort as the system confirms that no legions remain. A silent witness is left momentarily stunned by what just happened. The blue-skinned observer erupts in disbelief that the supposedly unbeatable legions were actually defeated. He immediately turns to Luce, demanding to know whether she ever foresaw such an outcome. Luce admits she expected an impressive fight, but not a complete victory over the legions. They reflect on how the legion was meant to be a flawless force, a unified army of vengeful spirits that should not have been capable of losing. Yet that overwhelming monster falls in the trial chamber before a single human challenger. The impossible result forces everyone to accept that this human has surpassed what the tower considered unbeatable. The tower recognizes the feat by declaring him the first to clear the 0th floor and placing him above even the Demon Emperor in its rankings. He dismisses the grand titles of past elites, noting that none of them ever managed to reach this point. The system records his name in the tower's history and grants him a massive reward of 1 million points. When he questions what those points even are, the tower explains that they function as currency inside the tower. As he tries to grasp how valuable that reward really is, a formal congratulations arrives from behind him. Startled, he realizes the bareheaded administrator appeared so suddenly that he never sensed him coming. He suspects this may be some special ability of the tower's administrators, while the administrator notices that passing the trial has not eased his frustration. Amused by his mood, the administrator decides to move on to the true reward. A surge of energy descends as the administrator personally presents the trial's final prize. The reward reveals itself as the World Stone, a mythical item said to possess the power of creation. He is shocked that such an extraordinary artifact is being handed to him for clearing the 0th floor. The stone is identified as a precious object capable of creating an entire dimension. Holding it, he immediately judges that he lacks the power to use it for something on that scale. Even the administrator is astonished that the 0th floor's reward turned out to be something this valuable. When questioned, the administrator admits he does not know every secret of the tower, though he recognizes this item despite it not belonging to Earth. The challenger avoids explaining how he knows about it, keeping that knowledge to himself. The administrator stresses that the World Stone is more precious than the rewards of any other floor. He even explains that, if properly crafted, it could become a transcendent weapon beyond mythical rank. The challenger rejects the idea of turning it into a weapon, saying he already has all the weapon he needs. Confident in Star as his armament, he decides on a completely different use for the stone. Without hesitation, he crushes the World Stone in his bare hand. The shattered stone erupts into red fragments, and energy instead of being lost. The administrator and Luce are horrified, convinced he has just destroyed an irreplaceable treasure. But the released power begins circling him, showing that he intended this outcome. He reasons that chaos energy is a form of origin, and the World Stone contains creation power of the same fundamental source. Based on that connection, he attempts something no one else has considered. He gathers the fragments around himself, and starts drawing the stone's essence inward. His true goal becomes clear as he begins absorbing the World Stone into his own body. The onlookers can only watch in confusion as the process escalates beyond anything they understand. A violent red storm of energy swells through the chamber around him. Inside that storm, he reaches for the world stone's power of creation. He directs that power into his mind world, trying to form a small universe within himself. The attempt succeeds enough to trigger repeated increases in his ancient celestial art proficiency. Even so, he realizes he still cannot fully absorb the stone's total power. He estimates that he managed to take in only about 1% before reaching his current limit. Choosing restraint, he stops before pushing further and risking total collapse. Within his inner world, at least a sun and a galaxy now exist, and he recognizes this as the first step toward eventually creating a true universe. The vision ends and he returns to the trial chamber. Facing the system's results, the tower reports that his ancient celestial art has advanced from 2 stars to 4, greatly boosting his chaos energy and reducing its consumption. Pleased by the unexpected leap in power, he quietly savors the result. When the administrator asks what became of the destroyed stone, he calmly reveals that he did not waste it at all, but absorb it. When asked how he achieved something thought impossible, the young man admits he cannot fully explain it himself. He says the breakthrough came from instinct rather than knowledge, leaving even him unsure of the exact method. The bareheaded examiner confirms he is telling the truth, though that only deepens the mystery of how he surpassed the 100th floor so quickly. Because he possesses a special ability of his own, the examiner decides to trust the boy's answer. He tosses the boy a blue token as a sign that he has taken an interest in him. The boy learns the token is meant to mark the examiner's favor and may become useful later. Though uneasy about receiving attention, he is told to keep it because its value may reveal itself in time. He quietly checks the token with his appraisal ability instead of relying on the examiner's vague explanation. The token turns out to be a legendary fragment that can unlock a hidden treasure room on the tower's 3rd floor and lead to a precious item. Realizing it is tied to a specific place in the tower, he sees it as a rare chance to obtain something still beyond his reach, possibly even another dragon fragment. The discovery excites him, and the tower suddenly feels far more promising than before. He accepts the gift while treating it casually, choosing to keep the opportunity for himself. After he leaves, the white-haired woman dismisses him as an insolent brat. As he starts climbing again, he reflects that reaching the top of the tower may be possible, while the final outcome remains impossible to predict. He pushes aside those larger questions and focuses on taking the next step upward. A blinding transition carries him into the next trial area. He arrives in a harsh desert where heat and wind immediately dominate the environment. The first floor's quest is revealed: survive the desert's brutal days and freezing nights while finding the path to the 2nd floor. He realizes the heat is so severe that without chaos energy he would not even be able to walk. As he moves through the sand, the system barely rewards him, increasing his exploration rate by only 0.01%. That tiny gain frustrates him, especially when the desert itself seems to fight every step with violent gusts. A shrieking desert monster suddenly lunges out amid the storm. He kills it immediately, silencing it before it can become a real threat. Standing over the corpse, he realizes he has spent a long time and energy for almost no progress at all. He begins to understand why the 0th floor was only a tutorial compared to this grind. Fed up with wandering, he wishes he could just fight monsters instead of searching blindly through the wasteland. More desert creatures appear around him as the storm and the system's visual effects swirl together. The constant strain wears him down, and he admits the search is exhausting. He decides to stop and eat a combat ration before continuing. The food is surprisingly decent, giving him a brief moment of relief. Even while resting, however, he cannot shake the larger problem. Checking the quest again, he is stunned that all his effort has only raised exploration to 0.2%. He concludes the real objective is not full exploration but locating the hidden route to the 2nd floor somewhere in this vast desert. That means luck could end the trial quickly, but relying on luck alone would be reckless. He decides to prepare for the worst and move carefully, knowing he may be trapped here far longer than he wants. Before he can resume, several figures approach, and he warns them to stop while noting that flies are already gathering around him. The strangers raise their hands and claim they are not here to fight but to make a deal. Their mention of a deal makes him pause and hear them out. They point out that he only recently cleared floor 0, confirming he is new to the tower. Their proposal is simple on the surface. They want to trade directions to the 2nd floor for some of his rations. He immediately sees to them and finds their approach almost laughable. Smiling, he challenges the idea that they would hand over the route before using it themselves. They answer that they do intend to go up eventually, just not yet. To justify that, they explain the tower's structure includes main quests and optional sub-quests that can be cleared before advancing. They claim they are staying on the 1st floor to complete a sub-quest and need supplies like rations to survive while doing it. He admits that explanation is plausible, but he still refuses to trust them without proof they are not simply lying for food. In response, they asked him to open his map, saying it records the areas he has already explored. When the map appears, he is annoyed to discover the system never told him such a useful function existed. One of the men studies his displayed map and realizes just how inexperienced he really is. Convinced they are dealing with a complete novice who will be easy to manipulate, the strangers expect the negotiation to go in their favor. He is asked to respond to a proposed exchange. He decides the offer is worthwhile because immediate supplies matter less to him, then gaining useful information before reaching the second floor. He accepts the deal and produces goods, making it clear that knowledge is the real prize for him right now. The Hon men who approached him tense up as the situation shifts. One of them thanks him for the trade, while the others act as if the exchange is settled. He plays along politely, framing the transaction as fair because they are giving him information. Then he suddenly addresses the Horn man by name, Dikran, catching him completely off guard. Dikran panics and demands to know how a stranger could know his name. Before Dikran can act, the protagonist cuts him down in a single swift strike. The other two realize too late that Dikran had been preparing to target them as part of the scam. As Dikran falls, the protagonist dismisses the group as fools. Using his eyes of truth, he reveals Dikran's hidden item, a bloody key meant to be used at an altar to bypass a trial. He understands that this is how Dikran had been deceiving other challengers and decides to turn the trick back on them. When the remaining two attack, he meets them without hesitation. He unleashes the same lethal force on both men at once, dropping them instantly. He states that this is not about justice but about punishing fighters who abandon the warrior's code and preyed on others instead. To him, warriors should face battle honestly, not survive by tricking fellow challengers. He concludes that men like them deserve death. The tower acknowledges the kill and transfers the dead challenger's explored area information to him. He receives a huge jump in exploration progress, and recognizes the inheritance as an unexpected reward. Studying the newly gained map data, he identifies the stairs leading to the second floor. He also locates the altar where the bloody key can be used. Holding the key, he considers what to do with it. Rather than simply skip ahead, he decides it would be more interesting to investigate the altar and its trial first. He arrives at a vast ruined sanctuary and is struck by how grand and unreal the place feels. He notes with some disappointment that he still has not encountered another person there. Even after killing many monsters, he feels that experience alone is not as satisfying as testing himself properly. He heads upward to inspect the altar, already treating the key as optional if the trial itself proves worthwhile. He reasons that if he can clear the trial directly, the key becomes meaningless, which only makes him more curious about the challenge. When he finally spots the altar, he wonders if this is the place tied to the key. The system confirms it is the Nameless Altar of God, a subquest that offers a trial against the Guardian for a relic and 10,000 points, with attempts limited to once every 10 days. The time limit convinces him that clearing the trial now is smarter than using the key to bypass it. The reward sounds modest compared to the enormous points he once received in the tutorial, but still worth taking. Before he can proceed, a burst of golden power erupts to the sanctuary. The sudden impact makes it clear someone else is already here. He immediately realizes another challenger reached this place before him. Using his skill, he identifies the newcomer as Raoul de Goldrian, a draconian priest with exceptional talent and combat ability. The man appears young by his race's standards, yet the power pouring off him is far beyond what that should imply. The protagonist quickly judges Raoul to be a dangerous variable and admits he cannot beat him head-on at his current level. Remembering what he knows of draconians, he recalls that the dragon blood makes even ordinary members formidable. He also remembers that they value honor and strength and respect those who fight openly. That knowledge gives him a way to handle this encounter, since draconians are straightforward and dislike petty deceit. He decides to use that understanding to resolve the situation without wasting time. The armored challenger introduces himself as Raoul Goldrian. The protagonist answers with his own name, John Minchiel, while Raoul identifies himself as a descendant of the proud gold race. Raoul offers advice despite just meeting him, presenting himself as sincere rather than hostile. His warning is simple and serious. Minchiel should not attempt the altar's trial. Raoul explains that the trial is too difficult for an earthling of Minchiel's level, though Minchiel inwardly bristles at being looked down on. Minchiel suspects Raoul may be trying to discourage him for selfish reasons, but he also recognizes that Raoul genuinely believes he has no chance. When Minchiel wonders if Raoul just wants the reward for himself, he realizes from Raoul's response that the warning is honest and not a lie. As he clashes with the armored examiner, the young man realizes the man's concern proves he never truly intended to abandon him to death. Seeing that concern as leverage, he decides this outcome is better than expected and starts shaping a backup plan. He turns the examiner's worry into a bargain, insisting that if the man cares that much, he should help when real danger comes. He reminds him that time is running out and argues that the examiner's own principles should make him protect a promising junior rather than let him die in a trial. The examiner reluctantly gives in, admitting the request is reasonable since he brought him here and the young man has shown unusual nerve. With that promise secured, the young man moves to act before the examiner can reconsider. He approaches the altar and declares that he will trust the examiner and begin the trial. The system confirms a key-linked quest is active, and he understands the altar's lock can be opened by starting the trial without an offering. The lock responds immediately, releasing ominous energy as the challenge activates. He braces himself as the altar's sealed space opens and the atmosphere turns hostile. A system warning announces that the guardian of the altar has appeared. When he sees the creature, he is taken aback that this is the guardian he has to face. The beast is identified as a fell beast, a demonic hound from Pandemonium rather than anything divine. The guardian lunges at once, and the trial formally becomes a fight for survival. He rejects the idea that this creature belongs to any nameless god and recognizes it instead as a demon beast he can understand and exploit. Realizing that familiarity gives him an advantage, he draws his sword and treats the battle as an opportunity. He strikes first with 7 stars demonic sword first form, carving through the beast's attacking tentacles. While moving in, he recalls that a fell beast mainly hunts by charging and lashing out with those tentacles. He further remembers that some tentacles track mana, but the main body remains vulnerable if he avoids wasting effort on the expendable limbs. He predicts the exact moment the beast will gather itself for another charge and recognizes the opening as it commits forward. He steps into position, certain that this is the chance he was waiting for. His focus sharpens completely as he lines up a decisive blow on the core body. He drives in with Meteor Strike, suppressing the beast's movement and forcing it off balance. The attack crashes down on the Guardian's head with enough force to stagger it badly. He follows too mercilessly, pressing the strike deeper before the creature can recover. The blade tears through flesh, leaving a severe wound instead of the instant kill he wanted. The beast collapses heavily, wounded and reeling, while he remains standing and in control of the fight. Nearby, the examiner watches from behind his protective boundary without interfering. He is genuinely surprised that the young man overwhelmed the fell beast so completely. Using the wise king's mind eye, the examiner recognizes the source of that performance. He sees that the young man can detect mana and read its flow, a rare perception that lets him counter monsters even when his body is still weak. That insight troubles the examiner because he needs the Heartstone reward for himself, and he begins considering what to do next. Meanwhile, the young man judges the result coldly, annoyed that his strongest blow was not enough to finish the Guardian in one hit. Feeling the strain in his body, he realizes he can only sustain the sword's second form for now. He reflects that his body is still too underdeveloped to endure stronger techniques, and only the Dark Star's power is letting him push this far at all. With no room for hesitation, he decides there is only one practical way to end the battle. He commits to a final execution strike meant to end the fell beast's life outright. The Guardian dies at his feet, and the system awards him experience for clearing the fight. As the battle ends, a strange energy gathers around his hand and sword. He notices a crest on the back of his hand beginning to shine. From that reaction, he realizes the Dark Star's power has been partially released and his level has risen. He recalls that Dark Star is a transforming weapon with abilities close to mythical rank, capable of taking many forms. He also understands that its current strength depends on his own achievement, so it remains limited while he is still only C-rank. Even without knowing why it awakened now, he immediately sees it as a valuable chance. If he can keep growing, Dark Star would grow with him and make it far easier to handle the nameless god's trials. The catch is that fully releasing it will require rare materials like mithril and orichalcum that cannot yet be obtained on this floor. A system notice confirms the Guardian's defeat, snapping him back to the subquest he had nearly forgotten. The system grants him 10,000 points and a Heartstone, while also locking the trial for a long cooldown. Examining the reward, he learns the Heartstone contains a strong vengeful spirit, though he is unsure why he received it without absorbing the entire World Stone. The examiner approaches and immediately asks whether the Heartstone was given as the reward for completing the subquest. The armored man notices the dark-haired challenger's gaze and realizes he is prepared to seize the Heartstone by force if necessary. The challenger questions why a member of the dragon race would want the Heartstone at all. The armored man explains that the Heartstone is a dragon heart hardened into crystal after death, a rare material dragons use to forge powerful weapons. He adds that this particular stone came from an ancient, exceptionally strong dragon, making it far more valuable than ordinary specimens and worth coveting. The challenger dismisses the reason as irrelevant and focuses only on obtaining the stone. He reveals that the dragon who wants it is a dangerous criminal, but because the armored man promised to protect him, he cannot simply attack and take it. The armored man struggles between his need for the Heartstone and his refusal to break the promise he made, so the challenger directly offers him the choice and asks whether he wants the stone handed over willingly. Caught off guard by the unexpected offer, the armored man eagerly accepts. When he tries to pay for it, the challenger refuses any reward, leaving him confused. The challenger explains that the armored man already protected the altar surroundings and caused no trouble, which was enough. The armored man realizes the challenger is treating his restraint as repayment, even though he had been ready to betray that trust for the stone. The challenger makes clear that by letting him go first and obtain the Heartstone, he merely honored the promise he had made. Still, he asks for a favor in return, while assuring him there is no obligation if it cannot be done. Relieved to repay the debt somehow, the armored man readily agrees to hear the request. The challenger says he wants to see the world where dragons live, calling it Draco. He first jokes that Draco is just Earth's fantasy image of dragons, startling the armored man with the idea of another world. Then he admits that was a lie and says ordinary people on Earth do not even know dragons truly exist. He explains that Earth and Draco are separate dimensions, with Draco functioning like an interdimensional prison that confines dangerous beings and keeps them from Earth. Because his real objective lies elsewhere, he has no interest in Draco for its own sake. The armored man tells him that only those acknowledged by the dragon race can enter Draco, and that such recognition is extremely difficult to obtain. When asked if there is any way around that, he offers one possibility by invoking the challenger's true name, Raoul the Goldrian. Knowing the meaning of that name, he says the dragon race's acknowledgement of a Goldrian would be worth even more than the Heartstone. Deciding the debt must be repaid, the armored man accepts that he cannot leave this obligation unsettled. He gives the challenger a wooden name plaque bearing Raoul the Goldrian and offers it as the key to entering Draco. The challenger is baffled that such an important favor is being repaid with what looks like a simple nameplate. The armored man explains that in dragon society a name plaque represents a person's identity and authority, and handing one over is a serious act of trust. As the challenger starts to explain the plaque's value, he cuts himself off to ask why something so precious is being given away. The armored man answers that because the challenger trusted him with the Heartstone, he wants to return that trust, and he admits he can grow stronger on his own anyway. The challenger reflects that dragons may be simpler and more sincere than he expected, and that this man is even softer-hearted than he first seemed. With both a Heartstone and an unexpected new ally gained, he quietly judges the encounter a major success. As they part, he promises to treasure the name plaque while privately worrying that someone this naive may not survive long in such a dangerous world. The armored man says goodbye, plans to stay and absorb the Heartstone's power, and wants him not to be cheated elsewhere. The trial system rewards the challenger with 3,500 points and offers him the choice to continue upward or return, and he heads onward. Deciding he still has work to do before leaving, he chooses to proceed to the second floor. The next stage drops him into an underwater environment, and he reacts with uneasy curiosity. Seeing bubbles and fish around him, he realizes he has entered a sea-based trial. The system identifies the second floor as a vast underwater field called the Sea of the Abyss, and warns that challengers must survive there for 7 days. He immediately notices he cannot breathe, but then discovers a nearby safe zone where his breathing time is restored. Inside the safe zone, he finally catches his breath and regains composure. He also receives an Abyss Compass, a basic tool that points toward the nearest safe zone. Using the compass and the system's explanation, he confirms that the strange place ahead is one of those safe zones. He approaches it, and finds not a shelter but a full house standing underwater. Before he can make sense of it, a voice from inside welcomes him. The owner turns out to be a blue-skinned merchant who immediately identifies him as a newly arrived second-floor challenger. When asked how he knew, the merchant says the answer is obvious from his eyes. While the challenger notes, he does not seem especially powerful. The merchant invites him to sit and makes it clear he is open to questions, though not out of generosity. He explains that information normally has a price, but if the challenger buys an item, he will answer questions for free. Testing the system, the challenger asks for the cheapest item and learns that even a bottle of water costs 5 points. After purchasing the water, he realizes that if such a trivial item costs 5 points, then a fortune like 1 million points is far more significant than he had imagined. The newcomer is irritated that fresh water is being sold in a place surrounded by water, only to be bluntly reminded that seawater is useless for survival. When he asks whether the administrator offers guidance, he learns that the administrator is not someone ordinary challengers can casually approach. That answer confuses him, because the administrator he saw earlier had seemed absurdly approachable. He drops the issue and instead asks what jewel serves as the objective of this trial, prompting an explanation of how the Sea of Abyss is divided into 7 separate seas. He is told this area is the Sea of Silence within that larger region, and that each sea has its own jewel for challengers to obtain. The rules are harsher than they first sound, because even after someone clears a trial, the jewel immediately reappears for the next challenger. He realizes Arlok has already shared everything useful he knows, until the merman remembers one crucial warning. The merman explains that simply reaching the jewel is not enough, because it cannot be claimed so easily. Sensing a chance to profit, the merman offers more detailed instructions and even item information in exchange for a much higher fee. Refusing to be gouged, the newcomer walks away while the merman desperately tries to stop him by lowering the price. Watching this, another challenger concludes the merman had been giving away far too much for almost nothing. The newcomer ignores the haggling and heads into the water, deciding to find the jewel himself and adapt as he goes. Once submerged, he confirms that the place Arlok described really is nearby. His confidence wavers when a strange fish appears, making him wonder whether the merman had misled him after all. That doubt vanishes when he spots a glowing red jewel hanging from the fish like a lure. A system message identifies the target as the ruby and reveals the trial condition. He must obtain it from the Jewel Atlantic football fish within 5 minutes without damaging it. The fish notices him, turning the hunt into an active contest. Instead of attacking, the fish bolts away at speed, forcing him to chase. He quickly understands the trial is really a race and becomes intrigued rather than discouraged. To overcome the disadvantage of swimming, he activates Holy Fire, boosting all of his stats except Chaos Power. Wrapped in that power, he surges through the water with enough force to rival the fish's movement. He decides to beat the creature at its own specialty rather than struggle under normal underwater limitations. The fish is caught off guard when he suddenly closes the distance instead of falling behind. It even speaks, marveling that he is the first challenger it has seen who can effectively run to water. He is more annoyed by swallowing seawater than impressed by the talking fish, while the fish studies him and realizes he is no ordinary human. Without hesitation, he summons a slave to support the chase. A pack of dolphins answers the call and floods the area, turning the pursuit chaotic. Using their momentum and the current they create, he keeps accelerating through the water. He suspects the fish is trying to stall until the time limit runs out, which only sharpens his focus. The fish dismisses the dolphins as a meaningless trick and believes he still cannot be stopped. But the fish soon realizes the summoned creatures are not there to catch it directly. As he launches upward along the powerful water stream, the fish mocks the move as pointless because it takes him away from his target. He calmly reveals that the fish should be worrying about the trap around it, not about him. The converging water pressure detonates around the fish, disrupting its escape route in a sudden burst. He dives straight through the opening the trap created and reaches for the ruby. The fish can only stare in shock as he slips past its defense. He seizes the ruby with ease, and the system confirms he has cleared the second floor trial and earned points. The fish admits that most non-rankers struggle badly underwater, but recognizes that he is clearly different. Unimpressed by the praise, he pushes for something more useful, and the fish reveals there is an extra reward for clearing the trial quickly. That reward appears as a mysterious item, though the fish refuses to explain it, and says its purpose will only become clear after all the trials are completed. He immediately decides to claim that hidden reward as well, even though his eyes of truth cannot identify what the item really is. Trusting his speed, he races onward, determined to finish the remaining seas fast enough to meet the unknown condition. As he advances, the environment grows harsher and the system warns that the water pressure is increasing. His movement becomes restricted, but he forces himself to keep going despite the mounting strain. He steadies his breathing and endures the pressure without losing focus. At last he breaks through into the Sea of Abyss, and realizes he has escaped the first sea. The relief is brief, because he now has 6 more seas left to clear. He immediately senses that this new sea is fundamentally different from the Sea of Silence. When he returns to the safe zone, he finds the market bustling with new trade and hears that rare materials from sea creatures are already being sold for high prices. Seeing the crowded safe zone and active commerce, he realizes far more challengers have gathered here than before. The newcomer arrives in a place that feels less like open sea and more like an inhabited settlement, and someone calls out to him. A middle-aged man approaches and confirms that this is the protagonist's first time in the safe zone. The stranger politely asks for a moment of his time, immediately making the protagonist wary of his intentions. The man introduces himself as Gerard, a hunter from the UK, while the protagonist realizes he has embarrassed himself in front of another hunter. Since they have already met, Gerard offers to show him around the abyss, prompting the protagonist to ask what that really means. Gerard explains that the abyss here refers to the sea's safety zone, the place everyone simply calls the city. He clarifies that this central sea region links all the seas, and anyone who gathers more than 4 jewels gets trapped here unless they can advance to the 3rd floor or return to the real world. The protagonist realizes that means many people are stranded here, and Gerard admits he is one of them. Gerard reveals he only managed to collect 3 jewels and has avoided the remaining trials because they are too difficult, leaving him stuck here for 3 years. He says that is why he warns first-timers on the 2nd floor about how brutal the Sea of Abyss really is. Rather than be discouraged, the protagonist immediately asks where the trial for the Central Sea can be found. When Gerard checks whether he plans to attempt it right away, the protagonist confirms he has no intention of delaying. Privately, he reflects that a recent stroke of luck restored enough energy for him to use his full power, so waiting would only waste that advantage. He steels himself, clearly resolved to move while his condition is favorable. As Gerard leads him onward, the protagonist notes that Gerard could have simply given directions, but Gerard insists he wants to watch the attempt himself. The protagonist cannot ignore Gerard anyway, because the brooch Gerard wears lets him speak underwater. They travel deeper until a massive spiraling current comes into view ahead of them. Seeing the phenomenon, the protagonist asks if that whirlpool is the trial. Gerard confirms it is the final challenge of that sea and warns that the trial is simply surviving the whirlpool, which is far harder than it sounds. He explains that many second-floor residents repeatedly fail here, though the exact difficulty changes depending on the jewel being sought. As Gerard starts to mention special equipment needed to endure the current, the protagonist cuts him off and declares he is going in without any. The trial begins with a 10-minute limit, and the protagonist treats it as a test of whether he is truly reckless or not. He steps into the trial zone and braces himself as the current starts to gather around him. The trial of Garnet officially starts, placing him alone before the jewel's pedestal. The Garnet reward waits at the center as the sea's power builds around it. The protagonist studies the foaming current instead of simply enduring it. Realizing the whirlpool has not yet reached full strength, he decides there is no reason to wait passively for it to grow worse. He concludes that if the trial only demands survival inside the current, he can solve the problem by attacking the source first. With sudden confidence, he draws his weapon and decides to destroy the whirlpool before it can overwhelm him. Gerard watches from a distance, unaware of what the protagonist is about to do. When the whirlpool vanishes from sight, Gerard becomes confused and wonders whether something went wrong in the trial. 2 other hunters arrive, recognize Gerard, and learn he is escorting a first-timer through the area. After hearing the trial started only 2 minutes earlier, They realize the jewel's unusual shine means something has gone very wrong. A gigantic vortex suddenly swells into view, far larger than anyone expected. Gerard stares in disbelief as the whirlpool grows to an absurd size. The expanding current catches all three observers and hurls them helplessly through the water. As Gerard tumbles in the surge, he can barely process what is happening. The enormous spiral towers over the trial zone, and the system announces that the protagonist has already cleared the trial of Garnet. He is recognized for surpassing the trial's requirements, and the Pearl of the Abyss grows as a reward. Gerard is left stunned by how quickly and violently the trial ended. The protagonist remarks that Gerard looks exhausted and explains he never expected the whirlpool's destruction to create such a huge recoil outside the trial area. Without pause, Gerard angrily presents the next challenge, the Opal Trial, which requires defeating a hammer shark. He warns that being bitten by it would be fatal, trying to impress the danger on the protagonist. The protagonist calmly dismisses the threat, reasoning that in a trial like this the corpse would probably never even be recovered anyway. He immediately forms a plan: cut the shark first, then use hell's fire to burn the wound. He executes that idea at once, turning the battlefield into a blazing underwater inferno and treating the fight like entertainment. Gerard can only gape at the sight of a campfire-like blaze burning in the middle of the sea. As the water turns around them again, Gerard warns that the Emerald Trial would be much harder, and the protagonist asks if that is the toughest one. Gerard explains that the Emerald Trial is simply crossing a volcano region and is actually considered one of the easier remaining trials. The system immediately announces that the protagonist has already passed the Trial of Emerald, leaving him to conclude that it was indeed easy. A guide congratulates him on clearing the previous challenge. He is told he now has permission to advance to the next floor. Instead of moving on, he insists on finishing the remaining jewel quests and questions whether that is really necessary. He weighs the rewards against the time cost and wonders if the final trial is worth attempting after already surpassing the required conditions. The guide admits he has never seen anyone like him in years, and their banter turns into the old man teasing him as a monster. After that jab, the guide unexpectedly agrees to his request. He offers to stay with him and lead him around until all of the unfinished trials are done. Caught off guard, the young man asks why the guide is helping him so much. The guide explains that he simply wants to see how far this challenger can push the tower's trials. Accepting that answer, the young man decides to rely on him. Reviewing his progress, he confirms he has already collected Ruby, Garnet, Opal, and Emerald. That leaves Sapphire as the 5th trial still to be cleared. He also recalls earning Lapis Lazuli from the 6th trial, so the only jewel still missing is Amethyst from the 7th trial. The guide brings him to the 7th challenge, a place ominously called the Sea of Death. When asked whether anyone has ever survived it, the guide says only a handful did, the figures later known as the 7 Emperors of the Tower. Remembering those legends, he reflects that they must have possessed overwhelming physical power and senses far beyond ordinary people. The guide leaves him to face the trial alone. Before departing, he offers a final wish for his success. The trial begins with instructions to retrieve an abyss pearl hidden at the bottom of the sea while enduring crushing underwater pressure. He mocks the grand name of the place, though he quickly senses it is more dangerous than it first appears. A subtle change in the water makes him pause. The danger hits him all at once, and he realizes something is terribly wrong. System alerts announce a sudden surge in water pressure and mana density, then declare that the abnormal conditions have paralyzed him. Unable to move freely, he panics at the abrupt weight bearing down on him. He forces himself to think clearly and prepares to stabilize his body before the pressure crushes him. As he sinks deeper through the trench, the sea level markers race downward until he reaches 1,000 meters. The pressure and mana density rise again, but he endures by activating chaos energy around himself. He realizes his body is unconsciously resisting the external pressure, yet the effort rapidly consumes his energy reserves. Comparing the sea to the force of a mountain pressing down, he understands he cannot survive long by brute endurance alone. He concludes that the Sea of Death combines extreme mana density, pressure, and gravity into a single lethal environment. Rather than despair, he decides there must be a method to overcome it, and keeps descending despite the thickening density. He forms a plan to gather and synchronize with the high-density mana, using chaos energy to resist the surrounding force instead of merely fighting it. He puts that theory into practice and draws the violent energy into himself. The backlash is immediate and painful, proving the power is far harder to control than he expected. Even so, he resolves to endure the strain until he masters it. He accepts that losing a limb would be a small price if that is what it takes to survive. With that resolve, he steadily brings the chaos energy under control and aligns himself with it. He shuts out everything else and concentrates completely. When he opens his eyes again, his understanding has changed. He perceives the immense source before him as the energy of the world itself. He realizes the once rampant chaos energy has calmed. Its nature remains powerful, but now it carries a softness that makes it possible for him to handle. Testing that insight, he reaches out and makes direct contact with the stabilized power. By the time he descends to 5,600 meters, he can land at the bottom without collapsing. Even under level 50 water pressure, he finds only barren terrain and begins to suspect the trial's objective is hidden. He notes that synchronization made the environment bearable, but it still has not revealed what he is actually supposed to obtain. Looking around, he concludes that the only notable feature here is the mountain-like formation before him. The moment he reaches that conclusion, the system declares the amethyst trial passed and grants him major rewards, confirming the mountain itself was the answer. Before he can process that success, another system message announces that he cleared all 7 trials in record time, and a sudden burst of power erupts from below him. A reward materializes before him in the form of several gems, signaling that his latest achievement has earned something rare. The system grants him a rainbow ring, and he immediately recognizes that he has obtained an exceptional item. As the ring appears, its description reveals legendary quality and a built-in blessing that purifies foreign energy and restores his own. Holding the ring, he is struck by how valuable it is and begins to grasp its importance. He judges the reward absurdly powerful, especially for someone still in the early trials, and notes that another effect has also raised his strength. While deciding to head straight to the 3rd floor, he senses that someone has already cleared the sea trials and entered this place before him. He turns toward the disturbance, readying himself as the empty space around him suddenly feels occupied. Though he sees no one at first, he realizes a hidden presence is addressing him. The unseen voice calls him over and points him toward the true source of the voice among the surrounding mountains. He realizes one of the mountains is actually moving and understands that something enormous has been speaking to him. A colossal serpent emerges and remarks that surviving these trials in a mortal body is impressive. Instead of panicking, he identifies the creature by name, and concludes he knows exactly what stands before him. The being is revealed as Jormundan, the world serpent said to have once devoured an entire dimension. Jormundan recalls his past as one of Pandemonium's great lords and hints that after his realm was destroyed, he ended up trapped here. The serpent notes the contradiction in the young man's nature, seeing a mortal body that houses a demon's soul. He brushes off his own circumstances and presses for the more urgent answer of why such a monster is here. Jormundan questions why a mythical creature has appeared in this place at all, and why it has awakened now of all times. The serpent tries to explain, but is blocked by a restriction, realizing some covenant prevents him from speaking freely. He notices the censorship and infers that a powerful covenant is actively suppressing forbidden information. Jormundan manages to say only that his promise binds him to remain here, so he poses no threat beyond that confinement. Relieved, the young man admits to himself that fighting something this huge would have been hopeless. The serpent mocks modern cowardice, and the young man takes mild offense at being judged by an ancient snake. He asks what covenant could possibly keep a being like Jormundan imprisoned in this place. The serpent refuses to explain, implying the reason should already be obvious, while the young man suspects laziness may be part of it too. Instead of answering directly, Jormundan offers him a gift in return. The gift turns out to be a length of the serpent's own shed scales and skin, leaving him confused about how to use it. Jormundan explains that it is meant to become a cape once the young man carves a seal into it. He is stunned that a mythical beast would hand over such precious material so casually, and reads it as unexpected generosity. The serpent dryly remarks that this is simply one of the few things he is still permitted to do. As the serpent suddenly closes its eyes, the young man senses that something is about to change. Without warning, the massive body collapses into sleep and crashes down around him. He scrambles to avoid being crushed as the sleeping serpent's enormous form slams into the area. Once the danger passes, he realizes Jormundan said what he wanted and then immediately fell asleep. With his questions left unanswered and no way to force more information out of a sleeping monster, he decides to stop dwelling on it. Standing beneath the serpent's immense resting body, he shifts his attention from the encounter to the environment itself. He observes that this place lacks living breath yet contains intense pressure and extremely dense mana. Comparing it to the gate, he concludes this realm is actually a far better place for him to train. Remembering he still has hundreds of hours of airpack time left, he decides to stay and make full use of the opportunity. The scene later shifts back to a town above, where ordinary life continues in quiet contrast to the abyss. At a tavern called Beer, the focus narrows to a familiar gathering place. Inside, someone drinks heavily, suggesting grief or lingering tension over recent events. A companion tells the mourner to stop crying, but the exchange makes clear they are still talking about the one who was sent away. The grieving man is urged to let the dead rest, yet he cannot shake the guilt of having sent him into that trial. He confesses that he never expected the young man to die like that. Before the guilt can settle further, someone enters and interrupts the scene. The mourner looks up in shock, unable to believe what he is seeing. The supposedly dead young man walks in alive, stunning everyone in the tavern. He immediately challenges the claim of his death, demanding to know why they had already written him off. As he speaks, he reflects that 12 days passed for him in the abyss, and that many things happened during that time. He reveals that he spent the time training with the weapons left by his predecessors, greatly improving his proficiency, and even learning new skills. He confirms that his latest gains were extraordinary, with all of his core physical stats roughly doubling. In the strange space where he reviews his status, he takes stock of how much stronger he has become. Satisfied with the result, he turns his thoughts toward returning to Earth soon. Before leaving, he reminds himself of unfinished business, upgrade his cake, release Dark Star Stage 2, and verify that the item he entrusted to Mr. Ma then was handled properly. He also decides he must visit Gerard one last time before going back. Gerard greets him with relief, admitting he had feared the young hunter might never return alive. He reveals he had already been drinking in mourning for him, expecting the worst. The reunion turns awkwardly emotional as Gerard trembles with joy while the hunter tries to respond. Gerard breaks into tears from sheer relief, while the hunter, embarrassed and pressed for time, can only endure it. Once he composes himself, Gerard realizes this survival means the hunter has cleared the final trial as well. He congratulates him for conquering every trial on the second floor, something no one else had managed during Gerard's years there. The hunter downplays the feat, noting the tower had not produced many challengers, and Gerard concludes that only climbing higher remains for him. With that settled, the hunter asks what Gerard himself intends to do next. Gerard admits that watching him stirred memories of his own first days in the tower. Inspired by that feeling, Gerard decides to challenge the tower again no matter what becomes of him. The hunter promises that if Gerard does, he would be cheering him on. They part with a handshake and a hopeful promise to meet again on the next floor of the tower. The system returns him to his original dimension and informs him that his next entry into the tower will begin on the third floor. He steps to the opening gate and leaves the tower behind. Back in the real world, he steadies himself as the transition ends. He finds that only 25 days have passed on Earth, yet the city already feels slightly unfamiliar after his time away. As he walks outside, a long car pulls up beside him. Mr. Ma then rushes out to greet him loudly and excitedly the moment he recognizes him. Overjoyed, the dwarf celebrates the fact that the hunter returned alive and safe. The hunter is overwhelmed by Mothan's sparkling enthusiasm and tries to shield himself from it. He jokes that this kind of attention is too much to face immediately after leaving the tower. Ellie also welcomes him back warmly, clearly relieved by his safe return. He answers lightly that he had every reason to come back, since he still owes her a meal. Ma then immediately sulks, noticing that the hunter replied to Ellie before acknowledging him. To escape the growing public attention, the hunter suggests they continue elsewhere, and the others agree. They leave the scene by car. Inside the vehicle, the hunter gets straight to business and asks about the training ground he commissioned. When Ma then says it is already finished, he is so surprised that he wonders if he misheard. Ma then explains that work began immediately after the request, despite how little time has passed. He probably insists that a dwarf's craftsmanship is never sloppy and that his reputation guarantees the quality. The hunter recalls that dwarves are famed for their innate talent in craftsmanship, so Mothan's pride makes perfect sense. Ma then goes further and suggests moving the hunter into a house right beside the training ground, since his current rented room is only a temporary stopgap. Recognizing the practicality of the idea, the hunter agrees and asks Ma then to arrange that as well, treating him more like a trusted partner than a mere subordinate. Remembering another priority, he asks Ma then to procure materials he needs. When he names mithril and orichalcum in large quantities, Ma then is stunned and warns that both metals are extremely rare on Earth. Because those ores are essential for releasing Darkstar Stage 2, the hunter considers alternatives and proposes entering an auction instead of waiting. Ellie explains that the Interstellar Union will hold an auction in 2 weeks, though there is no guarantee the needed ores will appear there. Ma then produces the upcoming auction catalog for him to inspect. Ellie brushes aside the fact that sharing it is technically forbidden, arguing that either she nor Ma then is especially bound by strict rules and that the hunter is hardly an outsider to them. As he reads through the list, he realizes just how capable his allies are. Ma then basks in the praise while Ellie quietly affirms her own competence as well. The catalog reveals something even more important than rare ore. One of the items is a fragment of Dranka's key. That discovery gives him a new and far stronger reason to participate in the auction. The scene shifts to a quiet building, suggesting preparations for his next move. In a clean bathroom, the story pauses on a moment of ordinary routine before what comes next. A newly prepared training space stands ready, suggesting someone has gone to great lengths to build a proper place for cultivation. The young mage is pleased because the facility matches exactly what he had hoped for. The bearded builder boasts about the result, only to be reminded that the original design came from someone else. He quickly drops the bragging and admits the real achievement was finishing the construction in only a month. The place was deliberately built by recreating the detailed conditions of a hidden training site and reproducing its magical setup as closely as possible. Realizing how much effort that required, the mage notes that the new facility is conveniently close to his branch. He accepts the builder's methods because the outcome gives him exactly the kind of environment he needs. That night, he prepares to make full use of the new training ground. He decides to stop taking outside jobs and devote himself entirely to training until the upcoming auction begins. With the proper place finally secured, he immediately starts channeling power to test it. The recreated magic circle responds, flooding the room with the same celestial energy he had been seeking. As the power spreads around him, he reflects on how long it has been since he could train seriously. He realizes he has finally obtained the ideal location and conditions to practice ancient celestial art. He recalls that the tower was unsuitable because too many unknown factors in the presence of the baby dragon made focused training difficult. He also concludes that he no longer needs to rely on star or mana stone energy, since he can now recover mana naturally and spend the whole day cultivating. Encouraged by that discovery, he settles in to begin an extended session of training. But in the middle of it, a familiar and ominous energy suddenly interrupts his concentration. He immediately recognizes it as dark mana and senses something dangerous has appeared nearby. Elsewhere on the mountain, a small group moves to the forest under a trail of dark energy. The mage abandons his training at once and heads out to investigate. He arrives at the mountain path and spots several intruders gathered ahead. Their orange-haired leader arrogantly judges that anyone approaching them will still be far beneath his level and useful only as amusement. His smug mood breaks when an unexpected phone call interrupts him. The caller's identity startles him enough to make him answer immediately. He turns ingratiating at once, addressing the caller as someone even greater than himself. But the caller cuts to the flattery and demands to know why he is in Yongsan. Feigning innocence, he claims he is merely at Neju and about to enter a date with his guild, offering to come over if needed. Listening from afar, the mage realizes the man is lying and that this group is not where it is supposed to be. He remembers hearing that the target would only be touched when summoned, so the presence of these people here suggests they may be connected to the dark disturbance. When his inquiry yields no useful answer, he decides to stop relying on others and handle the matter himself. He resolves to trace the source of the dark mana directly. Knowing that this could reveal what kind of chaos pandemonium intends to unleash on Earth, he refuses to ignore it. Following the trail into the mountain, he closes in on the disturbance. From the forest path he confirms that powerful dark mana has spread across the entire mountain. He is baffled that anyone would attempt something this dangerous in the middle of Seoul. Before he can press further, a hostile signal flashes from the trees. An arrow suddenly shoots toward him, forcing him to evade at the last instant. The attack continues immediately, with more shots driving down to the forest. He reacts fast enough to draw a weapon and deflect the ambush. The redirected strike slices away into the trees instead of hitting him. The hidden attacker keeps firing, trying to pin him down from cover. A blue-haired assailant mocks him for barely surviving the first shot, and promises he will not avoid the next one. The attacker reveals a technique called lightning flying daggers, filling the area with razor-fast glowing trajectories. The barrage tears through the space around the mage, mixing blades and projectiles into a lethal net. He turns the exchange around so decisively that the attacker is the one slammed to the ground, and he coldly points out who the real fool is. Seeing the fallen enemy clearly, he realizes his suspicion was correct. The defeated assailant confirms it when the mage identifies them by the use of arrows. He recognizes the intruders as dark elves, a secretive race with a hostile nature and a history of poor relations with humans. Another strike erupts nearby, showing that more of them are positioned around the mountain. The surrounding dark elves raise an intruder alert and report that the target is advancing from the south. He recalls that dark elves are physically weaker than humans but compensate with speed, agility, and excellent spatial awareness, making them especially dangerous in a forest like this. A dark elf tries to stop the intruder by unleashing a darkness meant to consume him. Instead of retreating, the young swordsman charges straight through the attack. A monstrous shadow rises before him, but he faces it without hesitation. He stays calm because he has already figured out how this creature attacks. Using that knowledge, he slips into position with a burst of speed. He answers with a powerful sword technique, the Boundless Heaven Slash. The golden strike tears through the dark mass and breaks its form apart. The backlash catches the nearby dark elves as the attack collapses around them. Both enemies are left coughing and reeling, suddenly overwhelmed. One of them falls helplessly to the ground as the swordsman closes in. Standing over them, he demands to know how dark elves reach Earth. The wounded elf refuses to answer and begs only to be killed. When the elf invokes the Great One again, the swordsman realizes he is hearing the same fanatic phrase once more. He cuts them down further, making it clear that silence will only bring more pain. Even so, he realizes threats alone will not make zealots like these talk. He turns his attention to the larger ritual site hidden in the forest, and the figure at its center. There, an older dark elf sits inside a magic circle, surrounded by ominous red energy while preparing a spell. The swordsman judges from the mana alone that this caster is highly skilled. He notes that the man is a dark elf with an unusually large amount of dark mana, making him a possible source of the disturbance. But the situation feels wrong, because dark elves are usually fiercely protective of their own kind, and someone this strong should have attacked already. He concludes that the caster has stayed still because the spell requires full preparation. When he calls that out, the old dark elf admits he is exactly right. The swordsman presses him directly, demanding to know why dark elves are in Korea and warning that he will force an answer if needed. The old elf finally offers the truth, saying he will reveal everything. He declares that he serves the great demon king Daimus, and that Daimus will descend again to spread death across the world. The swordsman immediately understands that these dark elves are Daimus's subordinates. Enraged, he grabs the old elf and accuses him of lying and falsely using Daimus's name. Before he can get more out of him, he realizes the elf has killed himself by detonating his own mana. Furious, he shouts at the corpse for dying before explaining anything useful. His anger deepens because the mention of Daimus feels like a personal insult and an act of impersonation. He vents his rage at the entire lot of them, condemning them as trash. The scene shifts away from the forest to a quiet interior elsewhere. A phone rings, drawing a woman's attention. She answers the call, still wrapped in a towel. The caller introduces himself as John Minchio from the Hunter exam, and she remembers him from their earlier bet. When he brings up that promise, she teasingly notes that it took him long enough to contact her. He apologizes for the delay and says he needs to ask her something important, which makes her wary of where the conversation is going. The moment he mentions dark elves, her playful mood vanishes in shock. He tells her plainly that dark elves are currently on Earth. When she demands to know how he knows that, he prepares to explain. But before answering, he reminds her that their promised meal together still stands. Left alone with his thoughts again, he fumes over those pathetic followers using Deimos's name, and wonders what they were really after. Examining the ritual, he identifies it as a wavelength amplification formation that strengthens mana tuned to a specific frequency. From that, he infers that the circle was meant to support another magic formation elsewhere, meaning there are likely more of these sites and he cannot solve this one incident in isolation. He decides he should rely on the subordinate he recruited for situations like this. But when he calls, the subordinate is unreachable because he is inside a dungeon. That leaves him irritated since the one person he wants is unavailable, and there is no telling when he will return. He considers asking the Hunter Association or the Interstellar Union for help, but doubts either side would be useful because demon-related politics would only complicate things. He recalls that another branch has no meaningful ties beyond the Yonsen branch, offering little hope of outside support. With no clear ally and a growing dark elf problem, he is left clutching his head and wondering what to do next. Minchiel is startled to learn that the people involved are elves. He recalls that elves and dark elves were originally one race before a long conflict split them apart. That history left the two branches as bitter enemies sworn against each other. Realizing this matters, he thinks Shingyumi will definitely respond once she hears it. In the present, he waits outside after roughly piecing together that one elf embassy and one dark elf faction may be tied to the case. Checking his phone, he expects the visitors he contacted to arrive soon. A green-haired elf approaches, confirms his identity, and Minchiel immediately guesses Shingyumi sent him. The elf introduces himself as Griff from the elf embassy, and Minchiel notes from the strong fruit-like scent that these are high elves. Seeing Griff's five-leaf brooch, Minchiel recognizes it as the mark of an exceptional elven warrior, likely one of their elite guards. They head deeper into the forest along the trail. The path opens onto the aftermath of a fight, with corrupted enemies already lying dead ahead of them. Griff confirms Minchiel defeated the corrupted ones alone, and Minchiel answers that he did. When Griff mentions hearing that Minchiel took the same test as the young lady, Minchiel cuts him off and demands to know his real point. Instead of explaining, Griff abruptly asks Minchiel for a spar, catching him completely off guard. Minchiel realizes the elf is genuinely fired up and unusually competitive for someone from such a reserved race. He reminds Griff that he assumed the elves came to help clean up the aftermath, and Griff apologizes for getting carried away by Minchiel's strength. Minchiel reflects that elves are usually far more restrained, making Griff's enthusiasm stand out even more. Another elf joins Griff, and the two begin preparing spirit magic over a large magic formation. At Minchiel's request, they agree to restore the forest area before it was damaged. Their spirit magic answers the request and surges to the woods. Watching the restoration spread, Minchiel remarks that elves really are useful in situations like this. He notes that elves can draw on nature's mana to purify dark mana quickly, saving him far more time than doing it alone. Once the cleanup is handled, Griff tells Minchiel that the other elf will act as his guide. Minchiel learns the guide is there because the young miss has invited him to a banquet. Pleased by the chance to talk over a meal, he readily agrees to go. Privately, he decides to use the banquet to gather information on both elves and dark elves and to crush anyone misusing his name. He is taken to the elf embassy, an imposing and heavily guarded residence. The embassy staff greet him formally as he enters. Inside, Minchiel finds the situation strange because in his previous life he only remembered fighting elves, not visiting them peacefully. He recalls that in the elf dimension Vanaheim, the Elven Empire had once stood with Elysium against Pandemonium and the Dark Elves. But after the Second Great Cataclysm, the elves deliberately moved closer to humanity and built a friendlier relationship with them. That memory makes him think this meeting may matter, especially since his past self had been too weak and insignificant to know much about the elves. A woman in red, Hunter Minchiel, greets him as someone she has met before and notes she had expected him to contact her after their last encounter. Confused, Minchiel asks why she had been waiting for him. She explains simply that she intends to repay what she owes him. As they walk, she clarifies that this banquet is not about settling their earlier bet. She reveals that the invitation actually came from her father, not from her. She warns him in advance because she expects the banquet hall to feel uncomfortable, while he treats the unusual experience with easy curiosity. To make up for her father imposing on him, she offers to personally buy him a separate meal later, and he accepts despite not really seeing the distinction. Her comment that he has not changed prompts him to ask what she means. She explains that he seems just as unshaken now as when he fought the Blue Catcher. Minchiel answers that elves are still people in the end, so he sees no reason to be nervous around them. That fearless attitude clearly intrigues her. She brings him before her father at the banquet table and formally presents him as the hunter who tracked dark elves. Her father introduces himself as Vari Sillen, Vanaheim's ambassador. When Minchiel immediately identifies the Sillen family as collateral descendants of the royal line, Varys is impressed and asks why a human knows so much about elves. Minchiel judges from Varys' rank in spirit magic that he is a powerful high elf and realizes this is exactly the kind of influential figure he wanted to meet. Seeing that power only makes Minchiel want to fight him. But Varys teasingly shuts that down before the thought can go anywhere. Varys turns the moment into a joke and invites both Minchiel and his daughter to sit, while she scolds him for speaking so carelessly in front of a guest. Minchiel steers the meeting back to business by suggesting they eat first and save the real discussion for after the meal. During the meal, he notes that what was meant to be a simple dinner clearly had a great deal of care put into it. The elf ambassador asks his daughter to leave first so he can speak with the prince alone, and she obediently withdraws. Once they are alone, the ambassador brings up the prince's first encounter with the dark elves and his role in fighting them. The prince downplays it as luck, but the ambassador pointedly remarks that he seems to have an unusual amount of it. The ambassador's tone turns sharper as he implies that the prince's repeated good fortune is too convenient to ignore. The prince immediately realizes the conversation has shifted from courtesy to suspicion and prepares for a direct probe. The ambassador frames the prince as someone who has greatly benefited them, since the dark elves had reached Earth without leaving any trace they could find. The prince pushes back, saying this sounds less like gratitude and more like an interrogation, especially when his own rank should not have warranted such scrutiny. The ambassador reveals the real reason for his interest. The informant tied to the case is connected to his daughter. He bluntly asks whether the prince had been planning something ever since the hunter exams. The accusation makes the prince laugh, and the ambassador demands to know what he finds so amusing. The prince dismisses the idea that everything revolves around elves and denies having any reason to scheme around them. Even so, the ambassador admits he cannot shake his suspicion, while the prince counters that perhaps the real issue is their disbelief that he could defeat dark elves on his own. The ambassador confirms that this is exactly what troubles him. He suddenly traps the prince inside a spirit barrier, a wall meant to block all outside influence, and contain even a rank hunter. Rather than panic, the prince mocks the ambassador for repaying help with confinement, and calls this kind of petty treatment typical of elves. He openly scorns their methods, arguing that people this small-minded can never hope to catch dark elves properly. The ambassador insists this is only temporary until the investigation squad returns, though he admits he dislikes treating an ally this way. The prince recalls the surviving dark elves in the mountains and realizes the elves may confirm his value once they understand spirits were used in that battle. Angered by the insult and the straint, he unleashes power and attacks the barrier head-on. The ambassador warns that brute force should be useless against the barrier, but the prince cuts him off and keeps pressing. He releases the named sword technique and drives it into the spirit wall with overwhelming force. The barrier explodes apart, proving the ambassador had badly underestimated him. For the first time, the ambassador is visibly shaken by the scale of the prince's strength. Before he can recover, the prince closes the distance and puts a blade at his throat. With the balance of power reversed, the prince coldly demands that they resume the conversation on his terms. The ambassador apologizes and admits he had mistaken the prince for someone weak. The prince recognizes that the elf had been quietly gathering spirit energy even during the exchange, meaning he had not been defenseless either. Instead of backing down, the ambassador seems intrigued that the prince had been concealing such strength. The prince corrects him, saying he never hid anything. The elves simply refused to believe what was in front of them. He adds that he is already busy hunting his father's murderer, and has no patience for being treated like a suspect in this place. The ambassador backs off and says he has no wish to continue fighting, noting that if he truly meant to kill the prince he would have acted long ago, and that killing a royal guest would create a diplomatic disaster. He tries to smooth things over by jokingly inviting a proper fight later if the prince wants satisfaction. The prince is baffled that the ambassador is making jokes immediately after provoking a near battle. Before the tension can flare again, another elf arrives and asks permission to deliver a report. Both sides accept the interruption, and the newcomer begins briefing them together in the reception room. The report reveals the Dark Elves' objective: to awaken an imprisoned existence inside the old dimension. That phrase catches the ambassador's attention at once, while the prince also listens more seriously. The prince notes with dry approval that the elves managed to infer something meaningful from the magic circle after all. The report explains that the universe contains countless dimensions, some newly born and others ancient, and that not all of them survive forever. The old dimension is identified as one of those fallen worlds. The ambassador asks the obvious next question: what exactly is the imprisoned being the Dark Elves are trying to release? The answer is that they appear to be devoted to Deimos, a god of war, but the prince immediately rejects that conclusion. He explains that Deimos was merely a dimensional lord who once devastated Earth, and that if the Dark Elves seek to restore a fallen world, then Deimos is the wrong target because he is already dead and reincarnated. Thinking it through, the prince concludes the Dark Elves must be hiding the truth, and he decides he cannot keep his own knowledge to himself any longer. The reporting elf apologizes for the incomplete investigation and says the ritual site analysis will take 2 more days. That delay alarms the ambassador, who realizes they still have no clear trail while the enemy ritual may already be nearing completion. Remembering the prince's earlier ability to sense dark mana, the ambassador asks him to confirm that he can track it. He then formally asks for the prince's help, warning that if the imprisoned being is truly the Demon King, Earth itself could be in danger again. The prince understands that he is the only one who can quickly locate the Dark Elves, and since he already intended to kill them, he decides he might as well take the job. Pressed about his earlier hostility, the man realizes the elf ambassador is desperate enough to overlook an insult if it serves his purpose. He immediately sees that desperation as leverage and starts planning how to profit from the elves' need. He abruptly apologizes to Minchio, and the ambassador, eager to move forward, agrees to let the slight go as mere pettiness. When reminded that the matter concerns humanity's safety, he brushes that aside and makes clear he cares more about being compensated for wasted time. The ambassador swallows his pride, admits fault, and asks what payment would be enough to make amends. Sensing an opening, the man demands a firm promise that whatever he asks for will truly be granted. Once the ambassador swears by his name and office, the man locks him into that oath and decides he can now exploit it later. That night, after leaving the negotiation behind, he turns his attention back to the ritual already underway. Standing alone inside a magic circle, he prepares to deal with the Dark Elves before time runs out. He looks at the blank check he extracted and sets aside thoughts of money for later. Though tempted to drain the elves for everything, he decides greed can wait because the ritual is more urgent. He focuses on the deadline, knowing he has little time left before events overtake him. He recalls that the first time he sensed the Dark Elves was about a month ago, and that they have been carefully hiding their traces ever since even as the ritual nears completion. He concludes that both his side and theirs have wasted time, but his hatred for the Dark Elves makes them his priority. Because he lacks time to hunt them one by one, he decides he first needs a way to detect dark mana directly. He gathers himself and commits to a harsher method. With no better option, he resolves to use the dangerous technique he learned in the Abyss of Death. He prepares a new mana circulation method meant to force his senses into synchronizing with dark energy. As the technique activates, he enters deep concentration and begins tuning his body to chaos and darkness. He extends that altered perception outward, treating the city itself as his field of vision. By following signals of dark mana, he starts scanning across Seoul. He vows to search the entire city if necessary until every hidden dark elf is found. Hours pass into daylight as the strain of the search mounts. The effort finally overwhelms him, and he collapses inside the magic circle. Barely conscious and drenched in sweat, he realizes he nearly died from pushing the detection too far. He reflects that repeatedly flooding a huge area with chaos energy almost made his brain burst, and only the dulling of his senses kept him alive. Even so, the search yields results. Seoul is vast, but he narrows the suspicious locations down to about 10 places outside the ritual's center. He sends those locations to the embassy and notes with satisfaction that they answer immediately. Seeing how quickly they respond, he leaves the task of chasing the Dark Elves to the elves themselves. With that burden shifted, he turns to restoring his own strength and decides to use the World Stone's power for recovery. He meditates before immense energy, using circulation to cool and stabilize his overworked mind. Then he begins an ancient celestial art to refine the World Stone's power into something he can absorb safely. He separates the stone's divided forces and prepares to process them individually. The two powers split apart completely under his control. He identifies one half as light. He recognizes the other half as darkness. As he cycles both energies to the celestial art, his chaos power and mastery steadily increase. Outside, morning settles over the city while his recovery continues. When the process ends, he feels restored and far better than before, but a new disturbance brushes his senses, interrupting his relief. He realizes he is detecting chaos energy somewhere else, not dark mana this time. He suspects he missed it earlier because he had been concentrating too narrowly on the Dark Elf's signature. The sensation becomes unmistakable, and he recognizes the energy from a familiar kind of date. He identifies it as the same type of date break that struck the old neighborhood before. Remembering that the kobold from that incident carried chaos energy, he sees the connection immediately. He wonders whether the Dark Elf ritual and this chaos outbreak are happening together by chance, though he has no proof they are linked. Lack of evidence stops matching once he decides the gate itself is too important to ignore. He concludes he cannot let the black monsters inside that gate keep releasing chaos energy unchecked. He surges out toward the city at full speed, racing straight for the outbreak. Consumed by excitement and possessiveness, he declares that the gate belongs to him. A dark gate tears open as a vast, unnatural space begins to connect to the ritual site. Below, the ritual circle is already active, with dark elves gathered around it in anticipation. The magic flares, confirming that the great ritual has been completed at the intended moment. An observer realizes events are unfolding exactly as the mysterious planner had predicted. Into the charged silence, someone steps forward instead of taking the expected respite. The young man emerges to the black gate and enters the other side alone. He quickly judges the place to be the interior of the black gate, a barren land with no sign of life. The ruined landscape makes him feel as though he is standing in a world that was completely destroyed. A sudden realization hits him, and he understands where he has arrived. A system message identifies the place as a world ruined long ago by a war between gods after its astral bodies were destroyed. Rather than panic, he greets the revelation with grim amusement. He recalls that the Dark Elves' scattered rituals across Seoul were all meant to open this dark gate. Before he can dwell on it, hostile beasts announce their presence. He welcomes the encounter, pleased that the gathered enemies have conveniently come to him. Dire wolves and dark elves surround him, expecting an easy kill. The elves mock his isolation and decide to use him for entertainment, while guarding the gate. They order the wolves to drown him in despair and tear him apart. He answers their contempt with open scorn as holy power crackles around his body. With murderous confidence, he declares that this would be the day all of them die. He strikes first with lightning-charged martial force, smashing into the attacking wolves. The wolves are ripped apart in a burst of blood before they can overwhelm him. He keeps cutting through the dire wolves at close range, treating them as beneath him. He notes that they are only low-rank beasts, too weak to justify wasting much chaos energy on them. The dark elves are shaken that a human they despised could wipe out the wolves so easily. The surviving beasts lose their nerve and try to flee, drawing furious abuse from their masters. A system notice confirms that holy fire now covers his whole body, and he refuses to let any enemy escape. He slaughters the retreating wolves and elves alike while they cry out prayers for their prince's revival. As their bodies fall, he dismisses their dying devotion as the same empty fanaticism. By touching one of the corpses, he absorbs chaos energy from the dead. The absorbed power raises his strength, and he remarks that even a weak enemy can still be useful fuel. He realizes the chaos energy has washed away his fatigue and confirms that martial arts work effectively while he is cloaked in holy fire. Holding a surviving wolf in place, he mockingly thanks it for helping him discover that advantage. A higher-ranking dark elf finally reveals himself, watching the massacre with cold attention. When no one answers his side, the newcomer notices the silence left by his dead subordinates. The young man warns him to stop whatever ritual remains unless he wants to die as well. Instead of showing concern, the dark elf laughs at the threat. With his sword leveled at the seated elf, the young man demands to know why he can still laugh after losing everyone under him. The elf insists his followers died willingly for Daimas, and claims their sacrifice has already completed the ritual and brought him here. The young man rejects that faith as pathetic nonsense, especially if they are still clinging to a dead god. The elf corrects him and says they are not following the dead god of war at all. At that moment, a new sound and descending light suggest that something is beginning to manifest. He notices the disturbance, and asks what exactly is making that noise. The radiance intensifies overhead as the summoning reaches its peak. The dark elf exults, calling for a sleeping force to awaken and spread chaos across the land. He boasts that once this being descends, the human will become nothing more than meat. But the young man finds the situation oddly off. He bluntly asks why the supposed great being is not appearing. The elf's confidence collapses as the light continues without producing the expected arrival. The young man answers the confusion with a sudden punch that leaves the elf reeling. Desperate, the elf insists the ritual was performed exactly as instructed, only for the young man to point to the real flaw. Still smiling, he reveals he already destroyed the corresponding amplification circles at the other ritual sites. A battered elf hangs on with blood in his mouth, already looking like he has been broken by the interrogation. Elsewhere, someone overseeing the ritual is pleased that the original elves are carrying out the assigned task and notes the amplification circle is still functioning, though weakly. The swordsman decides the ordeal was worth it, sensing that he has gained something important from enduring it. With renewed confidence, he turns back to the real issue and prepares to press for the mastermind behind the plot. He grabs the injured elf and demands the name of the one who ordered all of this, forcing the answer out of him. When the elf tries to stall, the swordsman makes good on his threat and punishes him for lying. Even in pain, the elf clings to his pride, sneering that dark elves lack true resolve while privately burning to kill his captor. The swordsman ignores the insult because he wants the bitter truth, but a sudden disturbance interrupts the interrogation. As the magic circle roars and the air twists, both of them realize something is being summoned into the ritual ground. A monstrous presence forms overhead, and the swordsman immediately senses that the situation has become dangerous. He quickly understands he may have pushed events exactly where the enemy wanted them to go. A dark mass tears open into the world as the summoning completes. The creature crashes down with explosive force, shattering the ground and filling the area with smoke and debris. The elf erupts in joy, convinced the prophecy has come true exactly as promised. The swordsman keeps his blade at the elf's throat and demands to know what they have unleashed. The answer arrives with the beast itself, and the elf reveals that this prison held something far worse than a captive. A gigantic black wolf emerges through the flames and dust, towering over the ritual site. The swordsman braces himself as the shockwave from its arrival tears through the area. He realizes the dark elves have summoned something far beyond an ordinary monster. A system-like appraisal identifies the beast as Fenrir, an ancient divine creature of overwhelming strength and speed. The name confirms it. The summoned monster is the god devourer, Fenrir. Its legend marks it as a crazed mythic beast tied to Jormungand and infamous for slaughtering gods who once repented. Its reputation extends even further, as a destroyer capable of ravaging entire dimensions. Fenrir howls over the battlefield, announcing its awakening with raw malice. The elf rushes forward in worshipful excitement, claiming credit for waking the beast. He exults that the god-killer has finally returned to the world. To him, Fenrir's revival means the long-awaited chaos and destruction have begun. Fenrir answers not with gratitude but with a savage attack that blasts the area apart. The swordsman avoids the strike and judges from the devastation that even a casual movement from the beast carries absurd power. Still, he notices something important. Fenrir is not acting rationally and seems weaker than its legend suggests. He reasons that the weakened amplification circle, or the long imprisonment, may have dulled the beast, and he credits his eyes of truth for catching that flaw. Fenrir's glowing eye fixes on him, making clear that instinct, not thought, is driving in now. Seeing no sign of intelligence behind the hostility, he concludes this is a fight against brute impulse rather than strategy. That realization reframes the battle as a chance encounter with a powerful enemy in the wrong place at the wrong time. He steadies his grip on the sword and starts to enjoy the challenge. Because the beast is ruled by bloodlust and hunger, he sees a path to victory through technique instead of force. He squares up calmly, treating the clash as a problem he can solve. Once he understands the enemy's nature, he becomes convinced he can win. He launches himself into motion, taking the initiative before Fenrir can fully control the pace. Rising into the air above the wolf, he prepares to overwhelm it with confidence and aggression. He loudly declares himself the war god Daimos and the greatest fighter alive, using sheer bravado to dominate the moment. His boast frames the fight as proof that his supremacy holds across every era. He strikes in a burst of golden blows, peppering Fenrir from multiple angles to test its defenses. While attacking, he taunts the beast for being so huge that its size must create exploitable blind spots. He follows with a massive palm strike aimed straight into Fenrir's body. The hit lands, but the beast's body is so durable and its defensive gaps so broad that the attack barely matters. He immediately chains into a sword technique, trying to cut through with a sharper, more focused strike. Even that fails to bite deeply, and he realizes Fenrir's thick fur is blunting the blade before it can reach flesh. Fenrir retaliates at once, forcing him to spring away before the counterattack can crush him. As he escapes, he admits a direct hit would have killed him instantly and resolves to rely on repeated light attacks, evasion, and a later decisive finishing blow. A giant wolf-like monster with burning green eyes emerges in a frenzy. It unleashes hellfire, and the fighter realizes the beast is far stronger than he first hoped. Even with much of its power sealed, he recognizes it as a monster from the mythical age, and notes that ordinary hellfire barely harms it. When the beast prepares a breath attack, he immediately reads the opening it creates. He rushes in, deciding that a massive attack leaves the monster briefly exposed. The wolf tries to swat him out of the air, but he avoids the blow and presses closer. Seeing one strike will not be enough, he prepares to wear the creature down to repetition. He raises his blade and commits to making the next exchange hurt. He carves into the beast again and again, turning the fight into a barrage of repeated slashes. As the cuts finally pierce the fur, he compares the tactic to water slowly wearing down stone and resolves to keep cutting without pause. The wounded beast roars upward, but he stays on it instead of backing off. He switches tactics and draws a hook dagger technique called dagger flash. Using the tethered blade, he whips himself through the air around the monster. Confident in his speed advantage, he taunts the beast for being too slow to catch him. He follows with Imperial Lightning Destruction Fist, driving a pillar of lightning-like force into the wolf. The attack jolts the monster hard enough to make it cry out in pain, but the impact also throws him down onto the beast's body, showing how dangerous even a successful hit is at this range. As he recovers, he admits the monster is overwhelmingly strong and that his own energy is already down to about half. The pressure excites him because he finally feels he is in a real fight where one mistake could be fatal. That thrill breaks when he suddenly senses something else going wrong around them. He looks up and realizes the sky of this place is literally breaking apart. A system warning explains that this world fragment has taken too much damage from repeated impacts and is nearing collapse, making him fear their battle caused it. Before he can dwell on it, the wolf lunges again and forces him back into the fight. He gathers power between his hands, preparing a defensive counter at the last instant. The beast crashes down on him, but he meets the assault with concentrated force instead of retreating. While bracing against the attack, he confirms the world is collapsing because of the damage their battle keeps inflicting. He also realizes the wolf is still far from finished, since all his attacks have only chipped away at it. At the same time, the beast senses its own chaos energy running low, and howls as it pushes harder. It slams green power into the ground, tearing up the terrain to restrict his movement. He understands that the monster is deliberately reshaping the battlefield to trap him. Another warning shows the collapse accelerating, and he concludes the beast is now fighting more strategically because time is running out for both of them. Rather than panic, he decides this has become a race against time and refuses to let the terrain control stop him. A blessing activates within him, restoring what he had lost. The power cleanses his injuries and curses and replenishes his original energy. Revitalized and wrapped in rainbow light, he steadies himself and reasons that even a god-devouring Fenrir must still have some fatal weakness. With renewed confidence, he warns the raging beast that if it keeps going, this entire place would be destroyed. He resolves to find a weakness that will rob the monster of its mobility. He launches himself forward to begin a new phase of the fight. The wolf answers with open hostility, and the two crash back into close combat. As they clash, the fractured sky continues to split apart above them. He understands that this battlefield is only a surviving fragment of a world already destroyed once before. The damage spreads to the ground and the dimension is left with only hours before total destruction. Seeing the legendary Fenrir reduced to this mindless rampage, he judges the sight pathetic. He attacks again while condemning the beast for acting beneath the dignity such a creature should have. Looking into its crazed green eyes, he concludes madness has stripped away whatever nobility it once possessed. He recognizes himself in that fall, recalling how he too became twisted after failing to reclaim his original body and being trapped in a lesser vessel. Even as the dimension races toward destruction, he keeps fighting through the chaos. He realizes Fenrir is so consumed by eternal rage that it no longer cares if this world fragment dies with it. Accepting that, he abandons any thought of restraint and vows to kill the beast himself. Reviewing the damage he has dealt, he concludes that only the neck drew a meaningful reaction, marking it as Fenrir's true weak point. He notices a strange purple light emitted deep in the beast's wound. Realizing something foreign is lodged inside it, he raises his sword and prepares to strike precisely at that spot. He unleashes 7 Stars demonic sword, first form, sun-destroying slash, driving a blazing attack straight toward the embedded object. As the strike lands, he confirms his suspicion that the wound contains something unnatural. The hidden object is exposed as a purple crystal buried in the flesh. He follows immediately with 7 Stars demonic sword, second form, meteor strike, aiming to smash it completely. The blade cleaves through the crystal and shatters it apart. The giant wolf howls in agony as the crystal's destruction jolts its body. Watching the beast convulse far more violently than expected, he starts to suspect the crystal was not just a weakness but something more significant. Still, he decides to finish the fight quickly by taking the creature's head in one clean blow. Before he can act, the wolf begins groaning like it is regaining awareness. He halts in surprise and wonders if destroying the crystal has restored its senses. The beast wakes in confusion, unable to remember where it is or even who it is. When he identifies it as Fenrir, the name triggers recognition, and the wolf recalls being released so it could fight in Ragnarok. His confusion deepens because that memory clashes completely with what he knows Fenrir became. Fenrir insists he was in the middle of battling gods and rejects the idea that he is some world-destroying monster, identifying the man only as a mortal human. The man explains that Fenrir's family exterminated the gods, and that Jormungand later took one of the 72 thrones of Pandemonium. Fenrir is startled by the mention that Jormungand entered the demon's domain. When Fenrir admits he has no memory of that, the man becomes convinced the creature's memories are badly damaged. To prove his story, he shows a snakeskin relic carrying Jormungand as energy. Fenrir recognizes the energy but still cannot reconcile it with his own memories, confirming that something is wrong in his mind. The man asks for Fenrir's last clear memory while using a skill, and Fenrir can only recall a pounding headache before everything went blank. Comparing that to the crystal he just destroyed, the man concludes Fenrir's consciousness was trapped and left to wander in confusion for ages. He decides to test a gentler approach and releases some healing energy instead of pressing the attack. Fenrir nervously asks if the man is still angry, and the man tells him to calm down and stop treating the drawn sword like an immediate execution. The man bluntly explains that with Fenrir's claws on him, lowering his guard would be suicidal. Fenrir desperately pleads for a chance to live, saying he was only fighting because he had been tormented and driven to survive. His fear spills out completely as he insists he never wanted to die and only struggled to stay alive. Even while channeling power into his weapon, the man admits he cannot simply trust those words. Fenrir goes further and offers to serve him as a master if that will spare his life. The offer evokes the image of an ancient beast of myth lowering itself into servitude, something almost absurd in scale. Fenrir explains that although his memories are broken, one instinct remains clear. He does not want to be stabbed again by the same kind of sore. The man hesitates, knowing creatures from the mythic age are defined by overwhelming pride. Because such beings would rather die than submit, Fenrir's surrender convinces him the fear is genuine. Accepting that sincerity, he decides to take Fenrir in as a subordinate rather than kill him. Fenrir immediately brightens with obvious relief and gratitude at being spared. An ancient pact forms as Fenrir swears upon his soul to serve Minchiol as his master. The enormous wolf abruptly shifts into an eager, obedient demeanor that leaves Minchiol mildly stunned. That mood is interrupted when Fenrir complains that his neck wound hurts so badly it feels close to breaking. Minchiol uses holy fire, sending healing power into Fenrir's injured body. As the warmth spreads, Fenrir happily reports the pain fading, and Minchiol notes the beast is starting to act more like a dog than a legendary monster. A sudden system alarm interrupts the moment with an urgent warning. Minchiol asks whether Fenrir can run, but Fenrir admits his neck and legs are still too damaged for that. When a countdown announces the area is about to collapse, Minchiol realizes staying put means certain death. Pressed for options, he asks Fenrir if he can transform into a smaller form. Fenrir says he can do it immediately, catching Minchiol off guard with how fast the answer comes. Fenrir begins shrinking, his massive body compressing into a much smaller shape. The transformation continues until the giant wolf's form is completely replaced by a tiny, fluffy body. Fenrir presents his new form proudly, and Minchiol is left staring at what is essentially a poodle. Minchiol can only process the absurdity that he nearly died fighting a creature that now barely reaches his knees. Minchiol realizes the situation is too urgent to hesitate and forces himself to move. As the gate erupts into a hellish storm of fire and destruction, He flees the collapsing area with the small black dog in his arms. Even while escaping, the creature complains about being carried by a man and casually suggests he die instead, making clear it can speak and has no gratitude at all. Minchio runs straight for a purple portal, choosing immediate escape over staying in the burning ruin. He admits the battle with Fenrir drained too much of his power, leaving the portal unstable and dangerous. Looking over the scorched landscape, he thinks the ruined gate resembles the end of the world. Elsewhere, two hooded figures monitoring events to a glowing orb lose their read on the situation when the mana becomes unstable. One of them is stunned by what the orb now shows. A monstrous flame lord manifests before them and demands to know what is so unbelievable, instantly reducing the observer to terrified submission. The flame lord reminds the hooded subordinate that success had been guaranteed, while the subordinate can only weakly ask for more time and resources. That excuse is answered with violence, as the lord burns the subordinate's hand and treats failure as a punishable offense. The lord declares he would no longer tolerate anyone who falls short, and implies the professor should have been given better support from the start. At that summons, Ziyad appears and presents himself before the lord. The flame lord orders Ziyad to assist the professor and proceed with the next mission, and Ziyad accepts without resistance. The lord warns that this is the last chance, and that another disappointing result will not be forgiven. Though sweating under the threat, Ziyad masks his fear and assures the other subordinate there is no need to worry now. The lord promises rewards if the demanded results are achieved, turning the threat into a brutal bargain. Ziyad is told he must obey completely this time, and although he resents being made to help a mere human, he is reminded that any complaint belongs before his lord, not anyone else. Back in the forest, Minchio emerges safely from the portal with the black dog still tucked under his arm. Someone calls out to him, and he turns to find a group waiting outside the gate. The elf group confronts him for rushing inside alone when the gate had been on the verge of collapse, making clear they had gathered because they feared what might have happened. A black-haired woman presses him for details, and Minchio brushes off concern by insisting he came out unharmed. When he teasingly asks if she was worried about him, she is caught off guard for a moment. She immediately denies any personal concern and reframes it as political anxiety over what trouble his death would have caused her father, the ambassador. Minchio accepts that answer while continuing to think through what the ritual inside the gate was meant to accomplish. As they walk, he concludes the ritual was not meant to revive the demon Lord Daimus, which leaves the true target of the summoning unknown. He explains that the ritual failed when the wavelength amplification circle collapsed, but keeps quiet about Fenrir because revealing that would only complicate matters. The woman admits they would have been in serious trouble without his help, and Minchio immediately turns that gratitude toward the subject of compensation. She starts to agree, then suddenly notices something else about him. Her attention lands on the animal in his arms, and she asks why he is carrying a puppy. The sight unsettles her as she begins to suspect there is more to this dog than Minchio realizes. She scolds him for bringing such a small animal into a deadly gate, while he casually claims he just found it on the way. Minchio insists he could not abandon what looked like a stray, while the dog angrily barks that it was never abandoned at all. Too exhausted to deal with the absurdity, Minchio internally recognizes the dog as Fenrir and begs it to stop acting like an ordinary pet. After the gate incident, the elf embassy investigates the dark elf's traces, but the search produces little. Although a few dark elves near the destroyed circles are captured, the rest erase their tracks so completely that they seem to vanish from existence. Because of that failure, Varys Silin personally asks Minchio for help once more. Minchio explains that he already absorbed the chaos energy from the Black Gate during the earlier conflict. He also found evidence that the Dark Elves were not acting under Daimus, and says there is nothing more to gain by involving Fenrir again. On that basis, he refuses the request, saying he has already done enough. Even while turning them down, he insists on being properly rewarded for the help he has already provided, and the elf agrees despite clearly disliking the demand. Minchio leaves after telling them to contact him if they uncover where the Dark Elves went. As he walks away, he reasons that since the Dark Elves were not pursuing the Beast Man from the past, some other being must be behind them. He vows that once he identifies which demon is involved, he will not let them escape, while Fenrir interrupts only to complain about being hungry. Back home, Minchio sighs that he had hoped to finally get some rest. Instead he finds Fenrir rejecting the food in front of it and demanding something edible despite claiming to be starving. Minchio protests that Fenrir had said any food would be fine, while Fenrir now complains that human food tastes filthy and unbearable. When Minchio asks what it has been eating until now, Fenrir admits it does not know and only remembers always feeling full in the past without needing meals. Minchio realizes Fenrir still looks like a poodle but may have beastman senses and dietary needs, so he starts wondering what kind of food would actually suit it. That thought reminds him there may be someone who understands beastmen, and just as he reaches for that idea, his phone begins to ring. A tiny black dog suddenly appears, drawing immediate curiosity. The woman is delighted by how adorable it is, while the man is caught off guard by her enthusiasm. When asked about its bloodline, the dog admits it has lost its memories and cannot even remember why it can transform. The man guesses the creature must come from an ancient and distinguished lineage because its scent is unusually strong. The dog reveals the misunderstanding. It thought they already knew it was a dog beast man, so being asked what dog beastmen like to eat surprised it. As they discuss what to call it, the dog insists its name is Fenrir, but the man casually decides on Pendu instead. The woman concludes that the creature is probably mythomania driven from memory loss and pities it for clinging to the name Fenrir. The dog tries to reject that judgment, but its happy reaction to being held only makes the man compare it unfavorably to the far fiercer Jormundan. The man warns the woman not to be fooled, arguing that even if it looks harmless now, it is supposedly an ancient monster that has lived for over 1,000 years. Even so, the woman finds herself growing strangely attached to the dog, and wonders why she feels such affection for it. The scene shifts to the Interstellar Union building. They arrive at a specialty meat restaurant to feed the dog something it would enjoy. The dog eagerly devours the meat, confirming they chose well. Seeing Pendu enjoy the meal, the woman is pleased, and the man notes that this was exactly why he brought them there. He explains that he picked an expensive place because mythical creatures and monster races tend to have costly tastes that ordinary food cannot satisfy. The woman abruptly asks when they will meet again, catching the man off guard because they are already together. He realizes she means outside of work, remembering that their previous encounters were all tied to business. When he denies forgetting that, she admits she has been watching him for quite some time, which unsettles and embarrasses him. She presses the advantage by pointing out how obvious his flustered state is. He inwardly panics at being read so easily, while she smoothly steers the moment toward the idea of eating somewhere even more expensive together next time. Before he can respond, Madan bursts in and unintentionally rescues him from the awkward tension. Madan asks to join them, and the man agrees despite the interruption. Over lunch, Madan is teased for drinking alcohol in the middle of the day even though he is a branch manager. Later, they move to Mathan's office for a more serious discussion. The man asks for Mathan's help while Pendu waits beside him. Mathan readily offers assistance, and the man prepares to show him the object in question. He presents a scaled cape and asks whether Mathan can engrave it, immediately startling the dwarf. Mathan recognizes it as an extraordinary item, and when told it came from the tower, he is even more impressed because access there is difficult. He examines the cape with great interest, trying to assess what can be done with it. But the inspection stalls as he realizes the material is beyond easy identification. Mathan admits he cannot engrave it unless he first understands exactly what it is. Then he recognizes the truth. The cape is made from the hide of the world snake, a legendary being, making the request absurdly precious and difficult. The man points out that if Mathan cannot work on it, then no one can. But Mathan insists only the very best blacksmith might manage such a task. Even while overwhelmed, Mathan promises to help find master artisans who may be capable of engraving it. The man follows up with another commission and asks Mathan to make 10 more weapons like the one he shows him. The weapon is identified as a dark star tri-lighting hidden dagger, a compact throwing blade with an unusual balance and shape. As they discuss attaching a retrieval string, Mathan suggests using Arachne silk and notes that the technique would likely require several copies. Their planning is interrupted by a call concerning the construction of the training ground building. While Mathan takes the call, the man and woman wait together, and the dog remains fixated on the expensive meat it just ate. Mathan suddenly calls the man over with urgency. He explains that the issue concerns the magic circle installed in the training ground. The builder saw the circle and immediately demanded to meet the man who made it, prompting his confusion. The surprise deepens when Mathan says she wants to buy the formula for the magic circle. The interested buyer bursts in energetically, loudly fixated on the magic circle itself. She introduces herself as Heron Linswood, the CEO of Linswood Construction, with unabashed excitement. Her appearance shocks the others, and Mathan has to explain that she is a gnome despite not fitting the man's assumptions about a high-ranking figure. He clarifies that gnomes are a race known more for technical and scientific talent than physical labor. Unlike dwarves, Heron gets straight to the point and asks whether the man personally drew the magic circle. When he confirms it, she declares that the circle could not have been created with Earth's magical knowledge alone. She explains that although the circle uses runes common to this world, hidden between them is a structure based on heavenly language, meaning it was designed to let a human handle power normally reserved for angels. A young man tests Heron by asking what purpose a magic circle serves. She explains that the arrangement of rune words gathers mana from the surroundings into the circle. Her answer earns a grudging acknowledgement that she understands magic engineering better than expected. Heron drops pretense and admits she wants to learn the rune language of the heavens. He refuses outright, explaining that controlling that language requires a special spiritual qualification she lacks. When she points out that he is human too, he pauses instead of dismissing her completely. He clarifies that the heavenly rune language is a power used by advanced spiritual beings, and even if he taught her, she cannot wield it. Still, he reveals he values competence, and suddenly demonstrates a different kind of power in front of her. He explains that trap formations are built from the heavenly rune language, and that this discovery led him to come here for magic engineering. The abrupt display terrifies Heron as he draws his blade and moves to begin the test. A strange effect spreads through the room, leaving Heron and Mathan confused while he calmly stands at its center. Declaring that she has done enough to pass, he orders Heron to pour her mana into the formation on the floor. Heron obeys despite resenting the way powerless gnomes are expected to follow orders. The trap activates at once and overwhelms her senses. He identifies it as a six-formation trap from a famous martial house, designed to disrupt all five senses. He notes that only sight is blocked for now and casually destroys the formation before the paralysis can worsen. As the effect breaks, Heron and Ma then recover their vision and realize how dangerous the technique was. When he asks Heron to explain the principle behind what just happened, she admits she cannot understand it at all. Seeing her frustration reminds him of his own relentless younger self. He recognizes in Heron the same kind of person who chased strength with single-minded obsession. He wonders why fate has put someone like her in front of him now. He decides he knows how to handle her by giving direction to that hunger instead of denying it. So he invites Heron to work with him, planning to teach her something other than the heavenly rune language. The story turns to Heron's past, describing gnomes as a peaceful but unambitious race known for magical tool expertise. Unlike them, Heron rejected a quiet life and openly declared that she wanted more. Driven by curiosity, money, and ambition, she resolved to leave her small world and seek greater challenges. That determination led her to master magical tool engineering, join the Interstellar Union, and work with Mathen on major projects. Even as she gained rewards and recognition, she remained unsatisfied and wanted to achieve far more. One day she learned of Earth, a neutral zone between dimensions that had become a place of opportunity. Earth immediately captured her attention as the place where she could build something bigger. Ignoring Mathen's objections, she left the Union because she wanted to pursue her ambitions on her own terms. She quickly founded a construction business on Earth, aiming to exploit how underdeveloped magical engineering there was. By combining construction work with magic engineering, she used magic directly in the building process to speed projects up. She also embedded magic circles into buildings so clients could benefit from magic afterward, which made her business grow fast. But as rivals and major corporations multiplied, she realized her existing methods alone would not be enough. While working for Mathen, she then encountered an extraordinary magic circle and sought out its owner because she hoped it would lead her to rune language. Instead of giving her that forbidden knowledge, the man offered her an unexpected partnership. What he offered was trap formations, a rare and difficult technology even Heron had barely seen before. John Minchio's proposal struck her as the breakthrough that could set her business apart. Believing this would finally give her an edge, she accepted without hesitation. Minchio reflects that by contracting with Heron, he has secured a profitable arrangement for himself. Their first clause gives her instruction in trap formations, while he receives royalties whenever she uses them in construction, and he keeps exclusive control of the knowledge. He bases this deal on his expectation that the martial continent's fall and growing contact between dimensions will make such defenses increasingly valuable. To him, trap formations can be introduced into buildings as something as effective as magic while remaining distinct from ordinary magical methods. The second clause is secrecy, because Heron must hide that Minchio is one of the beings of the heavens. He also sees her company as an investment that could make them both rich if it succeeds. What convinces him most is Heron herself, whose fierce, grasping ambition reminds him of rare people he once knew. Marlene, impressed by that same drive, decides to invest his own money in her business rather than let the Union control it. With the contract settled, Minchio makes clear that he is choosing to back Heron's potential. Heron, thrilled by the opportunity, immediately begs Minchio to start teaching her trap formations at once. As the others prepare to leave, he delays going home because he has decided to use the time before the auction for one last, more important task. Ignoring the confusion around him, he leaves with his dog and commits himself to finishing what he started before the auction begins. That final task is to train in the ancient celestial art, shutting himself away to focus entirely on growth. He reflects that despite spending heavily on private training centers, he had never truly trained properly before now and gained little from those efforts. Assessing his power calmly, he realizes he has only absorbed a small fraction of the world stone's energy, and decides to complete the process to concentrated cultivation. With only 10 days left until the auction, he sets a clear goal: melt the world stone's energy through the ancient celestial art, and absorb it all. He believes that if he succeeds, the microcosm inside his mind world would become far more complete and powerful. Time passes under that relentless training as he remains sealed away from the outside world. 10 days later, he is still meditating inside the charged training space, surrounded by the force he has been refining. At the end of his training, he calls up his status to measure the results. The numbers confirm a major leap, with his overall stats now more than doubled compared with a month earlier. Seeing that growth, he judges that he can now stand against an A-rank hunter, though he notes he still has not fully recovered from the strain of training. Because both the ancient celestial art and the holy spark draw on chaos energy, he concludes he should now be able to handle 2 or 3 A-rank hunters at once. Still, his level itself barely rose, reminding him that raw stat growth and formal leveling are not the same thing. His dog immediately notices the change in his energy, confirming that his power has become much stronger. The dog proudly explains that it can smell such changes, even if he teases it for looking exactly like an ordinary dog. While checking further, he realizes Fenrir's status remains sealed and decides he will need another method to unseal it. As he pets the dog, he reasons that Fenrir has already grown stronger as his subordinate, and intends to restore it to the level it once had as the god devourer. Remembering the auction, he finally stops training, decides to wash up, and heads out with Fenrir to prepare. A luxury car waiting outside signals that the auction's world is far grander than his usual surroundings. Now dressed more appropriately, he wonders why the woman who invited him is meeting him here instead of at the auction venue itself. He gets his answer when Ellie appears in an elegant dress, clearly dressed for the event and far more striking than he expected. Caught off guard by how different she looks, he questions whether she really plans to attend the auction like that, and she takes his hesitation as criticism. Without giving him time to explain, she grabs his hand and decides he needs immediate fixing before he can be seen there. She drags him along, insisting that as a contractor tied to her branch, he cannot show up to a gathering of major figures looking so plain. He is handed over to a full makeup and styling team before he can object. The staff treat Ellie's request as an order and move him with total confidence, leaving him no real chance to escape. As they work on him from every direction, he can only admit that he has never experienced anything like this. When the makeover is finished, Ellie is delighted to see that the result matches what she had in mind. He emerges in a formal suit, transformed enough that even he barely recognizes himself, while Ellie casually reveals she had prepared for this in advance. Her explanation makes it clear she had even arranged his measurements beforehand, showing how thoroughly she had planned his appearance. Just as he assumes they will attend together, she abruptly says she is leaving first because she only carved out enough time to prepare him. Watching her go, he realizes her separate schedule likely comes from her position as Martha's direct subordinate, and the host branch's responsibilities. Before she leaves, he stops her and calls her back for one more word. He simply tells her that she looks great in the dress, offering the compliment he had failed to say earlier. She brushes it off with confidence, but the exchange leaves a warmer note between them before she departs. After she is gone, he is left thinking again about how different and impressive she looked dressed up like that. At the auction venue, he enters a hall crowded with wealthy and influential guests while trying to keep a low profile with Fenrir beside him. He warns Fenrir not to use its true name in public, knowing that name would draw the wrong kind of attention here. His attempt to stay unnoticed fails when a woman approaches, charmed by the little black dog. He turns and is stunned to find an elegant red-haired woman standing before him. For a moment he can only stare, struck by a strong sense that he has seen her somewhere before. She introduces herself as Jeon and offers her card, while he gives his own name and struggles with the feeling of familiarity. Then recognition hits him as he finally places the name. He remembers that Jeon is tied to the Divine Guild, one of the nation's 3 greatest guilds and part of a top corporate power. The memory sharpens further. She is the youngest daughter of the Divine Group chairman and the guild master who founded the Divine Guild. Realizing who stands before him, he is shaken that this glamorous woman is that same Jeon. He recovers quickly enough to answer politely, and their exchange turns lightly playful as he chooses charm over awkwardness. Knowing Divine stands at the top of Korea's power structure, he decides the least he can do is behave like a proper gentleman. Jeon then reveals her true purpose for approaching him. The Divine Guild wants to recruit him, and she has been waiting for the chance to meet him in person. At the party, the guild master confronts Minchyo for ignoring the many calls she made after his exam. When she shows the flood of missed calls and messages, he realizes she had been urgently trying to reach him while his phone was overwhelmed. She casually suggests that if he leaves now, the problem surrounding him would disappear, making him suspect she means something more than the calls. Instead of explaining directly, she tells him to look around and understand the situation for himself. Minchyo finally notices the hall is packed with people focused on them, far more than he had realized. Seeing the crowd openly watching and whispering about him makes him understand that his sudden fame has turned him into a spectacle. The guild master spells it out. He is now the hunter everyone is talking about, known as the Storm Hack. His first place finish in the exam after the major guilds had already entered shattered expectations, and made him the center of attention. She tells him that his performance has made him someone capable of shaking the entire hunter market. Minchyo makes clear he has no intention of changing guilds, but he also knows the same cannot be said for everyone else circling him. When he questions why the Divine Guild Master is approaching him personally, she prepares to reveal her real purpose. She offers a friendly relationship, making it clear she wants to secure goodwill with him because of his rising value. She admits his exam result, and the way he fought have convinced her he is worth approaching before others can claim influence over him. Minchyo bluntly asks whether she is trying to use a personal connection to profit from him later. He frames her offer as an attempt to buy future advantage to friendship rather than simple courtesy. Instead of taking offense, she immediately admits that his interpretation is correct. Minchyo explains that once his abilities become publicly known, his market value will rise even further, so people are already trying to position themselves around him. She pauses to consider his directness, and the fact that he understood her intentions so quickly. Then she breaks into laughter, amused rather than offended by how plainly he exposed the transaction beneath her politeness. Their exchange turns lighter as Minchyo checks whether she is mocking him, and she reassures him she is not. He reads her smile as genuine, and concludes she is offering a practical alliance between two people who understand how the world works. Their conversation is cut short when an announcement calls the guests inside for the auction. An attendant arrives to escort the guild master to the VIP room, and she accepts that the event is beginning. Before leaving, she says she wants to meet Mincheol again properly when they have more time. As she walks away, Mincheol is left watching her while his companion quietly studies the situation. His companion remarks that the guild master resembles someone from Mincheol's past, but Mincheol dismisses the comparison and focuses on the difference between appearances and intent. Mincheol heads to the auction entrance and hands over his invitation for inspection. Security verifies both his invitation and his identity, showing him that the auction house is operating under strict controls. After clearing him, the staff explain that everyone inside must wear a mask and direct him to choose one. When he sees the available masks, he is caught off guard by how odd the selection is. He settles on a simple lion mask despite its ridiculous look. The auction system activates the mask's illusion effect, turning his disguise into the appearance of a lion-headed guest. Accepting that anonymity matters more than dignity here, Mincheol decides the illusion will at least hide who he is. Inside the auction hall, he takes his seat among many similarly disguised attendees and recognizes the setup as serious enough to attract major players. The event begins as the stage lights come up. A branch official named Ma then opens the auction and welcomes the assembled guests on behalf of the Interstellar Union. Mincheol immediately finds the man's theatrical presentation embarrassing and wonders why the opening feels so cheap. A female host takes over and formally announces the start of the auction, shifting the room into business mode. Mincheol activates Eyes of Truth to inspect the proceedings more carefully, while his companion reminds him to stay silent now that anonymity matters. As the first item appears, he checks the list and judges the Guardian's bracelet to be nothing special. The next rare items, including a weapon and a cockatrice egg, also fail to impress him. While the crowd spends heavily, Mincheol decides the early offerings are overpriced and not worth his interest. He concludes that Ma then is keeping the better merchandise for himself, and only putting lesser goods up first. The auction finally presents Dranka's key, a legendary fragment from a Beer 8 boss, and Mincheol immediately recognizes it as important. Because only he can properly evaluate it with Eyes of Truth, the host assumes there would be little competition and expects to sell it quickly. Before that item is resolved, the auction moves to a large lot of mithril and orichalcum, materials Mincheol knows are crucial for strengthening Dark Star. Bidding surges rapidly as multiple guests drive the price upward in quick succession. Mincheol abruptly doubles the current bid, forcing the room to pay attention to bidder number 55. Another guest immediately raises the price again, and Mincheol notices the challenger is a masked blue dog seated nearby. Reading the instant counter as a direct challenge, Mincheol prepares for a bidding fight with his new rival. At the auction, bidder 55 keeps driving the price up again while the room tracks the escalating bids. Another bidder, furious at being challenged, raises the offer sharply to keep pace with number 55. Bidder 79 answers with another increase, refusing to let the item go easily. The host excitedly announces that the bidding has already reached $13 million. Number 55 abandons restraint and decides to outspend everyone completely, pushing the bid even higher with a blank check attitude. When no one else answers, the countdown begins and number 79 is forced to watch the sales slip away. The item is awarded to bidder 55, leaving the protagonist bitter that he failed to back out before getting dragged this far. From the audience, number 79 turns his attention toward the winner, clearly marking him as someone worth investigating. He silently studies the situation, holding back whatever conclusion he is reaching. After the auction ends, the protagonist leaves satisfied that he secured the items he wanted and completed his business successfully. He reflects that this old fox had arranged the event as an auction to gather exactly what he needed. Before he can leave, someone calls out and stops him. A red-haired stranger introduces himself as Alfred Graf and asks for a moment, while the protagonist feels an odd sense of familiarity. Wanting no part of it, the protagonist tries to excuse himself and walk away. Alfred refuses to let him leave so easily and shifts the mood into something more threatening. He reveals exactly what the protagonist bought, mithril and orichalcum, and demands those items for himself. The protagonist is shaken that this stranger somehow knows he was the buyer and demands clarification. Alfred makes it clear that he knows the truth because he can see through the blue dog disguise. The protagonist confirms Alfred identified his mask correctly, though he still cannot understand how. He realizes the illusion on the mask was high-level magic from the Interstellar Union, so anyone who pierced it must be extraordinary. By checking Alfred's status, he learns the man is an angel named Tanil and possesses the Black Baptism trait. That revelation catches him off guard, especially because Tanil seems to know him personally. Outside on the rooftop, the protagonist confirms Tanil wants to buy the mithril and orichalcum from him for $20 million. As they talk, the protagonist reasons that Tanil likely wants only those materials and wonders if they are connected to some larger plan in Elysium. He also questions how Tanil obtained Black Baptism, sensing a fallen nature in him despite the fact that he is still technically an angel. The protagonist concludes that someone else must be directing Tanil from behind the scenes and decides to probe his motives first. Tanil complains about the language barrier and suggests using translation magic. While the protagonist admits he does not know it, Tanil is surprised that an angel lacks such a basic spell, and the exchange makes the protagonist realize Tanil knows more about his identity than he should. The protagonist abruptly prepares for danger as holy power flares around Tanil. Now openly angelic, halo blazing, Taniel demands to know when the protagonist learned who he really was. He presses harder, insisting on an explanation for how his identity was exposed. The protagonist refuses to fight, saying he has too many questions, while his companion warns him to stay cautious. A hidden superior addresses Taniel as a foolish child and tells him to look more carefully. The protagonist recognizes the holy fire being used, a sacred energy that repels corruption, and realizes only a widely acknowledged angelic authority could wield it so casually. A majestic angel appears behind the protagonist and asks whether Taniel now understands who stands before him. The sheer pressure of that divine presence overwhelms Taniel and breaks his composure. Realizing he is before Michael, one of the 7 great angels, Taniel immediately throws himself down in reverence. Michael calmly tells him to stop the display and lower his energy first. Taniel obeys at once, terrified of having shown hostility directly to Michael. Michael silences his babbling and orders him to listen as Taniel eagerly begs for answers about why he was sent into this world. Michael explains that rebellious movements are forming within Elysium, shocking Taniel. He points to the abnormal energy in Taniel's body as proof that Taniel has already been touched by that unrest. Panicked, Taniel insists he knows nothing about black baptism and says he was only told to come to Earth by someone named Edel. Michael dismisses Edel as an insignificant 6th-rank angel and questions why Taniel came at all if he knows so little. Taniel explains he heard of a ceremony to be held in America in 2 months, and came to obtain mithril and orichalcum for that purpose. The protagonist realizes the scale of this plot is far too large for a mere 6th-rank angel, confirming a much stronger angel must be involved. Michael notes that Taniel himself is only a disposable pawn, and that the true mastermind is hiding in darkness, making Taniel a useful loose end to follow rather than cut off. Seeing that Taniel remains unsullied by personal sin, Michael places a hand on his head. Instead of punishing him, Michael uses holy fire to preserve the connection and guide this frightened subordinate back into the open. Wrapped in that warm divine fire, Taniel realizes Michael is forgiving his sins rather than destroying him. Taniel is formally recognized as a secret investigator, gaining a new role and the authority that comes with it. Ma then throws himself into serving Hunter Mitchell, vowing absolute obedience and promising to repay his trust with total commitment. Fenrir reveals that Taniel's fate helped him understand the truth, and he expects the upcoming ceremony to provide even more answers. Minchiol decides to stop dwelling on the dead angel and focus instead on the long-delayed ceremony, convinced the being was never truly angelic. At the ceremony, Minchiol is told he has obtained what he wanted, but the warning is clear that this prize will only deepen the burden he carries. The dwarf appraiser is stunned that the item is made from a star rather than gold, yet he refuses to reveal its origin and jokes darkly about the danger surrounding it. Minchiol claims the gauntlet as his reward and prepares to feed it the mithril and orichalcum he has been saving for this moment. The Dark Star Gauntlet immediately devours the materials as if driven by hunger. Minchiol reassures the alarmed dwarf that the weapon is simply consuming the metals and tells him to watch what happens next. As the gauntlet keeps feeding, Minchiol notes that it behaves like Fenrir by consuming anything without being selective. The dwarf realizes with growing shock that the process is actually working. Once the feeding ends, Minchiol confirms the ceremony succeeded and that the gauntlet has advanced to its 2nd stage. He learns the Dark Star is a mythic, indestructible weapon that can transform into other weapons twice and alter his abilities depending on its form. Minchiol understands that if he can recreate weapons from memory, he can also reproduce their performance to Dark Star's transformations. He accepts that the copy versions would be weaker than the originals, but realizes that even an inferior replica of a divine weapon would still be overwhelmingly powerful. With that settled, Minchiol turns back to practical matters and addresses Ma then. He asks for the nearest gate, eager to test his new power immediately, and Ma then points him toward a close-ranked dungeon. The next day, Minchiol heads to the Payujiaksam Mayan Gate, an A-ranked tropical forest dungeon. Inside, an ogre charges out roaring, presenting Minchiol with his first target. Minchiol answers by reshaping Dark Star into the gauntlet, and preparing a direct strike. He channels fire through the weapon, mocking the idea of being turned into meat while winding up his attack. Using Imperial Lightning Destruction Fist, he crushes the ogre in a single overwhelming blow. The watching hunters are left staring at the aftermath, shocked by how effortlessly he ended the fight. Minchiol is satisfied that unlocking the 2nd stage was worth it, because the gauntlet's power is already proving exceptional. While others focus on the kill, Minchiol notices the ogre's corpse and a new possibility tied to it. As the hunters begin butchering the body, he observes how durable the flesh is and keeps thinking about what else can be taken from it. Fenrir suddenly asks for permission to eat the ogre's soul, catching Minchiol off guard. When Minchiol questions him, Fenrir cheerfully confirms that souls are edible too, even if the body itself is mindless. Minchiol recalls that soul gluttony is a rare pandemonium demon skill that lets its user grow stronger by devouring souls. He also remembers the danger. If the evil within the soul remains, the one who eats it can suffer severe side effects. The worst case would be the soul's evil consuming the devourer instead, destroying their senses and causing rapid collapse. Even so, Minchiol trusts Fenrir as a god-level devourer and allows him to try. Fenrir gratefully devours the ogre's soul in a burst of dark energy. The feeding triggers a violent surge that startles everyone nearby. A spectral beastly presence rises from the energy, showing that the soul is being fully processed rather than merely swallowed. Once it ends, Fenrir looks completely satisfied, as if he has just finished a good meal. Fenrir reports that part of his seal has loosened, and Michiol sees that even this small soul has increased his stats. That confirms what all previous efforts failed to achieve. Fenrir can grow by eating souls. Pleased by the breakthrough, Michiol pets Fenrir and jokes that he may have to start bringing him into gates regularly. He then shifts Darkstar again, this time creating a pair of lightning-infused flying daggers. 2 more ogres appear, startled as the daggers streak toward them. One of the ogres counters by summoning a flaming skull and preparing a powerful fire attack against the human intruder. The monster launches Flame Strike, hurling a massive fireball meant to engulf the area. Realizing the blast will turn the ground into a sea of flames if it lands, Michiol rushes to intercept it before impact. He switches Darkstar into the Blue Dragon Blade and spends a large amount of energy to unleash Blue Dragon's rage. His attack detonates against the fireball in a blinding explosion that tears through the battlefield. The shockwave throws the ogre off balance, leaving it exposed as Michiol bursts through the smoke. Michiol transforms Darkstar yet again into the Emperor's Sword and activates its special ability. With Pressure Eyes, he drives a crushing vertical strike into the ogre, forcing the full weight of the attack through its body. The blow splits the monster down the middle, leaving it only enough strength for a final groan before it dies. John Michiol calmly marks off another kill as if the hunt is routine. Someone recognizes the famous hunter, and immediately fears the situation is already out of control. An ogre charges in from close range, and the trapped people beg for rescue. Fenrir, Michiol's demonic companion, bristles with rage after seeing the ogre threaten humans again. Its killing intent erupts so violently that everyone nearby is shaken. The bystanders freeze, realizing something far more dangerous than the ogre has just been provoked. Fenrir condemns the ogre for murdering in front of him and moves to punish it personally. The ogre answers by entering a berserk state and warring back with brute force. Fenrir dismisses the display and lunges in without hesitation. He tears into the ogre's neck in a single savage strike. The ogre is left gushing blood, its resistance broken instantly. Fenrir spits out the result with contempt, deciding the ogre's flesh is beneath him compared to the ruby meat he prefers. Another ogre stares at the small beast in stunned silence, struggling to process what it just saw. It finally recognizes Fenrir as a monster in his own right, and senses that he is overwhelmingly strong. When it tries to flee, Michiol cuts off its escape with gravity and pins it in place. He drops onto the ogre with a gauntlet punch, treating the fight like a simple exercise. Finding one blow insufficient, he follows with a lightning charge strike to finish the job properly. The rescued man can only stare as Michiol casually enjoys beating down an A-rank monster. Michiol coolly notes that the kill took some effort only because it was an A-rank, while Fenrir's anger still lingers beside him. Fenrir seeks praise, but Michiol points out that for him this level of opponent was hardly worth the effort. Still, Michiol reassures him and praises him for protecting people, which leaves Fenrir delighted. Michiol explains that if Fenrir had not acted, civilians would have been hurt, and he orders the others to clean up while he handles the real threat. Sensing a stronger presence, he decides he will have to fight seriously after all. A boss monster appears, the twin-head ogre, a self-important ruler who boasts that even reaching its king proves Michiol's worth. Michiol mocks the creature's royal posturing instead of taking it seriously. His ridicule enrages both heads at once and shatters the monster's composure. The twin-head ogre bellows that it is the king of ogres and cannot tolerate such disrespect. It vows to kill the insolent human, but Michiol answers with bored disbelief. He openly dares the boss to try, escalating the insult into a challenge. The ogre unleashes a shockwave attack powerful enough to tear prey apart on impact. Michiol meets it head-on by drawing on Darkstar power, and a blade technique meant to cut through overwhelming force. He adds a Darkstar Black Python Wick to the combination, layering new abilities into the assault. The clash explodes into a storm of destructive energy, as Michiol drives to the boss's attack. He notes that Darkstar has reached a second stage, greatly amplifying the force behind his martial arts. Even so, he admits his body still cannot fully keep up with the power, and that he needs more practice. Using the Ogre King as a live training target, he descends to demonstrate what it means to cut down a king. He commits fully, treating the boss like a sandbag while unleashing a relentless barrage. Elsewhere at the gate entrance, 2 standby workers wait casually, one of them yawning from boredom. The more anxious one asks how his senior can stay so calm. The senior explains that gate standby is usually uneventful, and that they are only there because this is their first assignment. When the junior worries about emergencies, the senior shrugs that they would just run if something went wrong. He keeps teasing the junior for overthinking things and focuses more on not being late for dungeon raiding duty. Their banter is cut short when the gate suddenly reacts far sooner than expected. The support team realizes Michiol must have gone in only to scout, since he was the only one capable of fighting inside anyway. As the survivors emerge, the rescued man gratefully thanks the standby workers and asks them to report what happened to the association. The senior starts to salute Michiol's accomplishment, then falters as the scale of what he did sinks in. Everyone is left stunned that Michiol cleared an A-rate gate alone in barely any time, while Fenrir is satisfied after his meal. Later, the story shifts away from the date as a limousine moves to the city. Minchio reflects that he used the twin-head ogre as a training dummy while adjusting to the newly awakened Dark Star power. He concludes that real combat in John Minchio's human body is the fastest way to recover and manifest a war god Deimos's buried memories and strength. He reflects that the raid ended faster than expected because several advantages stacked in his favor, including the World Stone, the Sea of Death, and Dark Star's second stage. He credits Fenrir for guarding the rear and letting him focus entirely on the hunt, even giving the dog an affectionate reward. Judging that he still has room to push harder, he considers increasing his burst of power a little more next time. His partner informs him that another date is already prepared for tomorrow, confirming their work will continue without delay. When he praises her competence, she pushes for something more personal, and he awkwardly dodges the advance without fully rejecting it. Their moment is interrupted by an unexpected phone call. He answers cautiously, only to realize the caller is John Minchio, the weak gnome from before. Heron angrily demands to know why he never contacted her after the auction, since she expected him to teach her once it ended. He suddenly remembers his promise to CEO Linswood, and realizes he completely forgot about Heron. Embarrassed, he apologizes and arranges to meet Heron later, while his partner silently witnesses his excuse-making. His partner calls him out for forgetting a promise tied to CEO Linswood, and notes that he always seems to have an excuse ready. After that, he spends his days raiding dates and his nights teaching Heron the basics of trap formations. Because Heron must understand each term before she can use a formation properly, he translates martial concepts into language she can grasp and reorganizes them into a usable system. Heron is thrilled by the lesson, proudly declaring herself a gifted magic engineer, and he admits her talent is real even while teasing her. To keep growing, he alternates between A rank and B rank dates, choosing the lower rank when fierce competition makes A rank access difficult. A full week passes with him raiding continuously and never taking a single day to rest. Satisfied that his chaos power has become sufficient, he decides his next priority is physical training so he can control and apply that energy freely. He plans to convert his stat bonuses into strength and agility as well, steadily refining his build. With that progress, he realizes he is on the verge of reaching level 30. He enters another gate, this time in a frozen tundra. Fenrir eagerly takes responsibility for the rear again, letting him advance as before. In the bio, Guillaume Mayan Air Rank Tundra gate, he moves ahead alone and decides not to overuse his abilities in such an open environment. As he approaches the enemy, he immediately recognizes the type of opponents waiting for him. He identifies them as Vulcan warriors, each physically powerful and well-balanced in strength, agility, endurance, and mana. He recalls that the original Vulcan tribes from the regular dimension were true warriors with little interest in conquest, unlike the corrupted versions born from a gate core. Seeing these imitations, he feels only disappointment rather than excitement. He openly says he would have preferred to meet real warriors, provoking the Vulcan fighters into rage. He explains that these are merely date-born copies of the tribes protecting the core, and judges them far weaker than the originals. When the warriors charge, he meets them head-on with Dark Star Atlas Gauntlet, and promises to make them regret attacking. He unleashes a roar that mimics a true Vulcan warrior's battle cry closely enough to unsettle them, even if it is still imperfect. His killing intent sharpens as he commits fully to the fight. He tears through the charging warriors in a violent burst, scattering them before they can mount any real resistance. One of the stronger Vulcan fighters is left reeling and coughing blood from the impact. Even while acknowledging that this enemy is tougher than the others, he dismisses him as still unworthy of the title of true Vulcan warrior. The battle pushes him over the threshold to level 30, and he notes the milestone with quiet satisfaction. As expected, reaching level 30 awakens a new authority engraved within him, and he wonders what form it will take this time. One option appears as Fatal Charm, the authority of the demon Seraphine Rahab, which manipulates seductive energy to cloud a target's reason. Another option appears as Undead, tied to the Pharaoh Zirin, a former demon lord whose necromancy could turn a target into an undead servant. Remembering that Zirin was a master necromancer, and that Rahab's seduction would be of limited use to him, he leans toward the undead authority. He concludes that even a corpse-making power would probably serve him better in battle than seduction. He chooses Undead, causing Fatal Charm to go dormant, while granting him additional chaos power. Because he now holds both light and darkness, the authority evolves into Army of Chaos, allowing him to create either an army of light or an army of undead, though the full undead path remains locked behind unnet conditions. He senses that the authority has transformed again, becoming something broader and more dangerous than the original choice. Since the undead branch requires a living target to test and only corpses are around him, he decides to try the light side first. He activates Army of Light and pours radiant power outward. That power condenses into winged humanoid beings formed from brilliant light. For summoned warriors introduce themselves and greet him as their lord, showing discipline and hierarchy rather than mindless obedience. As they kneel before him, he is struck by how much they resemble angels at first glance. On closer inspection, he realizes they are not angels at all, and that maintaining 4 of them already seems close to his current limit. He checks one of them and finds these light warriors are far stronger than the Vulcan fighters, nearly approaching over-level power, which makes him eager to see how they perform in a real battle. Hearing a cry in the snowy mountains, the young lord pauses to assess the disturbance. He summons his angelic subordinates and orders them to eliminate the approaching enemies as a test. The angels charge in confidently, invoking divine judgment as if victory is already assured. Their dramatic declarations leave him unimpressed, and he waits in silence for the result. Almost immediately, he realizes something is very wrong. To his disbelief, the angels are so incompetent in actual combat that their grand entrance means nothing. The enemy is cut down anyway, but the scene makes clear the win came with needless mess and injury. Weapons, blood, and pain groans confirm that the angels struggled badly despite overwhelming advantages. When they look to him for approval, he can only stare back in disbelief. The battered angels still await praise and further orders, not yet grasping how poorly they performed. He judges them harshly, noting that they can fly well but fight like amateurs who merely swing swords without technique. What should have been an effortless, flawless victory instead leaves him genuinely dumbfounded. He calls them together, deciding to address the problem directly. He tells them they are wasting the natural strengths they were given. Their speed, mobility, and overall abilities were barely used at all. He goes further, accusing them of not even understanding what a sword is for, since they slash mindlessly instead of fighting with intent. Calling them weak and wasteful, he heals their injuries with holy power while making clear that even their recovery feels undeserved. Privately, he concludes that relying on these self-important angels would only drag him down, and fighting alone might be easier. One angel steps forward anyway and asks permission to speak. The angel insists they are not weak. He immediately undercuts that claim, reeing the protest as wounded pride rather than proof. The angel argues that their poor showing came from being summoned suddenly, not from lacking strength. To test whether that excuse means anything, the Lord orders the angel to attack him. When the angel hesitates, he repeats the command and decides the only way to teach them is through humiliation. He frames the duel as a direct order from their Lord, already convinced he may never need these angels again. Forced to obey, the angel steels himself and agrees to strike with everything he has. The Lord commits to giving the entire group a Buddha lesson. The angel launches a radiant assault in the open snowfield while the others watch. Even as he attacks at full speed and power, the angel cannot understand why his advantage is accomplishing nothing. Every blow is effortlessly avoided or neutralized before it can land. The Lord dismisses the attack as dull, pointing out that the angel telegraphs every swing. He slips to the assault and counters so cleanly that the angel is thrown off balance at once. The watching angels begin to understand that this is no contest of raw stats. The defeated attacker realizes the real issue is his inability to control and apply the strength he already has. Standing over him, the Lord bluntly compares the angels to useless birds and declares the result deeply disappointing. He admits they could improve with time, but their pride and dullness make them intolerable to him. Before he can leave, one of them urgently stops him. The angel humbly redefines himself not as a proud warrior but as a sword meant to protect his Lord, finally acknowledging his own inadequacy. The others kneel as well and ask to be taught proper swordsmanship so they can become worthy servants. Their willingness to abandon pride catches his interest, since angels are not supposed to admit weakness so easily. Even so, he refuses to indulge them immediately. He says the priority is the hunt inside the gate, promising that any training can wait until after that mission. He then introduces Pingu as their superior, correcting himself from successor to subordinate. The angels bristle at being placed under a mere creature, but he orders Pingu to prove his superiority. As Pingu releases a menacing aura, the Lord prepares another demonstration and decides to show the angels a different kind of authority. He explains the power of the undying. By marking a living target, he can curse it, and if it dies, raise it again as an undead warrior. When new enemies approach, he decides this is the perfect chance to test that authority. He brands one of the attackers with the curse in the middle of the clash. As the target reels under the debuff and confusion, the Lord closes in, inviting him to learn the answer through death. He cuts the cursed enemy down in a single sweeping strike, setting up the creation of an undead servant before the angel's eyes. A system message announces that the target of undying has died, and its soul-based abilities will be recalibrated for revival as an undead. Minchiel watches purple crystal energy erupt as he spends undying points to create a new servant, intrigued rather than alarmed. The summoning completes in a blinding burst of violet power. An immortal warrior emerges, formally recognizing Minchiel as its supreme one, and its status reveals combat power far beyond an ordinary undead soldier. Minchiel immediately realizes the summon is exceptionally strong enough to contend with high-ranked hunters on raw stats alone. Testing his authority, he orders the immortal warrior to slaughter the nearby enemies, and the undead obey without hesitation. The warrior manifests a massive weapon to its summoning skill, preparing to overwhelm the battlefield. Its attack tears through the opposition so decisively that the enemies panic and understand they will all die as they stay. Seeing that performance, Minchiel concludes the lowest rank of the Undying faction already outclasses the Army of Light in direct combat. He starts comparing the two forces and leans toward Undying as the superior side. Looking at his angelic followers, he decides that if they cannot meet his standards after training, he may stop summoning them altogether. Others who sense the summons are stunned that Minchiel can call such monsters at all, and wonder how much stronger he has become. The scene shifts to night at the training grounds. Minchio reflects that his maximum undead count has risen to 5 and that storing them in a separate dimension is convenient, though the largest one suffers a speed penalty, and his current authority is still too low to fully exploit the faction. Putting those limits aside, he decides to start teaching his Einherjar's swordsmanship. He warns them that if they fail to prove themselves this time, they will not see him again, and their eager response satisfies him. He begins the lesson at once, wanting to finish quickly so he can continue his own training the next day. Minchio explains that the martial arts he uses are not naturally suited to these followers, so he demonstrates a sword technique that emphasizes mobility and turns opponents into easy targets. He identifies the Plum Blossom sword as the best fit for them and continues the demonstration to show its underlying rhythm. The technique resolves into a precise, high-speed thrust that embodies the style's cutting efficiency. After finishing the form, he notes that merely watching once is not enough to truly understand such a technique. Even so, he asks whether they grasp the principle, expecting only partial comprehension at best. When they seem to understand immediately, Minchio is caught off guard by how absurdly fast they are learning. The Einherjars answer with total confidence, revealing that their earlier clumsiness had hidden genuine martial talent. One of them launches into the technique with fierce enthusiasm. Another follows just as smoothly, thrilled by how naturally the sword art comes to them. As all of them move with uncanny ease, Minchio realizes their aptitude is far beyond what he expected. He concludes that this is not simple talent, because they are reproducing advanced movement arts after seeing them only twice. He identifies the phenomenon as a synchronization linked directly to the soul. Minchio understands that when he uses martial arts, the experience and insight dormant in their souls are awakened and automatically transmitted to them. That means they can grow by absorbing his accumulated experience, placing their potential on a level comparable to the undying authority. Realizing this, he becomes excited by how powerful they could become if he keeps teaching and refining them over time. Once he has seen enough, he calls the group back to him. He admits he was disappointed in them at first, which immediately puts them on edge. Then he acknowledges that they have now proven their worth and declares that he will personally teach them a range of martial arts. With their loyalty secured, he gives them their first formal order. He commands them to train the Plum Blossom sword and wind drift techniques until they each reach 3-star mastery, the minimum needed for real combat. He tells them to become stronger, promising that if they do, they will become his blades. The Einherjars accept with ecstatic devotion, feeling that their lord has granted them a far greater power than before. Under the moonlit sky, they celebrate being personally enlightened by him and recognize that this gift surpasses the strength he had previously bestowed. While they continue training, Minchio circulates chaos energy through the night and absorbs the world stone's power to cultivate himself. By dawn, he has pushed his ancient celestial art to a higher level and finds that the energy method has washed away his fatigue. As he recovers, something catches his attention and interrupts his thoughts. He sees the Einherjars still training relentlessly through the night, already using the Plum Blossom sword at a basic 1-star level and improving faster than expected. Impressed by their progress, he tells them to keep going while he leaves, and they answer with the same fervent obedience. Outside, a small black dog excitedly recognizes a familiar woman approaching. Minchio meets Inchan's branch manager, who teases him for being late and confirms she has come in place of someone else today. Before he leaves, she hands him a box from the branch manager, though she does not know what is inside. Opening it, Minchio finds the 10 lightning flying daggers he ordered already completed, each carrying strong enhancement effects. Delighted by the weapons, he decides they are exactly what he needs to overpower the trainees in the upcoming elimination zone and defeat anyone who stands against him. Minchio is abruptly contacted and learns that a combined gate raid has been organized without warning, catching him off guard. The caller confirms that the association has assigned him to a sudden joint operation, and Minchio finds the arrangement unusually random. He is told the gate at Walden Station has expanded to more than twice its original size, making it too large for a single guild to handle safely. The woman relaying the news apologizes for burdening him, but he reassures her that the situation is not her fault. As they head out, Minchio reflects that involving too many people in a raid often creates friction, and this one already feels troublesome. They arrive at Dungeon Station, where a massive purple gate has opened and multiple teams have gathered around it. Minchio asks which guild is joining the operation and learns that the Jumsun Guild will be participating. He recalls that Jumsun is one of Korea's largest guilds and realizes that such a major guild's presence means the raid has become far more serious. A bald man introduces himself as Oh Jingwoo, captain of Jumsun Guild's second attack squad, and Minchio is immediately impressed by him. Another representative from the Interstellar Union steps in to greet Jingwoo formally and tries to set a cooperative tone for the raid. Jingwoo quickly asks where the rest of their attack squad is, only to be told that this lone hunter is all the Interstellar Union has sent. He is stunned that only one person has arrived and questions whether Minchio really intends to raid with no backup. Minchio answers with confidence that his own strength is worth dozens of ordinary men, leaving Jingwoo baffled. The woman with Minchio senses the tension as Jingwoo openly doubts that someone from the Interstellar Union would show up alone and warns that he had better not become dead weight. As Jingwoo storms off in irritation, Minchio and his companion both recognize that the man has picked a fight for no good reason. Minchio cannot understand the hostility, While Jingwu turns away and orders his people to move out, Minchiel dismisses the insult and decides they will soon see who the real burden is. Inside the gate, a swarm of undead rises from a deathly purple miasma, revealing the dungeon to be filled with skeletons. Jingwu charges in aggressively, eager to prove himself to brute force. He unleashes a powerful stomp that tears to the ground and blasts the undead apart. But the skeletons keep reforming and advancing, forcing the raid party to brace for another wave. While the others struggle to hold formation, Minchiel remains calm and watches the battlefield instead of joining the scramble. When questioned about his inaction, he explains that these are only low-rate undead and should be manageable if the team does not make mistakes. He notes that the Jimson hunters are all veterans of rank A or higher, so losing to weak undead should be impossible for them. Minchiel realizes the real problem is the dungeon itself. The land of death continuously revives any corpse that touches the cursed ground. To confirm his suspicion, he strikes the earth and tests how the terrain reacts. The reaction proves that the entire area is saturated with death energy, meaning the source of that energy must be found and destroyed to clear the dungeon. Having identified the pattern, Minchiel decides he has found the true target. He summons his undead warrior Pendant to stay behind and protect the others while he goes after the core of the problem himself. Launching into the air, he concludes that killing low-ranked undead forever is pointless while the source remains intact. He focuses on finding the high-ranked undead that is maintaining the land of death and keeping the lesser monsters coming. Minchiel reasons that such a creature would naturally be stationed where the concentration of death energy is strongest. He follows that trail to a concentrated burst of purple power and realizes he has reached the right place. An attack suddenly lashes out from the energy source, and Minchiel narrowly avoids it. He lands hard but recovers immediately, recognizing that the enemy is stronger and faster than expected. The hidden foe acknowledges his evasive skill, confirming that Minchiel has drawn out the dungeon's true master. The enemy reveals itself as a mounted high-ranked undead that had located Minchiel sooner than anticipated. Minchiel identifies the creature as a Dullahan, a powerful undead knight wreathed in eerie green flame. He concludes that this Dullahan is the core sustaining the barrier-like land of death and empowering the endless undead. At the same time, he realizes the Gold Mountain Guild members left behind will be in serious trouble if this continues. He understands that unless the Dullahan is destroyed quickly, the lower undead would keep appearing without end. The Dullahan mocks his concern for the others and declares that both Minchiel and his comrades would die here. Minchiel responds by activating Holy Fire, bringing out a weapon especially suited to purging undead. With a flaming dagger in hand, he coldly rejects the Dullahan's taunts and prepares to end the fight himself. He strikes first, driving a fast slash toward the mounted undead. Then he follows with a sharper, more forceful attack, pressing the Dullahan before it can settle into the exchange. The clash escalates into a burst of speed and power as Minchiel's assault collides with the undead knight's defense. A spread of spinning blades or projectiles appears overhead, shifting the battle into a more dangerous ranged exchange. Minchiel answers by controlling the attack from a distance, pinning the Dullahan under a descending strike while keeping his composure. Though staggered, the Dullahan refuses to fall and warns that the battle is only beginning. John activates his shadow power and summons his undead army into the battlefield. As dark energy coils around him, he immediately recognizes that something about these enemies is unusual. The summoned Dark Hoods surge forward under orders to tear the living target apart. John identifies them as mid-rate undead specialized in magic rather than close combat, which makes their attack pattern suspicious. He coolly notes that if they shred him completely, there would be nothing left for resurrection, treating the threat almost like a joke. The enemy commander dismisses his concern and drives the undead forward with a direct order to kill him. Surrounded on all sides, John remains relaxed and studies the situation instead of panicking. When spectral blades begin to form around him, he mocks the undead for trying something so predictable. Realizing the attack is tedious rather than dangerous, he decides to clear them out quickly. He unleashes the lightning flying dagger technique in a burst of speed and light. The daggers rip through the Dark Hoods at once, and the undead recoil from the holy energy in his attack. Their leader realizes too late that this power is lethal to them, and tries to pull back. Before it can escape, John cuts into the commander as it charges in fury. The high-rate undead vows to tear him apart personally, only to be interrupted mid-threat by John's strike. The creature crashes down, while John remarks that it saved him the trouble by coming closer. A bald hunter who had been fighting nearby vents his frustration, still caught up in the chaos. He suddenly notices that something in the battlefield has changed. All the lesser undead collapse at once, as if their animating force has been severed. Watching John stand beside the fallen commander, the hunter realizes the collapse is connected to him, and is left stunned. System messages flood in as John receives a wave of experience from the mass deaths, exactly the outcome he wanted. He concludes that killing the controlling high-ranked undead automatically destroyed the lower-ranked undead under its command and transferred all their experience to him. The bald hunter runs up to him, desperate for an explanation, while John answers with casual indifference. John confirms that he was the one who stopped the endless undead from appearing, leaving the hunter unable to understand how. He explains that the spawning would have continued unless the controlling high-ranked undead, a Dullahan, was defeated. The hunter is shaken that John handled such a threat alone, while John dismisses the danger entirely. The hunter recalls first learning of John during the hunter test months earlier, when he blamed him for ruining his guild's promising recruits. Because those recruits had trained under his master, he had resented John as an arrogant man who disgraced that legacy. Now that resentment flips into admiration as he realizes John had acted with far more integrity than he assumed. He remembers that John took the greatest risk onto himself so the others would not be overwhelmed by the high-raked undead. Even John's earlier warning to stay back now seems, in the hunter's memory, like proof of selfless concern. The hunter becomes convinced that John advanced alone for everyone else's sake. That misunderstanding spreads, and John is suddenly elevated in their minds into a considerate, heroic figure. John notices their strange surge of admiration and is baffled by how motivated they have become. He quickly realizes they are misreading the situation, while he is only worried that they might steal his kills and the dungeon's rewards. Determined not to lose any experience, he resolves to keep the remaining enemies for himself. He cuts down another undead that taunts the living, ending its threat before it can do more. The creature dies in a single hit, and John gains confirmation that another high-raked undead has been eliminated. Without slowing down, he turns his blade on the next undead and sentences it to the same fate. That enemy is also carved apart under the holy charged strike. As his level rises again, John notes with satisfaction that he has already destroyed 4 cores. He realizes only 1 core remains. Dark death energy begins gathering into one place, signaling that the final core is manifesting. A grotesque hand emerges first from the swirling corruption. Then a monster skull with blazing red eyes takes shape. The full creature rises as a massive abomination, far more grotesque than the others. John identifies it as an abomination and notes that no matter how often he sees such things, their grotesque form never becomes normal. The bald hunter panics and begs John to retreat, insisting this monster is beyond what they can handle and offering to call reinforcements. John refuses to let the others interfere and states plainly that he will stop it himself. Standing in holy flames that repel the creature's impure energy, he orders the others to stay back and do nothing. The hunter can only stare at John in shock as the confrontation with the final monster begins. A fused undead creature of many vengeful spirits lunges at the living, driven by hunger for warm blood and a desire to drag him into its collective existence. The protagonist recognizes that the monster is physically powerful, but decides he cannot let the others claim the kill. As the abomination bears down on him, he recalls that defeating it himself will bring an exceptional reward. Someone briefly admires his willingness to fight for everyone, but the narration immediately rejects that as his true motive. The creature is identified as an abomination, a monster formed by combining resentful spirits with undead corpses. The massive composite beast charges while he rushes straight in to meet it instead of retreating. Its movements are controlled by at least 10 separate spirits that still retain their own egos. Those spirits threaten to kill him and force him to join them as another member of their grotesque whole. Because many weak minds are sharing one body, the monster cannot fully use the great strength it possesses. He opens with the heavy sword technique empowered by holy fire, striking the abomination with overwhelming force. Red energy gathers around him as he prepares a more focused follow-up attack. He unleashes hellfire, coating his offense in destructive flames. As he carves through multiple sections of the body, he realizes his past life knowledge about this type of enemy was correct. He concludes that although it has one body, its many minds make it unstable, so destroying parts of it will sharply reduce its overall stats. Burning away several sections with hellfire immediately weakens the abomination, confirming his strategy. He notes that the only real danger left is the creature's still high raw strength. He keeps cutting and burning pieces off, knowing its strength will keep dropping as long as he maintains the pressure. Even while the plan works, the fight exhausts him, and he admits it is far from easy despite his experience. He realizes he has already spent major recovery resources and most of his chaos energy, leaving him barely able to move. As the abomination's attention stays fixed on him, one of the support fighters sees a chance to step in and finish things. Confident the outcome is decided, he hands the cleanup over to his summoned subordinates. One surviving spirit panics as it senses the sudden shift against them. The summons carry out his order without hesitation and execute the remaining spirit. But the last enemy eliminated, he gains experience while the summoned troops advance to the aftermath. He notices the giant body has left behind only a single worthwhile drop and picks up a purple orb. The item identifies itself as a core of death, and he suspects that is why undead dates are considered so troublesome. Examining the orb, he realizes it is the source that would keep summoning undead endlessly if left alone. He decides to take the dangerous core with him, and his summons praise the mission's success. On the way back, he notices members of the attack squad still waiting and wonders why they have not left with the loot. When he asks, they explain they stayed behind because they needed to speak with him. Their leader apologizes for judging him and admits he had completely misunderstood him. The whole group bows deeply, thanking him for saving them while putting himself at risk. He awkwardly accepts the apology but is confused because their gratitude is based on motives he never actually had. Later, after returning from the raid, he learns there has been a sudden change in schedule. A staff member informs him that the support team is resting because the bidding war has intensified, so there would be no date work the next day. Another teammate says she will be occupied setting trap formations in the building and cannot assist him either. With his plans cleared, he decides he might as well spend the time training. His summoned Einherjars greet his safe return enthusiastically, and he orders them to continue sword practice. He reflects that the Einherjars are now learning from both their own experience and the martial knowledge carried over from his previous life. He further realizes the dense mana from the magic circle reacts to them, stimulating their bodies and accelerating their swordsmanship. That word catches his attention, and he starts connecting it to another possibility. Holding the core of death, he notices its dark energy resembles the power he once used to stimulate the world stone. He immediately tests the idea by meditating with the core's energy around him and confirms the method can work. Although the death energy is poisonous to the living, he endures it long enough to draw it inward and channel it toward his mind world. He realizes that if he keeps using the core this way, he can continuously stimulate the world stone. The process triggers a violent surge of power inside him as the energy conversion begins in earnest. He becomes excited when he senses a far greater force than the chaos energy he had previously struggled to extract. Because the world stone is constantly trying to purge the death energy, it keeps releasing usable energy without stopping. The breakthrough pushes his ancient celestial art up to 6 stars. His body is strengthened across multiple attributes. His chaos power rises further through the world stone's conversion, and he learns that reaching higher star levels will eventually let him create constellations in his mind world. He considers sending the core of death to a pandemonium artisan for a legendary item, but decides improving his ancient celestial art to 6 stars would be a better use of it. He realizes that reaching 6 stars is not just a matter of rank, but of forming a new constellation within his ancient celestial art. The system explains that constellations are shaped by the achievements engraved into a user's soul, which is why ancient celestial art surpasses ordinary mystic arts. He recalls that when he was weaker he only had an incomplete dark nebula, but now that he also possesses a light nebula, the constellations he can form should be far more varied. A search reveals he can currently create 3 constellations, with 5 possible choices: Sin, Death, Lord of Light, Holy Flame, and Chaos Sphere. Since he already knows several of those options, he focuses on choosing only the 3 that will help him most right now. He decides to prioritize immediate power growth and starts with the Sin constellation. The Sin constellation takes shape as a fortress-like power that boosts chaos power and reduces the mana cost of using the authority of Sin. He next forms the Holy Flame constellation, gaining stronger chaos power, lower holy power consumption, and amplified holy fire authority. For his third choice, he attempts the Chaos Sphere constellation because it would let him control the authority of chaos more efficiently and recover chaos energy faster. Although creating constellations for the first time is difficult, he feels the process is going well until the final one suddenly destabilizes. The attempt collapses, and the system confirms that the Chaos Sphere constellation failed to take form. He suspects the failure may be because the constellation is built mainly from dark nebula energy, and wonders if both nebulae must be combined. Refusing to stop there, he immediately tries again with renewed focus. The second attempt fails as well, forcing him to admit that brute repetition would not solve the problem. Frustrated and stuck, he lashes out in anger as he searches for another way forward. He briefly considers abandoning the idea and creating different constellations first, but rejects that retreat. Determined to find an untested method, he suddenly remembers a crucial detail that changes his thinking. He realizes the Worldstone's sun has never been included in any constellation before and wonders if it should serve as the link between his light and dark nebulae. Even if that sun may not obey him, he decides he has no better option and commits to the gamble. He draws power from both the light nebula and the dark nebula to begin the new construction. Then he connects both forces to the Worldstone's sun, using it as the center of the formation. This time the Chaos Sphere forms inside his ancient celestial art, but the system detects interference between the incompatible nebula energies and transforms the result into something new, the Infinite Link constellation. The new constellation massively increases chaos power, greatly boosts chaos regeneration, and lets him use ancient celestial art at any time. He is stunned that the failed constellation did not simply succeed, but evolved into a completely different one. He understands his mistake at last. The true core of the Chaos Sphere was the Worldstone's sun connecting the 2 opposite nebulae, not the sphere itself alone. Back in the training hall, a sudden surge of power erupts and startles the people around him. Observers recognize the phenomenon as the energy of enlightenment, and his status reflects a major leap in power and chaos attributes. The others celebrate his breakthrough, realizing he has advanced again while merely training. He brushes off the praise and tells them to focus on their own training, though he quietly notes how sharp their instincts are. His familiar interrupts the moment by demanding food, and he is surprised because it does not seem like much time has passed. When the familiar tells him a full day has gone by, he realizes constellation creation consumed far more time than he noticed. He then discovers he has 20 missed calls, all from the same person. When he finally answers, the caller first asks about the Dark Elves, but quickly reveals that is not the real reason for contacting him. The caller explains the elves are still being handled by the embassy and shifts to a more urgent matter. He reveals that he has received a second order. The scene shifts as they move to meet in person. At the meeting place, Mitchell arrives early and is greeted by the orange-haired man. The man treats him with exaggerated courtesy, seats him, and goes to get coffee. He returns with Minjio's preferred drink, showing he has already studied his tastes. His theatrical enthusiasm about the drink makes it clear he is trying hard to charm and flatter Minjio. Minjio shuts that behavior down immediately, warning him not to loudly expose Ifrit's presence. Once he settles down, the man finally states the substance of his second order. They want support for the Black Death Society so it can establish itself here. Minjio is caught off guard because he knows the group as a major criminal organization tied to the Black Network. The man explains that the Black Network is a global alliance of criminal groups, including mafias and cartels. He adds that it runs black markets, fixer services, and assassination squads, making it a worldwide hub for illegal activity. He further clarifies that the Black Death Society is the branch based in China. Their second order is to help that branch establish itself in Korea, which effectively means bringing the Black Network into the country. Minjio reasons that the request fits the current climate, since both Pandemonium and the Abyss are active in the country and criminal groups would naturally move in. Even so, he concludes there must be a deeper motive, because the Abyss would not use an assignment like this merely to expand a criminal organization. He reflects that the Black Death Society and the Black Network are connected, and begins wondering whether the Dark Eyes are tied to that same network. The orange-haired man reasons that if the Dark-Eyed group entered Earth illegally, the Black Network likely helped them. The other man reassures him that as long as he keeps following orders, the larger plan should continue without trouble. He dismisses the intruders as a future nuisance and decides that, for now, learning how the Black Death Society links to Pandemonium is enough. Choosing patience over action, he decides to wait until those hidden in Korea finally expose themselves. The scene shifts to a grand hour, marking a move back to the protagonist's side. While coffee is poured, Ellie explains she only came because she had nothing urgent to do. When asked if she is busy, Ellie insists that supporting him takes priority, though he doubts this counts as real work. She lightly defends herself by saying moments like this are exactly when she gets to rest. He asks about the cake engraving, and the staff report that the branch manager has been too busy to find a suitable artisan. Ellie turns the talk back to raids, asking when they can challenge another gate, but he admits the competition is too intense to promise anything. A month after the Dungeon Station raid, he notes that the Lost Land operation disrupted the gate market and made access much harder. The story explains that Lost Land refers to regions broken from reality during the first cataclysm, where abandoned gates fused with the world and spawned monsters. In Korea, especially near northern Gangwon-do, guilds and the Hunter Association regularly cooperated to suppress these unstable zones. Realizing the bidding war is fierce, he decides to stop chasing gates for now and focus on raising his level and strengthening his body before the next trial. He asks Ellie to cancel gate bids for the time being and reveals he intends to climb the tower instead. Ellie immediately reminds him that he has overlooked something important. When he still cannot grasp it, she pushes him to reconsider from a completely different angle. Even after being reminded she already gave him the money for bidding, Ellie grows irritated that he still cannot figure out what he forgot. She realizes with disbelief that he truly forgot, while he starts to sense he has made a serious mistake. He suddenly remembers promising to buy her a meal, and understands that this was the thing he neglected. Ellie directly asks whether he is free for dinner, while pretending indifference to hide that she has been waiting for him to say it first. He awkwardly agrees, and Ellie walks off in silence while he realizes too late how badly he handled the moment. Seeing his hesitation, she gives him one last chance to say something meaningful. He hurriedly apologizes and asks her to wait until he is available, and Ellie accepts, warning that her work may keep her late. With a faint smile, she tells him to contact her when he is done since her house is nearby anyway. He agrees to wait as long as needed, and the tension between them softens into a workable plan. Night falls as they later meet outside for the promised meal. Ellie immediately enjoys the food with unguarded satisfaction. As they eat together, he is caught off guard by how naturally happy she seems outside of work. He realizes he has only known her serious professional side and is surprised by this warmer, more relaxed version of her. Watching her eat with genuine delight, he thinks she looks completely content. Even on the walk to the restaurant, he had been struck by how casually cheerful she was, revealing a side of her he had never seen. Her appetite shocks him, and he is stunned by how quickly she has nearly cleared the meal. She praises the restaurant enthusiastically, and he can tell from her reaction that she truly loves it. When he asks how she found the place, Ellie explains that before awakening she was just an ordinary student. He points out that she is now a VIP, and privately recalls that she only knows him as a lone high-level spirit rather than the full truth. He remembers using his VIP status to access the dimensional warehouse in the past, which helped convince Martha and Ellie that he was not an ordinary person. For a moment he considers treating his current identity like a game, as if none of it were fully real. But he remembers that he truly was a normal student until encountering the Divine Sword Caliph. Recovering memories of his past life through Caliph transformed everything and split his life into before and after. He accepts that both John Mincheol and Daimos are parts of himself. Because of that, he decides that dismissing this life as a gain would mean rejecting who he really is. He tells Ellie that even if he is a VIP, he is still trying to live this present life sincerely, and she prompts him to continue. He resolves to make his feelings and intentions unmistakably clear. He explains that he does not take his bond with Ellie and Martha lightly, and is genuinely grateful for their constant help and competence. Ellie falls silent, listening carefully as his sincerity finally reaches her. He continues because he wants her to understand that his actions are not casual play acting. Unable to answer directly, Ellie flusters and hides behind concern for the food. But her reaction shows she has been deeply affected. Elsewhere, a branch reports it can no longer keep pace with the protagonist's growth, and when asked when he will return, he promises it would be soon. With Pandemonium and Elysium both moving, he decides he has no choice but to climb the Tower of Trials and return stronger. A voice calls him Hunter Minchio, pulling his attention to someone waiting for him. A woman politely thanks him for keeping their relationship quiet, making him realize she is referring to the arrangement they had discussed before. He brushes it off with easy confidence, and reminds her that she is his capable partner. Leaving her behind, he parts on casual terms and steps to the doorway. As he moves on, he accepts that his ordinary life is over now that Pandemonium and Elysium have entered the picture. He steels himself with a clear goal. He needs enough power to protect both his own life and the people important to him. The great doors of the tower open before him and admit him inside. Far away in a crimson realm, news of the tower's appearance reaches a demonic stronghold. A Horned Ruler reacts with immediate shock when he hears about it. He demands to know what this Tower of Trials actually is. His attendant explains that it is a region of the unknown that summons powerful beings from his former dimension. A reptilian figure adds that the tower links to another world and gathers challengers from many dimensions to climb it. Each floor, they explain, presents a trial that challengers must overcome. Those who clear the trials are rewarded, making the tower sound as profitable as it is dangerous. That promise of reward immediately catches the ruler's interest. His shock turns into intrigue as he decides the tower may be worth pursuing. Meanwhile, Minchio reflects that the tower's trials are infamous for pushing challengers to death as the difficulty rises. Even so, he resolves to face them himself because they can grant power beyond human limits. He is transported into the third floor of the Tower of Trials. The system identifies this stage as Black Fortress, and he approaches its gate to assess the situation. He enters the fortress grounds alone, stepping into the trial area. Sensing movement above, he notices watchers already stationed on the walls. The quest is revealed. He must defend the fortress from monsters and protect its core while keeping 3 damaged bases from falling. He identifies the exposed crystal sphere at the rear as the fortress core that must be protected at all costs. When he spots a nearby structure, he wonders if an administrator might be present here. Instead, a strange masked figure greets him as a newly arrived challenger. The figure reveals itself to be Crow, the merchant, not the administrator Minchio expected. Minchio loses interest once he hears that, and makes clear he has no business with the mere merchant. Crow protests that dismissing him too early is foolish, because he can sell useful things such as information. When Minchio presses him, Crow insists he is a legitimate merchant, and offers to explain the trial properly. Crow begins by clarifying that the third floor's objective is simply to protect the fortress. He explains that monsters will pour out of a wormhole and advance along 3 routes toward the fortress, so the challenger must use the 3 bases to stop them until the assault ends. Each base can spawn undead defenders, and if one falls the challenger must personally cover that route while also watching the others. Crow adds that repair is possible with points, but the cost is steep and one base is already in especially bad condition. Minchio notes that he expected a point system, then asks whether any other challengers are participating. Crow tells him this trial is shared by 5 people in total, confirming Minchio's suspicion that it is a party mission, but the others would not arrive for about 12 more hours, leaving Minchio to handle the opening phase alone. Crow tries to sell him a product that would help him communicate with late arrivals, but Minchio refuses to waste points on it. Even after Crow warns that the challenge is too much for one person, Minchio decides to test what he can do alone, relying on the necromancy power he gained from Pinsu. He summons undead soldiers, and they answer him as their sovereign while he orders them to prepare for battle. Crow nervously relays Minchio's deployment orders as the undead are split between the upper and center lanes. Minchio keeps moving with calm resolve, deciding that if he cannot cover everything perfectly, he will simply destroy whatever comes. The system announces the official start of the Black Fortress Siege Defense Trial. The first monster wave begins, and enemies rush in from the field toward the fortress. Minchio recognizes the attackers as trolls and immediately remembers how dangerous their kind was in the Palbatone Gate. Stationed at the weakest point near the third base, he quickly judges that the skeletons there would not be enough to stop even a single troll. He tests the turret anyway, hoping it might be the one useful asset this position offers. The shot lands, but the trolls shrug it off and regenerate so quickly that the fortress defenses alone are clearly inadequate. Realizing he cannot rely on the base and lacks the points to strengthen it, Minchio concludes he will have to defeat the trolls himself. As the assault continues, the defenders vow to bring down the fortress despite the chaos around them. Watching the trolls fall more easily than expected, the challenger realizes this trial may be manageable even without much help. He decides to keep advancing and is transferred onward to the second base. At the same time, a troll charges in with murderous intent, threatening to crush a defender outright. The attack lands with brute force as the monster throws itself fully into the fight. A dark-armored warrior answers with a life-draining strike, stopping the troll's momentum while the challenger calmly observes. He notes that the sovereign ordered every monster killed, and despite expecting little, the defenders are handling themselves well. He judges the immortal guides to be far above ordinary fighters, making victory certain so long as each base stays covered. Still, one troll slips through and confronts him directly, proving his concern was justified. He concludes that some monsters will inevitably be missed, and decides he must personally watch for those gaps. Unable to enter the tower and lacking his usual companion, he runs to the first base to impose order himself. After the first wave is cleared and the next is delayed, he returns briefly to the fortress to think. Reviewing what happened, he confirms the two immortal warriors easily suppressed the trolls at the first base. But with too many enemies at once, a few trolls circled around them and caused minor damage before being stopped. He confronts the crow administrator and presses him for a practical solution instead of evasive talk. At the turret shop, he learns more defenses can be installed, but only at a cost, so he considers whether he can reclaim or carry them into later trials. The crow flatly refuses, making it clear the trial offers no such convenience. Forced to conserve points, he decides turrets may not be the best investment and starts looking for something more useful. He remembers earlier advice that seemingly trivial items can become valuable, and that thought gives him a new idea. When he produces a strange object, even the crow is startled and demands to know where it came from. He refuses to explain, recognizing it as a storage key once given by the tower's administrator. The item reveals itself as a fragment of Oron, a hidden treasure key that can lead to a valuable reward if used in the right place. When he activates it, a beam of purple light points away from the courtyard, immediately drawing the crow's alarm. The light leads toward the wormhole, and he quickly realizes that if the treasure room is there, taking that area could let him wipe out the monsters at once. The crow understands his plan and urgently warns him to abandon it. He realizes the crow has already guessed he intends to seize control of the wormhole. The crow admits no challenger before him has even thought of this, but says none have ever succeeded either. He is told a special guardian monster protects the wormhole, one even stronger than the elite creatures from the first wave. Worse, if anyone provokes it and then retreats, it will pursue them all the way back to the fortress and destroy everything. He understands that failure there would not just cost him the fight but could end the entire trial. Even so, he refuses to give up, convinced he is not an ordinary challenger and cannot ignore the opportunity. He accepts the danger, reasoning that turning back now would be foolish when he already holds the key to hidden treasure. Driven by the belief that rewards lie beyond risk, he heads to the wormhole and confirms he has found it. Before he can approach, a figure at the edge of the wormhole politely but firmly orders him to stop. He immediately recognizes that this must be the powerful guardian he came to face. The guardian reveals itself as a Jianshi, and notes that he identified it unusually quickly. He answers dryly while recalling that Jianshi are corpses animated and controlled through martial, medicinal, and spiritual methods. The Jianshi studies him in silence, measuring him rather than attacking at once. Noticing the guardian's unusual appearance, he asks if it comes from the martial continent, and the Jianshi admits it has ties there. He reasons that a Jianshi from that land would be a rare and dangerous undead being, likely far more advanced than ordinary corpses. The guardian says it suspected he might share its origin, which explains why the crow had warned it about him. Its status confirms the threat. A blood Jianshi with overwhelming physical ability, regeneration, poison, and blood-based techniques. Seeing those numbers, he realizes the guardian is even stronger than the frenzied fender he once fought. He concludes this is no mindless undead but a contracted guardian with its own will, bound to defend the wormhole. Testing that bond, he suggests the contract should allow it to let him pass if it chooses. The Jianshi rejects the idea immediately, amused that he would even try. It draws a strict boundary and warns that crossing it will force a response. The guardian explains it wants to avoid needless bloodshed, but its duty leaves no room for compromise. He challenges that restraint, pointing out that if the Jianshi were truly certain of victory, it would not need to hide behind warnings. The Jianshi remains calm and urges him one last time not to throw his life away in this place. The young fighter admits he has pushed things too far and braces for the backlash. In front of him, the blood Jianshi seethes with fury as its demonic blood energy surges. The monster erupts into a violent red aura, unleashing its power in a burst of rage. The surrounding Jianshi close in, tightening the pressure around the scene. 5 iron Jianshi stand around the blood Jianshi as the protagonist takes stock of the formation. He quickly identifies the pale-skinned corpse as a blood Jianshi, and recognizes the iron ones as its support. Since the numbers line up, he orders his armored undead subordinates to deal with the iron Jianshi. The blood Jianshi mocks his confidence, but he calmly prepares a counter and signals that he has a plan. As the blood Jianshi rushes him, he draws his sword and invites the attack. The monster answers with a screaming charge, hurling blood energy straight at him. He realizes ordinary energy would not harm a blood Jianshi, so he switches to holy flame sword energy to purge the impure force. Even as he adjusts, the blood Jianshi gathers more blood power and prepares another strike. The creature spreads its blood energy wider, escalating the attack instead of retreating. It rains down crossing waves of blood power from above, trying to overwhelm him head-on. He recognizes the attack pattern and identifies the enemy as a blood jianshi with a wolf-like variant mixed in. The monster suddenly breaks off, leaving poison-laced blood energy behind as it pulls away. He taunts it for retreating, but inwardly realizes the thing can regenerate even while being damaged by enhanced sword energy. The blood jianshi answers his taunt with manic confidence, and keeps feeding its weapon with blood power. Then it raises its power further, and prepares a larger technique. Watching the build-up, he immediately senses the next move will be dangerous. He identifies the attack as blood rain, poisonous droplets infused with demonic blood energy. As the red rain begins to fall, he recalls that this technique once dominated Mirim because of how hard it was to counter. Instead of dodging, he activates enhanced demonic protection and decides to endure the rain directly. He judges the blood jianshi to be around supreme peak level, but reminds himself that necromancy still has limits. Relying on raw strength over tricks, he launches 7 stars demonic sword, first form, sun-distorting sword to break the pressure. The blood jianshi keeps the blood rain going while trying to stop him from building more enhanced energy. He realizes the enemy is deliberately denying him time, and that long-range options will miss from here. So he decides the only answer is to close the distance and rush in with Dark Star Blue Dragon Blade. He chains that advance into Yu-Clan's spear art, driving himself straight to the storm of blood. But the blood jianshi meets him with Hell's Fire, turning its blood energy into a blazing counterattack. The battlefield is swallowed in red flames as the monster tries to burn him down completely. The blood jianshi laughs to the inferno, convinced its regeneration and firepower would carry it. From within the aftermath, the protagonist reveals he has already seen to that weakness and decides to use an authority-based power instead of pure martial force. He reasons that no matter how durable the corpse is outside, its interior remains vulnerable. With that in mind, he unleashes an internal burning attack meant to destroy it from the inside out. As the blood jianshi begins to fail, he coldly notes that feeling no pain does not mean being unharmed. The kill rewards him with a large burst of experience, confirming the blood jianshi has been destroyed. Catching his breath, he remembers the iron jianshi and turns his attention back to the other fight. One of the iron jianshi is still locked in combat, roaring as the clash continues. His armored undead press the attack, refusing to let the iron jianshi break through. He notices the fight is dragging on because his corpses are durable enough to stall but not strong enough to finish the enemy quickly. He concludes that iron jianshi are too tough for his subordinates to pierce, making this a battle of endurance. Deciding not to waste more time, he steps in and resolves to kill them himself. He flashes past an iron jianshi in a sudden close-range strike. Moments later the remaining enemies are down, and the battlefield is effectively secured. He orders his undead troops to stay behind and guard the area in case any hidden enemies remain. With the fighting over, he approaches the place connected to the hidden treasure storage on the 3rd floor. Holding the blue fragment, he confirms it is a fragment of Oron and prepares to use it to access the cache. The fragment opens Oron's hidden treasure storage, revealing an entrance at last. Inside, he finds a chamber packed with weapons and realizes he has finally reached the treasure vault. With less than 5 minutes left, he is stunned by the chance laid out before him. He enters Oron's treasure storage and realizes it is packed with extraordinary artifacts. Seeing rows upon rows of treasures, he briefly wonders if he can simply take everything. The system immediately shuts that down and warns that he may remove only one item, with his first touch deciding the choice. That restriction makes the situation worse, because one mistake would waste the entire reward. He decides the selection cannot be random and reasons that the best item should be the one with the strongest abilities. Since he has a way to judge artifacts, he quickly settles on a methodical search. He starts the evaluation as the countdown begins in earnest. To sort through thousands of items instantly, he releases ancient celestial art energy across the vault. He floods the room with that power to force every artifact to reveal its presence. Because all artifacts leak mana, and stronger ones leak more, he uses that principle to measure their value. His plan becomes simple. Find the item with the greatest energy signature, and claim it. After his first sweep, he narrows the field to 189 promising items, though that is still far too many. He activates the Eyes of Truth to inspect each remaining artifact in detail. The scan reveals multiple legendary replicas, including Hell, Spear of Destiny, and Book of the Dead, but none of them are the true prize. With barely over a minute left, he realizes the vault is full of copies of famous divine and demonic weapons. Just as he fears that replicas are all he will find, one item stands out beyond the rest. He discovers a transcendent-grade armor called Shadow of Origin Armor, a self-repairing divine item that can absorb damage into mana and transform into different forms. Its abilities make it function like near-indestructible armor, converting harm into recoverable energy while restoring itself. Recognizing how absurdly useful it is, he selects the armor and immediately claims it. Since the default armor form is too bulky for his current needs, he orders it to change shape. The armor adapts to his preference, becoming a lighter form at the cost of some physical defense and magic resistance. Satisfied with the trade-off, he accepts a sleek combat form that suits him far better than heavy armor. Having defeated the blood jianshi guarding the wormhole and gained an unexpectedly powerful item, he decides to wait calmly for the next phase. He keeps watch near the wormhole, expecting the situation to develop on its own. Elsewhere in the fortress, the scene remains deceptively quiet. A crow-like overseer idly hums to itself while thinking about the challenger brat. Since no death notice has appeared, it concludes he must have taken control of the wormhole. The creature reflects that the blood jiansure should have been enough to kill most challengers, and that this one has already acted far beyond expectations. Even so, it assumes he should have spent points by now to defend all 3 bases and decides to check on him. Bored and curious, the crow flies out to inspect the battlefield itself. What it finds immediately feels wrong. From above, it sees that all 3 bases are still intact, with no signs of battle anywhere. Even the defenders are left wondering if he truly secured the wormhole alone. The crow's confusion turns to alarm when it notices something impossible. The wormhole has erupted into a mass of raging red fire. Shocked, the crow realizes this challenger has introduced a completely new variable into the trial. Standing before the inferno, he calmly acknowledges that an unexpected factor has appeared. The crow panics and rushes off to report the anomaly to the administrator, while the system confirms the wormhole has been cleared. His hellfire spreads to the wormhole and its surroundings, incinerating monsters the instant they emerge. Any survivors that stagger out burning are immediately finished off by the immortal warriors guarding the area. Because the monsters cannot consume or extinguish the flames, the blaze only grows larger and more powerful. Soon the system announces that the 10th and final monster wave has begun. He recognizes this as the last stage and prepares to finish it. A giant S-rank monster appears, but he judges that even it would be weakened enough by Hell's fire for the defenders to handle. He orders the immortal warriors not to let any enemies through, and they obey while charging into the burning wave. The warriors push forward under his command, determined to hold the line despite the danger. Watching the monsters burn and falter, he concludes the final wave should end quickly as well. Then someone suddenly shouts for him to move aside, claiming they will open a path. A massive fist crashes down, signaling the arrival of a new force entering the battle. A freezing breath suddenly sweeps to the battlefield, signaling the arrival of a new threat. A frost giant claims the area as his domain and erupts with overwhelming cold power. The young man recognizes the creature as a legendary frost giant and realizes he is facing something thought to exist only in myth. He quickly judges that this giant is using cold strong enough to suppress even black hellfire, proving its power is on another level. He understands why. The frost giant was created to counter fire-based beings like the immortal warriors. One surviving immortal warrior moves at the sovereign's command and charges to carry out the attack. The frost giant lashes out in fury at being opposed and meets the assault head-on. The young man remains calm as the system reports that one immortal warrior has already been destroyed. The giant boasts about his strength, but the young man undercuts him by pointing out that there is no audience left to witness it. When the giant demands an explanation, the young man tells him to look around and realize that everyone else is already dead. That answer unsettles the giant, who hesitates as the scale of the slaughter sinks in. The young man notes that the giant has grown far stronger after becoming an immortal warrior, but warns that obsessing over him is a mistake while his own subordinates remain vulnerable. Enraged, the giant vows to kill him and reclaim the throne he believes was stolen. Before the giant can press the attack, a strange purple power suddenly takes hold of him and throws him into confusion. The system confirms that the authority of the Undying has been applied, placing a curse on the target and reducing all of the giant's abilities. The young man casually tells the giant to stop talking and fight, while revealing a possessive confidence in his new control over him. He declares that the giant now belongs to him. The giant resists the humiliation, but the curse continues to bind him. Even weakened, the frost giant raises his sword and icy aura, and the young man checks his status to measure the threat. The giant retaliates by unleashing a violent ice attack that blasts the young man backward. While recovering, the young man realizes the giant's raw physical stats are enormous, and decides he must avoid taking a direct hit. The giant follows up immediately, driving a massive wall of ice toward him. The attack expands into a full Ice Age technique, and the young man sees that his escape route is being sealed. The frost giant completes the trap with an ice sculpture technique, surrounding the area in towering frozen structures. The young man recognizes that the giant deliberately blocked his movement, and notes, through the system, that the curse is still steadily weakening the enemy. He admits the giant planned the battlefield well, but also sees a flaw in that strategy. Drawing on holy fire, he reveals a power the giant failed to account for. As red and green flames gather around him, he rejects the giant's self-image as a king. He answers with hellfire, declaring that the giant is no king at all. The blast tears through the frozen prison, leaving the giant shocked and furious. Using the shattered ice as footholds, the young man turns the giant's own trap into a path for attack. The giant notices too late that his opponent is using the ice structures to close the distance. The young man bursts through the frozen maze and lands a purple charged strike at close range. The blow cuts into the giant, drawing blood and forcing out a roar of pain. Instead of panicking, the giant dismisses the injury as unimpressive and boring. The young man presses in and mocks him for relying on size while lacking real combat instinct. Wrapped in dark purple energy, he prepares to finish the exchange quickly. The system rewards him with experience and a level up, and he notes that repeated battles on this floor are rapidly increasing his strength. At that moment, 3 surviving immortal warriors reappear and report for orders. They explain that one of them was destroyed after being caught in the frost giant's wide area attack, though they still consider their defense successful overall. The young man accepts the report and notes that one of the 2 remaining enemies has now been eliminated. He decides to make use of the situation by raising a massive purple crystal formation as the curse on the giant finally expires. The system detects the new host within the crystal, and his understanding of death deepens enough to double his undying points. He realizes that reviving a target in the state it died can advance his authority, giving him a new way to strengthen his power. As his undying points rise further, a new armored undead form begins to emerge from the purple energy. An immortal knight is born and greets him as sovereign, displaying exceptional stats and sword specialist abilities. The young man is startled to discover that this knight not only uses a sword but also possesses the Akira's sword technique. That revelation reminds him of a demon lord he once saw wielding a sword with the same style, suggesting a deeper connection. He is left wondering how he obtained a technique comparable to the martial arts of an entirely different continent. When he asks about the knight's polymorph ability, the knight explains that it can adjust its size to his preference, and the young man decides that sparring with it would be useful training before facing the demon lord. After clearing the 3rd floor's Black Fortress siege defense, he checks whether the system has finished calculating his rewards. The tower confirms a flawless achievement, and grants him a huge point payout along with a rare elixir, leaving him stunned by how valuable it seems. The reward is revealed to be a legendary eternal elixir that fully restores the body, cures curses and poisons, and can even regrow lost parts. Realizing how precious it is, he decides to hide it away for a true emergency instead of using it now. With the 3rd floor behind him, he turns his attention to the next trial. He heads up toward the next floor, ready to face whatever challenge comes next. At the entrance, an unseen voice mocks both the tower and his appearance, immediately signaling that someone is watching him. The 4th floor quest appears as the trial of adversity, ordering him to cross a trap-filled passageway and reach the end, and he quickly realizes there is only one route forward. An ancient celestial artifact suddenly reacts, and a strange presence appears beside him to congratulate him on reaching the 4th floor trial chamber. Startled, he recoils as the unexpected figure closes in. The intruder apologizes for the scare and reveals himself as an administrator named Rand, though his true abilities remain hidden from inspection. He notes that administrators seem to enjoy unsettling people, while the newcomer calmly prepares a formal introduction. Rand explains that he oversees the 1st to 5th floors and identifies himself as the administrator in charge of this section of the tower. Seeing the absurdity of the peach-headed official trying to act dignified, he can barely believe what he is looking at. When he studies Rand more closely, he realizes the administrator has somehow used eye-based magic on him while pretending to be polite. He introduces himself as John Minchio, and Rand admits he came mainly because he was curious about the challenger who had been causing so much attention. Minchio outwardly accepts that answer, but internally assumes the administrator is underestimating him because he stays quiet. He ends the conversation and moves on, while Rand lets him go and silently wishes him luck. As he enters the passage, he reasons that surviving will depend on reading every danger with his senses before the traps can draw blood. A faint disturbance reaches him, and he instantly recognizes that something is about to trigger. Trusting that warning, he reacts at once and identifies the attack as coming from his left. The sound of a mechanism clicking confirms his suspicion, but also tells him the corridor is more layered than it first seemed. A gravity-strengthening trap activates beneath him as he moves, forcing him to deal with danger from below as well. He tries to use his sword to save himself, only to find it jammed and useless as support while he slips. The tower blocks his attempt with a protective barrier, making it clear the trial will not allow brute force destruction of the course. The system explicitly warns that physical strength cannot break through and that he must follow the designated path. Accepting that the walls are system-controlled, he abandons the idea of smashing through and focuses on surviving within the rules. He catches himself at the edge before the trap can finish pulling him in. Dragging himself back up, he realizes the easy 3rd floor had only lowered his guard before this far deadlier stage. He recognizes that his enhanced demonic protection energy just saved his life, though the trap still burned through a large portion of it. To endure the corridor, he decides to combine ancient celestial arts with full power holy fire while maintaining his guard the entire time. Even as he throws everything into survival, the relentless pressure makes the trial feel absurdly unfair. More hostile energies close in around him, and his frustration rises as the hazards keep escalating. Just as he wonders how long this can continue, the system announces that his senses have been pushed to their limit, and that he has obtained the characteristic 6th sense. He is surprised by the awakening, especially because he already seemed more perceptive than most people who would normally possess such a trait. The system explains that this new characteristic is responding to everything he has accomplished so far. That characteristic immediately evolves into super sense, and he realizes the new perception is coming from somewhere beyond the obvious traps around him. Elsewhere, Rand watches through floating system screens as Minchio continues the trial. Observing the change, Rand concludes that Minchio has activated clairvoyance. Watching him move, Rand realizes the challenger is no longer the same person who first entered the tower. He further judges that Minchio's raw statistics have already risen to levels far beyond what ordinary major-ranked challengers should be able to reach. Even awakened Sixth Sense users should not be able to dodge the corridor's attacks so completely, leaving Rand shaken by how abnormal Minchio has become. Rand turns to a crow-like subordinate and asks whether this challenger has broken any rules during the trial. The subordinate reports that Minchio has not violated a single rule while crossing the passage. That answer leaves Rand troubled, because the situation is becoming difficult to explain or control. He recalls that even the administrator of Zero Level had warned him about this challenger, making Minchio's growth feel even more ominous. Rand briefly considers whether Minchio might one day reach the terrifying heights of the Seven Emperors, a possibility that would place him among monsters beyond normal rankers. He immediately rejects that thought as impossible, insisting that a non-ranker from Earth could never rise to the level of a true transcendence. Then a voice suddenly addresses Rand directly, jolting him with the impossible implication that someone has reached into his observation space. Staring at the screen showing Minchio below, Rand is left wondering whether the challenger somehow just spoke to him through the system itself. A voice directly calls him out, and forces his attention onto the threat in front of him. He recalls that the tower's deadly traps are not random attacks but a phenomenon tied to how the mind perceives danger. Ordinary people would be overwhelmed by the endless stream of lethal stimuli gathered by the brain, and would fail to process them. But his awakened ability, Super Sense, can artificially expand his mind beyond normal limits. By doing so, it lets him enter an enhanced state of thought where incoming attacks can be handled deliberately. The system confirms that Super Sense drastically slows his experience of time, activating automatically in extreme danger or by his own will. He realizes he has gained something usually reserved for beings far above humans, and that surviving this section required exactly that kind of power. With time reduced to a tiny fraction of normal flow, he can think and react with extraordinary precision. In that stretched instant, each separate threat becomes visible and analyzable instead of fatal chaos. He understands that the tower's fourth floor was designed as a mental death trap, but Super Sense let him map a safe path through it. Having crossed the danger zone, he calmly reaches what appears to be the entrance onward. He notes that Super Sense carried him to the floor unharmed and expects the next destination to be the fifth floor. Before moving on, he decides to confront the hidden observer who has been watching him. Using clairvoyance, the administrator monitoring him is exposed by the system for breaking the tower's rules. He openly invites the administrator to stop hiding and speak to him directly. The administrator materializes in person, abandoning covert observation now that he has been discovered. The challenger greets him politely, making it clear he intends to control the conversation. He points out that the administrator has been busy violating rules, while privately noting that this one appeared far more quickly than the previous administrator. He frames their meeting as a forbidden encounter between a challenger and an administrator. When he adds that secretly using clairvoyance is another rule violation, the administrator is shaken that a lower floor challenger knows so much. The administrator tries to question him instead, but he shuts that down and demands compensation. Pressed into a corner, the administrator protests that he should not even be involved with the challenger at all. He threatens to report the violation and leave the administrator to be punished under the rules. He reveals he understands the system well enough to know administrators can interfere with challengers if they accept the risk, and he hints that exposure would be disastrous. The administrator realizes he is being manipulated and resents how completely the challenger has seized the advantage. Still, he decides that paying a price is safer than being formally reported. Reluctantly, the administrator produces an item he never expected to hand over. He gives the challenger an ancient scroll taken from the tower's treasure storage, even though such compensation is not officially allowed. The challenger accepts that the administrator will not explain how to use it, which matches his past experience with mysterious rewards. The system identifies the item as Ken's ancient scripture, a legendary text connected to an old temple and a hidden secret on the fifth floor. The administrator admits he has never been pushed around like this by a challenger, while the challenger casually notes that the pressure is mutual. Even as the deal ends, the challenger regrets not extracting more and promises the administrator will regret giving him this item. He formally closes the bargain and keeps the scroll. As he leaves, he reflects that the exchange was unpleasant but profitable, and the system confirms he has cleared the 41st floor and earned a time-based reward. A sudden change in his surroundings makes him stop and question what has happened. Instead of another interior floor, he finds himself outside before the Tower of Trials and briefly wonders if he has somehow returned to Earth. He quickly rejects that idea after sensing the atmosphere's mana density is vastly higher than Earth's. He concludes he is in another world entirely. He learns that every fifth floor connects to an external world used as a rest area, where challengers can live normally, gather information, and prepare for the next stage. While taking in this new environment, he notices a group nearby watching him. He realizes they are other challengers. One of them, a beast-headed man in sunglasses, stands out enough to draw his attention. As he observes them, he feels a magical effect pass through his body. The system warns him that a challenger named Gyrus has used Scout to inspect him, and he is irritated that they are probing him without permission. For a moment he considers responding with violence. He restrains himself, deciding to stay hidden for now and suppress his energy while he studies the situation on this fifth floor. Nearby, The gathered challengers complained that the latest newcomers displayed evaluation and stats make no sense. One of them suddenly recognizes a possibility and reacts in shock. They call out the name John Mincheol, suspecting the newcomer is someone they know. Another man realizes the truth as well and identifies him as Association Agent Yin Sunhee, confirming the newcomer's hidden identity. A guide named Sunhee unexpectedly runs into the newcomer again and is pleased that he still remembers him. As they walk, the newcomer notices people using magic tools to inspect arrivals and learns that first-floor challengers are routinely evaluated for recruitment. Sunhee explains that the sunglasses are scouting items bought with tower points, one example of the many unusual tools used inside the tower. The newcomer dislikes being assessed like that, and Sunhee admits the atmosphere has recently grown more competitive because something in the tower has changed. When he asks what changed, Sunhee says the whole place is in turmoil over the appearance of an extraordinary rookie. The rumors claim that this rookie shattered the long-standing tutorial records once held by the 7 emperors, with only John Mincheol ranked above the Demon Emperor on the 0th floor. The stories go further, saying the same person even defeated the hidden boss of the first floor alone. He is also said to have cleared the second floor's Sea of Abyss and gathered its jewels in record time, making the feat impossible to ignore. Sunhee concludes that everyone is desperate to recruit this rookie, while the newcomer quietly realizes who they are talking about. Seeing him go silent, Sunhee asks what is wrong. The newcomer is stunned to realize that every outrageous rumor being discussed is actually about him. He recalls that Sunhee had reached the 5th floor before him, and that coincidence led Sunhee to start showing him around the city. At a tea house called Leaf of the Wind, Sunhee begins explaining the tower's economy, telling him that points, not ordinary money, are the local currency. The newcomer takes in how alien the tower feels, comparing it to entering an entirely different world. Then he abruptly asks the one question that matters to him most: how Sunhee cleared the 0-4 trial. The question catches Sunhee off guard, but he quickly recovers and notes that the newcomer should not be so surprised by his reaction. The newcomer reflects that the 0-floor test is supposed to be easy for everyone else, while his own version had been a brutal fight where he could have died. He presses Sunhee on when he figured out the truth, and Sunhee says he suspected it as soon as he saw John Mincheol listed as the 0-4 record holder. From the newcomer's reaction, Sunhee confirms that he really did break that record, and the newcomer regrets having misjudged him. Trying to regain control of the conversation, the newcomer warns Sunhee to be a useful guide, or he will take back his trust, and Sunhee agrees with an awkward laugh. Privately, the newcomer decides Sunhee will have to repay him for that deliberate provocation. Sunhee changes the subject by offering to explain the air garden and activates a glowing orb to help him do it. The orb projects a holographic map, confirming that it is a practical information tool rather than a decorative curiosity. Using the map, Sunhee explains that the air garden is divided into 4 major regions, including the blacksmith district, residential area, upper society, and community zone. He adds that around 100,000 people live here, a number that shocks the newcomer because he had assumed most climbers would have abandoned the tower. Sunhee says that is only part of the story and introduces another key item, the return stone. He explains that people who cannot continue climbing can spend points to return to the 5th floor, which turned the area into a permanent settlement where many chose to stay and build lives. When asked about the community area, Sunhee describes it as a district formed by challengers who banded together into guild-like groups. He identifies the strongest of those groups as the one led by the 7 emperors, the dominant challengers of the present era. Their only shared goal is reaching the top of the tower, though they rarely gather because each emperor is usually occupied with personal pursuits. Sunhee notes that such communities are eager to recruit talented newcomers entering the 5th floor, but the newcomer dismisses that as irrelevant because he has no interest in joining any of them. He asks if Sunhee had also been waiting to recruit him, and Sunhee admits he was there on association business rather than for a community. Though the timing worked out for both of them, the newcomer accepts the explanation with dry skepticism, treating the convenient encounter as suspiciously neat. After the talk, Sunhee gives him the hologram orb as a gift so he can navigate the city on his own. The newcomer accepts the device, surprised to be handed something genuinely useful. He asks why Sunhee is being so generous. Sunhee answers that meeting him pushed him to make an important decision. He reveals that he is climbing the tower because of the newcomer, and says helping him now is the least he can do. As Sunhee walks away, the newcomer is left unsettled, wondering how someone he has barely met could speak as if fate had tied them together. Left alone, he admits to himself that ignoring the rankings when he first entered the tower was a serious mistake. He realizes too late that the 5th floor publicly broadcasts rankings and achievements, turning notable climbers into instant targets of attention. Seeing the ranking displays in the crowds around them, he understands why so many people have suddenly started watching him. Remembering Sunhee's mention of blacksmiths, he decides to head there next. The hologram guides him to the western blacksmith area, and he concludes he has found the right district. The moment he arrives, the roar of furnaces and open flame makes it clear that this quarter is built around forging. The heavy industrial atmosphere confirms that weapon making is the district's defining trade. Watching smiths at work, he notes that while the district is smaller than the others, it seems to contain most of the tower's weapon craftsmen. He reasons that if someone here was skilled enough to create the cape Jormungand made, That person must be an exceptional blacksmith on the level of a master. With that in mind, he decides the smartest approach is to search from the top rather than waste time wandering. He spots the district's tallest building, assumes it functions like a department store, and heads there to begin his search. A dwarf clerk welcomes a new customer into the engraving office. The young man immediately draws suspicion, with the staff judging him as an unremarkable outsider who likely does not belong in a prestigious place like this. When asked what he wants, he calmly states that he needs an item engraved. He raises the stakes by specifically asking for a maestro-level artisan. The clerk takes the request as presumptuous and probes whether the customer has any affiliation that would justify such treatment. The young man makes it clear he has no backing at all. Convinced the request is beneath consideration, the clerk tries to brush him off with a formal request form and tells him to wait for a future reply. The young man accepts the form without protest, which only makes the clerk underestimate him further. Before leaving, he casually asks the clerk for his name. The clerk reluctantly introduces himself as Artin Hammerdon. The moment his name is given, Artin is hit by sudden alarm, as if he realizes he may have misjudged the situation. The customer reveals the item he wants engraved, and Artin instantly recognizes it as something extraordinary. Realizing his mistake, Artin desperately tries to stop him from leaving and begs for another chance. The young man turns back just enough to make clear that he now distrusts Artin and would not hand over such an important item to someone who treated him carelessly. As Artin panics behind him, the young man privately enjoys the reversal and decides to let the lesson sink in. Once outside, he reasons that there must be more than one maestro artisan in the district, and decides to keep searching. As he surveys the surrounding forges, he notes that even the ordinary wares here are of unusually high quality by Earth standards. Still, despite seeing many maestro-level craftsmen, he cannot find anyone who seems to have reached the maestro tier he needs. A distinct sound catches his attention and interrupts his search. He notices a forge hidden away in a corner, and the steady hammering suggests a level of consistency worth investigating. Inside, the displayed weapons look plain rather than flashy, but that only sharpens his curiosity. Using his appraisal ability, he discovers that one battered sword is actually high rank and still powerful despite being poorly maintained. From that, he concludes the smith here intentionally suppresses the apparent quality of his work instead of showing it off. Intrigued, he wonders what kind of artisan would deliberately do that and looks deeper into the forge. The blacksmith senses someone watching and demands to know who is there. The young man steps forward and says he has come to place a request, all recognizing at once that this smith is the one he has been looking for. The blacksmith acknowledges the request but remains guarded. After checking, the young man confirms that the smith is Hakan Toria, a Vulcan blacksmith who has reached maestro level. That discovery confirms he has finally found a true maestro rather than another merely skilled craftsman. The meeting shifts from searching to negotiation as the hidden forge becomes the center of his hopes. Hakan bluntly mocks his taste, saying that if he came to this forge after ignoring the obvious quality of the displayed weapons, he must have poor judgment. The young man refuses to be offended and instead points out that someone of Hakan's standing probably has his own reasons for hiding his best work. Hakan does not deny it, but warns that he would not be blamed if the customer ends up dissatisfied with the result. Everything changes the instant Hakan gets a proper look at the item. Seeing the cape, Hakan is stunned and urgently demands to know where such a thing came from. The young man refuses to reveal its origin, and Hakan, still shaken, admits the cape is already close to completion and asks what remains to be done. He explains that it is an artifact that can only be finished to engraving and formally asks Hakan to perform that final step. Hakan hesitates, fully aware that the material is so exceptional most blacksmiths would risk their lives trying to work on it. Sensing that hesitation, the young man decides to push him a little. He pretends he can simply take the job elsewhere, comparing Hakan to the dismissive artisan from before if he is not up to it. The provocation works immediately, and Hakan snaps that he will do it, exposing how easily his pride can be hooked. With the job accepted, Hakan names the material cost for the engraving as 100,000 points. The young man pays on the spot, and Hakan officially takes the commission and tells him to return in a day. As the deal settles, they exchange names properly, with Hakan introducing himself more personally and the young man giving his name as John Minchiol. Minchiol agrees to come back tomorrow, and Hakan accepts the arrangement. Just as Minchiol is about to leave, Hakan suddenly remembers something important. He stops Minchiol and notes that he looks like a newcomer who has only recently arrived on the 5th floor. Hakan warns him that dangerous pests are lurking around the area. Minchiol brushes off the warning with confidence, assuming Hakan is just showing unexpected concern for him. Embarrassed, Hakan denies being worried, leaving their new partnership on an awkward but warmer note. A newcomer walks alone into a narrow alley, already expecting trouble. He stops in the dead end and waits in silence, confirming he has been led into an ambush. Without looking rattled, he calls for the hidden watcher to show himself. A bald man appears above the wall, and recognizes him as the rookie with unusually sharp instincts. The newcomer identifies the man as Artin Hammerdon and realizes the guildmaster's cape he showed earlier must have drawn this pursuit. Artin notes that the rookie's memory is as good as his awareness. Another hidden observer treats the meeting like chance, but the newcomer makes clear he sees through the setup. Dropping the pretense, he reveals claw-like weapons and admits he came prepared to kill. He unleashes multiple green energy strikes at once, aiming to overwhelm the rookie from several angles. Several attackers rush in with the barrage, but they are all thrown off by how cleanly he avoids the vital hits. Watching from above, Artin is shaken and demands to know what just happened. The newcomer calmly judges the attack, noting that only a few died outright while the rest survived through instinct or by deflecting with weapons. One wounded attacker curses Artin for calling this target a mere beginner after seeing how lethal that opening strike was. More enemies close in with weapons drawn as the rookie continues assessing how they survived. A whole crowd gathers around him, and he recognizes that this is exactly the kind of mass challenge he wanted. He admits he had expected something like this, and welcomes the chance to handle the man behind it himself. Inwardly, he decides this ambush will let him settle matters directly. He opens a status screen and asks Beirut to estimate the rookie's level. The scout's report places the newcomer somewhere around B to B+, which makes the hidden leaders pause. The rookie notices the new voices and turns toward them. A horned, heavily built fighter steps forward as Cruden, vice captain of the Wolves of the Wild. While his group questions whether the rookie truly belongs in the wilds, the newcomer responds with mocking ignorance, asking if they are some famous community worth recognizing. Artin frantically urges Cruden to seize the guildmaster's cake, but Cruden dismisses him and becomes more intrigued that a supposed newbie could provoke this much fear. The wolves charge together, intending to crush him by numbers. As they rush him, the newcomer gauges them as mostly 8 to 8+ fighters, with Cruden around the level of Young Sun Hee or slightly weaker. Realizing he underestimated challengers like these before, he decides to fight more seriously this time. Purple power surges around him as he drops all restraint. He tears through the charging group in a single violent sweep, cutting bodies apart before they can react. Arkin can only stare in disbelief at the sudden massacre. When the motion stops, the alley is littered with corpses, and even the observers struggle to accept that one rookie wiped them out alone. The aftermath is punctuated by fresh blood hitting the ground from the few who were only just dying. Cruden survives but loses an arm, and in terror he abandons pride and calls the rookie a monster. Even while attacking at full force to avoid a direct hit, Cruden realizes too late that this opponent cannot be a mere berake. The newcomer mocks the label, asking how a non-ranker from Earth became a monster in their eyes, and Cruden is stunned by the revelation. As Cruden collapses, the rookie coldly thanks him for reminding him what it feels like to fight a large group again. He raises his bloodied sword and treats Cruden as nothing more than a useful stepping stone. With the battle decided, he turns his attention to the only task left unfinished. Artin finally understands he is next and tries to flee in panic. Before he can escape, a crushing purple force descends on him and freezes him in horror. The newcomer pins him with Atlas Gauntlet gravity, and reminds him that they should have had no business with each other. Pressing close, he demands to be taken to the rest of the Wolves of the Wild and warns Artin that any foolish move will be fatal. The scene shifts as Artin leads him into the community region. Terrified, Artin realizes they have arrived at the place the rookie wanted. He identifies the building ahead as the Wolves of the Wild's community headquarters. The newcomer praises him for cooperating, while Artin nervously hopes that means he would be spared. Instead, the rookie suddenly stabs him, declaring that a promise must be kept. Bleeding out, Artin can only ask why he was killed after obeying. The newcomer reminds him that he had already promised punishment for any stupidity, and says Artin should have known better than to think he would be allowed to live. Leaving Artin's body behind, he calls out to another hidden observer and orders them to stop hiding. He faces the unseen watcher without hesitation, ready for the next confrontation and openly daring them to come forward. An elf woman arrives with open contempt, treating the young man as an insolent upstart. He immediately identifies her as the captain of the Wolves of the Wild. She confirms it without hesitation, amused that he recognized her. When he demands to know what happened to Cruden, she bluntly reveals that she killed him. He answers her murder with cold sarcasm, noting that she has conveniently opened a vice-captain's seat. Rather than deny it, she praises him for defeating Cruden and claims she values his ability to think beyond sentiment. She offers him a place under her command and promises to overlook his past offenses if he joins her. Seeing that she has brought her subordinates to pressure him, he realizes this is less a negotiation than a show of force. She mocks him as a mismatched creature and laughs at the idea that someone like him could resist her. Deciding the newcomer needs to be humbled, she has her followers move in to restrain him. He stays perfectly calm as the trap closes around him. Their attacks fail to touch him because a protective energy barrier absorbs everything they throw at him. Unimpressed, he invites the real threat to step forward instead of hiding behind underlings. He opens a swirling purple portal, signaling that he is ready to escalate the fight. The elf captain orders her people to stand aside and acknowledges that only she can deal with him now. She lunges in with overwhelming force, furious that anyone would obstruct the one she serves. He meets her charge head-on, descending with a red-black spear raised to strike. Hovering over her with a grin, he makes it clear that this confrontation is now on his terms. The blow leaves her reeling and struggling to recover. Enraged at being treated lightly, she activates Shadow Point and floods herself with dark power. He quickly understands that her magic has taken physical shape and can attack like solid matter. Her purple strikes sweep across the rooftop as he braces himself and studies their pattern. While enduring the assault, he taunts her for controlling monsters yet still fighting so crudely, and she recognizes that his power is extraordinary. She suspects he must be a challenger from Urim, but he shocks her by claiming he comes from Earth instead. Refusing to believe that impossible answer, she unleashes dark spirit release and surrounds herself with monstrous shadows. He answers by manifesting a dark spear of his own, matching her escalation with a stronger weapon. As he cuts through the barrage, he dismisses her summoned threats as insignificant. Her confidence returns for a moment, as she prepares a hidden counterattack. She springs Megara's head, a giant maw-like strike meant to swallow him whole. Certain she has finally trapped him, she celebrates too early. She starts promising revenge for all the trouble he caused her, only to realize something is wrong. From inside the attack, he calmly concludes that her idea was actually useful to him. He tears his way out from within, shattering the trap and overturning her advantage. The backlash crashes into her, and she screams as her own power destabilizes around her. Watching her falter, he realizes the damage is only a side effect of her magic collapsing, not the result of any harm done to him. He reflects that his high-grade equipment and enhanced protection absorbed the battle easily, leaving him barely scratched. She can only stare in disbelief as the gap between them becomes undeniable. Desperate and furious, she fires another attack straight at him. He simply charges to the projectiles, relying on raw toughness instead of bothering to evade. In an instant he closes the distance, leaving her no room to recover. He rises for the finishing blow and declares that this fight is over, while she finally understands she is about to lose. At the brink of defeat, she is consumed by the realization that this cannot be the end for her. The scene shifts to a forge, where he seeks out Hakan to begin the engraving he prepared earlier. Hakan notes the heavy smell of blood on him, and he explains that he spent the previous day wiping out the gang that had targeted him. He reflects that he deliberately left one survivor among the wolves of the wild so fear would spread and force the rest into the open. Hakan tells him the engraving is ready and instructs him to complete it with a drop of his blood, while he modestly credits the smith for the work. He cuts his thumb without hesitation to provide the required blood. Holding the blood over the prepared circle, he prepares to bind the item to himself. The engraving magic circle reacts the moment his blood touches it, recognizing his energy. The process completes as his record is inscribed into the Jormundanakate, making the artifact his. The Jormundanakate finishes reshaping itself into the form he wanted. Satisfied at last, he confirms the equipment has successfully transformed. Reviewing its status, he realizes the coat is a transcendent-grade item with overwhelming durability, poison immunity, stealth capability, and access to Jormundan's poison. He acknowledges the coat's exceptional power and quietly parts from the serpent tied to it, determined not to forget that bond. Before leaving, he promises to return with more rare materials, trusting the craftsman above anyone else to handle them. With that settled, he heads back out and turns his attention to unfinished business. He remembers that the only thing left from the auction house is what concerns the 5th floor. Checking the fragments he collected, he confirms he has all 5 pieces. The fragments suddenly fuse into the complete key of Dranka, revealing that it opens a hidden 5th floor trial in the Tower of Trials. That discovery unsettles him, because the tower was supposed to exist only in myth, yet now it has appeared in reality. Unable to make sense of the coincidence yet, he decides not to overthink it and activates the key. He commits to entering the hidden trial immediately. The key's power engulfs him as the transfer begins. Elsewhere, a leader of one of the 7 great communities voices dissatisfaction with how the communities are currently aligned. She argues that the 7 powers are functioning together unevenly, though such imbalance may be unavoidable. Her vice captain reports in, and she clarifies that their community is the last ranked among the 7. She explains that her role on the 5th floor is to scout promising newcomers before they rise higher, then asks which rising enemies matter now. The vice captain identifies Roel the Goldrian as the most famous, a challenger on the 8th floor whose strength rivals an emperor rank. But he adds that Roel is a dragon tooth and not recruitable, while a more interesting rookie named John Minchio recently entered the 0-4 trial. When she hears the name, she immediately wants him brought in, and the vice captain confirms he is still inside the tower. Excited by the prospect, she orders that John Minchio be embraced and recruited into Aatrox as soon as he appears. The vice captain then mentions another rumor, a non-ranked challenger who defeated the wolves of the wild community alone. That catches her attention, especially since the wolves are strong enough that their community sits just below 5th rank. She shifts focus and asks why John Minchio still has not reached the 5th floor, but the vice captain lacks the details. The timing of 2 remarkable rookies emerging at once strikes her as suspicious. For now, she decides their priority is to gather information on John Minchio and locate the hidden route to the southern part of Graxon. She sees this as a chance to earn favor from her captain after a long time. Meanwhile, he arrives at Dranka's hidden location, an ancient temple tied to the test. Seeing a carved pattern that resembles the Infinite Link constellation, he wonders whether the temple and that symbol are connected. Putting that question aside, he advances into the trial chamber. A new objective appears and reveals that he has entered Dranka's test on the 5th floor. The trial explains that Dranka's temple hides great treasures, and he can claim one by solving the tangled mana patterns within 60 minutes. He immediately understands that the challenge is to untangle the mana pattern. Because he once dealt with a similar structure in the Interstellar Union's warehouse dimension, he recognizes the underlying principle. Confident from that experience, he expects to solve this test without much trouble. After checking the time limit, he decides the full hour is unnecessary. He declares that 10 minutes will be enough and begins manipulating the pattern. The mana formation rapidly reorganizes under his control. The test ends in success almost immediately, leading more than 48 minutes unused. He clicks his thumb at his own sloppiness, realizing he could have finished in under 10 minutes if he had controlled his chaos energy more precisely. As his reward, he receives 100,000 points and ownership of a personal dimensional storage called Infinite Space. Testing the new reward, he summons its power into his hand. When a treasure chest appears, he understands that Infinite Space is an exclusive private dimension reserved for him. Its description confirms that stored items can be summoned by thought alone, though the current capacity is limited to 1,000 kilograms and can be expanded with points. Comparing it to the dimension pouch he received from Ma then, he realizes this new storage is vastly superior and far more convenient. He immediately spends the 100,000 points to upgrade Infinite Space, doubling its weight limit to 2,000 kilograms. Just as he finishes, a new disturbance draws his attention. He notices the stone monument reacting with crackling energy, and realizes the test may not be over after all. Glowing writing appears on the headstone, but the script is completely unfamiliar to him and seems ancient. A system message confirms that he cannot decipher the text because his level is still too low. He realizes the inscription is far beyond his current ability to decipher, so if he wants to study it later, he needs another way to keep it with him. When the system refuses to store the object because it is tied to a quest, he accepts that he cannot simply take it away through inventory tricks. That leaves him with a single practical option. If the object itself cannot be moved, he will preserve its contents instead. He channels purple energy through his fingers and begins using his power directly on the engraved pillar. The magic grips the surface, spreading across the stone as he starts extracting a usable copy of the writing. He commits fully to the technique, forcing the inscription into a form he can carry away. The ancient text is successfully transferred, leaving the glowing script reproduced in a separate object. Satisfied, he decides to keep the copied text for later study and vows to solve its meaning someday. He takes stock of his gains, noting that he has copied the Jormungandr code engraving and secured ancient writing he still cannot read. Looking over everything he obtained on the 5th floor, he concludes he has already gotten more than enough from this level. Although he had considered challenging the 6th floor immediately, he decides it is not worth the time right now. He reminds himself that the real trials begin from the 6th floor onward, where the tower becomes larger, harsher, and far more time-consuming. With the Black Death Society and the angels both demanding his attention, he cannot afford to stay buried in the tower for months. He resolves to leave because protecting what matters in his own territory takes priority over further climbing. Having made up his mind, he exits the tower and returns to the outside world. A week passes after his return, marking a brief pause before he throws himself back into preparation. During that week, he trains while wrapped in violet energy, continuing to sharpen the power he recently acquired. His allies keep him informed, and he learns that both Verde and Tantil have been monitoring the shifting situation. From their reports, he understands that Pandemonium's Black Death Society is trying to establish a stronger foothold in Korea. He also hears that Elysium is gathering materials for a ritual, though their plans have slowed because they are short on mithril and orichalcum. Even if either side has made a major move yet, he knows the calm is temporary and keeps preparing. His training pays off as he becomes better at sensing the flow of energy, and feels his control over the new power steadily improving. He reflects on the martial art he learned, recognizing Violet Dawn mystic art as a cultivation-based technique built to control or absorb the energy it encounters. That makes it especially valuable to the Einherjars since their martial arts are designed to handle violent, overwhelming yang energy. Seeing how hard his students train, he is pleased he taught them Manhwa's martial arts, and starts thinking they may soon become useful in real combat. His thoughts are interrupted when he gets a call from Ellie. He answers casually, only to be met with urgent panic as she demands to know where he is. Ellie reveals that an emergency gate raid request has come in, and the situation is serious enough to involve an S-rank date. He is surprised by the rank but immediately asks what makes this case different from any other high-level date. She explains that the date has not yet been made public, which tells him there is more going on than a routine raid. The real surprise follows. The people handling it specifically asked for him by name. He goes to meet the requesting party and finds a small group waiting in a wooded area. A red-haired woman greets him, making it clear this is an unexpected reunion for both of them. She is introduced as Cheon of the Divine Guild, confirming that a major guild is behind the request. Ellie admits the whole situation is strange, since an S-rank date would normally already be all over the internet, and she still does not know why they wanted him specifically. He asks for the full story first, and Cheon explains that 2 members of her guild entered what was thought to be an A-rank gate before it escalated into S-rank danger. She confirms that the gate's sudden change is exactly what trapped them in this crisis. The gate has turned into a death zone that can only be closed by clearing it from the inside, making destruction from outside impossible. Worse, only 5 hunters can enter, and because her main attack squad is already tied up in another raid, she cannot send proper reinforcements. He notes the contradiction in asking a newcomer to enter such a lethal place, testing whether she truly understands the risk. Jiyeon names the location as the Dungeon Station Gate. He immediately grasps how dangerous that is and realizes she must have identified it as a mutated A-rank gate before anyone else did. Jiyeon acknowledges his judgment and presses him for a direct answer instead of more analysis. He reveals he had already decided from the beginning and agrees to take the Jiao. Their handshake seals the arrangement, with both sides placing their trust in the other for the raid ahead. Inwardly, he sees no reason to refuse an S-rank opportunity, especially one that has come directly to him. Soon after, the mission begins in a dense, overgrown area that feels tense and unstable. Two suited men in the party suddenly panic and scream as something unseen rushes at them. A violent impact or burst of force strikes, throwing the group into immediate disorder. He remains standing at the center of the chaos while the others crumple or stagger around him, already showing the gap between his composure and their fear. 3 black Tyrannos suddenly emerge together, turning the raid into an immediate crisis. The hunter realizes at once that this S-rank gate is far beyond ordinary danger. He claims the monsters for himself before anyone else can engage them. The black Tyrannos are identified as ancient beasts whose enormous fangs alone make them lethal. Their bodies are so heavily reinforced with mana that normal attacks can barely harm them. Their status confirms they are mythical class monsters with overwhelming physical power and durability. The guild members are shaken that creatures like these appear in an S-gate at all. He stops the others from wasting strength, and insists the 3 monsters are his targets alone. The others protest that such monsters are too strong to fight separately, and that they should combine forces. He dismisses that logic as weakness, arms himself with 2 different weapons, and prepares to fight on his own. Confident after recent training, he decides to use different martial arts in each hand and orders the team to handle only 2 enemies. He unleashes the authority of the Undying, summoning immortal warriors to obey his command. The black Tyrannos answer with furious roars and charge to kill. His summoned army moves immediately under his order to wipe them out. One of the Tyrannos lunges into the clash as the battlefield erupts. He judges them stronger than the giants he once faced and admits a direct contest would be difficult. Instead, he relies on super sense to read their movements and begins carving them apart through precision rather than brute force. Drawing on experience from his fight with Fenrir, he prepares a fire-based needle attack as another answer to their speed. The strike lands hard enough to make one of the monsters howl in pain. Watching from behind, the guild members are stunned that he is truly holding off the black Tyrannos alone. The red-haired leader is equally shocked, both by his strength and by unfamiliar abilities she has never seen before. She concludes that if he can overpower a black Tyranno without support, he must already be at least S-rank in practice. She realizes his threat is not just raw power, but the way he slips to attacks by inches and counters instantly. At the same time, his summons steadily pressure the monsters from the side, tightening control of the fight. The beasts keep roaring under the assault, confirming that the terrifying stories about his earlier feats were no exaggeration. Even the onlookers can no longer doubt that the rumors surrounding him were true. As he fights, he decides it would be wise to stay on good terms with this guild while wondering how much stronger he can still become. The first battle ends in their favor, but the immortal warriors recovering their losses to life extortion. He is pleased by the large amount of experience gained, but his attention shifts to the gate itself. He realizes the Munsuzen gate differs from the report, and that even the area inside has expanded. Using his enhanced sight, he still cannot see the end of it, and estimates the gate spans at least 11 kilometers, making it far larger than expected. Faced with a raid zone this vast, he concludes the operation would not end quickly. The scene shifts to the guild's field camp as they regroup to plan their next move. At the briefing, the red-haired leader confirms she has analyzed the gate and begins explaining the situation. She reports that the area is about 15 kilometers wide and contains behemoth-class monsters such as black Tyrannos, white Centaurus, and dark Pteranodon, leaving him impressed by how much she learned so fast. He notes that the team she brought is probably only her guild's second-string force, and she orders anti-behemoth equipment prepared while he understands the core members are trapped in another gate. He recognizes that despite lacking top fighters, they gathered solid intelligence to specialized equipment and professional field work. Overwhelmed by the scale of the problem, she resigns herself to a slow and careful exploration. He interrupts by saying he has a way to solve that problem for her. Since he was hired for this raid, he offers an extra service and hints that he has a hidden resource to use. He reveals that he has subordinates perfectly suited for large-scale scouting like this. He summons the Einherjars, an army of light, and they kneel before him in reverence. The summoned warriors eagerly ask to be sent out, and promise to devote their strength and lives to his command. He empowers one of them with holy fire, and the chosen warrior feels divine power surge to his body. The enhancement sharply increases the light being's overall combat ability, boosting nearly all of its stats. He confirms the holy fire works on the Einherjars too, though the gain is smaller than when he uses it on himself. The strengthened warrior launches skyward, beginning a wide area search under his orders. Watching the purple energy trail, he notes that these light summons have grown far beyond the crude versions he first created. As the reports and maps lie before them, the sheer scale of the 15-kilometer gate and its behemoth-class threat sinks in. Left with that knowledge, the red-haired leader can only hope everyone caught inside the disaster is still alive. The Divine Guild leader is informed that the missing hunters have been found. The report places the survivors only a kilometer away, and the news jolts the group into immediate action. They rush to the forest to reach the stranded squad before the situation worsens. While moving, the leader confirms there are no nearby monsters and orders security maintained until he arrives. At the location, he announces himself and tells the hidden survivors it is safe to come out. The trapped hunters cautiously realize help has truly arrived. Relief breaks out at first, but the leader quickly notices something about the group does not add up. He remembers the missing attack squad originally had 30 members, so the number in front of him is far too small. One survivor explains that a mutated date scattered everyone apart, leaving them separated and unable to track the others. Pressed for the missing members' whereabouts, they can only admit they do not know, forcing the leader to conclude the rest must still be found. A new report reaches him that another cluster of humans has been located, but their condition is critical. That second group is shown to be cornered by a black Tyrannos while a winged hunter watches the disaster unfold. The danger is worse than expected, with both black Tyrannos and white Kentaurus roaming the area, so the leader decides he must personally join the rescue. Caspa heads off separately from Fines, knowing that with only one Einherjar he can do little more than stall for time. The red-haired woman insists they must rescue the endangered group at once, even if they have to fight through the monsters blocking the way. The problem is severe. The route is long and packed with monsters. The leader warns that a reckless advance would draw even more monsters onto them, so they need another approach. He decides the rescue party must reach the stranded hunters without being noticed by the surrounding beasts. He reveals that he already has a way to do exactly that. The solution is an artifact perfectly suited for stealth. With deadly monsters nearby, staying unseen becomes the only viable path to the trapped group. He activates the artifact as the party prepares to slip past the monster's senses. The Jormungandr coat grants him invisibility, letting him move ahead as a hidden scout. He explains that he will use that invisibility to avoid detection and reach the endangered hunters before the others. Unlike ordinary methods of concealment, the coat makes his body completely invisible, making it ideal for this mission. As he advances, he checks on Caspa and learns that no one has died yet, though the situation remains unstable. At the battlefield, the trapped hunters desperately hold off the black Tyrannos with defensive barriers. They counterattack with earth and shadow-based restraints, trying to pin the monster in place. The black Tyrannos roars to the pressure, still powerful enough to break their formation if they falter. The defenders urge each other to endure, knowing they only need to keep the beast occupied a little longer. A violent impact shakes the area as the struggle with the monster intensifies. The winged hunter realizes the battle is reaching a breaking point. Caspa, battered and exhausted, forces himself to continue because buying time is all he can still do. Refusing to fail, the winged hunter steels himself and prepares one more desperate effort. The monster senses a sudden change and reacts to a new threat entering the fight. The winged hunter dives in with a radiant strike, trying to create an opening against the black Tyrannos. Purple energy lashes around the beast, and the surviving hunters realize an unexpectedly strong ally has joined the battle. Even without knowing who it is, they can tell the newcomer's power is on another level. But against the black Tyrannos, raw strength alone is still not enough to guarantee safety. The winged hunter nearly gets caught, and realizes he misjudged the danger by getting too close. Caspa finally collapses from accumulated injuries, apologizing to his lord as his body gives out. The Divine Guild leader arrives in time, reassures Caspa, and acknowledges that his effort was enough. Now that the leader has taken over, the time Caspa bought becomes the turning point of the battle. The survivors confirm that 2 people were brought down, but crucially, no one has been killed. With both swords drawn, the leader calmly shifts from rescue to extermination and begins the hunt. Thanks to Caspa's delay, he reached the battlefield in time and defeats the black Tyrannos without difficulty. After the monster falls, the scattered attack squad regroups safely and the injured tankers receive treatment. The success is credited to the combination of Caspa's mobility, the leader's invisibility skill, and the Divine Guild's rapid intervention. With that crisis resolved, the red-haired woman launches a blazing new attack in the next fight. Her flames crash down onto an ancient Tricera, signaling the start of another battle. Watching the coordinated assault pin down the black Tyranno, he realizes the guild leader's reputation is backed by real skill and capable allies. He notes that the trap is powerful enough to immobilize even a black Tyranno, confirming how well prepared this rescue force is. Seeing one hunter properly operate a costly mana cannon, he concludes this team has brought far more firepower and expertise than expected. Since the others can handle this part of the battle, he leaves that front to them, while the guild leader continues burning the monster from above. He recalls how the Einherjar searched from the air, located distant survivors, and even acted as bait when the situation became urgent. Because of that support, he was able to quickly regroup the second attack squad and bring them back into the operation. Their combined effort let them rescue everyone trapped there without losing a single person. After the rescue, the guild leader thanks him for making it possible, and he reminds her that this was only the beginning of what they agreed to do. She accepts that point and says they still need time to reorganize before moving on. Even with the survivors saved, he keeps his focus on the real objective, defeating the boss monster so they can escape the gate. He also points out that several people are badly injured, so the group will need at least a day of treatment and rest before they can recover enough strength. For the moment, the guild leader pauses to consider that reality. He decides to move alone for now, prompting her to ask why he would take that risk by himself. He gives a harmless excuse about worrying over a gate break and wanting more information, and she reluctantly tells him not to overextend himself. In truth, his real motive is the swarm of behemoth-rank monsters inside the gate, each carrying huge amounts of experience. While she expresses complete trust in him, he hides that his explanation was a total bluff meant to let him hunt freely. Once alone, he moves deeper into the forest as another monster approaches. An ancient Tricera charges straight at him, and he calmly studies it instead of retreating. Activating Super Sense, he immediately notices that this ancient Tricera attacks differently from a black Tyranno. He springs into motion, preparing a counter as the beast closes the distance. From above, he unleashes lightning flying daggers to strike around the charging monster. As he reads its movement, he realizes the fight follows a simple pattern. He identifies it as essentially a bullfight, meaning the monster's charge can be exploited. Switching to Blue Dragon Blade and Emperor's Sword with ambidextrous swap, he arms himself for a decisive finish. He cuts through the ancient Tricera in a single overwhelming exchange, stopping its charge cold. The monster collapses in pain and dies before it can recover. Its death rewards him with another 4.1% experience. Satisfied that even this was worthwhile experience, he treats the kill as little more than a warm-up. He decides the warm-up is over and prepares to begin hunting in earnest. Opening a portal, he summons his forces and calls them out to join the operation. He orders everyone except the scout who stayed active during the rescue to return to being unsummoned, then sends that scout to survey the area. With the distractions gone, he steels himself for a more serious phase of the hunt. He frames what follows as the true hunt he came here for. He launches himself into another rapid attack against the monsters roaming the forest. One more heavy beast is struck down before it can mount any meaningful resistance. Over the next 4 days inside the gate, he repeatedly hunts monsters alone while his scouts and summons support from the edges. During every break in the rescue effort, he slips into the forest to kill monsters, then returns with the others none the wiser. He justifies it by reasoning that if the growing monster population is ignored, the gate's mana will surge and make a date break more likely. The divine guild hunters admire his dedication, not realizing he is also using the situation to farm experience while they think only about unrecovered loot. That misunderstanding works in his favor, letting him hunt alone often enough to level up 5 times. He reaches level 43, invests everything into strength and agility, and watches his chaos power rise on its own to the Infinite Link constellation. Now nearing level 45, he expects his third authority to awaken soon. While returning, he is interrupted when the guild leader calls out to him. She greets him warmly, confirms he has just come back, and approaches with something on her mind. When she says she needs to discuss something important, he turns his attention to her. She reveals that they intend to attack the boss monster the very next day. The forest falls quiet as the weight of that decision settles over the area. Soon after, a small group moves together through the woods toward the final battlefield. They arrive at the path leading into the territory of the boss monster, Devilsaurus. Sensing an extraordinary energy ahead, he warns the others, and the guild leader immediately orders everyone into position. A man activates a glowing sphere of magic, beginning a concealed operation in the forest. Green energy spreads around him, and the hidden field takes shape while the black-clad hunter watches its effect. A red-haired woman explains that the barrier prevents outsiders from detecting what happens here, though its workings are a guarded secret. The hunter realizes the enemy has spent days preparing advanced runic magic for illusions, concealment, and stat suppression, and that their setup is highly refined. As the woman quietly enjoys his reaction, he studies the situation instead of dismissing it. He concludes that this level of magical efficiency reflects the power of one of Korea's top guilds. Deciding to verify the source of the disturbance, he moves out at once. Reaching a cliff with allies behind him, he looks down and identifies the threat below. He confirms that the boss monster guarding the gate's core is waiting beneath them. The creature reveals itself as a colossal red dinosaur-like giant sleeping in the basin below. Its sheer size shocks the group, as it dwarfs even other massive raid monsters they know. The monster's eye opens, signaling that it has sensed them. It erupts awake with a roar, immediately turning the hidden encounter into open combat. The roar inflicts fear and weakens the raiders, and one of them realizes that even with resistance items, the effect remains overwhelming. The hunter recognizes the roar as an enhanced version of the Black Tyranno's fear ability. Judging by the pressure it gives off, he sees that this boss is even stronger than the Frost Giant. Its status window confirms it is Devilsaurus, an ancient-type boss whose overall stats exceed those of the physical-type monsters they fought before. Seeing the debuff spread to the team, he orders the healers to start cleansing and blessing the front line. The red-haired observer notes that the raid party already came prepared with defensive support, so they will not collapse immediately. Even so, the hunter decides to take the initiative himself and invokes Holy Fire to slow the boss down. He launches forward through the swirling magic, telling the others to support him while he leads the assault. His opening strike lands hard enough to make the giant recoil in pain. He follows by invoking the authority of the Undying, placing a curse on the boss. The mock reduces the monster's stats and gives him the option to turn it into an undead warrior if he kills it. As he presses the attack, he dismisses the boss's bluster and calls it what it is, only an illusion created by the gate. He activates the Army of Light, summoning power with the confidence of someone used to commanding overwhelming force. In answer, angelic warriors surge forth to join the battle under his command. Dark violet energy also gathers around the marked boss, preparing another summoned force. The undead troops answer his call and assemble behind him, acknowledging him as their lord. He directs both summoned armies toward the Devilosaurus as their prey, and they eagerly obey. The boss is enraged that lesser beings would dare attack it, but the summoned forces close in anyway. At the same time, he orders the mages in the raid to begin their own control spell. A large-scale binding circle forms beneath the monster, locking it in place. Golden Chain sees the Devilosaurus and cut its strength and agility, leaving it furious at being restrained. The hunter recognizes the binding circle as a raid measure prepared specifically for this boss, and amidst the guild's planning is impressive. Using the opening, he carves into the restrained monster with twin blades while noting that this preparation would have made the fight far harder if he had come alone. The Devilosaurus is stunned and insulted that these attackers have managed to wound it at all. In response, it triggers another ability and forces jagged red structures up from the ground. Those rising masses begin taking shape as separate bodies, turning the battlefield into a summoning site. The hunter identifies the skill as ancient soldier creation, meaning the boss has produced additional combatants. He immediately judges the new development troublesome and prepares to adapt. Before the summoned soldiers can fully become a threat, the raid's support weapon opens fire. A magic turret unleashes freezing projectiles that blast through the newly created ancient soldiers. He realizes the guild even prepared artillery support, which should neutralize the adds before they overwhelm the field. His attention snaps back when the boss's rage spikes and it begins another major attack. Red lightning and heat gather in the Devilosaurus's mouth, revealing the start of a flame breath. He recognizes the sign instantly and braces himself for the incoming blast. As the breath attack reaches release point, he chooses not to evade alone. Instead, he summons an immortal warrior to intercept and counter at close range. He orders the undead champion to strike the monster in the face, sending it forward as his answer to the flame breath. The Devilosaurus unleashes a terrifying sword technique, wrapping its attack in violent crimson and purple mana. Its power surges further as it roars, signaling that the beast is still escalating instead of slowing down. A massive blast tears through the area, forcing everyone to recognize how close they came to disaster. Minchiel is relieved the others escaped that strike, knowing a direct hit would have wiped them out. He realizes the monster's mana is so intense it boils the ground itself, and even the Devilosaurus cannot sustain that level of output for long. Seeing the opening while the beast recovers, Minchiel moves in to capitalize on its brief weakness, but the Devilosaurus suddenly roars again, proving it still has enough strength to keep fighting. Minchiel immediately understands this is no ordinary follow-up attack but a berserk frenzy, and he orders everyone to retreat. Instead of fleeing, the immortal warriors answer his command to hold the monster in place, even at the cost of their lives. One of the immortals throws himself into the beast's path to stop its charge. The warrior strains desperately against the impact, trying to buy even a moment. The effort fails, and he is crushed aside by the berserk monster. Minchiel sees that a single blow has already taken out one immortal, confirming both the beast's desperation and that it is near its limit too, so he calls for Einherjar. At the same time, the Winged Guild members dive in to distract the Devilosaurus and pull its attention away. The distraction works, and the monster's focus shifts toward the new threat. One of the flyers is struck down anyway, apologizing as he is overwhelmed. With another Berserker defender dismissed after taking heavy damage, Minchiel notes that the monster's defenses are dropping as the fight drags on. Recognizing the perfect moment, he decides to release all of his remaining firepower at once. The red-haired guild leader rallies everyone, ordering the entire raid to concentrate their attacks together. The surviving hunters answer by channeling their magic in unison from the rear. As the combined assault pins the Devilosaurus, Minchiel launches himself above it with dark energy gathering around his sword. He brings down Darkstar 7-Star's sword in a decisive finishing strike. The attack evolves into the second demonic sword form, Meteor Strike, and crashes into the beast with overwhelming force. The Devilosaurus can only growl weakly as the blow pierces to its eye and breaks its resistance. The hunters are stunned to realize they have actually cleared an S-rank gate. As the gate opens in victory, the others praise Minchiel for hunting the Devilosaurus and carrying the raid. System messages confirm the cursed target has died. Minchiel gains experience, and his understanding of death deepens as his immortality points rise from 100 to 200 with notice of a new host. That last message catches his attention, and he immediately considers what new host the system is offering him. When the guild leader calls him, he snaps back to the present and remembers he is still surrounded by the raid party. He realizes he nearly claimed the Devilosaurus as a host for authority of the Undying, which would have been impossible to explain to the Divine Guild. Deciding he cannot risk exposing himself or turning his allies against him, he refuses to use the Devilosaurus as a host. The guild leader approaches to discuss his reward, while he tries to act as though nothing unusual happened. She openly admits the raid succeeded because of him and offers him half the loot, making clear she wants to compensate him fairly. Mincheol is surprised, and she clarifies that this is not some hidden catch but simply what he deserves. She explains that since the Divine Guild held the rights to the gate, they control loot distribution, and she personally cannot secure everything without support from higher-ranking masters. Even so, the two agree to maintain a good relationship, and the exchange ends with a friendly handshake. While they discuss future profits, another guild member examining the corpse notices something unusual inside it. He spots two strange glowing stones embedded in the remains and realizes they may be valuable. He calls the guild leader over, prompting both her and Mincheol to inspect the find. The stones are identified as items that came out while the Devilsaurus was being dismantled, and Mincheol immediately takes interest. The guild leader recognizes them as an ancient crystal and a soul stone, both rare and important treasures. Their item data reveals the ancient crystal is a strengthening material, and the soul stone is a unique sealing stone that traps a being's soul. Mincheol instantly understands their value, realizing the crystal is essential for his third heritage stage, and the soul stone is perfect for Pindu. So he regrets not searching the corpse himself. His sudden fixation is obvious enough that the guild leader notices something has changed in his expression. She concludes that Mincheol truly needs those stones and decides that keeping him close matters more than holding onto them. Reading his interest correctly, she directly asks if those stones are what he wants. Trying not to sound desperate, Mincheol downplays it, though inwardly he is already prepared to pay whatever it takes. Instead of bargaining, she simply tells him to take them, leaving him stunned. She explains she would treat them as his personal reward and reimburse the guild from her own pocket. Moved by her generosity, Mincheol resolves to help her in the future, convinced this gesture is more than enough to secure their alliance. After the successful raid on the Munsuzen Gate, the returning hunters found a crowd waiting outside to celebrate them. Most of the welcome centered on the Divine Guild, whose members were embraced like heroes while the atmosphere turned festive. Ignoring the celebration, he went straight back to the training grounds, where Fenrir immediately complained about being left behind. He brushed off the outbursts, but Fenrir made it clear he had been miserable and bored after the white creature vanished. Fenrir sulked and accused him of abandoning him in loneliness. To make peace, he offered Fenrir a scent stone as a treat, instantly shifting the beast's mood. Fenrir's loyalty returned at once, and when pressed about his earlier anger, he revealed he barely even understood what being mad meant. The gift worked perfectly, and Fenrir happily devoured it without hesitation. As Fenrir absorbed the item, a surge of blue energy erupted around him, and his master realized the beast was evolving. The transformation released so much power that the training center itself seemed in danger. An automatic warning announced structural risk, so he quickly deployed defensive magic to keep the building from collapsing. The violent energy storm peaked as Fenrir completed the change. Once the surge stabilized, he saw that Fenrir was drawing the excess power back into himself, preventing disaster. Fenrir emerged in a far more ominous state, his presence completely altered as his race and combat ability advanced dramatically. Seeing Fenrir's stats jump by roughly 300 points across the board, he was stunned by how much stronger the beast had become. The increase made him eager to test Fenrir immediately, though he restrained himself for fear of wrecking the facility. He decided not to fight there, while Fenrir, now energized, simply asked if there were more treats. Instead, he sat down to train alone, surrounding himself with chaos energy and practicing techniques inside the arena. He began reviewing the battles inside the Munsuzen Gate to understand what they had taught him. He concluded that his chaos energy training had paid off, letting him use the ambidextrous sword freely and even combine martial arts with swordsmanship. But those fights also exposed the weakness. He lacked reliable martial arts for dealing with very large opponents, because his enhanced slashes consumed a limited aura gathered through chaos energy. His current techniques lost efficiency in prolonged fights against huge enemies. He resolved to learn martial arts specifically suited to bringing down large targets. First he chose Elephant Hammer, a heavy technique that would stabilize his posture and let him strike effectively even against massive foes. Next he selected Phantom Divine Technique, a stealth-based assassin art that would let him erase his presence and move through mana unnoticed. Finally he took Point-Blank Puncturing Strike, a concentrated thrusting technique that channels force into a single devastating point. After successfully learning all three arts, he noted with some irony that stealth techniques now suited him surprisingly well. As onlookers noticed his sudden growth, he felt he had finally acquired the martial arts he needed. With that foundation in place, he decided the next step was realistic combat training under the night sky. He immediately began drilling the new techniques, driving power into his open palm. The practice intensified as he unleashed the move with full body force and swirling energy. By morning, after training so hard he lost track of time, he checked his phone and saw a message from Cheonjeom. She informed him that half of the profits from the last raid had been transferred to him, though taxes were high because his rank had not yet been updated. When he checked the amount, he saw he had received billions of won, but the heavy tax and mention of a rank update left him confused. Wanting answers, he called her immediately despite admitting he knew little about such administrative matters. He opened the call by asking directly what a rank update meant, The staff member on the other end teased him for contacting her before work hours, then reassured him she did not mind hearing from him. She explained that rank updates happen after the hunter exam, but his case would not follow the usual approval process. Because ranks are grades assigned to hunters, passing a test to survive high-risk gates would normally raise him at once. But she had already handled the paperwork for him. When he asked his current rank, she confirmed he had never formally updated it after the exam. That meant he was still officially E-rank, which also explained why the association had taxed him so heavily. Realizing he had ignored a major opportunity, he headed to the association headquarters to correct it. As they walked together, he considered the update while she asked him to help make her department look good. She told him his actual ability should place him at least at A-rank. While he quietly found the whole process bothersome, his grumbling finally irritated her enough for her to call him out. He noticed that her anger somehow made her look even more striking, which only made him realize other people were staring at them. Before the tension could grow, he backed down and apologized for complaining. A suited official then approached and recognized him as John Mincheol, saying his recent reputation had spread quickly. The official explained that Mincheol had become famous for being the first hunter to return alive from the Divine Guild's special gate, and was now taking a practical test for second-class hunter status. For the evaluation, he was instructed to attack the scarecrow-like target placed in the middle of the training center, and he realized the test was simply to hit it. When the association official tries to downplay the damage and assumes no compensation will be demanded, the hunter makes it clear he has no intention of letting that excuse stand. He immediately challenges the claim that even an A-rank could only scratch the test scarecrow, signaling that the association has badly underestimated what happened. As he recalls the strike, he realizes the answer is simple. If one attack was not enough, he only needed to hit harder with a stronger sword. That conclusion drives the decisive blow that cut through the supposedly durable test target. Later, in a quiet office, the security chief is caught off guard by an unexpected visit. Lee Wontek, head of the security division, asks what urgent matter brought the HR director to him. Kim Dae-sum refuses to be brushed off and makes it clear she came with information he will want to hear. Annoyed but curious, Lee finally agrees to listen. While waiting for her to get to the point, he reflects that she has been watching one particular hunter for a long time and likely came because that hunter has caused another stir. Kim reveals that a major incident broke out in the rank update department. Lee is stunned when he learns the test scarecrow was completely destroyed. Kim confirms there was no misunderstanding and forces him to accept the report as fact. She specifies that the Interstellar Union's test scarecrow was not merely damaged but cleanly cut in half. Lee realizes this is the 5th time such a target has been destroyed, making the event exceptionally serious. He understands that destroying one requires a perfected aura blade, a level reached only by those with both immense mana and the power gained through enlightenment. That places the hunter among a tiny class of monsters usually found only in legends. And Lee recognizes that someone extraordinary has appeared in Korea. Recovering himself, Lee asks why HR brought this to him instead of handling it through normal personnel channels. Kim reminds him that months earlier he personally asked her to watch for this exact person. Her reminder jogs his memory, and he begins to connect the report to an old request. He recalls that the request came from former security team leader Jing Sun-hee on the day he resigned. Back then, Jing had warned him about a reckless new hunter who climbed the tower, and shook him enough that he wanted to know the moment that hunter's rank changed. Lee suddenly realizes the hunter in question is John Mincheol. Kim confirms that John Mincheol is exactly the person she had been monitoring, and that this development should matter to Lee. The memory of the severed scarecrow underscores just how overwhelming John's result was. Meanwhile, John himself treats the feat with casual curiosity rather than awe. In the waiting room, his caretaker Ellie explains that everyone was shocked because no one expected the scarecrow to be split in half like that. She quickly reassures him that there is no problem as long as the association can still present the result as a flawless product rather than a failure. Once she confirms the association has no issue with the outcome, John relaxes, and the mood turns unexpectedly light. Ellie tells him that once his abilities are officially recognized, every branch will become busy because outer planet mercenary activity is drawing more attention. She frames his emergence as Korea gaining a superstar, not just another hunter. John cannot understand why cutting a scarecrow would make him famous, but Ellie sees the significance immediately. Before she can explain further, their conversation is interrupted by approaching visitors. Kim Dae-sum and Lee Wontek arrive together, making it clear the association's upper ranks are taking John seriously. They formally introduce themselves, with Lee greeting John as the security division director while Kim presents herself as HR director. John recognizes their names at once and realizes these are the same renowned figures once cited as the hunters who fought during the disastrous first dungeon overflow. That recognition makes the meeting feel far more significant, because he is now sitting across from people he had only known as near-mythic veterans. For John, the encounter marks a new stage where legends are no longer distant stories but people coming to negotiate with him directly. Sensing the weight of the moment, the officials move past introductions and begin discussing business. They start by formally congratulating John on his rank update and presenting his new identification. John learns that he is now officially recognized by the Hunter Association as an A-rank hunter. Although A-rank licenses normally take much longer and require extensive training, field experience, and proven work, John worries that his approval came too easily. Kim answers that the rules have exceptions, and she clearly intends to place him among them. She explains that his aura blade was different from ordinary cases because it was powerful enough to cut the scarecrow itself. That feat matters because aura blade mastery is one of the standards used to judge whether someone belongs at S-rank. Kim clarifies that she is not yet calling him an aura blade user, only pointing out that the ability to infuse energy into a weapon is the key threshold. Since free enhancement of energy requires at least the supreme peak level, John realizes this implies S-rank hunters are at minimum martial masters of that class. Ellie then asks the question John is too stunned to voice directly, wondering whether this means he is being considered for S-rank. Kim tempers that idea by explaining that independent mercenary hunters cannot be promoted so casually, because S-rank approval requires a formal board process and takes time. John says he has already submitted the necessary report, and Kim tells him confirmation should come within a few days. Left reeling, John can only wonder how events escalated so quickly and whether becoming an S-rank really carries this much weight. Ellie's sharp answer makes Minchio realize she must have had a deliberate reason for pushing that issue. At the meeting, a director abruptly asks Hunter Minchio whether he has any plans to go overseas. Minchio is puzzled by the question, and says he has no such intention. The director clarifies that he means a permanent move, even changing nationality, because other countries might try to take a hunter Korea depends on. Minchio cannot understand why he would ever leave for another country. When the director suggests better terms abroad, Minchio rejects the idea outright, saying money and fame are things he can already obtain in Korea. Ellie cuts in and dismisses the exchange as the director's personal curiosity, shutting down the awkward line of questioning. She smoothly ends the meeting by promising to update Minchio later about his possible promotion to S-rank. With formal thanks exchanged, the meeting concludes. Once they leave, the director asks Ellie why she raised the S-rank promotion issue so suddenly, and she admits she was testing something. She points to a former employee from his division and argues that Minchio's rise is tied to that man, demanding the director explain what he knows. The director reveals that after meeting Minchio, that man became determined to grow stronger, which suggests he would try hard to keep Minchio in Korea if their bond is genuine. Ellie presses for his conclusion, thinking he should have shared this sooner. They agree Minchio is someone worth monitoring, and the director decides to push the board for a decision on his promotion. Their car pulls away as the discussion ends. In the car, Minchio asks Ellie why she brought up the S-rank promotion so suddenly. Ellie explains that S-rank status would bring him major practical benefits, including tax exemptions and access to the Hunter Association's resources. She adds that it would also let him use rare, unique, and even legendary-grade equipment. The advantages escalate further when she mentions he could borrow an enormous sum without collateral because an S-rank hunter's credibility is treated as priceless. She admits she asked the question for his sake, since S-rank recognition would also make gate raids easier to arrange and remove delays he had complained about. Even so, Minchio remains bothered by the director's question about whether he planned to migrate. Ellie tells him Korea has often lost talented hunters and that other countries aggressively try to lure them away. The issue is serious enough that foreign nations have actively scouted promising Korean hunters. Minchio concludes the director was worried he might be recruited by another country. He dismisses the concern, reasoning that as long as the Tower of Trials remains in Seoul, he has no reason to leave Korea. For him, wealth and equipment are secondary because what truly matters is becoming stronger. Their conversation is interrupted when a phone alert goes off, and they realize the emergency notice was sent to both of them. The message reports an urgent date break at Hapjeon Station, far from their current location. Minchio learns that date breaks have been happening unusually often lately, though the detection system has prevented casualties so far. He is frustrated that this incident is too far away for him to help and wonders if he is simply unlucky. Even so, his thoughts turn to the civilians in danger, and he hopes the damage will be limited. After they arrive, Minchio offers to start searching for raids immediately, but Ellie tells him to rest for the day because he has already worked hard. She adds a warm note that she genuinely enjoys working for him, though he cuts off the flattery and sends her off. Ellie leaves, promising to contact him again tomorrow. Alone, Minchio decides that with the rank update out of his hands, he should spend the rest of his time training. Before he can move on, something catches his attention. He spots someone in the distance rushing toward him with obvious excitement. The newcomer turns out to be Verde, who enthusiastically calls out to Minchio. Minchio brings Verde inside, while Verde is immediately impressed by the place. Inside, a small black dog greets Minchio as its master, leaving Verde confused. Minchio explains that the dog outranks Verde, making the bewildered newcomer realize even this creature is his senior. When Verde asks about his own position, he learns he has been assigned subordinate number 1, and is overwhelmed by the honor. He can barely believe Minchio has accepted him so highly and is deeply moved by the appointment. Verde immediately pledges himself to Minchio and even fusses over the dog, while Minchio is left wondering why the subordinate title means so much to him. Once they sit down, Minchio tells Verde to explain why he had been waiting for him. Verde reveals that the Black Death Society has begun making larger moves, confirming Minchio's suspicion that they are finally exposing themselves. He connects this to the recent wave of date breaks and says those incidents were not natural accidents. To prove it, Verde hands over a document he found while assisting the Black Death Society. The document maps multiple marked locations, and Verde urges Minchio to notice the pattern. Minchio realizes the date breaks overlap heavily with properties owned by the Black Death Society, leading him to conclude the disasters were being caused artificially. An orange-haired subordinate smugly praises his own deduction, while his companion can only awkwardly endure the theatrics. He explains that the assassins likely reached the same conclusion and praises the other man for uncovering the information first, even if he frames it as his own wisdom. When asked whether he had secretly planted orders among the enemy, he laughs it off and insists they were simply lucky to notice the pattern in time. Elsewhere, the black-haired protagonist launches himself through the city using a chaos-powered movement technique. As he moves, he reflects that this is his first real field use of the Phantom Divine technique, and confirms it works well with his invisibility skill at the cost of chaos energy. He heads for the area nearest the training center, reasoning that the marked zones on the map should converge there. Remembering Verde's explanation that the enemy used magic circles other than gatebreak circles, he activates heightened senses to search for those hidden traces. His enhanced vision reveals magic stones and circles scattered all over the structure, arranged to disrupt detection and obscure sight. He realizes the Phantom Divine technique can bypass those obstacles because it renders him undetectable to magical sensing. Using that advantage, he slips deeper into the building without being noticed by the defensive setup. He notes that the technique lets him investigate calmly in a place where ordinary detection magic would have hindered him. Inside, he discovers far more mana circuits than were visible from outside, all of them feeding toward a single destination. He follows the converging flow, convinced that finding its endpoint will reveal the true purpose of the installation. The trail leads below ground, confirming that the real mechanism is hidden beneath the surface. He descends quietly, thinking that if someone is operating the system below, capturing and interrogating them could expose the whole scheme. At the bottom, he finally locates the concealed magic circle. Examining it, he realizes the design belongs to either Pandemonium nor Elysium, which means an unknown third party created it. A sudden surge interrupts his analysis, and catches him completely off guard. He feels the chaos energy around him resonate violently, and identifies the magic circle as the center of that reaction. He understands that his own chaos energy is being drawn into response with the circle's core. Sensing no immediate danger, he decides to test the phenomenon instead of retreating. He steps onto the circle and deliberately channels chaos energy into it to see what it will do. The circle flares and reacts exactly as he suspected, transforming the injected chaos energy. From the light, a purple crystal forms, and a system notice identifies it as a chaos fragment created by condensing leak tower energy. That result reminds him of the monsters from the Black Gate, which were also tied to chaos energy. Holding the fragment, he wonders what hidden link exists between this process and the Black Gate incident. He reasons that someone discovered how to condense chaos energy, and turn that knowledge into a practical method. Since even major factions like Pandemonium and Elysium do not know this technique, he concludes the Black Gate must have been caused by whoever first learned to weaponize condensed chaos energy. When he absorbs the fragment, the system confirms that his ancient art proficiency and chaos power both increase. That proves the fragments are useful to him directly, and he is startled to learn they can be absorbed at all. He immediately reconsiders the entire setup in light of that discovery. He concludes the circle was never meant to trigger a gate break itself, but to gather the tower's leaked energy and manufacture chaos fragments. Realizing the fragments can strengthen him, he decides this enemy operation can be turned to his advantage. He leaves the site, planning to think through the implications somewhere safer. Perched outside under the night sky, he reviews the situation in silence. Using Verde's document, he confirms that at least 3 deployed circles have already been identified in Seoul alone. He connects that with what he just witnessed and infers that all of the circles are likely intended to produce fragments simultaneously at predetermined times. He recalls being told that similar circles were planted across the countryside as well, meaning the enemy plans to trigger chaos nationwide as a distraction, while mass-producing fragments. He realizes intercepting all of those circles could significantly increase his own chaos power, but the scale of the operation is too large for him alone. Because the rural gatebreak circles still threaten civilians, he knows he cannot focus only on harvesting fragments. He decides he also cannot tamper with the fragment-producing circles too early, since leaving the gatebreak circles unchecked could lead to casualties. Unwilling to let innocent people die because of his limited reach, he resolves to make up for his lack of manpower by calling in outside help. For the first time, he places an international call. The call reaches Daniel, a prosecutor he addresses with a coded title, startling the man with the sudden contact. The protagonist quickly warns him to keep the conversation discreet, while inwardly cringing at having to use such secretive phrasing. Dropping the pretense, he tells Daniel he is calling because he has a job for him. Daniel listens in tense anticipation, waiting for the details. Instead of hesitating, Daniel eagerly pledges full support, and declares he is willing to risk his life to carry out the mission. His immediate willingness to die for the task leaves the protagonist unsettled and suspicious of Daniel's motives. Daniel nevertheless accepts the assignment without reservation and promises to execute the order. Relieved to finally reach Mincheol, the caller moves to report in. He explains that demons have recently been detected inside the demon bastards of Korea. So Mincheol must secretly mobilize every angel he can to stop them while keeping his own identity hidden and taking full credit in the report. Verde is deeply touched by Mincheol's selfless image and becomes even more determined to carry out the mission with everything he has. Meanwhile, the black lad hunter reflects that he managed to secure Daniel's cooperation and hopes the man will be alright. He recalls that Daniel had already been able to mobilize 5 grade B angels, each supposedly stronger than an air-ink hunter. He also notes with some embarrassment that Daniel seemed to enjoy his angelic way of speaking. Privately, he admits he is tired of keeping up that old-fashioned heavenly manner. With that settled, he begins preparing for the real operation. He assigns Verde to assist the Black Death Society investigation, and Verde eagerly accepts after being told the role is important. Using Verde's map, he starts gathering intelligence on the fragment production sites and confirms there are 11 locations in total. He personally infiltrates 10 of those sites to inspect them. One location stands out as unusually tight with security, so he avoids getting too close in case they detect his scent and become alert. Instead, he decides to keep that suspicious site under watch and act only if something unusual happens there. Several days pass as he waits for the right moment. At last, he senses movement and prepares himself while his small companion reacts to the sudden change. A message from Verde confirms that the real operation has begun. He checks the emergency alert and sees that date breaks are erupting across Korea, exactly as expected. Since the incidents are happening at buildings and sites purchased by the Black Death Society, he decides the angels should handle the areas outside Seoul to minimize civilian losses. He immediately sets out, bringing his companion with him. The mission to steal the Chaos Fragments officially begins. The plan is straightforward. Using invisibility, Pindu and the hunter will seize every Chaos Fragment. Because there are 11 targets, they split responsibilities, with him taking Gangbuk and Pindu handling Gangnam as panic spreads around the city. Verde remains behind to monitor the wider chaos. Though he is disappointed he cannot join the ambush directly, the hunter reassures him that tracking enemy movements is the most important role, which only makes Verde more devoted. Verde erupts into emotional gratitude and vows to do everything for him. Watching that reaction, the hunter worries he may have encouraged Verde a little too much. As he heads toward the Gangbuk site, Minchio warns him that the Black Death Society has stationed angels outside Seoul, but he dismisses them and continues toward his target. On arrival, the hunter feels the place is strangely familiar. He realizes all the windows have been boarded up in advance. He then sees that even the entrance has been sealed shut. Recognizing that every possible entry was blocked beforehand, he concludes the enemy came prepared. That precaution means little to him, and he tears through the barrier anyway. Inside, the destruction alerts the people within, revealing a group of Black Death Society hunters. He quickly gauges the force at around 20 fighters, mostly B and Sirake. Their leader realizes the intruder used invisibility, and orders everyone to attack at once. When the hunter reveals himself and asks if this is the full guard force, the others are stunned that he came alone. The leader tries to intimidate him, demanding to know who would dare invade their stronghold. The hunter identifies them as the Black Death Society, and notes that his sudden appearance has already thrown their guys into confusion. The leader draws his weapon and declares that the intruder cannot be allowed to leave alive. The hunter coldly dismisses that threat, knowing they never intended mercy in the first place. At the leader's command, the group rushes him together. They unleash a barrage of weapon strikes and skills, including fire and acid attacks, trying to overwhelm him instantly. When he appears unaffected, some of them foolishly assume he was weak and that they might already have finished him. Instead, his enhanced demonic protection energy has absorbed the assault, and the attackers realize too late that he is still standing. Since his danger sense has not even activated, he judges the situation completely under control and draws the Dark Star Blue Dragon Blade. That confirms to him that this fight poses no real threat. He decides to end it immediately, and releases a sweeping slash through the room. The strike cuts to the attackers in an instant, filling the hall with blood and screams. Left kneeling amid the bodies and severed remains, the wounded leader can only stare at the intruder in terror and ask who he really is. The hunter answers only to himself that their affiliation is enough reason, because anyone tied to the Black Death Society is fundamentally evil whether or not they are directly involved with Pandemonium. He resolves that no criminal will be allowed to remain at peace in his territory. Realizing Pandemonium has likely noticed the intruders already, he decides there is no point preserving their lives just to question them. His focus narrows to securing the crystal as quickly as possible when he discovers it is far larger than expected. He chooses not to absorb it on the spot and instead stores it away, planning to collect the other sites first. That plan is interrupted when he notices the building itself beginning to crack. He understands the magic circle is triggering an automatic self-destruction sequence because it was never meant to remain active permanently. With the site collapsing, he abandons it at once and rushes toward the next location before everything is lost. As he moves, he briefly thinks of Pendu and reassures himself that the companion should be fine despite being sent to only 3 places. He clings to the hope that Pendu is managing well on his own. Elsewhere, someone lies bloodied and pinned down in the aftermath of a violent clash. A group of armed men suddenly notices the fallen figure and freezes in alarm. Their confusion turns to disbelief as they struggle to identify what they are seeing. What had been a small mud only moments earlier begins swelling into something monstrous before their eyes. The transformed beast reveals itself as a savage wolf-like creature and promises to kill them all, making clear that Pendu is more than holding his own. The scene shifts to another building where the larger conspiracy is still unfolding. Inside, a man stands over crackling energy and laughs, pleased by what is happening. He confirms that his theory has been proven correct. Using a chaos fragment condensed from the tower's energy, he succeeds in creating a new magic circle from knowledge and materials obtained to pandemonium. The breakthrough opens the way for him to produce gate break circles, summon amplification circles, and other tools that could complete his research. An associate pulls him back to the immediate crisis, warning that this is no time for admiration and asking what is wrong. The researcher reports that the gate break circles placed outside Seoul should already have been destroyed. His companion objects that bear rank dates should not have been erased so easily, implying an unexpected force is interfering. The older man identifies that force by scent alone, and concludes the angels have appeared. He recalls those winged enemies and realizes they must have found the hidden circles. Accepting that their timetable has been exposed, he orders the next phase to begin ahead of schedule and reveals the chaos fragment work was only the midpoint of the plan. Before they can continue, a subordinate urgently calls for Zihed's attention. The report is disastrous. The 5th and 3rd magic circles have been attacked and destroyed, and contact with the teams there has been lost. Zihed demands clarity, frustrated that they still have no solid information on the number of enemies involved. More bad news follows as the 2nd and 4th circles also go silent, forcing an immediate alert and confirming that the angels are fully involved. Seeing the situation deteriorate, the older man decides to leave at once. When Zihed questions him, he explains the chaos fragment cannot be taken because any container used for teleportation would be destroyed by its energy. He leaves the fragment in Zihed's care, insisting it is essential to their lord's next move. He teleports away, leaving Zihed behind with the unstable prize. Zihed curses the man's arrogance, and resents that only their lord's favor has kept him alive. His anger is cut short when another warning arrives that intruders have entered the area. A subordinate points out that there is only a single enemy. Zihed learns the battle is happening directly above them and is stunned that one person would dare attack this place alone. The lone attacker, burning with blue power, charges in fearlessly and treats the enemy's confidence as an insult. His assault tears into the building with explosive force. Even amid the smoke, the defenders are warned not to relax just because only one opponent has appeared. Their caution proves justified when the intruder emerges alive and ready to continue the fight. The attacker judges the opening exchange successful enough, having quickly removed about half the defenders and spread word of his presence. He notes that security was already tighter than before, but dismisses the remaining guards as small-time hunters who still cannot threaten him. With Dryden-like confidence, he mocks the idea that a crowd of weak enemies could ever bring him down. Then he catches an unfamiliar odor and realizes something demonic is nearby. He identifies the sulfurous scent as dark mana used by demons just as a powerful figure approaches. Recognizing that a demon is present confirms to him that he has found the correct target. Zihed welcomes the confrontation, saying the intruder's arrival by scent has exposed an evil demon among them, and deciding that taking this place may stop the remaining circles from being destroyed. The blue flame fighter recognizes Zihed as one of the detested Wing faction and resolves to go all out against him. He begins by ordering everyone to consume something immediately, preparing a decisive escalation. He realizes his opponent has just consumed something and senses a sudden change. A dark pillar erupts as several enemies become wrapped in sinister energy and begin transforming into demonic humans. The darkness circle activates, weakening their normal attributes but greatly amplifying their dark mana, confirming they would prepare to fight with demonic power. He understands the enemy leader has temporarily let a demon possess him by swallowing a fragment of the demon of pandemonium. The possessed man mocks him and waits to see how he will react to these newly demonic hunters. He immediately sees to the deception, notes that the man still mistakes him for an angel, and dismisses the demonic form as crude and tasteless. At their leader's order, the transformed hunters rush him together to kill him. He judges their demonic techniques as little more than dark mana-infused combat arts, and concludes they are still only around A rank at best. Having finished assessing them, he decides to end the exchange seriously. He unleashes a holy palm technique through his gauntlets, blasting forward with power meant to oppose darkness. The enemies are shocked because his holy power directly counters their dark mana. He follows with a rapid spear technique that tears through their formation and overwhelms them. As he breaks their encirclement, he reflects that demonic humans are treated as monsters rather than people. He continues cutting through them with chain dark star blade techniques, striking from multiple angles before they can regroup. He concludes that despite their numbers and rank, they are just a ragtag group with no real teamwork. Confidently pressing the attack, he dismisses their demonification as too shallow to ever threaten him. The surviving enemies panic, call for a counterattack and shields, and realize their attacks still cannot reach him properly. He notices a new threat approaching and turns to meet it. A massive body of ice forms nearby, signaling a stronger opponent entering the fight. the ice construct finishes taking shape with crushing force. He recognizes that the real battle has finally begun. The ice user reveals himself as Zihet Fitzgerald of the Ice Tribe and vows to freeze him into fragments with his ice form. He welcomes Zihet's arrival, identifying the form as that of an ice demon that controls ice itself. He invites Zihet to prove how strong he really is. Zihet answers with a blizzard strike, hurling his giant ice body into the attack. Instead of flinching, he smiles as if he has already chosen his counter. He summons Hell's Fire, surrounding himself with blazing power that clashes against the cold assault. Zihet is shaken because his supposedly unbreakable ice barrier meets resistance, and he senses another will, or authority behind his opponent's power. The remaining enemies are ordered to support Zihet and throw themselves in if necessary. Ignoring them, he calmly gathers dark power into his gauntlet for a decisive strike. With magnetic force and a crushing fist technique, he blasts the attackers away and clears the field around him. He lowers his hand and quietly commits to the finishing blow. Even Zihet's side is forced to admit he is monstrously strong for someone they scorned. He brushes off the praise as weakness on their part, and decides he must finish this before any witnesses arrive. Enraged, Zihet lunges again in his giant ice body. He suddenly senses dark mana spreading elsewhere, and realizes the situation is changing again. The others cry out to Zihet in alarm, asking if he truly intends to use that forbidden measure. Their dark magic activates ice fusion, causing the fallen demonic humans to melt together into a new source of power. He had not expected to see this here and immediately notices Zihet's ice energy surge. The fused strength of the demonic hunters merges into Zihet, and Zihet accepts it as necessary for the Lord's plan. Empowered by the fusion, Zihet boasts that this new form is the true power he has gained. He coldly points out that power stolen by sacrificing comrades exceeds the user's limits, and will eventually collapse under its own weight. He realizes this is the kind of strength that can only be used once because it surpasses the soul's capacity. Betting on that weakness, he closes in and drives a point-blank puncturing strike straight into the giant ice body. Zihet laughs it off at first, convinced a mere touch cannot change anything. He tells Zihet the change has already begun and forces holy power deeper into the target. Cracks suddenly spread from the impact point across Zihet's chest as the damage takes hold from within. The giant ice form starts breaking apart violently, and Zihet's confidence turns into screams. The entire fused body shatters in an explosive collapse, throwing Zihet out amid the wreckage. As the ice fragments fall away, the aftermath leaves only pain groans from the defeated enemy. A defeated man lies bleeding on the floor and, in shock, demands to know what has been done to his body. Before he can recover, his wound tears to him again and he collapses in agony. His death yields only a small amount of experience, confirming how little value he had in the end. The man in black judges him harshly, concluding that he lost because he relied on size and power without real substance. He reflects that the enemy's oversized body made his close-range puncturing strike especially lethal, and decides it is time to collect the chaos fragment. Just as he moves on, a call from Taniel interrupts him. Taniel urgently reports that the defensive forces and soul have grown stronger, and his side can no longer break through. Rather than react emotionally, the man in black tells him to calm down and explain everything clearly. Taniel explains that he mobilized all his subordinates in Korea and sent them across Seoul to stop the gate-breaking circles, then realizes the place he returned to has a deeper purpose. He identifies it as a secret rendezvous point for demons, the same location he had been told about earlier. At that moment, the humans there spot a flying intruder in panic, demanding that it be eliminated immediately. An angelic warrior descends in fury, condemning the humans for siding with the devil's servants. He unleashes a holy attack meant to punish them all at once, but the defenders quickly realize their attacks are useless against the target before them, and the angel's overwhelming strength unsettles them. The angel declares himself protected by the full armor of faith, and charges in with righteous confidence. A giant black hand suddenly seizes him mid-assault, stopping his momentum cold. The angel turns and finds an unexpected figure addressing him with open contempt. A demon reveals himself, mocking the angel for barging recklessly into territory already under his control. The angel desperately calls on divine power to shield him from the demonic restraint. His prayer erupts into radiant force as he breaks free in a blaze of holy light. Recovering, he warns that a dangerous demon is present and admits the enemy is unusually powerful. The demon answers with equal disdain, surprised that an angel has appeared here at all. He briefly considers reporting this unexpected development to Ifrit. Then he rejects the idea, deciding there is no need to complicate matters when angels in Elysium are already his enemies. Instead, he resolves to kill the angel himself and invokes a mind division technique. Multiple demonic forces surge into the room as the angel dives into combat against them. The clash escalates into an exchange of named powers, with the demon's black hand and weakening attacks meeting the angel head-on. Though strained, the angel gathers holy energy again and prepares a stronger counterattack. He releases a holy burst, flooding the area with destructive sacred light. Even while attacking, he realizes this is no ordinary demon and wonders what greater master such a being could be serving. The demon shrugs off the holy attack, declaring that he must survive for Ifrit's revival and the restoration of demonkind. Then something goes wrong inside him as his own child of demon's power reacts in a way that shocks even him. The angel notices the sudden change and realizes his opponent has begun acting strangely. Not understanding what just happened but seeing an opening, the angel decides to retreat and report this directly to Michael. After hearing the full account, the man in black accepts Tanil's withdrawal and tells him his life mattered more than holding the position. He orders Tanil to look after himself while he personally heads to the site. Once the call ends, he turns his thoughts toward Verde. He concludes that Verde is performing even better than expected. He reveals that he deliberately sent Tanil to the same place as Verde so Verde could gain credit for stopping the ambush and encounter an enemy near his level. More importantly, Verde's ability to chase the target proves the mind division art worked exactly as intended. He reasons that if Verde reaches a high enough point within Pandemonium, he may uncover the truth behind the black baptism. He also suspects something significant happened during Verde's fight and decides to question him about it later. For now, he sets that aside and goes to claim his reward. Purple crystal-like fragments gather before him, signaling the prize he came for. Seeing the haul, he quietly declares that the matter is finished. He wonders how much power he can absorb from it, noting that he already possesses a large reserve of chaos even before counting what he has stolen. Before he can proceed, his small black dog familiar arrives and announces itself. He checks whether the dog completed its task, and the familiar proudly confirms that it did. As he turns back toward a newly opened green portal, the dog suddenly asks him to wait. The familiar sniffs the air, senses something odd, and falls into uneasy confusion. Minchio realizes Pindu has been hiding something inside himself, and presses him to confirm it. Pindu vomits up a purple chaos fragment, proving he has been storing dangerous items in his own body. When Minchio asks if that means there are more, Pindu casually admits he has other things inside him as well. Pindu offers to create a proper storage dimension later, but Minchio is already disturbed by the current method. Minchio flatly rejects Pindu's approach and insists he wants nothing to do with that kind of grotesque practicality. He then turns to the chaos fragments themselves, recalling that 9 fragments from Pandemonium are now in his possession. He explains that these fragments condense the tower's energy into dense chunks, and he begins absorbing that stored power. As the energy floods into him, he is lifted into a state of intense concentration, while the chaos power surges around him. The absorption leaves him overflowing with power, and his status rises sharply as a result. Minchio judges that the increase has pushed him to the level of a 5th-rank martial artist in the evolutionary realm. With that strength, he believes he can now defeat even an intermediate-rank demon. He concludes that he is close to attempting body reformation and decides he should set a date for it soon. 2 days later, he heads to a VIP room for a scheduled meeting. Verde greets him enthusiastically and credits Minchio for helping him grow stronger again. Minchio learns that Verde was officially recognized for defending the Chaos Fragment from the Angels and was rewarded with Elixir, Fruit of Darkness, which greatly boosts demonic strength. He also hears that Tanil was praised for exposing Pandemonium's plans in advance, and was promoted among the Angels. Minchio downplays his own role, but Verde insists Minchio's blessing was crucial to driving the Angels away. When Minchio asks whether Verde heard a voice during the battle, Verde remembers that Asmodeus personally praised his contribution. That memory confirms Verde was directly commended as a useful servant of Demonkind and promised a reward. While Minchio notes that a lot of the Chaos Fragments were invested in this operation, hearing Asmodeus's name makes Minchio focus immediately on the possibility that this demon is tied to the larger plot. He recalls that Asmodeus is the demon monarch of corruption, once a famed seraphim who fell through temptation and became a corrupted archangel. Because Asmodeus excels at schemes, politics, and building factions, Minchio recognizes him as exactly the kind of enemy who would orchestrate something indirect and far-reaching. Minchio starts to suspect that Asmodeus may be the force behind the Black Baptism, especially after finding traces of it on Tanil as well. He asked for any further information on Asmodeus and his followers, and Verde says Asmodeus was also why Rosalind changed sides. Verde adds that the Chaos Fragment he protected is going to be transported to Kasom, which immediately catches Minchio's attention. When Verde asks if that is a problem, Minchio hides his concern and tells him to continue as usual. He ends the meeting without revealing more, while Verde cheerfully sees him off. Left to think, Minchio concludes that Asmodeus's group is trying to move the Chaos Fragment somewhere, which means someone is capable of controlling chaos power. The destination troubles him even more because Kasom lies in the Lost Land, a forbidden zone under the Interstellar Union. At the Interstellar Union, Hunter Minchio is warmly welcomed by a bearded official who is delighted to see him again. The official praises Minchio's recent success and hints that his growing fame may soon earn him A-rank status. He treats that possibility as a major event, already imagining the business opportunities and prestige that would follow. A nearby staff member dryly points out that this profit-driven attitude is exactly what defines the Interstellar Union. The official laughs it off, and Minchio can only admit that he has no real argument against that assessment. Minchio then gets to the point and asks how he can obtain permission to enter the Lost Land. The official says they would need approval from the association, but Minchio argues that Asmodeus's involvement should be enough to justify an exception. Before they can settle that issue, the official suddenly remembers another matter he wanted to discuss. He excitedly reveals that they want to hire Minchio as a model for one of their products, and have already reserved dates for a shoot. Mincheol is baffled by the idea, but before he can refuse, an urgent phone call interrupts the conversation. As the call begins, the staff member confirms that the schedule they were discussing has already been fixed. Something said on the phone shocks both listeners nearby, making it clear the call is serious. Mincheol abruptly agrees to the request and says he will come immediately. He announces that an urgent matter has come up and asks them to keep helping with his lost land permission while he leaves. After he departs, the two left behind can only wonder what sudden crisis pulled him away. A few hours later, Mincheol arrives in Gunsan at his family's chicken restaurant. He calls out for his mother as soon as he enters, having rushed there as fast as he could. His mother tells him his father and Minyum went toward a nearby gathering, and Mincheol immediately senses something is wrong. When she explains that his father went to bring Minyum back and has not returned, his concern hardens into alarm. He tells his mother he would be back soon and rushes out before she can stop him. As he launches himself across the city, Mincheol realizes the situation could turn dangerous if he does not reach them in time. Mincheol is stunned to hear that Minyum may have awakened. The possibility hits harder because he never expected his sister to enter the world of hunters at all. Their father tries to pull her away, insisting she still has no intention of becoming a hunter, and that they should leave. That only makes the guild recruiters swarm harder, each trying to claim Minyum for their own organization. Overwhelmed and confused, Minyum cannot understand why so many people suddenly want her. Mincheol steps in, irritated that they are treating her like merchandise. He confronts the crowd and demands to know why they are causing such a scene around his family. As he looks over the mob, he realizes guild scouts are harassing someone who has not even taken the hunter test yet. That makes the situation worse in his eyes, because Minyum is still just an ordinary person who knows nothing about this world. His anger sharpens when he thinks about strangers doing this to his family. He orders every recruiter to disappear at once. One scout quickly changes tactics and tries to negotiate with him as Minjen's family instead. The man starts to tempt him with what their guild could offer if Minyum joined them. Mincheol answers by slamming down a crushing display of force that cracks the ground and silences everyone. He coldly demands that the recruiter repeat what he was saying. The scouts immediately lose their nerve under the threat. Seeing no easy opening, the recruiters retreat before he can make an example of them. Mincheol even tells the registration center staff to build the Interstellar Union for the damage he caused. With the nuisance gone, he calmly tells his family it is time to leave. The tension breaks for a moment when Minyum blurts out that she was only shocked, not crying. Elsewhere, the Interstellar Union side realizes this incident is probably going to cost them a large repair bill. Soon after, Mincheol is shown the results of Minjem's awakening. He had already guessed she was talented from the way multiple guilds rushed to recruit her, but the actual result still shocks him. Minjen's status reveals unusually high early stats, a sword aptitude, the trait Demon Slash, and the skill Transcendent Sword, with only 10% of her awakened power unlocked. From that alone, Mincheol concludes she could eventually rise to S rank once her awakening fully develops. What truly unsettles him, however, is not her raw potential but the specific skills she received. Transcendent Sword is the exact skill that belonged to the hero. He remembers that only one person ever wielded it before, the hero who fought him 23 years ago. That memory drags him back to the battle in his previous life, when the hero's strike pierced his heart. Yet he also remembers that the hero was wounded and exhausted, not on the verge of death when that happened. That conflicts with the history claiming they both died together before he reincarnated on Earth. For a moment he wonders if Minyum could somehow be the hero reborn. He immediately rejects the idea as too absurd, refusing to believe the Demon King and the hero would reincarnate into the same family. Meanwhile, Minjen's parents asked Mincheol to help her find a good guild as she really becomes a hunter. They admit she has started thinking seriously about becoming one, even if they still do not fully understand what that means. Mincheol checks whether they plan to stop her, knowing their worry comes from ignorance of her potential. They answer that trying to stop Minyum would be pointless because both siblings are too stubborn to listen. Accepting that, Mincheol decides the best thing he can do as her brother is take responsibility for her future. He rules out the Interstellar Union immediately, because placing Minyum there could expose his own identity. So he decides she needs a guild he can trust and influence from the sidelines. That leads him to one practical choice, the Divine Guild and its contact Jeongeum. He tells the family he will reach out to the Divine Guild, earning teasing praise for how well connected he has become. The talks go smoothly, and Minyum is accepted into the Divine Guild where she can grow safely. The next day, Mincheol prepares to leave because he has other urgent matters to handle. Before he goes, Minyum calls out to stop him. She thanks him for everything, especially for protecting her the day before, and vows to become as strong as he is. Mincheol answers with a teasing challenge, asking if she really thinks she can catch up to him. He flicks her forehead and tells her she would need an impossibly long time to do that. Even as she protests, he assures her that the Divine Guild will contact her soon and departs. Once he is alone again, he decides to stop dwelling on the hero possibility for now. Since he still does not know why he reincarnated on Earth, he chooses to focus on the immediate task in front of him. That task brings him back to the Interstellar Union. He has already asked Heron to analyze the magic circle and invested his gate earnings into a construction company, so one major objective remains. When he meets Madan, he asks whether the permit issue has been resolved. Ma then proudly reveals that Mincheol has finally been granted permission to enter the Lost Land. Mincheol heads for the Pai Unified Bridge, the official route into that forbidden region. He recalls that the Lost Land lies near the ceasefire zone and can only be entered through tightly controlled access points. The heavy military security confirms to him that the Black Death Society must have received government approval to pass through here earlier. As he advances, he wonders what the Black Death Society plans to do with the Chaos Fragment. His thoughts are interrupted when El and Mar then unexpectedly show up behind him. They insist they have come to help with the monster hunt, leaving him exasperated. They explain that they can serve as tracker and corpse disposal expert, and Mincheol realizes they deliberately arranged to accompany him. El proudly claims tracking is exactly where she excels. Ma then adds that they even hired stand-ins at the Union so they could abandon their regular duties and join the raid. Mincheol sees that they intended to follow him from the beginning, though he admits it may be safer to keep them close than let them wander separately. He reflects that his official excuse is monster hunting, but his real goal is to track down the Black Death Society. Since they already know he is a VIP, he decides their presence would not immediately expose his true purpose and allows them to come. He quietly notes that Elle still has no idea the fluffy dog she adores is actually a mythical creature, and decides that ignorance is probably for the best. After crossing the bridge, he feels at once that they have entered the Lost Land. The place is a dead, ruined expanse where the atmosphere itself feels wrong. He chooses Kaesong as their first destination because he remembers the Black Death Society heading there before. While considering how best to scout the damaged roads ahead, he dismisses the idea of sending his conspicuous Einherjars ahead and decides to navigate personally instead. Before long, Elle spots signs that someone passed through the area only a few days earlier. Mincheol is impressed that she can read such faint traces from flattened grass alone. When he asks if she can follow them, she confirms there are many tracks and that they likely belong to the Black Death Society. He is amused that the expert tracker he casually requested actually turned out to be this competent. Elle answers his doubt with confidence, and he realizes she may help them find the enemy much faster. She quickly leads the group onward, reeing the ground with remarkable speed. Mincheol notices that she is not relying on sight alone but also on scent to choose their direction. Her trail leads them onto a side road used by a large group moving in front. Then she points out strange marks nearby that do not match human passage. She identifies them as traces left by Stray Kings, herd monsters that roam the area. Mincheol recognizes them as ranked monsters worth experience, but decides the Black Death Society and the Chaos Fragment matter more than hunting them. He plans to ignore the monsters until signs of battle nearby make him pause. Sensing danger too late, he abruptly grabs Elle and calls her back. He throws himself between her and a hidden attack, ordering her to retreat. Ma then and Pingdu rush forward in alarm, fearing Mincheol has been hit. Mincheol reveals he blocked the strike with enhanced demonic protection energy, and remains unharmed. He orders Pingdu to stay behind and protect Elle and Ma then. Drawing his sword, he warns the others to remain behind him and realizes the ambush was aimed at them, which is why his danger sense did not trigger in time. That near miss leaves him irritated with himself for lowering his guard. Angered that Elle almost got hurt, he unleashes the first form of the 7 Stars demonic sword. His counterattack tears through the hidden assailants before they can strike again. He identifies the attackers as Ents using stealth among the trees, not the Stray Kings they first suspected. Accepting that monsters cannot be avoided in the Lost Land, he forces the hidden enemies to reveal themselves. At the same time, he summons armored subordinates, and commands them to protect Elle and Ma them with their lives. Elle worries that leaving all the protection to them will expose Mincheol himself to danger. He reassures her that he will stay nearby and tells her to keep following the tracks. As the Lost Land's true nature closes in around them, the mission stops being a simple pursuit and turns into a march through monster territory. Mincheol changes his approach and decides to clear every threat around them instead of merely slipping past. He cuts down the monsters that appear, including lurking goblins and tree creatures, before they can threaten the group. He resolves to suppress everything in the area through sheer overwhelming strength. Using his detection abilities, he wipes out nearby monsters in advance while shielding the others from the danger. Modern then efficiently harvests valuable materials from the corpses, proving himself a master artisan in his own field. Protected by Mincheol's power, the group continues deeper into the Lost Land. At last, Elle excitedly announces that she has found what they were searching for. She spots a residential district ahead, and the group reaches Kaesong. Before they enter the city proper, Mincheol hands Elle and Maden expensive recovery potions. Though they protest that they are not even injured enough to deserve something so valuable, he makes them take the drinks anyway and calls for a short rest. As they pause outside Kaesong, Mincheol realizes he has brought them this far without explaining the real danger, and decides he owes them the truth. He tells them plainly that the people they are tracking are the Black Death Society. The name shocks them because of the group's rumored ties to Pandemonium. Mincheol confirms those rumors are probably true. Elle tries to stay calm by reminding Maden that Mincheol is with them, while Maden remains uneasy because he still sees Mincheol as a protected VIP. Mincheol privately notes that Maden misunderstands him completely, and assumes he could simply abandon this body if things turn bad. Even so, Elle refuses to let him face the Black Death Society alone. She argues that he trusted them enough to reveal the truth, so they should answer that trust by standing with him. The sincerity in her eyes makes Minchyo recognize something unfamiliar to him, genuine trust. He realizes how meaningful it is to be trusted by someone else. Moved by that feeling, he swears on his own name that he would never abandon the two of them. He softens the moment by insisting he can still handle the danger himself, but the promise stands. He then asks Elle whether she can tell if any people are living in the ruined buildings around them. Elle says it would be difficult in her current state, then begins to change. Revealing her dog race traits, she sharpens her senses and proudly announces that this form suits the task better. With that settled, the group enters Kaesong. Minchyo reflects that the city is abandoned but not empty, with bitter, suspicious survivors still hiding in collapsing buildings. Because the residents are too wary to approach directly, Elle uses her heightened senses to search for another lead and quickly catches one. She suddenly points toward the beach, saying the trail continues in that direction. When Minchyo asks Marden how Elle tracks so well, the dwarf admits he has no idea. That only makes Minchyo more intrigued by her abilities. Following her lead, they discover the tracks descend toward the waterfront. The trail brings them to Kaesong Wharf. There they spot a fishing boat openly flying the Black Death Society's flag, confirming they have found the enemy. Minchyo asks whether anyone is hiding near the wharf, and Elle reports that no one is outside the boat. That means at least 10 members entered the lost land, yet all of them now seem to be gathered aboard the vessel. To prevent any escape, Minchyo summons the army of light around the area. He orders the angels to capture or kill anyone who tries to flee. He also sends his armored forces to seal off the land route behind the wharf. After assigning Pingdu to keep Elle and Maden safe, he prepares to strike personally. Then he launches the assault, cutting into the boat while his summoned forces descend, and the Black Death Society panics and fires signal flares for help. Those flares are immediately noticed from afar, turning the wharf into an open battlefield. The men on the boat try to hold their ground with bows and burning signals, determined to stop the attackers there. Minchyo crashes into them with overwhelming speed and power before they can organize a defense. His demonic aura surges as he carves through the enemy line without slowing down. Watching from safety, Elle realizes he is completely overpowering them. To her and Marlene, the fight looks less like a contest and more like an adult crushing children. Maden notices that Minchyo is not relying on brute force alone, but on perfectly calculated movements, with no wasted effort. That precision convinces them that he is not just strong but a truly elite fighter. The surviving members of the Black Death Society break in terror and try to flee, admitting they cannot win. Seeing them panic, Minchyo almost sounds amused as he asks what they think they are doing. An order is given to deal with those who are trying to flee, and violent force is unleashed at once. Elsewhere, the group discusses the strange summons, noting it is unusual for both holy and demonic figures to gather in one place. While their leader is praised for making it happen, he instructs them to capture any survivors, already deciding that a certain man must be won over to their side at any cost. As they move through the forest, the dwarf asks about Hunter Minchyo, trying to understand why he matters so much. Maden brushes it off by saying he is simply Hunter Minchyo, amused that the question even needed asking. She reminds the dwarf that Minchyo is genuinely powerful and, more importantly, someone they have already built trust with, which convinces him. The dwarf accepts that answer and realizes he had already learned Minchyo's value from watching her judgment. On the boat, bound members of the Black Death Society groan in pain as they remain under guard. Their interrogator steps in and silently takes control of the room. After inspecting the cargo, he concludes the ship carried fewer than 10 people and no chaos fragments remain aboard. He finds only magic catalysts and emergency rations, then notices signs that some of the supplies were already moved elsewhere. From that, he deduces the boat was being used as a supply line for someone rather than as the main base. He singles out one captive and begins the interrogation. He offers the prisoner a simple bargain: answer honestly and live. The captive rejects the threat and insists his group will not yield. Even while being struck by power, the man defiantly declares that the Black Death Society would never submit. A higher authority on the battlefield orders the prisoner executed, and the command is accepted immediately. Before death can fall, the captive panics as a strange power overtakes him. The interrogator traps the man's soul inside a summoned body and addresses him again, forcing everyone to witness the fate he can impose. He claims the man is now cut off from reincarnation and doomed to eternal suffering, though he privately admits he is bluffing and only wants to terrify the others into talking. The remaining prisoners break under the pressure, realizing silence may cost them far more than death. They beg for mercy and offer to reveal everything they know if their lives are spared. Satisfied that the intimidation worked, he encourages their sudden cooperation. He demands a full account without holding anything back. With both their lives and souls at stake, the Black Death Society members confess everything. First, they confirm the boat came to deliver supplies, just as he suspected. Those supplies included large amounts of magic catalysts, and rations meant for whoever possessed the Chaos Fragment. They also reveal that the supplies were collected 2 days earlier, and only part of the stock was taken. He reasons that if only a small portion was needed, the fragment's owners may have already secured most of it, and no longer require many catalysts. When he asks about the openly displayed Black Death Society flag, the answer turns out to be something he did not expect. The flag was meant to signal ties to General Kim Muk-won of North Korea's Wanghedo province, warning allies that the Black Death Society had connections with him. Once the questioning ends, Ma then asks whether the captives will really be spared, and he says yes because he gave his word. Even with useful information in hand, he is troubled that the enemy took the supplies 2 days ago, and worries they may already be slipping out of reach. The dwarf then reminds him of the signal flares launched when the fighting began, prompting a new line of thought. Realizing those flares could be seen within a 10-kilometer radius, he concludes there may be other enemy members somewhere inside that range. He focuses on that distance, and begins connecting it to the enemy's likely position. Deciding to move immediately, he sets out at speed with his companion, ready for another fight if it leads to results. Following Mothan's advice, he sends Anherjar out to scout everything within 10 kilometers. The search is aimed at finding the source of the chaos frequency emitted by the fragment in enemy hands. The scouts quickly report a matching frequency coming from a mountain north of the city. He orders the others to stay behind with the Einherjar, while he goes ahead himself. As he races toward the mountain, he decides to keep the assault small, knowing the direct attack on the enemy headquarters could trigger unpredictable consequences, and that hidden foes would make a larger force harder to manage. While advancing, he recalls the report that the enemy's appearance should be imminent, only to sense something sudden and raw. A chilling presence spreads across the mountain, and he realizes an ominous force had already been there without his noticing. A massive surge of purple energy erupts overhead, instantly changing the battlefield. He braces himself and recognizes the overwhelming scale of the power descending on him. As demonic mana contaminates the surroundings, an attack is launched from within the distortion. He narrowly reacts as a purple spear-like strike shoots toward him from the mountain. His heightened senses activate, and he identifies the assault as unmistakably the work of a specter's magic. Realizing the Black Death Society has already crept into this place, he prepares for the confrontation now that their hidden presence has revealed itself. A female demon arrives with 2 followers and accuses John Minchiol of bringing demons into this place. She recognizes him as the troublesome peasant, and reveals that Asmodeus has already marked him for a brutal death. She mocks his attempt to find a place to die and assumes fear has driven him here. Minchiol realizes these enemies are not ordinary demons but humans possessed by demons, with the woman identified as Hanji Lyra. He notes that possession seems to preserve the host's former fighting style, while his companion cheerfully senses a delicious demonic soul nearby. That casual appetite immediately provokes the enemy side. Enraged at being slighted, the possessed woman lunges in to punish his insolence herself. She commits fully to the attack, furious that her side is being underestimated. Minchiol sidesteps the rush with ease and coolly prepares a counterattack. As he activates the Darkstar Atlas Gauntlet, he dismisses her as nothing more than a bat-winged nuisance. His Crimson Thunderclap fist lands cleanly and blasts her away in one strike. The impact erupts violently, overwhelming the immediate clash. The remaining possessed fighters charge in together, trying to kill him before he can press the advantage. Minchiol answers their assault with Dark Flare and Abyss Tentacles, praising their speed even as he suppresses them. He follows with Holy Blaze 1000-weight projectile, remarking that defeating them this easily only proves they are still far below his true goal. His enemies are shaken by the strange power, unable to tell whether it is divine, demonic, or even human. Minchiol explains that courage is meaningless without the strength to support it, and that he will answer their questions only after breaking their pride. He orders his summoned knight to drive them off, and the servant obeys at once. His beast companion also leaps into the fight, joining the attack. Another enemy tries to wipe them all out with a green, dimensional-looking strike, but the attempt becomes part of the chaos Minchiol is already controlling. Walking forward through the battlefield, Minchiol declares that anyone obstructing Asmodeus's grand design deserves death, though he still senses something slightly raw. Even weakened, the possessed enemies stubbornly try to hold him back and insist he will not pass. One of them unleashes flames of Gehenna in a desperate effort to stop him by force. Minchiol calmly answers with Holy Blaze, while his companion eagerly asks permission to devour their souls and receives it. He questions why such weak opponents made him feel uneasy in the first place. As he cuts one down, he notices the body behaving differently from what he expected. He realizes the key difference is possession. These demons descend into human bodies rather than existing in their own forms. When the host dies, the demon's soul escapes the corpse instead of being trapped there, exposing the flaw in killing them normally. Fenrir solves that problem by devouring the escaping soul before it can return to Pandemonium. With the soul consumed, Minchiol notes that his companion is growing stronger from the feast. After subduing the group, he decides it is time to hear what they know. He singles out the Devil Clan woman first, judging her clan too proud to stay silent under pressure. He then considers the Doom Clan man, but dismisses him as the wrong type for useful conversation. Minchiol orders his servants not to kill everyone, wanting a few survivors left alive to talk. The aftermath leaves the field littered with broken enemies, and one battered survivor begs his lord for death. Instead of pitying them, Minchiol treats the survivors as the remains of a meal, while a system notice announces his level has increased. He reaches level 45. The system offers new demon abilities, including a charm aura from Demon Seraphine that seduces rational beings. Another option appears as Demon Bela's Evil Eye, a petrifying gaze. Minchiol notes that he gains a new selectable ability every 15 levels and prepares to choose his third one. He initially leans toward Evil Eye as the more practical combat choice. Then he pauses at the mention of enchantment, and begins reconsidering it in light of the current prisoners. A new idea occurs to him, and he smiles as he sees a better use for the ability. He finalizes his choice. One surviving captive is forced upright before him for questioning. Minchiol activates enchantment, surrounding his hand with purple power as he directs it at the prisoner. The Devil Clan woman is affected. While Minchiol recalls that enchantment works fundamentally on targets of the opposite sex, that limitation would fail on the genderless Doom Clan, which confirms he chose the right target. The charm fully penetrates the woman's mind, placing her in a controllable, suggestible state. Satisfied that the ability works as expected, Minchiol prepares to begin a truthful interrogation. A wounded man regains consciousness inside a haze of strange enchantment. As his awareness returns, he realizes he has no idea where he is. A darkly charming interrogator leans over him, and the captive immediately falls under his unsettling allure. Still enchanted, the prisoner immediately identifies himself as Kotham of the Doom Clan and casually reveals that he is 586 years old. A nearby demon watching the scene can barely process how absurdly the interrogation has become. She recognizes Kotham has been reduced to a love-struck fool and panics at the sight. Minchiol coldly orders Fenrir to devour the interfering demon, and the beast obeys at once. With the witness silenced, Minchiol decides one speaking mouth is all he needs. Confirming the enchantment works on Kotham as well, he presses the demon to reveal everything. Kotham admits their faction has nearly completed research on escaping the suppression placed on higher beings in lower dimensions by using shards of chaos. Minchiol immediately narrows in on the limits of that possession method, and what happens when it ends. Kotham explains that possession lasts 3 days, after which the demon is released and returns to Pandemonium. Minchiol then asks what the demons intended to accomplish during that brief window in this world. Kotham reveals they plan to descend here, join forces with North Korean General Kim Moo-kwan, and turn Seoul into a sea of fire. The scale of the plot shocks Minchiol, who realizes Seoul was the true target all along. He connects the plan to Pandemonium's long-running obsession with destroying Seoul and concludes they are really after the tower there. Reasoning that the shards of chaos must be gathered from the tower's leaking energy, he prepares to dig deeper. He asks whether the demons made any other preparations and who created the possession ritual they used. Kotham says the ritual originally targeted an intermediate demon before interference changed things, and adds that the method was devised by a human known only as the Doctor. The mention of a human collaborator catches Minchiol completely off guard. Having learned enough, he turns Fenrir loose on Kotham as well and ends the interrogation. As he reflects, he notes that descending beings are normally crippled by dimensional suppression, making this workaround a major breakthrough. The idea that humanity solved part of that problem decades ago makes the Doctor even more alarming. Minchiol is still wondering who this Doctor is when his companions arrive to check on him. Ellie fusses over his safety, but Minchiol stays calm and more puzzled by her sudden concern than by the danger they just survived. He reassures her while she points out that a mountain collapsed and chaos nearly erupted. Reviewing the aftermath, he notes that once Fenrir swallowed Kotham, the black pillar on the peak vanished without a trace, suggesting the ritual site may have been one use only. Ellie then comments on a pleasant scent around him, prompting Minchiol to realize his enchantment has been affecting allies too. When she admits she was drawn in by the smell without noticing, he confirms the charm is influencing even her. He concludes his enchantment is a passive effect that should remain suppressed unless he deliberately uses it. Martian, unlike Ellie, shows no such flustered concern, and Minchiol notes the difference. Putting that aside, Minchiol decides they need to discuss what they have learned before the next crisis hits. He gives his companions a concise account of the recent events so they can prepare for what comes next. Martian absorbs the report, and recognizes that Pandemonium's plan is far too serious to dismiss. He points out that if Minchiol had not secured the black crystal beforehand, dozens of intermediate demons might have been summoned. Minchiol agrees and realizes Seoul could have suffered catastrophic damage if those demons had attacked alongside the North Korean military. He quietly acknowledges that eliminating the underworld operatives in advance may have prevented a disaster. To stop a repeat, he orders all land marked on a map to be purchased immediately. He explains those sites are where the underworld placed magic circles at points where the tower's energy flows, so controlling them would let his side predict future moves. When he asks whether the purchases can be concealed from the Interstellar Alliance, Ellie suggests using aliases. Satisfied, Minchiol adds a second priority: find the human called Doctor, who must be tied to the underworld. Even without a real identity, he insists any lead is better than waiting helplessly. Before leaving, the group raids the underworld ship and secures a large stockpile of magical catalysts left behind. They then hand reconnaissance and escort duties to trusted allies and return without further trouble. Back at headquarters, the question becomes how much of this should be reported to the association. Minchiol delegates the handling of captured underworld prisoners to his companions. Ellie also volunteers to prepare and submit the official report. With the immediate cleanup assigned, Minchiol heads home with Pingyu in tow. On the way, he reflects that the expedition succeeded largely because of help and luck, and that without Ellie and Martian he might have faced several intermediate demons alone. That thought hardens into a decision that luck is not something he can afford to rely on again. He resolves that only his own strength can be trusted and returns home determined to grow stronger. Before training, he warns Pingu never to touch him no matter what happens. He orders the little guardian to keep everyone away while he begins a dangerous breakthrough. Minchio reflects that rising from an ordinary human to a master in 5 months is impressive, but no longer enough. Admitting he has grown complacent, he activates an extreme mana concentration state. He drives the process further by amplifying mana output to 10 times normal. His goal is simple and ruthless. Train harder until no enemy can corner him again. He wants the power to crush his enemies directly, no matter what schemes they use. More than anything, he longs for the overwhelming certainty he once felt while wielding Daimos the Gladiator. Pingu senses what he is about to attempt, and falls silent. Minchio commits to the gamble, believing his current foundation may finally let him survive it. He seeks a way to compensate for the physical limits that still hold his power back. That path, he decides, is transcendence, the first gateway beyond ordinary human limits. He begins the process of transcendence in earnest. To him, transcendence means rebuilding the body into a vessel capable of wielding greater power. He floods every part of himself with chaos energy, repeatedly tearing cells apart and regenerating them so they can hold more force. The process destroys and remakes his body while purging years of accumulated impurities. The transformation condenses into a blazing core of power within him. He understands that the limitless energy of his inner microcosm has always exceeded what his fragile human body could bear. So he pushes to transcendence as the first step toward becoming a being that can surpass mortality itself. Hours pass while he endures the Budo reconstruction. At last the storm subsides enough for him to breathe again. He realizes he has finally reached the arcane state he was seeking, and his body feels astonishingly light. The long-standing mismatch between his inner power and physical body has finally begun to close. Pingu reports that from a distance it looked as if Minchio were burning alive, but the guardian obeyed and never touched him. The next problem appears immediately when Pingu recoils from the foul stench pouring off him. Minchio finally notices the reek himself, and realizes the purification has expelled a mass of toxins. He understands the sludge around him as the residue of decades of harmful substances and dead cells cast out during reconstruction. Too disgusted to deal with it personally, he orders Einherjar to clean the mess. The summoned attendants respond with absurd enthusiasm and use magic to scrub the training ground spotless. With the mess gone, Minchio checks how much his body has changed. The results are staggering, with his physical stats leaping from ordinary master levels to far higher ranks in a single breakthrough. Seeing that jump, he decides he can now learn advanced martial arts that were previously beyond him, starting with the Imperial Sword form. Although his base spear archery swordsmanship is only level 4, he remembers that every form of the Imperial Sword is already engraved in his soul. He tries to recreate the technique from those memories, matching every movement and every flow of energy with precision. Watching from afar, his attendants are awed by the pressure radiating from him. His aura grows so oppressive that merely standing nearby feels crushing. The experiment succeeds, and he acquires the Imperial Sword form. He judges it weaker in raw might than the 7-star Divine Sword, but far more efficient and stable to use. The system then confirms he has also mastered the advanced stage of his spear archery swordsmanship. To his surprise, that mastery is inherited into the Imperial Sword form itself, advancing the form several ranks at once. He realizes for the first time that some advanced martial arts can absorb prior achievements to a kind of inheritance. The system visualizes that inheritance as his accumulated sword foundation merging into the new form. Minchio is delighted that the Imperial Sword form has become far stronger than expected. Encouraged, he spends the rest of the session acquiring several more martial techniques. Among them are Soul Origin Barrier Technique of 5-element unity, and Circle of Flames from Demonic Salma Blades. He continues chaining techniques together, testing how naturally they now answer his will. He also acquires the Heavenly Demon Sovereign Scroll, another major inheritance from the martial memories within him. The attendants sense that this new art is especially dangerous because it bends and dominates the surrounding space itself. Watching the dark aura rise around him, they can only wonder how far the Lord's strength will climb. Minchio notices that unlike 5-element unity, the Heavenly Demon Sovereign Scroll does not seem to inherit prior achievements. That name reminds him of the Heavenly Demon. He recalls the Heavenly Demon as the living god once worshipped by the entire demon sect. He is struck by the irony that he has learned the Heavenly Demon's martial arts here, and remembers the old claim that this figure transcended humanity, conquered the Dark Continent, and ascended like a god. That memory leads him to think about other absolute beings said to have attained enlightenment and departed to a so-called primordial realm. Yet he also remembers that while legends speak of paradise-like realms such as Elysium, no one has ever confirmed any true higher realm beyond the known dimensions. Unable to solve that mystery through speculation alone, he sets the question aside. What matters now is that this rebirth through transcendence has pushed him far beyond his previous limits and made martial techniques feel far more natural. With that confidence, he even starts considering testing his new strength against Fenrir, which immediately makes Pingu nervous. He dismisses the thought for now when his phone starts ringing. The caller is Cheon, who asks whether he has another job for them after the last gate incident. Minchio answers casually, not expecting bad news. Instead, Ji-yeon urgently tells him that something major has happened involving his younger sibling. The scene shifts to the Holy Dill branch where the news is unfolding. A Dild official stares in disbelief at the latest report. He reveals that John Ming-yin achieved perfect scores in every subject of the pre-hunter course, the first such result in the guild's history. With comprehension beyond any previous junior trainee, a senior woman concludes that accepting Minchio's request to place his sibling there was absolutely the right decision. She reflects that Minchio's recommendation was no empty favor, because Minjun's talent is every bit as monstrous as expected. Determined not to lose such a prospect, she asks when Minjun's hunter exam will be held. She is told that only the practical test remains before the preparation phase is complete. Minyin arrives for that final stage with calm confidence. She learns the practical test is simple in principle. Defeat the assigned opponent. When she asks if victory alone is enough, the examiner confirms it is, provided she can actually beat what they summon. A hologram lizard warrior appears, warring as a C-rank level threat meant to overwhelm ordinary trainees. Minyin faces the monster without freezing. The evaluators explain that even as a hologram, the creature's pressure is enough to paralyze most normal people, so her composure already stands out. Then the officials realize something unusual is happening. Minyin takes up a sword stance none of them recognize. The guild staff understand she is using the strongest technique she can show, and identify it as the Transcendent Sword. She unleashes the technique in a single overwhelming strike. The attack tears straight through the hologram monster before it can mount any real resistance. The blast continues past the target and detonates against the arena wall. When the light clears, a massive dash has been carved into the supposedly reinforced facility. Min-yoon is left staring at the damage in stunned disbelief. To smooth things over, Minchio personally visits the Holy Guild and offers to pay for repairs. But the guild treats the destruction as part of training rather than a complaint. He is almost more unsettled by their generosity, since he expected at least some protest after the havoc. Ji-yeon instead brushes it off as an educational accident, and seems delighted rather than upset. Meanwhile, Minyin looks mortified by the whole scene. Trying to escape the attention, she awkwardly asks her brother for permission to step away for a moment. As she retreats in embarrassment, Ji-yeon notes how tense the girl seems. Ji-yeon then turns to Minchio with a request. She bluntly asks that Minyin be raised within the Holy Guild, clearly eager to claim such a prodigy. Her enthusiasm only grows when she remembers that Minjun's strike pierced the building designed to withstand even A-class hunters. She insists Minchio pass her offer along clearly, making her recruitment intentions impossible to miss. Minchio is taken aback by how intense her reaction is, even though this is exactly the kind of interest he hoped his sister would attract. Later, he brings Minyin home, and she is immediately amazed by the scale of the place he now lives in. He downplays it by saying he has simply earned a fair amount of money, while she marvels that it is too large and luxurious for one person. Her teasing quickly drifts toward improper implications, and he shuts that down at once. Instead, he decides it is time to see what she has actually learned at the Holy Guild. He takes up a practice weapon and tells Minyoon they are going to test whether her training has truly sunk in. Minyoon warns her brother that he may regret dismissing her, but she still trusts the instructor's judgment that she has exceptional talent. Minchio brushes the warning aside and boasts that, as a Class A hunter, he has nothing to regret. Privately, he reminds himself to obey those above him and treat this spar as a serious test. He recalls that the sword marks on the Holy Guild building match the Transcendent Sword and decides this duel must confirm whether Minyoon is truly tied to the old hero. Minyoon refuses to be looked down on as just a younger sister, and launches a fierce opening attack that immediately forces him to acknowledge her speed and power. He notices that she can even manifest magical armor in an instant, confirming that her raw talent is extraordinary. Her instincts impress him just as much, because she attacks decisively without the slightest hesitation. He is struck by how boldly she fights despite having awakened only recently. Watching her fearless style and seeing that he remains unharmed, he starts to think she may be not just gifted but possibly descended from, or even reincarnated from, a hero. That possibility fascinates him enough to make him reveal one of Nanachi's techniques, Vigor of the Seven Suns. The sudden technique catches Minyoon off guard and leaves her rattled by how abruptly the pressure changed. She answers with aura bursts, trying to overwhelm him with a direct surge of force. He casually mocks the collateral damage she is causing, showing he still controls the pace of the fight. As her weapon is knocked away, he treats the exchange like a game and keeps provoking her. Minyoon charges in barehanded with aura fist, trying to prove she can still break through him. Minchio remains almost bored, making it clear her attack still has not reached him. Her empowered punches crash into resistance instead of his body, and she realizes she still cannot break his defense. Her frustrated scream carries the moment from confidence into desperation. Spent and gasping, Minyoon collapses, stunned by how completely she has been outclassed. Minchio approaches and asks if she is giving up, but she stubbornly insists she is only catching her breath. He points out that her body is already failing her, and she snaps that every muscle hurts, and she does not want him touching her. Calling her dramatic, he uses holy fire instead of sympathy. The spell eases her pain, and he explains that the soreness is simply the natural result of chasing him while taking repeated hits. As she recovers, he becomes even more convinced that her growth potential is immense and that, with proper guidance, she could surpass the previous hero. He turns the defeat into a lesson and asks her what she thinks went wrong, and she guesses that she lacks speed. He corrects her, saying the real mistake was trying to fight hand-to-hand without using her special abilities, even if his pressure kept her from drawing the sword properly. When she protests that he rushed her too quickly, he bluntly replies that she should have prevented him from closing in at all. Instead of sulking, Minyoung immediately asks him to show her how. He agrees that a physical demonstration would teach faster, even as he reflects on the irony of training someone who may be the reincarnation of the person who once killed him. He invites her to attack again while privately savoring the bitter irony of the situation. Minyoung powers up for another attempt, and warns him to brace himself this time. She mixes feints into her movement, and he praises the idea even while seeing through it. He decides that whether she is merely his sister or truly the old hero reborn, he will still train her. He punishes the flawed attack and tells her she still has far to go, making clear he would not teach her gently. Hurting but curious, Minyoung admits the result was not what she expected and demands to know how he read her movement. He explains that he tracks muscle motion and the flow of mana to predict direction before an attack fully forms. When she is amazed he could do that in such a brief instant, he tells her that fighting without reading an opponent is pointless. Realizing that even the strongest strike means nothing if it misses, she asks him to teach her that skill too. He jokes about whether she wants the lesson to be barehanded, and their argument briefly slips into sibling banter before he insists that terms must be clear. He proposes making a promise first, and Minyoung asks what kind of promise he means. He frames it as a pact bound by her name, signaling that he wants more than a casual verbal agreement. Then he reveals the real condition. No matter what happens, she must promise never to kill him. He presses the demand seriously and insists she stake her name on it. Minyoung is baffled by how grave he sounds and tells him to stop being vague and explain himself properly. He admits that the memory of the hero's sword piercing his heart still haunts him, so if he is going to raise another possible hero, he needs at least one safeguard. Seeing how serious he is, Minyoung stops treating the request like a joke. She finally agrees to the promise. He immediately turns it into a ritual, telling her to mark her thumb with blood. Minyoung formally identifies herself as John Minyoung, younger sister of John Michio, and begins the oath. She seals the vow by promising never to harm him. When she asks if that is enough, he confirms that the pact has been sealed. Satisfied that a name-bound pact will only grow stronger as she grows, he decides it is finally safe to begin real training. His first instruction shocks her when he tells her to take off her clothes, and she agrees before realizing what he actually said. The meaning hits her a second too late, and she freezes in disbelief. As she starts to react violently, he hurriedly explains that he only meant her mana pathways need to be exposed for proper instruction. Their shouting spills into the night as he desperately tries to correct the misunderstanding. Once the confusion is resolved, he begins the lesson by placing a hand on her back inside a magic circle. He tells her he will teach martial arts, a discipline outside this world's normal training system, which is why no instructor had shown it to her before. He starts with the heart law, explaining that he will pour his own energy into her so she can memorize the sensation. Minyoung quiets herself and focuses completely on what enters her body. He channels chaos energy through her back and guides it into a proper internal flow. The art he passes on is the Shaolin energy method called the classic of changes in muscle and tendon. He judges it a flawless ascendant martial art, with pure and stable energy that remains reliable in any situation. Its mastery hardens the body itself, strengthening skin, muscle, and bone until the practitioner becomes as solid as Vajra. He also realizes this method suits Minyoung perfectly because it matches her direct, close-range fighting style. Although such a technique would normally require deeper stricture, he has already integrated the principles enough that she should still be able to learn it. After showing her the route once, he tells her to reproduce the circulation on her own. He watches closely, knowing the path is now open and the real question is whether she can control mana through it. To his surprise, she grasps the entire flow in a single attempt, and he realizes her talent may even exceed Verde's. As the energy settles, Minyoung feels her senses sharpen and strength flood through her body, and she begins to understand what martial arts truly are. Thrilled, she immediately wants to spar again, while he reminds her to remember the reverse muscle channels before rushing ahead. Her excitement only grows, and he notes that her enthusiasm is overflowing. Several hours later, that enthusiasm leaves her utterly exhausted. Lying on the ground, she can only wonder how she failed to land even a single hit on him. He answers that he was never going to let a beginner in martial arts touch him so easily. Even so, he admits to himself that her progress genuinely surprised him. He reflects that the heart law does not improve weapon techniques directly, only physical ability and energy control, and yet she still managed to pressure him. Because he was already several moves ahead in reading muscles, mana, and intent, he should have dominated completely. Instead, there was a brief moment when her new state let her keep pace with him. He tells himself he never would have allowed a clean hit, but the fact that she followed his actions at all is remarkable. After only a few bouts, she has already grasped subtle combat principles, confirming again that her fighting talent is exceptional. He calls for Pindu to bring the exhausted girl something to drink. Minyoung quickly warms to the little Fenrir and fusses over him like a pet, offering him a drink in affection. Mincheol dryly notes how popular the Fenrir is with women, especially Ellie, before ordering Minyoung back to her feet as she is done resting. Minyoung protests that he is pretending to be busy for no reason and begs for a break, while even the Fenrir sides with her. He drops the pretense and orders her up with enough menace that she gives in immediately. Over the next several days, he oversees her training and teaches her the fundamentals of reading movement and controlling her body in combat. When he finally sends her back to the Sacred Guild lodging, she leaves vowing to train hard and beat him next time. He tells her to recover her latent abilities and keep training, confident that the basics are now firmly in place. With Minjun's training settled, he turns to the next unfinished matter. That next step leads him back toward the tower. Before leaving, he meets Ellie, who asks whether he saw his sister off and teases him for sounding unexpectedly worn out by her energy. He asks about the branch, and Ellie reports that business is thriving so much that the workload has become its own problem. She proudly says they are even preparing products under Hunter Mincheol's name, while he sees only embarrassment in becoming a brand. He then asks whether they have found the mysterious figure called Professor. The answer is no, and the situation is growing politically awkward because even the underworld hunters deny involvement, prompting the association to protest to heaven and pandemonium. Ellie downplays her own role as mere desk work, though she is clearly handling more than that. She correctly guesses that he is preparing to head back into the tower. He confirms her sharpness, and she reminds him that she knows him well enough to see it coming. Ellie says she still has one more gift for him, but only if he returns safely from this trip. He accepts the promise lightly, and tells her to have it wrapped for him. Afterward, he arranges for Heron to analyze the Chaos Magic Circle fragments to Ellie, and leaves the training grounds and other minor tasks in her care. With Rebirth, Minjun's training, and his outside obligations all handled, he finally clears his mind. Even the Interstellar Union matters are set aside for now. Having finished everything else, he is ready for the next climb. He resolves to ascend the tower once again. The 6th floor's trial centers on collecting precious ores buried in highest mountain, but only one ore can ultimately be kept. After checking the 5th floor information guild, he learns the 6th floor is a low danger ore collection trial, while the 7th floor beyond it becomes a far harsher survival challenge. Once inside, he sees that the basic condition is straightforward, though he senses there is a hidden complication. A hooded guide confirms that challengers are advised to join a community, or hire someone from the 5th floor before attempting the 6th alone. That warning convinces him the trial was originally designed for multiple participants. He studies the mine and realizes the route is a long descending tunnel where ores can be gathered the deeper one goes. A sudden disturbance warns him that something is moving within the walls. The tunnel erupts around him as the hidden threat breaks loose. He finds himself surrounded by monsters emerging from the stone itself, and immediately understands the mine is alive with ambushed predators. The creatures are modified corpses with mineralized bodies and solid mid-tier stats. Awakened by his presence, he notes that the Information Guild concealed dangers like these and only sold the bare minimum of intelligence. With enemies closing from both directions, he abandons any thought of retreat. Instead, he decides to cut a path forward and unleashes Imperial Sword Formation. His sword force tears to even their high defense, and he welcomes the easy stream of experience points. As he advances, the tunnel narrows and the environment itself becomes more oppressive. The next wave comes in the form of giant ants, likely the creatures that carved the tunnels. He shifts techniques and forms a horned spear from the Imperial sword. Then he chains it into a linked halberd formation, sweeping the ants aside with overwhelming force. The battle shakes the mountain itself as his attacks continue to carve through the mine. After clearing the area, he decides this method is far more efficient than ordinary gate hunting. He reaches a marked mine site and identifies it as Highest Mountain Mine 67B, a deposit of iron and copper. Seeing no one around, he wonders whether the site is communal and whether the trial expects challengers to mine directly from the wall. A system prompt confirms it, instructing him to touch the wall to begin extraction. He is briefly puzzled that no tools are needed, but follows the instruction anyway. The collection process begins on a timer, and he quickly realizes why parties were recommended. While mining, he notices another tunnel opening nearby and understands other challengers can stumble onto the same site. Soon a mixed group of challengers arrives, including elves and a burly warrior, proving that encounters with rivals are part of the trial's pressure. They pause to assess him and their own equipment rather than attack immediately. The burly man bluntly asks if Mincheol is really attempting the 6th floor alone and mocks his build for trying it. Another member asks whether that means even strong challengers should be cautious here. But the burly man boasts that a righteous warrior like him has nothing to fear. His calmer companion cuts him off and urges the group to move on and rest instead of picking a pointless fight. The loud warrior flops down complaining that he is too tired to move, and Mincheol dismisses the chatter as useless noise. Still, he wonders whether their presence is genuine goodwill or some hidden scheme to exploit him while he mines. The warrior's relaxed grin only makes the possibility of an ulterior motive harder to dismiss. Since he cannot know their intent, he tests the system and learns that if he lets go of the wall, time freezes on the mining process. When the extraction completes, he receives 17.5 kilograms of iron ore and learns that trying to mine more in the same site would erase the currently registered hull. He concludes that each mine has a strict limit and that the site will only reactivate after a full day, making the trial seem deceptively easy on the surface. The burly challenger advises him not to get greedy if he came alone and to head back up once he has secured something. Mincheol immediately infers the real rule: the deeper one descends, the better the ore quality becomes. The group confirms that this is exactly how the sixth floor works. They part on neutral terms, saying they may meet again if fate allows, and Mincheol watches them descend deeper. He finally understands that the trial is only easy if one settles for a passing result, while real rewards demand accepting real danger. Deciding to pursue the high-risk, high-return path, he summons his armored subordinate and entrusts his back to him as he prepares to go deeper. With that support in place, he gives in to greed and advances further into the mine. He begins by drawing on a martial art born from being bound in chains, preparing himself for the descent ahead. The narration explains that Wu Yun, a demon cult martial arts master, once endured long imprisonment in heavenly dwelling. There, iron chains locked down his entire body so completely that even the slightest movement was impossible. Unable to train physically, Wu Hyun refined martial arts entirely in his mind until he found a way to turn restraint itself into technique. By reversing the concept of chains that bind, he created Gold or a Skybreaker craft, a style that manipulates chain force outward. The protagonist judges that his old flashing knife technique is poorly suited for the modified corpses and ants waiting deeper below. He also rules out his flame-based art because the cave's tight spaces make it too dangerous and inefficient. So he settles on Gold or a Skybreaker craft, testing the chain style despite the stiffness of a newly learned method. Before moving on, he confirms with the knight that no enemies interfered while he was training, and the answer is no. Satisfied, he decides to push farther down and asks the knight to help him try a different approach from before. A modified corpse appears, but he dismisses lesser prey and focuses on finding the true target. He launches his chain-based power immediately, cutting through the threat with a direct burst of force. Treating the enemy as a distraction, he clears it aside and presses toward what he really came for. The knight seals off the rear and warns anything behind them not to hinder their lord's advance. With the pass secured, the protagonist realizes that continuing like this should eventually take them to the lowest floor. As they descend, they encounter a wider mix of monsters, including soldier ants and modified corpses. He notes that the deeper they go, the more varied the monsters become. Rather than feeling threatened, he sees these stronger encounters as valuable experience that will raise his trial score. He recalls that the trial rewards rare ore, and that deeper levels tend to contain better materials and higher evaluations. Driven by that, he resolves to reach the lowest level and pass without standing marks while the knight scorns the others as fools. A system warning announces that the depths dull the senses, and he realizes the mountain itself is interfering with perception. Watching from behind, the knight decides he must use a chaos shield to block the sensory disruption. Just as the protagonist expects another mine to appear, a guard suddenly blocks him and orders him to stop. He pauses, immediately suspicious of the interruption. The guard declares this area part of the henna and forbids mining, making the protagonist suspect he has run into a demon clan's claim. The explanation confirms it. Gehenna belongs exclusively to descendants of Pandemonium, and trespassers can be killed, while the knight judges the guard to be a newly ascended demon. Although the knight is ready to cut the guard down, the protagonist avoids needless conflict and steps aside for the moment because the demon is technically one of their own side. Then he notices a system prompt identifying Mithril, and he realizes the troops are stationed here to monopolize a rare resource. The knight explains that Mithril is unusually hard to obtain in lower dimensions, making the community's greed understandable. As he keeps moving and fighting, the protagonist worries that if deeper mines hold even rarer ore, all such sites may already be controlled by the great communities. That possibility strikes him as a serious obstacle, but something nearby suddenly catches his attention. He discovers what looks like a freshly dug tunnel, and the knight confirms that someone seems to have opened it recently. Seeing a route no one else appears to be using, he wonders whether it is a hidden chance or a trap. He decides the only way to know is to investigate it himself. He slips into the new passage and approaches a cavern where figures are already clashing in the distance. Using invisibility to scout, he realizes the presence he sensed was not challengers but monsters engaged in combat. The scene surprises him. Ants and modified corpses are fighting each other instead of attacking intruders. He quickly reads the battle, concluding the ants are losing and that the crystal spirits are the key targets to seize before the fight ends. Before he can act cleanly, the crystal spirits let out a shriek and trigger a violent self-destruction. The blast tears through the battlefield, and he is left protesting that his prey just destroyed itself before he could claim it. Frustrated, he charges in anyway, furious that the monsters are wasting what he sees as his hard-earned experience points. He tries to finish off the remaining enemies with his own hands before they can die off on their own. One surviving ant suddenly reacts as if it has noticed something unexpected. When the dust settles, he finds the cleanup complete and turns his attention to the ants, only for something to vanish with a strange poof. He stops in confusion, realizing an unseen presence may have just disappeared right in front of him. As he wonders whether someone entered before him, A tiny voice answers that it was the one who vanished. A small pink ant-like being appears dramatically, delighted that they have finally met face to face. The protagonist stares at the bizarre creature in disbelief and asks if it is really the one speaking. While it cheerfully confirms it, he questions his own sanity, wondering whether the whole encounter is some kind of hallucination. The creature introduces itself as Poof, thanks him for the rescue, and claims to be the humble servant of a white horse-riding prince from another world, leaving him stunned by the mention of a prince. The ant princess teasingly reveals that even she may be reacting to the prince's passive charm, making him suspect his attraction ability is affecting her too. When even a servant ant starts fawning over him, he regrets leaving that charm effect active inside the tower. Cece explains that her mother, the long-lived ant queen, resents her for talents that surpass even her own. She adds that the queen trapped her on this level during battle and begs the prince to help her escape. A hidden quest appears: help Princess Cece steal adamantium from the heart of the Ant Empire, keep her alive, and escape highest mountain for a huge reward. The prince is stunned that the tower is offering a hidden quest with adamantium as the prize. He immediately recalls that adamantium is an extremely rare mineral on par with the legendary metals he already knows. Unlike orichalcum's fame for toughness, adamantium's value lies elsewhere. He realizes its exceptional mana sensitivity would let him craft far better equipment. More importantly, it could hold powerful magical circuits. Deciding the reward is worth the risk, he agrees to help Cece escape, and she treats him like a heroic rescuer. The quest formally begins, warning that if Cece dies the mission fails, the Ant Empire becomes hostile, and ants across the floor will pursue him. Cece asks him to drop the formalities and call her by name, blushing as her attachment to him deepens. Guided by Cece's telepathy, they slip through the tangled tunnels while avoiding direct clashes with passing ants. Cece proudly shows off her authority over the colony, though to him she still seems more adorable than commanding. Whenever crystal spirits block the way, he clears them out as they continue deeper. Cece becomes even more infatuated by his strength, while he quietly wishes she would stop calling him prince so earnestly. As they descend into the depths of highest mountain, the tower's sensory dulling intensifies and he has to spend more energy resisting it. He asks whether Cece is suffering from the same suppression, but she does not even understand what he means. He realizes the ants are unaffected by the force penalty, making the environment unfairly favorable to them, though Cece notes that reaching this depth is already exceptional for most challengers. When he asks whether many challengers have ever come this far, Cece recalls that a few did meet her mother. Her idea of mercy was simply threatening those challengers with an electric saw until they talked. Because the Ant Empire had successors ready even if the queen died, those outside groups chose negotiation over conquest, and secured the mine peacefully. When he asks how much farther remains, Cece announces that they have finally arrived. She shows him the treasure room, explaining that it stores the queen's valuables and that she needs both adamantium and royal jelly to build her own power base. Telepathy would not easily sway the guards, because they are the queen's direct bodyguards. Seeing that the guards are formidable, he prepares a different approach. He decides to turn the enemy into assets by using his immortality crystal, even though the curse weakens each target's stats. The first guard is bound and marked before it can properly react. The crystal's effect completes in a flash. The target dies, his understanding of death increases, and his immortality points rise as the system searches for a new host. Accepting the stat penalty as manageable, he reshapes his weapon for close combat. Since he cannot convert several enemies at once, he resolves to kill them one by one and add them to his forces. The surviving guards cry out, likely summoning reinforcements, but he stays calm. He treats the alarm as an opportunity rather than a setback. Using the dead guard's lifetime abilities, he resurrects it as an immortal knight, and sees the fight as a chance to expand his army. He orders his new undead soldiers to charge the remaining guards. As his troops cut them down, he plans to revive each defeated guard in turn. The battle leaves broken weapons and bodies scattered across the floor. After checking his immortality point limit, he concludes he can only create a few more warriors for now. Cece is dazzled by his power, and rushes ahead in excitement, forcing him to ask where she is going. She stops him at the door and explains that the treasure room has a dual lock that will take about an hour to open. He immediately understands that waiting there will be dangerous, so he orders his immortal soldiers to seal the entrance and hold the line while the lock opens. An hour later, the mechanism finally finishes unlocking. The treasure room begins to open, and Cece can barely contain herself. He steps inside with a greedy smile, ready to see how much wealth the queen has stored away. Cece quickly spots the first prize. It is the adamantium they came for. She also finds the royal jelly she needs. Overcome by excitement, Cece decides to take everything she can. The prince notices that the room contains far more treasure than just the quest items. When he asks about taking other valuables, Cece confirms that as the rightful heir she can inherit her mother's lineage and possessions. Hearing that, he upgrades his storage space and resolves to loot as much as possible. Both of them give in to pure greed and agree that more money is always better. Cece enthusiastically sweeps up treasure, while still invoking the queen's authority to justify it. Once they have taken all they can carry, he asks whether she has everything she needs. With the looting done, he turns his attention back to escaping. Before they can leave, one of his immortal knights is suddenly struck down. a far stronger Ant guard appears, acting in the queen's name and vowing to kill anyone who disturbs her peace. The prince sees that this monster surpasses his immortal knight, and even uses aura, while Cece panics at the arrival of her mother's true guard. She explains that these elite soldiers were created after the queen study human challengers, which is why they fight like human warriors and wield aura. He admits the enemy is stronger than expected, but not unbeatable. When the guard attacks with aura, he calmly reveals that such power does not work on him. The guard is shocked to discover a power that can neutralize aura entirely. Cece praises him again, and he tells her to hold on because the battle is about to become a long one. He orders his undead troops to block the enemy's path while he maneuvers. Realizing that hundreds of royal guards without terrain penalties would make any deeper assault impossible, he decides they must escape before the full force arrives. Even the ordinary guards are confused that the treasure room is being defended here instead of the deeper areas. He takes that as proof that the queen is already feeling pressured by their raid and starts using paralysis attacks to exploit it. The immortal knights are destroyed one after another under the guard's overwhelming strength. With all his undead escorts gone, he keeps running while calculating the remaining distance. Their planned route is suddenly blocked by collapsed rock, and Cece confirms it was the correct path. He asks for another route, and she says there is a detour even though they were almost out. Rather than panic, he reassures her with a saying from his own world. He declares that whichever way he chooses becomes the right path and uses infiltration scope to blast through the obstruction himself. The wall explodes open under his force. Cece is once again awestruck by the prince who keeps rescuing her. As they near the summit, she asks whether he will still support her after she establishes a new hierarchy. For the moment, at least, they manage to reach the upper area without being captured. Then his enhanced senses suddenly detect a new threat. A barrage of fire crashes down on them, and Cece cries out for him. Three cloaked figures emerge behind the flames, revealing that outside challengers have found them. The newcomers identify him as the one doing the hidden quest, and judge him to be more skilled than expected. They are surprised to find that he survived their opening attack. He realizes they somehow knew about his hidden quest, and immediately recognizes them as a serious complication. One of the cloaked men casually admits he must have received a quest too and asks to inspect the princes. The prince refuses to answer and stays silent. The truth is revealed. The queen issued a sub-quest to other challengers, ordering them to catch the thieves, recover the treasure, and capture or kill Princess Cece. He wonders whether the queen created the quest to control Cece, or whether the theft itself pushed her into retaliation. Cece, realizing how dire the situation has become, tells him to abandon her and save himself, but he is baffled by her sudden despair. She recognizes the attackers' robes as those of the Mobius clan, challengers who have a contract with her mother. She warns that the Mobius community is one of the 7 great communities and backed by archmages, making them far more dangerous than ordinary newcomers. Her fear turns into a strange hope that her mother may actually be worried enough about her to mobilize such forces. The mention of archmages reminds him of what he learned earlier. They are among the 7 supreme magicians who pursue transcendence. Even so, he refuses to be intimidated. When Cece still hesitates, he asks whether she really thinks he would run away and leave her. He dismisses the Mobius disciples as pests, and decides to fight instead of flee. The disciples answer by trapping the area inside a barrier that blocks entry and communication, warning him to value his life. He crouches to move, already reading the barrier's weakness. He points out that the barrier also prevents them from sending messages, turning their trap into a prison for both sides. The disciples realize too late that he is not just a mage, but a dangerous martial fighter, and his presence weakens them further. He boosts his own combat power and cuts into their attacks with Dark Star's horn spear. Confidently taking control of the exchange, he mocks their arrogance. Then he unleashes overwhelming authority, crushing the weaker disciples and reducing all their attributes at once. One disciple, enraged and humiliated, decides to reveal his true strength. He summons an ice golem and a storm bird, escalating the battle into a full magical assault. The prince responds by calling for another ally to join the field. He activates the Radiance armor. At his command, Radiant allies answer him and move to handle the summoned beasts. His angelic and armored companions immediately clash with the storm bird and ice golem. Watching them hold the line, he calmly evaluates the situation. He reasons that Radiant aura, the opposite of magic, is why his side can counter the summons so effectively, and expects the storm bird to be available again soon if needed. The ice golem proves tougher and would take longer to bring down. He tries to buy himself a brief moment to recover energy. But activating hyper-perception, he senses a terrifying life force approaching from behind. He instantly shoves Cece back and invokes Supreme Being to meet the threat. A powerful strike lands against his defense, revealing a far stronger enemy than the others. He recognizes this life force as even more dangerous than the monstrous foe he once faced underground. The new enemy condemns the thieves for refusing to acknowledge the burden they carry, speaking with the authority of a parent rather than a guard. Cece hears that voice and realizes in shock that her mother herself has arrived. Though the form is different, Cece confirms that the aura is unmistakably the queen's. The queen, now using overwhelming power through this body, charges straight to her own royal guards. She declares that the prince corrupted her daughter with dangerous ideas and that she will personally kill Cece to correct it. The prince dryly notes that this is extremely inconvenient for him. He steps forward anyway, choosing not to retreat. Before he can act, Cece stops him and insists that this fight should be left to her. She admits the queen is strong but says she has a hidden card to play. Cece unleashes a violent surge of power and begins transforming. She forces an upgrade upon herself, evolving into a far more dangerous form. Her body rapidly reshapes under the power-up. The transformation continues, hardening her into a true combatant. Now fully evolved, she launches herself at the queen with blinding speed. Cece takes responsibility for confronting her mother and orders the prince to finish off the challengers. The queen accepts the duel and vows to beat the stubbornness out of her daughter. Watching Cece hold her own, the prince admits her abilities were real and that she has finally become strong enough to face the queen. He tells her to endure a little longer and promises to return once he has dealt with the others. Turning back to the battlefield, he binds the ice golem and decides he must eliminate the wizards quickly before confronting the queen himself. Just as he moves, a strange fog begins spreading through the area. He realizes it is no ordinary mist but a degrading fog meant to weaken transplanted or summoned beings, suggesting the disciples were preparing a final measure. One disciple admits they had heard he was only a rookie on the 6th floor, but now recognizes that his power exceeds all expectations. Because they cannot survive otherwise, the Mobius disciples decide to exploit that power rather than keep fighting normally. They conclude that with the barrier trapping everyone inside, they may die unless they gamble on a desperate spell. So they begin a dangerous ritual, determined to settle everything in this sealed battlefield. The tower system detects an external divine force intruding into the tower. Even while fighting, the prince is startled that a godlike being from outside is entering the floor. The system warns that unless an administrator intervenes, the divine presence would be automatically expelled in 10 minutes. The ritual succeeds, and a thunder god manifests to a human vessel, introducing himself as Thor. The prince quickly infers that this is a lineage-based summoning that lets someone host the god of thunder within their body. Rather than fear the arrival, he judges Thor's spiritual presence to be genuinely godlike and finds the challenge thrilling. The black-clad challenger meets the divine holder's power head-on, declaring that his opponent is only imitating true divinity, as he raises a moon-like sword reinforced by celestial harmony. The blonde godlike warrior answers with amused contempt, clearly intrigued rather than threatened. He unleashes a lightning-charged strike meant to force the mortal to recognize the gap in their power. The challenger braces and swings back through the blast instead of retreating. Purple force and divine lightning collide violently, turning the exchange into a direct contest of endurance. As the pressure bears down on him, the challenger realizes this is no ordinary lightning but divine power too dense to stop by physical strength alone. Seeing him endure it, the divine holder grows more interested and acknowledges that a mortal surviving such a blow is remarkable. The challenger admits the enemy is only using a fragment of his true authority, yet even that fragment already exceeds what the vessel can currently sustain. He judges that at this rate the divine holder will burn out before long, and decides to act on that weakness. A restorative blessing suddenly activates around the blonde warrior, washing away injuries and restoring his vitality before collapse can set in. The challenger immediately responds by binding the area with purple chains to interfere with that recovery. The divine holder accepts the restraint as a form of punishment, and remains suspended within the radiant power. He mocks the idea that a fallen descendant could truly borrow divine authority against him. In answer, the challenger calmly expands a demonic domain meant to impose overwhelming control over the battlefield. Within that setup, spectral green blades begin to manifest as part of a larger trap. He completes a forbidden isolation technique, sealing the divine holder inside a storm of converging green weapons. The blonde warrior dismisses it as a cheap trick and assumes all the preparation will amount to nothing. That confidence breaks the instant he senses the true nature of what is surrounding him. As the green force closes in, he recoils in confusion, unable to make sense of the technique. The challenger reveals that he embedded Jormungand's poison into the trap specifically for this opponent. He explains that the attack is a recreation of an old myth rather than a random poison strike. He invokes the legend of Ragnarok, the war in which gods were overthrown, framing his technique as a reenactment of that divine downfall. He notes that even on Earth that war is remembered, emphasizing how fitting the parallel is. According to the myth, a god struck by Jormungand's venom could only stagger a few steps before dying, and he has forced the divine holder into that same fate. He adds that the man would not truly die because other gods once intervened to preserve him, but the suffering of that rebirth remains. Holding his blade steady, the challenger asks how it feels to face those flames of rebirth again to Jormungand's venom. The blonde warrior refuses to be cowed and rises with his hammer, laughing off the attempt. He launches a furious counterattack, insisting the challenger is still just a mortal and treating the resistance as insolence from a lower being. The challenger weathers the assault and observes that the vessel's strength is already fading as the venom spreads. The divine holder is shaken by the impossible reality that his power is failing. The challenger cuts to the exchange with cool confidence, and dismisses the counterattack as the best the vessel can do. Watching from the sidelines, the hooded followers are horrified that Albus, a divine being, is being beaten by someone they consider far beneath him. Their shock turns into fanatic rage, and they rush in to avenge their lord. The challenger notes that the barrier prevents his easy escape, then silently prepares to deal with them instead. A system message confirms his victory over the Supreme Divine Holder, awarding a large amount of experience and spoils. He credits the win to Jormungand's coat, recognizing that the borrowed artifact made the impossible possible. He reflects that obtaining the coat earlier in the tower was crucial, because it let him harness anti-god power at the decisive moment. He also remembers the other tools and sacrifices that helped create the opening, satisfied that his preparations have paid off. With the Mobius faction handled, he turns his attention to what remains on the battlefield. He starts to identify the final loose end when a new disturbance erupts nearby. A red insect-like figure crashes into the scene, interrupting his thoughts. The battered creature writhes in pain as purple energy crackles through its body. It reveals itself as his own creation, admits he has pushed it hard, and warns that it is nearing its limit. Even so, the creature refuses to give up and insists the fight is not over. A new voice praises Chaisha for holding out, signaling the arrival of another presence behind the creature. The challenger instantly recognizes the voice and reacts in alarm as red force sweeps across the area. The unseen speaker taunts him for expecting someone else, while a warning follows that the next opponent is the Queen's strengthened royal guard ant, even more dangerous than before. The empowered ant attacks at once, and the challenger moves to eliminate it in a single exchange. He cuts the ant down, but its screams sound unnervingly real for something that should be only his own construct. The small ant form explains that in its divine state it experiences every pain directly, leading the challenger to dryly acknowledge the implication. Realizing his mother has likely already collapsed from the shock, the insect princess accepts the situation and prepares to move on. She urges an immediate retreat from the floor, and the man agrees without delay. As they leave, the tower rewards him for the hidden quest Exodus, converting his stored iron into 30 kilograms of adamantium, and granting a huge amount of points. He notes that the tower treated the adamantium as mined ore, while the princess, distracted by his summoned knights, marvels at them instead. The angelic soldiers probably frame themselves as her protectors, and he has to stop the princess from getting carried away by their flattery. He decides his next destination is the 7th floor and asks whether she intends to come alone. The princess immediately pledges to follow him, making clear she now sees him as her prince. A new hidden quest appears, revealing that helping the princess escape established him as master of a newly formed ant empire, and now requires him to secure her survival on the 7th floor for 28 days. He chooses to accept the trial and heads for the next floor, while the princess entrusts herself completely to him. Upon entering, the tower also records his 6th floor mining achievement in its history and awards him even more points for obtaining adamantium. With the treasure room loot added in, he recognizes the expedition as a major success, and the princess happily credits him for it. The scene shifts to the dimensional island fortress that serves as the tower's 45th floor. There, a robed elder studies a plaque of engraved names and traces the markings with concern. He confirms that 3 red rank apprentice wizards have died. By examining the traces left behind, he determines they had been on the 6th floor during a mithril mining expedition at Highest Mountain and suspects outside interference. When his subordinate asks whether to send investigators, the elder immediately approves. He stresses that the 6th floor is a protected no-combat zone maintained by agreement among all 7 communities because of its rare mineral value, making any tampering deeply alarming. Because the atmosphere is troubling, he orders that a disciple from the 4th tier be dispatched. The subordinate accepts the mission and vows to pursue the truth. The elder echoes that commitment, showing this matter has become a serious institutional concern. As the subordinate departs to a portal, the investigation begins under the banner of uncovering the truth. On the 7th floor, the man and the princess arrive in a brutally hot jungle, where the tower announces a quest to survive for 28 days in a world of violence without rules. He quickly recognizes the place as resembling the deadly Cat-Shan dimension and realizes the survival trial will be far harsher than it first sounded. The system piles on severe heat and exhaustion effects, and he recalls that this dimension is infamous for monstrous wildlife that can kill even higher dimensional beings. He judges that surviving alone would be manageable, but protecting the princess will make the ordeal much harder. A second problem appears when he discovers the tower is interfering with his belongings. The system informs him that food brought from outside the 7th floor cannot be properly consumed or provide nourishment here, running his original plan. Seeing his stored food and water reduced to useless matter, he concludes they will have to live entirely off the land for the duration of the trial. Accepting that, he summons his Einherjar to compensate for the new danger. He orders the winged soldiers to scout the surrounding terrain and identify local creatures, and they obey at once. The princess is thrilled by the knight's loyalty, while he warns that too much nonsense will make maintaining the summons difficult. When he asks where she plans to settle, she admits she has not thought that far ahead and will start figuring it out now. He expected as much and decides to handle the overwhelming list of problems one step at a time. His first priority becomes securing a livable base, and his past experience surviving in the Cat-Shan dimension keeps him calm. Using information from his earlier survival, he questions the princess about a fruit-bearing tree and whether it is dangerous. As he moves in to inspect it, he tells her to watch carefully, sensing something unusual. The moment he reaches for it, the tree suddenly dodges, exposing itself as a predator rather than a plant. The princess is startled as the disguised creature lashes out. It tries to seize him by surprise, and she warns him that he is in danger. He counters instantly with Taisen martial arts, using Dark Star Ignis teeth to hack into the attacker. The princess, still trying to process what she is seeing, can only describe the trees as making monster noises. He follows through with a violent finishing strike that tears the creature apart. After cutting it down, he dryly notes that axes are ideal tools for dealing with tree monsters. He explains that these creatures bait prey with nutrient-rich fruit and then attack with their roots once someone approaches. Holding the severed fruit, he warns the princess that this jungle is filled with organisms like that, so every part of the ecosystem is hostile. Shaken but obedient, she accepts his lesson and resolves to follow his instructions. Their scouting party returns just as he finishes the demonstration, confirming the timing worked out well. The Einherjar gather around their temporary resting spot to deliver the results of their perimeter search. One scout reports that the region is so vast its full width cannot be estimated, though it appears at least 3 times wider than the gate used by the behemoth. The princess adds that a mountain and river lie nearby, but the mountain rising to roughly 300 meters, giving them their first useful landmarks. He judges that a nearby mountain about 300 meters away would be the best place to watch the surrounding area. He decides the group should head toward the mountain first. Before they can settle in, a huge creature announces itself with a violent roar. He realizes they have stepped into an Io bear's territory and treats the encounter as a manageable interruption. He quickly assesses the beast's abilities and confirms it is powerful but not exceptional. Comparing it to the monsters from the tower's trials, he concludes that creatures emerging here are lesser copies of the originals. With that understanding, he cuts the bear down without much difficulty. She immediately shifts from danger to appetite, and asks that the carcass be brought along as food. With the thread removed, he starts thinking beyond survival and sees this spot as a possible base. The ants are assigned the practical work of building that base. An angelic subordinate warns that 4 Einherjars may be too few to secure the perimeter properly. He pauses the preparations, sensing there is something more important to handle first. He reflects that he had already planted immortality crystals on nearby monsters to create new immortal forces. By hunting those monsters around the base, he continues expanding that plan. The system confirms a new host has been found. His understanding of death has deepened, and his immortal points increase. Pleased, he notes that he can now create a new class of immortal warriors. Only after finishing that work does he finally let himself rest by a fire. He and she settle down to eat, both openly looking forward to the meal. He admits that although the rainbow's blessing has eased his fatigue, it has done nothing to reduce his hunger. With newly created warriors now guarding the perimeter, he finally feels he can relax a little. Elsewhere, a 4-person challenger party approaches to the jungle, armed and confident. Just as he is about to enjoy the food, the moment is interrupted. A system alert reports that one of his immortal warriors has been destroyed, ruining his brief peace. Annoyed but composed, he decides to deal with the problem after eating. Seeing the remains, he wonders whether the 7th floor also contains monsters like this and dismisses them as no real challenge. The intruders are startled to discover someone already established in such a vast place. He confronts them directly and asks why a mixed-race party of challengers is climbing the mountain. They answer with condescension, assuming he is an inexperienced rival and insisting they have no interest in comparing strength. He reads their evasiveness as proof that avoiding conflict would get him nowhere. His attention sharpens as he prepares to force the issue. He unleashes the steps of Heavenly Demon Lord, crushing the party under overwhelming pressure before they can resist. While one of them struggles under the force, he calmly demands details about the supplies they mentioned earlier. He makes it clear that if they refuse to talk, he would continue the conversation to violence. The threat is followed by swift action, ending the confrontation almost immediately. He returns to Cap as if from a brief errand and announces himself to Sheesh. He tells her their plan has changed because they cannot remain here much longer. According to the information he extracted, this area will sink within a few days. He recalls that he killed 3 challengers and used charm on the surviving woman to pull out everything she knew. Under that control, she explains what the supplies are. She reveals that supply boxes contain survival items and that challengers are following signals from fallen boxes as part of a subquest. She also explains that outer regions of the 7th floor periodically sink and then resurface, unlike the central area. Even after hearing that, he refuses to rush and insists they still have time. He decides they will finish eating before moving, treating the danger as secondary to the meal. The meal proves worthwhile, and he happily notes that Io bear is considered a Kat-chan delicacy. The angel suddenly notices something descending from the sky. A supply box drops nearby under a parachute, confirming the woman's story. He immediately identifies it as the supply box they had been told about. Opening it, he learns the 7th floor subquest rewards challengers for collecting as many randomly distributed supply boxes as possible, so he stores the contents away. He realizes the floor's challenge is not just survival but competition over limited boxes that appear only at intervals. That insight is confirmed at once when another group ambushes a challenger and mocks him for chasing supplied boxes without realizing his life is already in danger. As he advanced to the jungle, he treated hostile challengers as disposable threats and dismissed their pleas, convinced that weak invaders from Earth had no right to survive. While pushing toward the central area, He methodically gathered every supply box he found to strengthen his position for what lay ahead. He reflected that throughout the journey, most challengers had attacked outright instead of trying to negotiate. Those who begged for mercy afterward gained nothing, because by then he had already decided they were too dangerous to spare. He made that logic explicit, binding an enemy in chains as he declared that leaving loose ends behind was unacceptable. Even if he spared them now, he believed they would betray him later, so he chose extermination over mercy. He continued on with grim resolve, telling himself that in this lawless zone, survival depended on refusing complacency and showing no hesitation. After days of relentless travel, his march finally brought him to a new stage of the jungle. He and his insect companion at last entered the central region of the Katachan jungle, and the change in the environment was immediately obvious. The companion sensed that the area was overflowing with earth energy, confirming they had reached a far richer and more dangerous zone. He reasoned that because this was the only part of the floor untouched by the flood, every challenger would be drawn here, and he briefly considered assigning extra protection to his companion. That thought was interrupted when a winged subordinate rushed in with a warning that something was rapidly approaching his location. Remaining calm, he immediately demanded identification of the enemy rather than wasting time on panic. The scout could only report that the attacker was extremely fast and hidden by the brush, making it nearly impossible to track from above. A skeletal beast burst from the foliage and charged straight at him with a feral scream. He met the ambush without alarm, summoning dark star earth chains and judging the attacker fast but not truly threatening. He proved it by pinning the creature down almost instantly, overpowering it before it could do meaningful damage. Once he had it restrained, he studied it more carefully and realized there was something unnatural about it. He identified it as a dragon-toothed spy, an artificial construct made from dragon fangs, which meant a dragon-related force was active in the jungle. He further concluded that this one was cruelly made, and that a properly crafted version might have posed at least some challenge. Before he could finish that thought, his hypersense activated on its own, warning him of a far greater threat arriving too quickly to ignore. He realized the incoming attack was moving at a speed beyond what he had consciously perceived, confirming that a powerful opponent had entered the scene. A lightning-fast strike descended from above, forcing him to react instantly as the hidden assailant closed the distance. The blow landed with overwhelming force, revealing that the newcomer had poured far more energy than normal into the attack. He endured the hit but recognized at once that this was no ordinary ambush, and that the attacker was stronger than expected. The newcomer, seeing him survive, was briefly stunned by the result. As the dust settled, he looked up from the subdued construct and realized he recognized the man who had just attacked him. He identified the blonde challenger as Dion Minchel, and the surprise of meeting him here changed the encounter from a fight into a tense reunion. He remembered Dion as a first-floor trial challenger tied to Lord Goldrian, a figure who had carried the bearing of an emperor, making his appearance here deeply significant. He admitted that he had not expected to run into Dion in this place. Using the Eye of Truth, he confirmed the man was Lord Goldrian, a draconian whose true abilities still could not be fully read, proving he remained on the same level as Fenrir. Laud noted that he too had undergone transformations but still had far to go, while the other man coolly replied that his own delay had its reasons. He then asked directly how much stronger Laud had become since they last met, downplaying his own expectations. Laud answered with unusual respect, saying no challenger he had faced had grown as quickly as this in such a short time, and asked how many opponents he had already overcome. When he described the scale of his progress, Laud judged it exceptional even by the standards of the 7 rising stars and took satisfaction in seeing that his earlier assessment had been correct. The conversation turned to the dragon-tooth construct, and Laud confirmed that the Dragon Legion in the area was his own creation, made during the trials to occupy himself. With formal hostility fading, Laud proposed that they continue talking at his residence instead. He initially declined, unwilling to be sidetracked now that he had only just entered the central area. He explained that he still had too much to do, including securing a proper safe zone before anything else. Privately, he also worried that accepting Laud's help too easily would create a debt and undermine the equal footing between them that had been established before. Laud warned that this refusal might interfere with a larger matter, hinting that the issue was tied to the central area's coming conflict. Realizing the topic concerned the 7th floor trial and the struggle over the central region, he decided he could not ignore it. He relented and followed Laud, accepting that this conversation had become strategically important. Laud led him to his residence on the 7th floor, a place called the Dragon Lair, where even a lake had been secured within his domain. At the lair, the dense flow of mana made clear that Laud had built his base in an exceptionally powerful location. Their talk briefly returned to the companion from the 6th floor, and Laud remarked that the creature he was raising had become unusually interesting. Setting that aside, Laud moved them into a more serious discussion and prepared to explain what he had hinted at earlier. He reminded his guests that he had previously mentioned both Dion and another matter, then revealed that challengers were actively trying to seize the central area. The other man pointed out that ordinary challengers should not dare invade Laud's territory, implying that only unusual circumstances could explain such a move. Laud agreed, but explained that once the trial ended tomorrow and everyone advanced to the next level, those restraints would disappear. making the struggle over the central area imminent. As they move to the jungle, the blonde man explains that the local powers have been avoiding open conflict while waiting to grow stronger. The black-haired listener quietly studies that explanation and keeps his attention on the situation. They identify markings on equipment that trace back to a group called the Cloud Twin Community, introducing a new faction into the picture. Their host admits he knows little about that group, but warns that once his guest leaves, enemies will immediately move in on this area. Even so, he treats their meeting as a fortunate one, leaving the black-haired man unsure what he is leading up to. The blonde man reveals his answer by entrusting his territory and its guardian to the visitor, saying everything here will fall apart once he departs anyway. Stunned, the black-haired man realizes the creature is being handed over as both a gift and an apology for the earlier attack. The blonde man adds that his spare supply crates are useless to him now and offers those as well, while the other man accepts the debt between them. Seeing this generosity, the black-haired man concludes that Lao is genuinely a decent person. He decides to accept the offer wholeheartedly. Elsewhere, a blue-haired observer activates clairvoyance to check the region from afar. Through that surveillance, he notices someone has entered the Golden Brothers' territory. Back in the jungle, the black-haired man chooses to spend the remaining time sparring with Lao. He is especially interested because Lao is strong enough to evade his eyes of truth, making him a rare and valuable opponent. Lao meets the challenge directly, ready to test himself as well. Both men unleash their powers at once, each recognizing this as a rare chance to measure his current level. The black-haired man opens with overwhelming authority, driving a crushing force toward Lao. Lao pushes back through the pressure instead of yielding, showing he can resist the technique. He counters with Dragon Fear, forcing a monstrous aura down on his opponent. The black-haired man is blasted back, but his authority keeps the fear from fully overwhelming him. Refusing to stop there, he draws on a technique he has never used before, the 7-star magic sword. Lao watches the unfamiliar power gather and becomes even more interested in the fight. Their clash peaks as Starlight Sword power collides with Lao's dragon manifestation in a violent exchange. Nearby, the small companion can only watch in terror as the battle tears through the area. When it ends, the black-haired man lies defeated and openly admits he lost completely. Even in defeat, he takes the result constructively, realizing his martial arts and movements still need major improvement. Lao checks on him with sincere concern, only to be met with a dry reminder that the winner hardly looks unharmed either. They reconcile with mutual respect, Lao admitting he underestimated himself while the other man accepts the clear gap in skill. Lao then praises how far his opponent has come since earlier battles, saying that level of growth is admirable. The black-haired man deflects the praise, arguing that becoming a dragon's friend takes more than simply revealing one's strength. Lao's easy openness catches him off guard, but he decides that kind of sincerity may not be so bad. The conversation turns back to the Cloud Twin unit, and Lao explains that from what he knows, only 3 of its members are especially powerful. He warns that one of those 3 can command an army made of earth, making that faction far more dangerous than its numbers suggest. He also reveals that several spare Spotoi Guardians remain at the base, including the one he just gifted, and urges them to be used freely. On top of that, he leaves behind several magic scrolls to strengthen future battles. With his preparations complete, Lao decides it is finally time to leave. He bids farewell and expresses hope that their paths will cross again. The black-haired man watches silently as Lao departs in a burst of light. He answers the farewell with a promise to grow strong enough to challenge Lao properly next time. Once the danger is gone, the small companion nervously confirms that the frightening visitor has really left. The black-haired man immediately shifts to leadership, telling the creature to focus on building a base here from now on. He gives a concrete plan as well, ordering tunnels and an underground stronghold to be created. That instruction triggers a sudden realization in him. He remembers Lao's warning that enemies will invade as soon as he leaves and concludes he must keep the gifted guardian close while preparing for a coming assault. At the same time, a powerful member of the Cloud Twin community, Midian, insists he can handle matters alone. His subordinates argue that with one dragonkin threat already gone, there is no need to split their forces into 3 groups. Midian dismisses the others as too slow and moves ahead by himself, but he suddenly senses something unexpected and hesitates. Someone approaches the area at speed, drawing his attention. The blue-haired Cloud Twin member, Nodius Dalarad, arrives and asks whether Midian is already engaged in battle. A commander orders the army split into left, right, and center so all 3 enemy positions can be crushed at once by overwhelming force. With the dragon gone, the invaders assume only the humans remain and dismiss them as a final nuisance to be wiped out. A blue-haired soldier checks the battlefield with clairvoyance, expecting no fighting yet because the encirclement should still be forming. Instead, he is jolted by an impossible sight that catches him completely off guard. The source is a lone man wrapped in violet power, who rejects the enemy plan as laughably naive. The stranger immediately realizes he is being observed through clairvoyance, and treats it as an amusing trick rather than a threat. He answers that surveillance with a sword technique, sending a massive purple slash straight toward the observer. The attack crashes into the blue-haired soldier before he can prepare, blasting through his position. As debris flies, he realizes the strike has reached the troops far earlier than it should have. Panicking, he decides the fallen soldiers can be revived later and focuses on binding this human immediately with pyrokinesis. The black-clad fighter simply stomps down with crushing force and tears through the restraint. Enjoying himself, he invites the enemy to show more, pleased to have finally found an entertaining opponent. The blue-haired soldier understands with dread that his restraint was broken effortlessly, and that he may be hopelessly outmatched. He abandons any thought of victory, and decides he has to escape. Elsewhere, a report reaches the purple-haired ruler that Midian's area is swarming with traps, dragon plagues, and unidentified enemies, and that this new foe will not be easy to break. Another account confirms the same human had already overwhelmed an entire force alone, and was taking the battle seriously. The blue-haired soldier urgently warns his captain that the enemy can see through clairvoyance, and shrug off pyrokinesis, meaning their side may soon collapse. The captain reacts with interest rather than fear, intrigued by the idea that a lower-dimensional human could be this formidable. She orders her royal guides to bury this enemy, and defend their cause with everything they have. The black-clad man responds by unleashing a technique called Flames of Hell. Violet fire and force erupt through the battlefield, tearing into the advancing troops. As the attack spreads, he notes that the main force is indeed different and more numerous than the others. Standing amid the destruction, he makes clear that sheer numbers would not be enough to defeat him. Watching from her throne, the ruler recognizes something about him, and begins to suspect exactly who he is. She identifies herself as Regal Von Chaos of the Cloud Twin community, and admits she has never heard of anyone in the lower dimension as dangerous as him. He answers that the feeling is mutual, because he has never encountered anyone like her either. The story then reveals Regal Von Chaos as the last descendant of an ancient empire. Though that empire fell, she inherited its authority, and used it to found a new kingdom of her own. One day, her rise drew the attention of a greater power. The Tower of Trials invited Regal to climb and test herself. She accepted the chance to grow stronger so she could preserve her kingdom's supremacy. Regal entered the tower and began her ascent. During that climb, she encountered the leader of the Cloud Twin unit, who approached her with an offer. The hooded man introduced himself as Raincloud, and Regal immediately sensed his strength. Facing such a powerful opponent for the first time only sharpened her ambition to reach the level of the tower's greatest challengers. After which she kept climbing, meeting several strong humans from Earth and building herself into a commander worthy of her lineage. Back in the present, Regal is shaken by the monster now tearing through her army. Her forces answer with a rotating spear formation, driving a concentrated assault at the intruder. He withstands the barrage while purple currents coil around him, studying the attack instead of being overwhelmed by it. He judges the formation sturdy and substantial, but also concludes that once he finds a gap, breaking it would be simple. He suddenly lunges straight toward Regal herself, bypassing the front line and threatening the commander directly. His allies think he has struck true, only for confusion to set in when something feels wrong. The target he hit is revealed to be a decoy, showing that Regal escaped the blow at the last instant. Regal praises the attack as a clever switch and reappears protected by her guards. She realizes that if his wide-range strike had been any faster she would have died, and she grimly accepts that she cannot win alone before Midian arrives. He counters before she can recover, revealing he has already figured out her methods and turning his power into chains that seize her midair. Regal crashes to the ground bound tightly, stunned that the momentum of the fight has reversed so completely. Standing over her with the chains in hand, he calmly asks whether the tables have turned now. The blue-haired subordinate tries to threaten retaliation from the Cloud Twin unit, even as he is too injured to intervene. The black-clad fighter dismisses the warning and says they should have thought of retaliation before starting this, as a scream erupts from the defeated side. The black-clad man angrily intercepts a powerful strike with a giant hand technique, immediately proving he can overpower the attacker. As he measures the strange energy around his opponent, he realizes this demon was positioned opposite him and is using an unfamiliar power. The demon is stunned that his attack was blocked so easily, and the man identifies him as a member of the Toma tribe. That recognition raises a bigger question for him, why a Toma demon would be here at all. With his side already subdued, the man makes it clear the outcome is settled and their lives now depend on his judgment. He lowers the immediate threat, and invites them to talk, signaling that he wants answers more than blood. The purple-haired queen agrees to cooperate, but points out that the real explanation must come from the Toma warrior beside her. He presses the issue directly, demanding to know why a Toma demon is unaffiliated with Gehenna. The warrior explains that humans know little of demon affairs and reveals that the Toma tribe lost both its ruler on Earth, and its standing in Pandemonium. That mention of their fallen ruler catches the man off guard and makes him demand clarification. The warrior explains that after Demon Lord Daimos died, the Toma were pushed to the margins and even rejected by the tower as unlucky outsiders. He admits this downfall is a source of deep shame for the Toma tribe. He adds that the only ones who offered them help were the leaders of the Cloud Twin unit, prompting the man to ask who they were. When he hears the names Rain Cloud and Jane Cloud, one of them immediately stands out to him. He recognizes Rain Cloud from a distant memory tied to his past life. Though that connection was brief and centuries old, he realizes it still links him to the present situation. Amused and surprised, he reflects that the troublesome figure he once knew ended up helping the Toma tribe. The three kneel and ask to continue their relationship with him, arguing that kindness from a former king would not be out of place. The Toma warrior reinforces that plea by presenting courage and acceptance of death as a warrior's nature. To justify the request, he recounts how he once dueled a younger Toman member and defeated him completely. That crushing loss left the youth awed by his strength and sent back to his people with no choice but to acknowledge him. The queen then offers repayment for sparing them, promising to grant any wish he names before they withdraw. He is mildly impressed by her usefulness and starts considering whether there is anything worth asking for. His answer comes from the Ant Princess, who excitedly directs her workers to dig deeper toward the food storage area. At the Ant Empire's construction site, the princess rallies her laborers as they continue building underground. The man thanks the queen, and she notices with some surprise how invested he is in this request. She privately finds it absurd that, after being offered anything, he chose to ask only for manual labor. The ants complete a new nest for their kingdom, and the princess is overjoyed with the result. With the help of disciplined clay soldiers, the construction finishes in only a few days. The princess proudly credits him for the success, while a hidden quest concludes and rewards him with authority over the new Ant Empire. Having benefited from him, the princess makes one final request of her own and asks to receive some of his energy. He agrees easily, transferring power to her and leaving her delighted that she has obtained the prince's energy. In return, she gives him an item that can summon her guardian ants whenever he needs them. He accepts the gift as a useful token for the future. As they part, the princess vows to build a stronger empire for his sake, and he leaves thinking even her guides may become formidable later. With the Ant Princess's troubles resolved, attention shifts back to the others and what they gain from the 6th floor. The queen notes that at least she fulfilled her commander's orders, though the matter is not entirely settled. The item they recovered is revealed to be a rare vessel capable of replicating divine power, and even restoring divinity, making it far more valuable than expected. He is tempted to keep such a treasure, but because he owes Rain Cloud, he decides it should remain with them. He learns they needed to place that vessel for a central area ritual that would imbue it with divine power, and he allowed the plan to proceed. The queen is overwhelmed with gratitude, believing his cooperation has preserved her standing. She quickly follows through, safely charging the ritual item with divine power just as intended. As further repayment, her group volunteers to escort him, and he accepts since extra protection is useful even for him. During the time they travel together, Medaillon keeps challenging him, and he repeatedly defeats and instructs him. Meanwhile, he devotes himself to training the sacred celestial mantra, aiming to reach the 7th star so he can engrave his newly won achievement into the constellation. With Lao's stockpile of supplies covering his needs, he can train and travel without worrying about food, and he silently appreciates that support. Time passes, and the queen quietly watches from a distance as their stay nears its end. Eventually the regical party prepares to depart, and he bids them farewell while they wish him luck. Before they leave, he asks if she has any final words for him, expecting something more personal than formal thanks. She teases him for being hopelessly dull, then moves past the awkwardness, as if she had wanted to say more. Before parting, the purple-haired woman tells John Minchil of Earth to survive, avoid dying pointlessly, and reach the top of the tower. She leaves him with the promise that they will meet again someday. Left alone, Minchil realizes he had completely missed what was being implied. After that, he remains in the central region and focuses steadily on cultivation training. When challengers occasionally approach, he uses the Sparto to drive them off and ignores side objectives so he can secure his place on the 7th floor until the trial ends. Eventually the remaining time runs out. Having endured 28 days in the jungle, he clears the 7th floor trial and earns a large point reward with the option to advance, return to his original dimension, or go back to the 5th floor. Instead of deciding immediately, he remembers unfinished business he still needs to handle. He heads back to the 5th floor and arrives at a familiar place. There, he announces his return to Hawken. Hawken recognizes the human from Earth and is surprised that Minchio made it back alive. Minchio credits his survival to the quality of Hawken's equipment. Because his gear was badly damaged on the 6th and 7th floors, he comes to the 5th floor to replace it. Hawken is overwhelmed by the treasures Minchio brings and begins to realize these items are far more valuable than he first thought. Minchio takes charge of liquidating the treasure room hall and turns the Empire's riches into usable wealth. He orders practical new equipment, specifically pants and shoes, and pays a massive sum in advance for the craftsmanship. Once his business is finished, he returns to Earth. Back in the city, his associate rushes to check whether he was hurt after disappearing into the tower. She admits how worried she was and tells him that someone is already waiting to meet him. Before that meeting, she awkwardly urges him to clean himself up first. Minchio finally understands the problem when she blurts out that he reeks after going a month without washing in the tower. He goes to a nearby bathhouse and cleans himself thoroughly. After changing clothes, he walks with her and recognizes that she prepared the same outfit he wore at the last auction. On the way, he learns the visitor is a gentleman from the influential Rosenberg family. She explains that the family is wealthy and powerful and that the man is waiting in a private room, leaving Minchio confused about why such a person wants him. He enters still not understanding what is going on. The mystery visitor turns out to be someone who had been waiting specifically for Minchio to leave the tower. The instant Mincheol sees him, he is stunned. The visitor is Gerard, someone Mincheol knew from the second floor. Now meeting him again on Earth, Mincheol realizes their connection inside the tower has continued into the real world. Gerard tells him that passing the trial and reaching this point was possible because of Mincheol's influence. He explains that during the 3 years Mincheol spent with him on the second floor, Mincheol gave him the courage to move forward. That encounter changed Gerard deeply enough to shape the person he later became. Gerard says he would never have been able to stand here without that help, and Mincheol warmly congratulates him on returning to Earth. The two spend some time catching up on how Gerard has been, and what he plans to do with his life now. Mincheol reflects that their journey together on the second floor may have been what transformed Gerard's mindset, and drove him to reach the 5th floor. Gerard now carries himself with firm resolve, no longer the gentle man he once seemed, and he says he will stop climbing the tower and focus instead on family matters. From the conversation, Mincheol gains a great deal of useful information. They part on respectful terms, wishing each other health until they meet again. Afterward, Mincheol's companion asks if Gerard is someone he knows, and he confirms they met in the tower. She then informs him that the Hunter Association is holding an S-rank evaluation for him right away. Mincheol realizes that passing it would officially make him an S-rank hunter, though it would also draw intense public attention. After considering it, he decides that attention could be useful if he handles it properly. Elsewhere, a man in a martial arts uniform waits in a dark hall, kneeling in silence. He steadies himself, preparing for what is about to happen. Someone addresses him as director and tells him the time has come. The director, identified as S-rank hunter Kim Bo-zalm, asks whether Hunter Mincheol is ready. A doctor from the association confirms that Mincheol is already on his way to the evaluation hall, while privately marveling at the overwhelming presence of an S-rank. Kim Bo-zalm acknowledges it, and notes that 5 years have passed since the last S-rank evaluation. He reflects on how rare S-rank hunters are in the country, how they are treated as heroes who protect people during great crises, and how extraordinary Mincheol's impending evaluation truly is. Jong Mincheol is led in to begin the final step of his S-rank evaluation. As he enters, he wonders what kind of veteran he is about to face. Outside, the event has already drawn cameras and public attention. Reporters swarm Mincheol as his name and S-rank test become public news. Caught off guard by the spectacle, he realizes he has become a celebrity overnight. His aide admits she deliberately let the information leak to the public for strategic reasons. When he questions why she hid it from him, she reminds him he had been shut away training and missed the announcement. Seeing her worry that she overstepped, Mincheol reassures her that she handled it well. He accepts that, for what he plans next, it is better for attention to gather around him now. Inside the arena, he finally comes face to face with his evaluator. The man introduces himself as Kim Bo-zalm, one of the country's established S-rank hunters. Mincheol immediately recognizes him as the famed hero of the Paya defense. Kim's legend is recalled as the hunter who once stopped a monster invasion alone and became a national icon. Kim is amused to learn that the junior he has been sparring with is now joining the S-rank ranks himself. Mincheol, meanwhile, is genuinely excited to test himself against such a renowned fighter. The officials order both men to prepare for the spar. Mincheol steadies himself, fully aware he is facing a legendary senior from the earliest generation of hunters. Kim also takes his stance, bringing decades of combat experience into the match. The S-rank evaluation begins, and the two clash immediately at full speed. Mincheol opens by layering oppressive debuffs over the field to seize control of the exchange. Kim endures the pressure without being driven back, proving just how seasoned he is. The shockwaves alone make the observers realize this is no ordinary evaluation bout. Watching from the control room, the officials are stunned by how evenly Mincheol is matching an S-rank veteran. They can hardly believe that a man who awakened less than a year ago is already performing at this level. What should have been a mentoring session turns into a true contest between equals. Their exchange becomes less about raw force and more about reading and countering each other's intentions. Kim enjoys the fight, but privately realizes Mincheol is gradually outmaneuvering him despite appearances. As they trade blows, Kim recalls Mincheol's string of impossible achievements, and the trust other leaders have placed in him. That reputation is reinforced in Kim's mind as Mincheol continues fighting cleanly and decisively. Kim openly praises Mincheol's accomplishments, and admits he never expected to meet such an opponent. Mincheol returns the respect, acknowledging that an S-rank hunter truly is different from everyone else he has faced. Even so, he judges that Kim's true edge lies not in overwhelming power but in the experience that lets him fight intelligently. To break the stalemate, Mincheol finally draws on a more dangerous power. Kim senses the shift at once and realizes he has pushed Mincheol into revealing something far more serious. Mincheol unleashes a rotating spear technique empowered by his darker energy. Kim barely keeps up, defending against a barrage that now carries lethal intent. The strain begins to show on Kim as the exchange cuts to his guard. Even while pressured, Kim stays composed and keeps reading the flow of battle. Mincheol recognizes that Kim is nearing his limit, even if the veteran is still standing. He slips past Kim's final movement, and brings his blade to a decisive finishing position. At that point, Mincheol chooses to stop, judging that the spar has already served its purpose and that pushing further would only become dangerous. Kim accepts the result with a smile, bloody but satisfied by the fight. The officials hurriedly declare the S-rank spar concluded. Mincheol thanks Kim and privately admits that if he had gotten any more excited, the match might have ended badly. He leaves while thinking that stopping there was both respect for his senior and his answer to a battle that had already crossed into the inhuman. When Kim calls after him, Mincheol turns back. To everyone's shock, Kim bows deeply and thanks Mincheol with complete sincerity. Mincheol is flustered, but Kim insists that the fight let him glimpse a higher realm. With that, the S-rank evaluation ends almost abruptly. Half an hour later, Mincheol is formally handed his appointment letter. In a ceremony held immediately afterward, he is officially recognized as the country's 7th S-rank hunter. Kim remarks that Mincheol remains unusually calm even after reaching such a status. Mincheol answers that he expected this outcome all along. When asked about his future plans, he pauses before giving the public answer he has prepared. He declares that his goal is world peace, earning praise while privately treating the phrase as a convenient mask. He notes to himself that the media and the association directors are all listening, and that this moment is exactly what he has been preparing for. Pressed for specifics, he is asked what action he would take in the name of world peace. His aide nervously backs his answer, trusting him to carry the performance. Behind the speech, Mincheol's real intention is to borrow that idealistic language for his own agenda. Elsewhere, Gerard agrees to help him pursue the plan he had previously mentioned. The key is a machine from Gerard's family, the Gaia Former, which can separate date magic and may be used against the forces occupying the Lost Land. Publicly, Mincheol announces that he will restore the Lost Land as the first step toward world peace. He later reflects that, during the S-rank appointment ceremony, he used the banner of world peace to present a goal most people would call impossible. That impossible goal was the restoration of the Lost Land. In truth, however, he sees the project as a way to throw Pandemonium's forces into chaos. The scene shifts to the Interstellar Union's Yongsan branch, where the practical side of the plan begins. A dwarven branch manager excitedly praises Mincheol's ambition and immediately sees profit in it. Mincheol explains that because the expedition requested his help, he intends to resolve the Lost Land problem, while the trader eagerly calls it a golden opportunity. Mincheol remains skeptical that this is really the kind of opportunity the dwarf claims it is. He points out that any expedition to the Lost Land would demand enormous money and supplies just to maintain itself. He warns that the cost would be huge compared with the likely returns. The dwarf counters by producing evidence he has already prepared. Several major corporations have already pledged massive financial support under Mincheol's name. Mincheol is baffled that anyone would invest so heavily in an unproven prototype like the Gaia Former. The dwarf explains that the backers already know the machine may fail and care more about the expedition itself than the result. He argues that if the restoration succeeds, the resulting influence and synergy would be enormous. Mincheol accepts the help, and the dwarf promises to smooth the process from his side. His aide adds that the Interstellar Union can secure the Gaia Former in Korea within 2 weeks. With logistics moving, Mincheol realizes there is still one more person he needs to bring into the expedition. He visits the Holy Guild Sky Lounge, where a red-haired woman welcomes him warmly. She updates him on his younger sister's rapid progress, and suggests the guild may soon produce another S-rank hunter. Mincheol asks to be told immediately if anything dangerous happens to her again, and she appreciates the trust he places in her care. Turning to business, he says he did not know the Holy Guild intended to join the Lost Land expedition. She confirms it and notes that he even borrowed something interesting from England, making the expedition potentially historic if it works. Mincheol warns that the risks are enormous, and that failure is very possible. She answers that even failure would still bring the Holy Guild closer to him, so she sees the venture as an opportunity rather than a loss. In her mind, success would make Mincheol the 8th S-rank hunter and elevate her guild into the one that restored the Lost Land. She openly imagines the Holy Guild surpassing its rivals and becoming the top guild in Korea. Mincheol reads her ambition clearly and decides to test how much support she can truly mobilize. She offers 3 veteran strike teams of at least B rank, along with food, collection support, and other resources. She then reveals the most important part of her offer. The Holy Guild's own S-rank hunter, Park Min-soo, will participate. Mincheol confirms that she means the guild's S-rank ace, and she says he is personally interested. That convinces Mincheol that her ambition is real, and he feels the scale of the favor he is receiving. She dismisses the idea of debt and tells him to discuss the remaining details with branch manager Martin. She then has someone else brought in at the guild master's request. When Mincheol asks who it is, she teases that it is someone he already knows. The surprise turns out to be his younger sister, who greets him brightly and asks why he is there. For a moment he is too taken aback to answer. His sister excitedly asks if he really has become an S-rank hunter. He confirms it and shows her his new S-rank hunter license and black card. She is more impressed by the black card's VIP privileges than by the title itself, and he jokingly tells her to admire him more. She immediately demands a celebratory gift, and he gives in. The gift turns into a request for a custom-made weapon from Martin, with Mincheol insisting his sister be properly equipped. He also orders additional rain consumption daggers from the tower, pushing the bill into the tens of billions. Even he is startled to discover just how much money has piled up in his accounts while he was busy elsewhere. He realizes he can pay the cost outright because his earnings have accumulated far beyond what he expected. His aide quietly takes over the shopping logistics while he processes the absurd scale of his new wealth. When asked what he plans to do with all that money, he vaguely says he may invest some of it. His sister immediately redirects him toward buying gifts for their parents instead. He follows her lead to a department store, letting her drag him along while he shops for family. She also suggests he buy something for a friend, and he first assumes she means an old college acquaintance. She clarifies that she means Ellie, the woman from the Interstellar Union who has helped him. Mincheol admits that Ellie has indeed done a great deal for him over the years. Prompted by his sister, he decides she deserves a gift too. After choosing something for Ellie and feeding his sister dinner, he finally returns home. That night, he shuts everything else out and turns back to cultivation. He sits in meditation, gathering his power and focusing inward. He notes that he has neglected this kind of mental training for a while and resolves to concentrate fully. Because his martial arts draw on memories and karma from a past life, his recent battles have already prepared him for another breakthrough. He realizes he is ready to advance his celestial techniques to the next stage by expanding his inner world. He directs that force with his will and pushes his mental world outward. The tiny inner cosmos he once maintained begins to open into a true universe. The breakthrough succeeds, and his celestial techniques reach the 7th stage, strengthening his body and greatly increasing his chaotic energy. The new stage doubles his total chaotic energy, sharply improves recovery, grants the universe flow technique, and lets him imprint 5 more constellations. Mincheol is thrilled, realizing he has reached a level where ordinary exhaustion will rarely matter anymore. He studies universe flow and sees that it is an SS-rank mental technique that links his imaginary universe to the world itself, boosting his senses and physical performance. Its passive effects alone push his perception to superhuman levels, especially when combined with his existing extra sense. Then he turns to the other major reward of the breakthrough. At last, he can add more constellations to the 6th floor of his tower, which was one of the main reasons he rushed to reach this stage. He decides to use this new power immediately by imprinting the karma of gods into fresh constellations. With his inner world expanded, he now has room to imprint 5 more, though he begins by reviewing the best candidates. The King of Light constellation would strengthen holy power and accelerate the growth and number of his Aegir. Death's Scythe would deepen dark mana, add a curse, and grant a battle instinct that keeps him moving and conscious even to grievous injury. Myth Hunter would greatly increase dark mana, let him steal divinity from prey, and reduce magical pressure from stronger enemies. After comparing them, he decides Myth Hunter would be the most useful foundation for what lies ahead. He values it because it can interfere with magic itself, making it effective against demons and even against minds corrupted by the Black Society. He regrets that Death Scythe's curse seems less useful to him at first because it is built around chaotic energy he already handles differently. But then his Immortal Legion trait unexpectedly reacts to the Death Scythe constellation and deepens his understanding of it. That reaction makes him realize his existing powers can resonate with constellations in unforeseen ways. He concludes that linked powers can create entirely new effects, especially when they share concepts like death and immortality. With that insight, he resolves to consider synergy, not just raw strength, when choosing future constellations. After the breakthrough, his status rises again, with his chaotic energy now surpassing 30,000 in total stage value. Seeing those numbers, he understands that martial arts will no longer drain him the way they once did. One mystery remains, however. His chaotic energy now carries a blue rank he has never heard of on Earth. He decides the only place he can uncover the meaning of that rank is inside the tower itself. Elsewhere, a new scene opens with furious objections to a battle plan that exploits an enemy's weakness. 2 winged knights denounce the idea as cowardice and insist that true knights must fight honorably. They appeal to a senior named Finesse to protect the Einhir's honor and reject such tactics. One of them begins to feel ashamed of his earlier thinking, only to notice strange petals drifting through the air. Finesse coldly answers that their lord has long taught that punishment is the best way to correct fools, signaling a harsh lesson to come. A red-haired fighter challenges his opponent to settle things physically and unleashes a refined sword technique called Plum Blossom Sword Art. The attack overwhelms the onlookers, and the black-haired man can only watch the dazzling barrage with weary resignation. He judges the display as brutally precise, while the small black dog happily notes that its master is just as formidable. When the man teasingly questions that loyalty, the dog immediately doubles down and insists its master is the best. Even so, the narration makes clear that the red-haired fighter's current brilliance comes from inexperience, and true masters of finesse would soon catch up to him. The sparring is interrupted when the dog senses a familiar scent and excitedly announces the arrival of subordinate number 1. A red-haired subordinate appears with a suitcase, greeting his lord with exaggerated warmth and obvious devotion. He kneels and politely checks on his superior, while the black-haired man watches their sudden closeness with mild unease. Trying to please him, the subordinate reveals that he brought a gift, a new game console and headset. He explains that he chose it because his lord seemed to enjoy the game photos he had posted online, confirming how carefully he pays attention. The black-haired man admits he has started using social media too, thanks to a tablet given to him earlier. The dog proudly shows off a cute online post of itself, making it clear that this new hobby has already spread to the household. The subordinate jokes about not receiving a gift himself, then reveals that he has also prepared something specifically for his lord. He presents a car key with great ceremony, leaving the black-haired man momentarily baffled. The gift turns out to be a red sports car, offered as if it were every man's dream. The black-haired man accepts the gesture in principle, though he dryly notes that he still needs to get a driver's license first. Once the gifts are out of the way, he asks why the subordinate really came, and the visitor finally requests a favor. That favor is permission for the demonic guild to join the coming expedition. The subordinate argues that the expedition is a rare chance for his guild to advance. He recalls how the higher-ups have ignored his guild for years, leaving him repeating the same work under the moon until it felt like outright neglect. That frustration made him question why he was even leading the Korean branch of the guild at all. From that dissatisfaction, he reached a decisive conclusion. He now declares that he built the guild in order to place its power directly in his lord's hands. He goes even further, proposing that with Pandemonium's backing they could expand to the limit, and use Asia as a stepping stone to conquer Earth, which makes the black-haired man regret ever speaking casually about world peace. After a beat of stunned silence, he decides this dangerous ambition might still be useful. He realizes the subordinate already understands his supposed goal of conquering Earth, so he can simply turn that obsession to his own advantage. He agrees to let the guild join the Interstellar Union, and the subordinate erupts with gratitude, promising to bring guards worthy of serving at his lord's side. The black-haired man then checks whether Pandemonium or the Black Society has shown any unusual movement, but the report is that both remain quiet. Even so, he orders them to keep watching for any future activity from the Black Society. The subordinate immediately accepts the command with absolute obedience. Privately, the black-haired man reflects that the Black Society's leader is especially dangerous because he can condense towers into chaotic fragments, and even summon demons, a technique unheard of in other dimensions. As they head off together with the luggage and the dog, he resolves to prepare carefully and deal with that threat before it can strike first. His thoughts widen to the larger crisis, from North Korean warlords to looming clashes with Pandemonium's forces. Elsewhere, the expedition's organizers each work through their own responsibilities to get ready. 2 weeks pass, and the expedition roster grows to include many guilds large and small under Jong Mincheol's leadership. Reviewing the list, the black-haired man is surprised by how many people are joining, and his aide reminds him that there is also a selection process underway. The scale becomes clear: more than 1,500 combatants, including S rank, A rank, and B rank hunters, plus another 500 support personnel. He remarks that this now feels less like an expedition and more like a war, and his aide confirms that they are preparing to fight everything from North Korean warlords to Pandemonium. He then asks whether the demonic guild can be included as well, noting that even the Holy Guild has already sent many people. He also wonders why the demonic guild only joined after he personally asked, and the red-haired subordinate awkwardly laughs off the question. His aide reminds him that at Jeonju Date the demonic guild leader openly ignored him, which explains the hesitation. He is surprised she still remembers that slight, but she makes it clear that such disrespect toward their hunter was impossible to forget. He realizes she is still upset on his behalf, and decides it may be hard to see her for a while after what he is about to do. Before the meeting ends, he stops her, and says he has something for her. He hands over a gift box, catching her off guard. He recalls buying it at a department store while choosing presents for his parents, following Min Jones' recommendation. Inside is a bracelet, offered as thanks for how hard she has been working for him. She accepts it with pleased surprise, and he quietly notes that her reaction is encouraging. Still, she decides not to wear it yet, despite his suggestion that she try it on immediately. She explains that she will save it for the day he returns safely from the Lost Land, asking him to put it on her himself when that happens. After being asked properly, Mincheol agrees to cooperate, but only because he intends to return from this expedition alive. He steels himself with the resolve that survival is non-negotiable before the mission begins. The hunters cross the Payu connecting bridge and enter the Lost Land as the expedition officially gets underway. The operation is explained. They will first secure the monster colony discovered during the Black Society pursuit, and establish a base there. Once deeper operations begin, the force will split into 3 units, each led by a top hunter and assigned a separate route toward Kaesong. The 3 main units are assigned to elite guild captains, making the chain of command clear from the start. Mincheol is placed alone in a special task unit, a role that immediately sets him apart from the rest of the expedition. An older veteran is struck by the irony of returning to this place, and reflects on how unexpected it is to be back. He reveals himself as Mathan and jokes with Mincheol, admitting he came along because he should be involved in a plan of this scale. Mathan justifies his presence by arguing that someone is needed to mediate between guilds, and Mincheol reluctantly accepts the point. Mathan then asks Mincheol for a favor, hoping to witness his overwhelming power firsthand on the opening day. Mincheol listens as Mathan directs his attention toward the dissatisfied hunters nearby. Mathan explains that several guilds resent the expedition structure and are especially questioning why Mincheol alone was given the special task role. Mincheol recognizes that the arrangement naturally makes him look suspicious in everyone else's eyes. Mathan warns that with so many guilds gathered, Minchyo will need to crush any brewing conflict early by proving himself beyond doubt. As they advance to the snowy wilderness, the expedition moves into increasingly dangerous territory. Minchyo realizes the route is exactly as he remembers, confirming that this land has not changed since his last visit. Before the group can continue, a hunter with clairvoyance abruptly halts the march. Using his ability, the scout reports that roughly 100 forest trolls are waiting ahead and urges the front line to prepare for battle. The threat is confirmed as a large mass of forest trolls gathers in ambush in the darkness ahead. Minchyo dismisses the need for the others to strain themselves, signaling that he intends to handle the problem personally. He orders the entire force to rest and extends his power instead of mobilizing the army. At his command, a winged summon answers his call and materializes in a burst of radiant force. The angelic summon appears fully armed with light-based power, ready to act as Minchyo's weapon. At the same time, Minchyo deploys another immortal summon, revealing that he can field multiple powerful entities at once. He calmly orders his summons to wipe out the trolls, and they obey him without hesitation. The summons launch their assault immediately, turning Minchyo's casual order into a full massacre. Minchyo treats the battle as a demonstration, intending to overwhelm the watching hunters and settle any doubts about him. The nearby hunters can only stare as the scale of his power exceeds what they expected. Observers identify one summon as a famed S-class Valkyrie, and realize Minchyo commands beings of extraordinary rank. As the summons tear through the enemy, the witnesses struggle to believe that one person can casually wield power fit for a large-scale battle. Even the skeptical hunters admit they badly underestimated Minchyo and begin to grasp why he was given special status. Park Min-soo, a powerful guild captain, steps forward with open admiration after seeing the display. He concludes that ordinary praise is insufficient because Minchyo's summons alone surpass what most A-class hunters could handle. Watching the angelic summon dominate the field, he is astonished that Minchyo can call forth such monsters with a mere gesture. He realizes Minchyo's reputation as a summoning specialist undersells the truth, because Minchyo himself is monstrously strong. Min-soo understands at last why his guild leader had been so eager about Minchyo, and accepts that the man truly is exceptional. The surviving trolls are left broken and dying, unable to offer any real resistance. Within 5 minutes, the 100 forest trolls are completely exterminated. When Minchyo returns to the main group, the hunters regard him with open admiration and amazement. Min-soo then directly addresses Minchyo, no longer as a skeptic but as someone seeking a serious exchange. He asks for a private word, and Minchyo agrees to hear him out. Min-soo bluntly requests the spar after the expedition, wanting to test himself against Minchyo. Minchyo reads the competitive fire behind the request and accepts, but only once the mission is finished. That answer earns Minchyo further respect, and he notes with satisfaction that he has successfully seized the initiative without losing focus on the expedition. Maden enthusiastically approves, pleased that Minchyo's show of force achieved exactly what was needed. With Einarjar now serving as a scout, the expedition is able to keep advancing without getting dragged into major battles. After making strong progress, Minchyo stops before a tree marked by deep claw-like cuts. The wounds in the bark reveal a territorial marker left by creatures, warning that they have entered another monster domain. Seeing the signs, Minchyo concludes that the expedition has finally reached its true destination. The hunters reach an A-class monster territory, arriving at the edge of the Sraking colony's domain. The Holy Guild and the Demonic Guild take the lead, positioning themselves with a clear view of the monster's lair as they prepare for a full-scale assault. The Holy Guild begins setting up flame turrets, planning to bombard the colony from range and draw the monsters out. At the front line, workers bury special multicolored crystals in the snow as part of the battle preparations. Those crystals are explained to be formula-based tools rather than magic, likely technology sold to the Holy Guild by Heron. As the allied force gathers, key members of the Demonic Guild stand ready among the assembled hunters. Their leader treats this as the guild's first true battle and a chance to prove themselves. He activates Seductive Black Tongue, intending to raise his allies' combat effectiveness, and makes the Demonic Guild known. The support skill boosts allied potential and helps suppress the risk of them falling into frenzy. It is recognized as a sub-ability tied to the Demon Lord Rosalian, confirming that joining the Demonic Guild has made him stronger. Once preparations are complete, Minchyo gives the order to move out. He calmly sets the operation in motion, while the larger force advances behind him. One observer reflects that this battle will reveal the real strength of Korea's 3 major guilds. He decides this is the right moment to properly evaluate what they can do. The attack begins with the order to fire. The bombardment slams into the colony's towers, shaking the monster's stronghold. The Srakings surge out in response, rushing the hunters in a furious counterattack. As the Vanguard closes to striking distance, the front line times its response for the decisive moment. The buried crystals activate, releasing power through the snow and disrupting the charging monsters. A deep mist magic circle and a combat formation trigger together, plunging the battlefield into a coordinated trap that catches the Srakings head-on. With the right flank under pressure, the Demonic Guild is ordered to hold that side and prevent a breakthrough. Empowered by the Black Tongue, the Demonic Guild throws itself into the fight, determined to stop the enemy there and claim the battle. They realize they must also prove themselves against the Holy Guild rather than let the others take all the credit. Minchyo steps in personally, and the Holy Guild rallies to display its own might. Watching the clash, Mincheol notes that the hunters are enduring better than expected and that the battle is still following the planned strategy. The plan is to seize the key point while the Holy and Demonic Guilds pin down the frontal assault, allowing Mincheol to break through the rear with his Dark Hound. He decides it is finally time to unleash the hidden weapon he has been saving. Mincheol orders his pet to wipe out the enemy crew however it wants. A green polymorph release reveals the pet, and it eagerly accepts the command. The sudden monster's hull startles nearby hunters who had no idea such a creature was with them. The beast dives into battle, and the others are left stunned by the appearance of such a powerful monster. Mincheol casually reassures them that the terrifying creature is simply his pet. The hunters can barely process that explanation, struggling to accept that the enormous beast belongs to him. Mincheol follows up with a sweeping strike, cutting through the enemy line with dark power. Inspired by his lead, the hunters charge after him and press the attack. He unleashes multiple dark spells at once, overwhelming the Srakings with a barrage of black magic. As raiders arrive, the allied side is told to keep pushing forward under coordinated unit control. Several glowing orbs are deployed into the battlefield as part of Mincheol's technique. The orbs erupt in violent electrical blasts, tearing through the monster's formation. Mincheol reveals that he is fighting with multiple specially engraved magical orbs at once, and he takes quiet satisfaction in how effective the method is. Caught from both front and rear, the Sraking colony's lines collapse and the battle ends quickly. The victory comes with no deaths, only a handful of injuries, making it an exceptionally clean success. The first large-scale engagement is hailed as a remarkable outcome, and the hunter's morale rises sharply. Afterward, Mincheol is praised so highly that his senior feels embarrassed to still call him a junior. Mincheol admits even he did not expect such a smooth result against the colony of A-rank monsters numbering in the thousands. It is emphasized that achieving 0 casualties against that scale of threat, even with defensive formations, is extraordinary. The success convinces them that they can continue the campaign at this pace. Before they can move on, a branch manager rushes in with an urgent report for Mincheol. He warns that the Gaia Former is reacting in this area, making Mincheol realize what that implies. The manager confirms that this is the place where the Gates core had been located. A Gaia Former is driven into the frozen ground to begin the expedition's work. The machine anchors itself in the snow as the team secures the site for construction. The leader reveals that the Gaia Former is the expedition's key asset, though he had not expected to rely on it so early. He explains that while his true objective lies in the northern warlords and pandemonium, he intends to make this stop worthwhile too by using a glowing information cube. When the cube reacts, the team realizes they have reached the correct location. Their search pays off immediately when they uncover a core hidden there. The successful first deployment confirms the expedition is off to an unusually smooth and promising start. Once the core is extracted, construction of the base begins at once, with Mothan's golems raising it in only half a day. By nightfall, the first day of the expedition is complete, and the new outpost stands in the snow. A small guardian is left behind to watch over the base while the others move on safely. The next day, combat golems and reserve hunters remain to defend the base while the split expedition resumes its advance. Elsewhere, a high orc shaman detects intruders and launches an attack to repel them. Its spell erupts violently through the area in an attempt to wipe the invaders out at once. The leader enters the monster territory unfazed, noting that the Sraking colony is the region's largest group and now heavily guarded after he destroyed them before. He dismisses that increased security as irrelevant to him. Seeing the enemy's level, he judges that ordinary warriors are about the best these monsters can produce. He decides that, for efficiency, turning this area into a war golem site may be the better use of it, especially as the information cube starts reacting again. That reaction makes him suspect another date core is buried nearby. After checking, he confirms that a second core really is hidden there. He reflects that yesterday's core came from the Sraking colony and today's from a high orc stronghold, suggesting cores tend to form in the nests of the Strundus monsters. Holding the newly found core, he studies the pattern with growing certainty. He crushes the information cube and decides they can verify the theory by raiding more strongholds. With that plan in mind, he races alone through the snowy forest toward the next target. As he runs, he expects the coming battles to push him to level 60 and help awaken his fourth power. He arrives at what appears to be a harpy nest and notes that such flying monsters would normally be troublesome for the demonic guild, especially if civilians were caught up in it. Confident in his own value, he prepares to deal with the threat personally. He decides to see whether the harpy's nest also contains a core. The flock circles the nest in force as he closes in on their territory. One harpy senses something is wrong before the others fully understand the danger. The harpy catches an unfamiliar scent and realizes an intruder is already near. He strikes first with overwhelming force, blasting into the nest before the harpies can organize. Certain that the opening blow will decide the fight, he presses the attack without hesitation. The harpies scatter into the air, but his assault follows them before they can gain control of the battlefield. The nest erupts in alarm as the harpies scream and demand to know who dared invade them. He answers with Heavenly Demon's dominance, flooding the area with crushing power. Even as scouts report that the harpies fighting the hunters are returning and urge retreat, he is pleased that the enemy is abandoning support duties to defend the nest. Rather than withdrawal, he treats their response as exactly what he wanted. He welcomes the reinforcements, and resolves to kill every harpy that comes for him. As the 2nd Division's ambush force joins the battle, the harpies switch to mass long-range attacks after recognizing his strength. He recalls that flying enemies once forced him to rely on skywalking. But now that he has reached the star level of the sacred celestial manual, that limitation is gone. Moving through the air with ease, he cuts through the flock while skywalking no longer drains him. When some harpies try to flee, he changes tactics to hunt them down as well. He brings the escaping harpies down with his thunder flash blade arts. By the end of the clash, every harpy reckless enough to attack him has been slaughtered. At the nest, the Gaia former confirms his suspicion by locating yet another core. He concludes that gate cores are buried where monster nests form, which makes sense if the cores themselves generate the monsters. With the pattern established, he immediately orders the Gaia former to move on and check the next location. From then on, he travels across monster territories, cutting through threats and rescuing expedition hunters who fall into danger. These repeated interventions strengthen both his own experience and the cohesion of the expedition as a whole. The campaign settles into a rhythm of targeting monster nests and repeatedly extracting their cores with the Gaia former. As cooperation between guilds deepened, even the Holy Dill began supplying advanced equipment at reduced prices to support the broader campaign. The protagonist reflects that forming the Special Strike Force was the right move, since the expedition leader's support has made progress much easier, and confirm his sharp eye for talent. 2 weeks pass in steady combat as he continues clearing monsters without interruption. Standing among the corpses of ogres in the snow, he realizes this hunting ground has also been completely exhausted. Reaching level 60, he recognizes it as the moment to claim another power, and turns his attention to what the system will grant him next. The reward is the Evil Eye, a power tied to the demon Lord Baylor, exactly the ability he expected to receive. He recalls Baylor alongside Grandiose, Surfin, and Zirin as demon lords he defeated in his previous life. That memory leads him to conclude the system is not arbitrary, but a manifestation of the karma and remnants of his past life. When he chooses the Evil Eye, his chaos energy rises and the system reveals that he now carries both light and darkness, transforming the skill into a higher power called the Gaze of the Absolute. The new ability is explained as a rare eye power that can express light, darkness, and chaos according to his will, including holy illusions and dark binding effects, with the final function still locked. Having now received every level up prick so far, he becomes increasingly convinced that understanding the system means understanding his own past. A new notice tells him that level 100 will unlock a final power, which unsettles him because he remembers defeating only 4 demon lords before. That contradiction makes him wonder whether the last power could be connected to a forgotten 5th figure. He briefly suspects it might be tied to his own past self, the warlord Dymas. Testing his resolve, he reminds himself that his current powers are already formidable and imagines what it would mean to wield Dymas's strength as well. He quickly reins in that thought, deciding the answer may not be so simple after all. Even as he reflects on eventually surpassing his former self, another overcharges him from behind. Rather than evade normally, he decides to immediately test the new eye power in battle. He activates the Evil Eye and unleashes its force on the approaching monster. The ogre is instantly seized by the power, collapsing into helpless agony as the eye's effect takes hold. He finishes the creature with ease and confirms that the new ability is highly practical. Satisfied, he notes that reaching level 60 and awakening this power has allowed him to finish clearing the nearby monster forces completely. With the battlefield secured and his growth on schedule, he judges that everything is proceeding exactly as intended. Far away, a lit cigarette signals a shift from the hunt to a political conversation. A white-haired man addresses Dr. Comrade and makes clear that he is dissatisfied with how matters currently stand. Pressed to explain, he prepares to state his grievance directly. He drops any pretense and decides to speak bluntly. He reminds the warlord of Wanghe Province, Kim Moonwon, that their last operation already ended in disaster when an attempt to turn Korea into chaos failed. He bitterly points out that they are once again left dealing with the aftermath of another ruined plan. He explains that the original scheme was to mass-produce shards of chaos and strike Seoul, using local military mobilization to distract international attention. But the plan collapsed when information leaked, Elysium interfered, and most of the shards were destroyed, leaving only a few secured to Verde, dispatched from Pandemonium. They then rushed ahead with a possession ritual using the remaining shards, only for that effort to fail as well under a surprise attack. All they learned about the attacker was that he was a hunter linked to Finn and his followers, and the speaker warns that if they fail again, the same enemy may come for him next. Kim Moonwon wonders whether this complaint means that backer and supreme leader is about to withdraw support. The white-haired man makes it clear he never intended to work without compensation. Moonwon is inwardly furious that the man is openly turning the crisis into a demand for money. Still needing him for the next phase, Moonwon swallows his anger and asks what price he wants. Before the negotiation can continue, an urgent call interrupts them. A subordinate reports with military formality, forcing Moonwon to shift his attention to a new development. The report announces that the Southern Korean rat forces have arrived near the Kaesong Sphere, where the expedition is now intruding. By this stage, the expedition has united its strength and pushed all forces forward into Kaesong. What began as a mission to secure the area around Kaesong has expanded because repeated flawless victories, including core extraction and the destruction of dozens of date cores, built overwhelming momentum. The enormous profits from fallen monsters and the expedition's string of successes have driven Manhwa to its peak. With confidence high, key members agree with the expedition leader that there is no reason to stop before entering Kaesong itself. That confidence spreads easily, and the expedition commander secures broad support for the advance. Just as the push continues, a warning arrives suggesting they may need to reconsider moving deeper. The commander halts the advance for the moment, and the protagonist asks what has gone wrong. He is told that troops from the northern side are descending from 2 kilometers ahead, but something about their condition seems abnormal. Sensing the inconsistency, he activates enhanced vision to inspect the approaching force more closely. What he sees is alarming. The soldiers are being accompanied by powerful monsters like yetis, cockatrices, and owl bears, raising the question of why those creatures are moving with them at all. The group realizes their clash with the northern warlords was never part of the original plan. Instead of rushing in blindly, they decide to judge the enemy's reaction first and act based on that. A North Korean officer confronts them as intruders and orders them to leave at once. Their leader answers with contempt, making it clear he has no intention of backing down just because the officer claims authority. The officer invokes Supreme Leader Kim Muk-won's rule over Wanghe Province and demands the unauthorized Southerners withdraw. The black-haired man openly refuses and admits he came expecting to punish them. Insulted and enraged, the officer drops any pretense of restraint. He orders his men to seize the insolent outsider and prepares to make an example of him. Before that can happen, the soldiers notice something terrifying approaching and the officer boasts that it will demonstrate their regime's power. A modified S-class metal Devilsaurus appears outside the gate, shocking even the onlookers who know such monsters should not be there. The black-haired man quickly deduces that the military has strengthened and weaponized the wild Devilsaurus, explaining their confidence. Seeing blood and torn cloth caught in its teeth, he realizes the beast has already been fed human victims. He coldly asks what they have been feeding the monster, forcing the truth into the open. The officer gleefully admits that anyone who defies Kim Muk-won is turned into food for the creature. Disgusted, the black-haired man decides these people are even worse than expected and resolves to deal with them if necessary. His allies stop him from acting alone, insisting they will handle this together because feeding civilians to monsters cannot be tolerated. The officer dismisses mercy as useless and orders his comrades to gun them down. Heavy fire rains down across the area as the enemy unleashes self-propelled artillery. One of the black-haired man's companions steps forward and takes responsibility for stopping the bombardment. He erects a prismatic wall that absorbs the incoming barrage before it can hit them. At the same time, the officer sends the metal Devilsaurus charging in to finish them. The black-haired man answers by calling out Pindu, and another ally eagerly joins the fight. As the wolf-like beast responds, one of the enemy soldiers is left stunned by the sudden turn. Pindu intercepts the metal monster head-on, treating the battle like play while crashing into it. The black-haired man reflects that although he has committed many murders, even he never fed enemies to monsters, and he steps in to end this himself. His side moves in formation, with one fighter mocking the enemy for thinking monsters alone would let them control the battlefield. The black-haired man closes on the officer and identifies him as the leader responsible for this atrocity. Just as he tells everyone to get ready, he senses an unexpected new presence. A nearby subordinate also notices something strange and begins to suspect who has arrived. A burst of purple demonic power erupts onto the battlefield, freezing the moment. One officer, now wrapped in that power, taunts the black-haired man for hesitating and claims regret is pointless now. The black-haired man recognizes the sulfurous aura of a demon and concludes this confirms a connection between Kim Muk-won's military and the Black Society. When Pindu asks about the demon Tate to target, the black-haired man calmly marks him for death as well. He turns his attention to that enemy without surprise, as if the decision is already made. A new force enters the field as armored warriors descend, showing that stronger reinforcements have arrived. Their commander orders them to stop the monster first, and they charge immediately. Pindu tears into the metal Devilsaurus while the armored troops pin it down, creating the opening they wanted. With the prey secured, Pindu prepares to devour it despite the enemy's furious protests. The monster is violently finished off, leaving the black-haired man standing untouched amid the bloodshed. Someone recognizes the black-haired man as Finesse, and he acknowledges the name with quiet interest. Elsewhere, winged subordinates report that the artillery came from the enemy rear camp, and their ruler orders total destruction. Back on the ground, the officer panics as his side's control of the battle collapses. He desperately proclaims his identity as Kim Bong-won, commander of the 3rd Corps and cousin of Kim Muk-won, demanding the respect his rank should command. The black-haired man answers that demand with contempt rather than fear. He manifests a dark star mace and makes clear that for scum like this, violence is the only respect they deserve. Kim Bong-won falters, trying to hide behind his bloodline and status as fear overtakes him. As the black-haired man advances to crackling demonic power, Kim Bong-won breaks completely and begs him not to come closer. The scene shifts to a temporary base at Kaesong after the battle has been decisively concluded. Following Kim Bong-won's obliteration, the group gathers for an impromptu meeting and is staked for their efforts. They move straight into aftermath management, confirming that battlefield cleanup and damage assessment have been completed. The expedition reports a costly victory, losing 10 people and suffering many injuries while killing roughly half the enemy and capturing hundreds more. Their commander notes that this is the first time the expedition has taken casualties, and even limited losses still weigh heavily on him. He concludes that the North Korean warlords now see them as a direct threat that cannot be ignored. Pushing farther will inevitably trigger open conflict, yet he refuses to overlook what the enemy has done. He admits that striking the North Korean military had been part of his plan from the start because the expedition was really meant to target the Black Society and Pandemonium. What drove him forward was the discovery that the metal devil Saurus showed clear signs of cannibalism, confirming something deeply wrong behind the enemy's forces. That realization turned his anger into a personal fury that now shakes his resolve. Even while asking the others for their judgment, he makes clear that his hatred for those enemies is absolute. He declares that he will not retreat, and if the guild refuses to move with him, he is prepared to support the commander on his own. Another leader goes even further and vows to lead all of his guild members into battle, though someone reminds him he cannot decide that alone. Accepting that point, he agrees to gather the other guild leaders' opinions before committing everyone. The commander approves that approach and postpones the final decision until after maintenance is finished, and they reconvene that evening. As the meeting breaks up, he reflects that the original plan would already have succeeded with only a few key allies, so the current support is more than enough. One flamboyant ally stays behind, insisting he remains to serve their lord, and the commander questions what use he could possibly be. The answer is simple and sinister. He intends to extract information by torture. He points to the captured enemy officer and confirms that they are going to force the truth out of him. He explains that pain can go far beyond physical suffering, then remembers that the commander's side already has a specialist in exactly that kind of torment. The commander orders that the prisoner be made to experience true agony, and the torturer eagerly obeys. Bound and gagged, the captive can only panic and struggle as the interrogation begins. Elsewhere, news arrives that the Third Corps has been completely destroyed, shocking the North Korean side. A military officer erupts in rage at the disaster and curses the enemy responsible. Another officer is stunned that even the Metal Devil Saurus and the special forces were wiped out, arguing they should at least have been able to save that elite unit. One superior outwardly calls for total war, lamenting that the fiends and modified beasts he created were all annihilated. Privately, however, he decides this outcome actually helps him by weakening both sides for his own future ambitions. The chain of command quickly falls in line and pledges support to the supreme leader. Then a new report arrives that South Korea has attacked the Second Corps as well, leaving them stunned. The attack is shown as a sudden, violent strike that throws the battlefield into flames and chaos. The assault turns into a massacre, with screams and blood making clear that the Second Corps is being torn apart. At the ruined site, the commander surveys the aftermath while a surviving enemy soldier collapses in pain before him. He judges that the fighting here is effectively over and notes that the interrogation has already yielded valuable intelligence, including the locations of Kim Bong-won's forces. He explains that the prisoner initially resisted mental attacks, but Verde's expertise in torture and psychic assault broke both his body and mind. Unable to endure anymore, Kim Bong-won begged for mercy and agreed to reveal everything. From that confession, they learn that the military controls 5 corps in total, with all but the First Corps being roughly equal in size. They also learn that Supreme Leader Kim Moo-kwan awakened a power during the Great Catastrophe that let him control monsters and seize nearby Wanghe province amid the chaos. His rise was built on sacrificing civilians to monsters, especially anyone who resisted his rule, proving him to be a ruthless man. Once the cleanup is complete, the commander's beast companion reports success and receives brief praise. The commander mounts the giant beast to return, while the creature casually asks for a reward afterward. On the way back, he reasons that destroying the Second Corps right after the Third should leave the enemy panicked and too unstable to respond immediately. That evening, he returns to a warm welcome as the expedition's commander. The gathered guild representatives announce that none of their guilds intend to back down anymore. Caught off guard by their sudden enthusiasm, he learns that they now want to support him in what they see as a historic cause. One leader insists they have all been inspired by him, though the commander is still confused by what they mean. An older guild leader explains that the commander is simply oblivious to how his actions are being interpreted. To everyone else, his willingness to personally take the lead looks like a mission to liberate the oppressed people of former North Korea. The commander internally protests that his real motive was anger over civilians being fed to monsters and a desire to strike the Asmodeus faction, not to become a symbol. Still, deciding that their support is useful enough, he moves on and presents the broad outline of the campaign. His first step is to move the garrison near Kaesong Port, while the main force stays on the defensive and holds the territory they have already secured. One listener questions whether remaining defensive will put them at a disadvantage. The commander explains that controlling the port guarantees stable supply lines by sea and gives them a strong position to monitor enemy movements. He adds that this is not passive defense at all, because they will also split off a strike force led by his strongest allies to hit the enemy without surrendering the initiative. With much of Avang province already turned into lost land, the enemy is presumed to be struggling to hold Ardivan, so the plan is to exploit that weakness with a fast blitz. When someone points out that another unit had already been sent alone earlier, the strategist denies any grand foresight and claims he simply chose the most aggressive option. Once preparations are complete, he sends everyone out and declares that the true fight is only beginning now. News breaks that Hunter John Mitchell has entered lost territory and returned safely, triggering a surge in expedition-related stocks. A red-haired investor delights in being proven right and celebrates the success of her gamble. Her father, Shinseong Group Chairman Chen Guangwen, lightly scolds her excitement while reviewing the report himself. Even so, he openly acknowledges Jion's judgment and gives her credit for the winning call. He decides to pour more money into the next reinforcement team and asks that Minchio be brought to him once the expedition ends. Jion is moved that her usually cold father has finally recognized that her investment choice was correct. Elsewhere, Minchio's exploits are recognized as the kind of achievement that draws attention wherever he goes. A woman working alone vents that his fame has left her buried in extra work. Despite the burden, she is mainly relieved that he is alive and hopes both he and the other person with him return safely to Korea. In the United Kingdom, the Rosenberg family becomes involved as international interest in the Gaia former grows. Because the Gaia former loan to Korea proved effective, requests for it begin pouring in from around the world. Jared Rosenberg treats that global demand as proof that the family's investment was worthwhile. A maid explains that they trusted Hunter Minchiol to use the Gaia former properly. Another retainer adds that Minchiol's accomplishments have dramatically increased its value. Jared takes satisfaction in the fact that his younger sibling's judgment has now been vindicated in everyone's eyes. As head of the Rosenberg family, he resolves not to waste the opportunity Gerard created. That resolve expands into a patriotic call to act for the nation's honor and its people. Meanwhile, Kim Mukwan's side is in crisis, unable to understand how enemies they identify and target keep disappearing after elite forces are sent. A silver-haired subordinate suggests the intelligence failures are so severe that the targets may as well be ghosts. A furious officer snaps that a month has passed without a single lead and demands an immediate solution. The silver-haired man notes that complaints would not change the fact that more than half of Kim Mukwan's military units have been destroyed in that month. Privately, he reveals a darker motive. He wants to leave, but he still has not achieved his goal, and after failing twice already he fears a third failure will not be forgiven. So he offers the general a way out of the crisis, presenting it with a sly confidence. The desperate officer eagerly urges him to explain the plan at once. The proposed solution is shocking. He asks whether the general would accept the power of a demon. The scene shifts as a director arrives to meet a senior figure in person. The senior remarks that he came despite his reluctance, unwilling to look weak before the younger generation. The director is surprised the senior traveled all the way there, while reports note that Seoul's second expedition wave has now joined the main force. Their formal meeting softens into mutual respect as they agree to speak more casually. The second wave consists of veteran association agents and hunters gathered from multiple guilds, totaling 2,000 people. Kim Bo-zong personally leads them north, insisting that if no one else will go, he will shoulder the burden himself. His determination and his stated mission of rescuing abandoned civilians quickly win approval from the association, Congress, and the government. Before they part, the senior asks for a sparring match once they return to Seoul, and the director readily agrees. Then the senior makes a more serious request of his own. He asks the director to take command of the expedition team. When Kim Bo-zong points out that he already commands the second wave, the director clarifies that he means command of the entire expedition. The appointment is announced, placing senior Kim Bo-zong over the whole operation from that day forward. He immediately orders all separately operating unit leaders to regroup with the main force, while the exhausted team can barely keep up with the pace. As the reunited force marches through the ruined province under constant monster attacks, the strain steadily causes units to fall behind. The director tells Bo-zong that Chief Modern of the Galactic Union will support him, and Bo-zong accepts the arrangement. Left to himself, the director jokes that tales of his endurance in a past life are probably exaggerated. He admits he is not suited to command and still prefers working alone, even if that sounds lonely. He immediately undercuts the loneliness by revealing the small companion he calls his secret weapon. Rather than wait, he decides to head first to Haiju, the center of Kim Mukwan's military power. When asked why he is going alone, he explains that the expedition team will take time to reach Haiju. He reasons that because many monsters still block the route and threaten the civilians they came to save, someone must first locate and destroy the gate connected to the uncleans, a task that will take time. But as he moves out, he senses that something about the situation is off. Kim Moonwon arrives at a village near Haiju expecting it to be relatively safe. Instead, he finds an abandoned settlement whose signs of habitation ended only recently. The only tracks left behind are human footprints, with no sign that monsters passed through. Realizing the footprints all lead toward Haiju, he wonders why the villagers would have gone there. A darker possibility hits him. The missing people may have been taken for some sinister purpose. As he grips Pingu and voices the fear of human sacrifice, he steels himself to move. He immediately heads for Haiju at full speed. On the way, he concludes the Black Society is likely behind this and tied directly to pandemonium. He considers it entirely possible they force civilians into sacrificial offerings to summon a demon. The thought that they may have turned people into monster feed before sacrificing them only deepens his fury. When Haija comes into view, his urgency turns to alarm. He finds the city sealed inside a completed dark sanctuary, a high-level demonic magic circle. Recognizing that only a demon lord could create something this advanced, he realizes whatever they planned inside is already underway, and Pingu confirms the air reeks of sulfur. He assesses the situation at once. The sanctuary distorts mana, ruins stealth, and the guarded approaches make infiltration impractical. When Pingu asks what he intends to do, Manhwa has already chosen the most direct answer. He decides to break through by force. The guards at the perimeter notice an intruder too late. As the southern Joseon troops open fire, Manhwa charges straight into the city. He protects himself with demon steel and cuts through the barrage without slowing. His counterattack tears through the defenders in an instant. Without pausing, he calls on Pingu for the next move, and the familiar eagerly obeys. A white-haired man senses Manhwa's arrival and turns toward the disturbance. Recognizing him, the man unleashes a green demonic force in response. Blue-powered legion creatures surge into action under the sanctuary's influence. Manhwa answers with a burst of hellfire that crashes into them. The burning poison spreads to the enemy ranks, and panicked soldiers realize the southern Joseon side has been contaminated. Manhwa presses the attack without hesitation. Dismissing these opponents as beneath his time, he releases Hellfire Blade to clear them out. Even as he advances, he notes that the Dark Sanctuary has reshaped the city into a fragment of pandemonium, and affects his own sin-based power as well. At the same time, the Undying Legion grows stronger by absorbing the Sanctuary's dark energy. Manhwa recognizes the trade-off. His hellfire is amplified by the overflowing dark mana, but as a non-demon he suffers dulled senses inside the field. An enemy fighter lunges at Pingu, trying to kill the familiar outright. A massive green-eyed beast manifests to intercept the strike. Manhwa realizes Fenrir, being demonic, can operate here with far less penalty, and leaves Pingu under its protection. He turns his focus to destroying the sanctuary itself, tracing the overwhelming energy back toward its source in the city center. As he moves deeper in, he reflects that something about the devastation never made sense. Neither Haijin nor the nearby villages had any civilians caught in the destruction, which had made him suspect they were relocated. Now, surrounded by bloodshed, he fears the truth is worse and that the civilians were used as sacrifices after all. From the way everything has been arranged, he concludes the enemy expected him and built this trap for his arrival. That suspicion is confirmed when two figures appear and directly call him by name. A southern Joseon officer arrogantly demands respect, revealing himself as one of the people behind the ambush. Manhwa cuts off the posturing and refuses to entertain the man's threats. He makes clear he has nothing left to discuss with someone like this, and lets his killing intent rise. The officer immediately feels the pressure, and realizes he may be in over his head. Manhwa shifts his attention to the white-haired man in the rear and identifies him as the doctor. The doctor confirms he has been treating members from the Lost Land, exposing his connection to the larger conspiracy. Manhwa demands to know how they could justify sacrificing civilians just to reach him. The doctor coldly reveals that the entire atrocity was orchestrated for one purpose, to capture Manhwa. He declares that everything was bait to lure Manhwa in, and that they are now ready to begin the next phase of their plan. Before they can seize the initiative, Manhwa rejects the idea that they can contain him and erupts into motion with green power swirling around him. A smug voice realizes something alarming is unfolding. He declares that the rite for the Dark God's descent has already begun. The man in black rejects that claim, insisting no divine being should be able to descend directly into Earth without severe limits. But a system alert tied to the flow of the universe makes him realize this is no empty bluff. As he senses a foreign disturbance in the sky, he understands that pandemonium has somehow been linked to Earth. A sudden scream interrupts the moment, and confirms the crisis is happening in real time. He concludes that someone has forcibly bypassed dimensional restrictions, and if they can do that, the threat is far greater than expected. The invading presence announces that a human has been selected as its vessel. The being speaks as an ancient power returning to the earthly realm after a long absence. It fully reveals itself as Asmodeus, descending in a vessel with overwhelming confidence. Asmodeus addresses the doctor directly and offers mercy in exchange for absolute servitude. The man in black is stunned that even a third-rank demon lord has become strong enough to rival the supreme beings he once faced. The doctor tries to protest that their enemy is the very man who has been obstructing their mission. Asmodeus cuts him off with a single word, forcing the doctor into fearful submission. When the doctor speaks out of turn again, Asmodeus crushes him with pressure and demands obedience. Turning back to the real target, Asmodeus calmly asks whether the mortal will accept his offer. The man identifies Asmodeus as one of the supreme demons powerful enough to stand beside the beings from the tower. Instead of yielding, he prepares a countermeasure and decides there is still a way to fight. Asmodeus mocks him for reaching for a royal gift only to invite punishment. He follows that contempt with a direct attack meant to crush the mortal immediately. The man responds by calling on Fenrir to handle the lesser enemies around them. Fenrir answers at once, and the man entrusts the battlefield side threat to his ally. Asmodeus pauses, unsettled for the first time by what has just been summoned. He demands to know what the creature is, while the man realizes Asmodeus has sensed authority within the undead legion. The man refuses to explain and tells Asmodeus he can learn the truth only by winning. Relying on memories from a past life, he resolves to compensate for his weaker raw power with knowledge of Asmodeus's fighting style. A constellation reacts to the divine presence, granting him support as he confronts a true deity. Asmodeus dismisses those preparations as petty interference with his divinity. He expands his heavenly demonic authority, trying to overwhelm the mortal before the fight can turn. The man steels himself to bridge the gap in strength with authority and experience. Asmodeus taunts him for struggling, confident that a single trick is enough to dominate the exchange. He unleashes a vast red pentagram formation to bury the battlefield under destructive force. The spell erupts into a storm of relentless red attacks. The man judges evasion impossible and shifts to deflecting the barrage with the least force necessary. As he endures the assault, he realizes the situation is manageable and commits to using every scrap of knowledge and ability he has. Asmodeus escalates further, invoking the authority of White Knight to punish the mortal with a divine spear. The man counters by producing a Dark Star Unicorn's horn spear, declaring that only he can wield such a weapon. He meets the descending divine strike head-on instead of retreating. The clash ripples through the summon beasts and the battlefield as both powers collide violently. The impact tears across the city streets in a storm of force and debris. Asmodeus reacts with brief surprise when the mortal withstands the exchange. He admits that for a mere mortal, his opponent is unexpectedly entertaining. The collision intensifies into a blinding contest of red divine power against the mortal's reinforced weapon. The man answers Asmodeus's praise with calm confidence, showing he is still in control of himself. He reveals the key to his defense. The Dark Star Spear is indestructible, so Asmodeus cannot break it by force. Using that absolute durability, he channels his own power through the spear in a new way. He turns the clash into a vortex that feeds on Asmodeus's own flames, creating a phenomenon that can burn even men itself. Asmodeus recognizes the ingenuity of using his power as fuel, but remains unconvinced it can truly threaten him. He unveils a celestial defensive barrier, and declares that the amplified attack still cannot reach him. The man identifies the defense as Aegis and realizes Asmodeus is layering sacred authority over dark mana through the authority of White Knight. The observer notes that the fallen angel's power is formidable, but not beyond what can be countered. Even though the angel's energy is dense enough to distort the surroundings, the mortal refuses to be overwhelmed by it. He activates the authority of the evil eye, preparing a specialized response instead of meeting force with force. The angel is insulted that a mere human is pushing him this far and treats the resistance as humiliation. The mortal layers dimensional interference into the battlefield, turning the space itself into a weapon. With spatial transfer and a mirror decoy, he begins manipulating position and perception to disrupt the angel's control. The angel realizes the human is wielding the authority of sin, a power no lower-realm mortal should possess, and is shaken by that contradiction. The mortal dismisses that outrage and sharpens his senses further, relying on illusion reading rather than explanation. He unleashes a rapid combination of distortion, disintegration, and venomous strikes to pressure the angel from multiple angles. The assault lands hard enough to make the angel falter, as the mortal adds crushing force to his gauntlet. Enraged, the angel retaliates with a barrage of debilitating effects meant to cripple the human's body, senses, and magic all at once. The mortal answers by igniting sacred flame, surrounding himself with holy power instead of yielding to the suppression. That only deepens the angel's disbelief, because the sacred power belongs to his former brother, and should never be in human hands. The mortal presses the psychological advantage, taunting the angel for losing composure and forcing him further off balance. Seeing the opening, he commits to speed, choosing relentless forward pressure over caution. He darts to the warped battlefield, closing in before the angel can fully reset the fight. Their powers collide in a chaotic exchange of light, force, and redirected attacks. The angel answers with a sweeping storm of destructive strikes meant to erase the human's advance. For several minutes the mortal survives by deflecting and diverting those attacks instead of trying to overpower them directly. He endures the barrage while realizing he has already burned through half his strength just staying alive. He concludes he would have died already if the angel had fought without restraint, but the angel has been holding back because of the higher holy fire. That hesitation gives the mortal exactly what he needs, enough time to steadily close the distance. He reaches striking range and knows that once his setup pays off, the result would be devastating for the angel. The angel senses the shift too late and lashes out in fury, calling the human a worm as control starts slipping away. The mortal confirms to himself that he finally landed the decisive hit, and mocks the angel's failed expectations. He resolves to turn the fight into a contest of endurance, confident the longer it lasts, the more the hidden damage will matter. The angel tries to reverse momentum with another violent attack, forcing the mortal to evade under pressure. While moving, the mortal notices a new development, and realizes the battle is about to change again. He shifts into a lightning-based sword form, preparing a sharper and more destructive finishing style. The angel praises the human's speed but calmly insists that the mortal's death is still approaching. The mortal rejects that threat and answers as if the angel is the one nearing collapse. He reveals that he has seen this style of combat before, implying the angel is less unique than he believes. The angel names Warlord Daimos, exposing a connection to a far older and more dangerous figure. The mortal recalls that Daimos was supposedly slain by the hero, while privately realizing the angel has guessed too much already. The angel explains that if the divine sword Kaluta had truly erased Daimos' soul, no trace of him would remain, stunning the mortal with the implication. As the mortal pieces it together, the angel laughs at the idea that a human could so easily dismiss the possibility of Daimos being on his side. He pushes the logic further, pointing to a weapon capable of destroying Daimos' soul as the key inconsistency. The angel argues that such an overwhelmingly sacred weapon could not have existed in the lower realm from the beginning. From that, he frames Daimos' apparent destruction as part of a larger design rather than a simple death. He even recalls defeating Daimos before without killing him, claiming he merely broke his wings and left him alive. The mortal grows tense as the angel suggests that sparing Daimos over something so trivial now has much greater consequences. Trying to force more answers, the mortal asks what this supposed grand plan actually is. The angel refuses, saying he has already revealed too much and would not explain further. He reasserts dominance and warns the mortal not to overstep his place. The mortal turns that warning back on him, signaling that the angel is the one who has already lost control. He reveals the truth at last. The poison has begun taking effect inside the angel. The mortal explains that he injected Jormungandr's venom when he severed the angel's arm, and that the poison should spread even more violently through a divine body. As the venom weakens him, the angel admits the human has earned his respect, even while lamenting that he can no longer hear the voices of the mortal's past victims. The angel formally acknowledges the mortal, and the human answers with dry disbelief at the sudden change in tone. Accepting the mortal as a true variable in his larger scheme, the angel decides to stop holding back and fight with everything he has. The black-haired hunter realizes he has been trapped by a curse that guarantees destruction in his name, and cannot be escaped. The curse takes hold as a countdown of doom is formally declared over him. System messages explain that even his sacred flame cannot resist it, and all misfortune is being concentrated onto him to a spoken curse. The angelic enemy warns that in 20 days his fate will end as well, and if the curse is not resolved by then, his rank will collapse and his soul will be erased. The attacker reveals this is a solemn oath made under Asmodeus' authority, a world-altering curse powerful enough to rewrite the rules around them. He seals the judgment by declaring that the hunter has now been sentenced to absolute death. When the enemy tries to savor his fear, the hunter only gives a dry laugh instead of breaking. He calmly rejects the idea that he should be afraid, as if he already sees another path. The enemy insists he must have sensed his own death approaching, but says denial will not change the outcome. The hunter admits the curse should have doomed him, yet he is struck by how strangely calm he feels. That calm unsettles the enemy, who suddenly suspects something impossible may be happening. The hunter reveals the source of his confidence, an elixir the enemy cannot believe could exist in such a low realm. He recalls obtaining that reward months earlier during the tower's trial. The elixir is a legendary potion said to heal any wound and cleanse any curse, making it the one thing that could let a lower-dimensional mortal endure the countdown. Before the enemy can accept it, the hunter drinks the elixir and puts its power to the test. The empty vessel falls away as the cure takes effect. System notices confirm that the elixir has burned away the curse's brand, nullified the countdown, and stripped the enemy's sentence of death of its power. The enemy can only stare in disbelief as the impossible becomes real. With the death brand gone, the hunter immediately recognizes that his opponent is also weakened by Jormungandr's venom and exhausted from invoking the oath. He exploits that opening at once, and drives his blade into the enemy's body. As he finishes the strike, he coldly tells the fallen being to return to his homeland. The long mythic battle in old northern Korea, centered in Haeju, finally reaches its conclusion. When the fight ends, the hunter remains standing amid the aftermath, and a system notice records a major rise in his experience. Catching his breath, he reflects that without Jormungandr's consolation and memories from his past life, he would never have won. His companion excitedly confirms that he truly defeated the terrifying warrior, and he answers simply that he did. The companion praises him, while he notes that recovering lost status would let the companion achieve similar feats. He then brings up a human target they failed to keep from escaping, and the companion hurriedly admits it. The companion explains he anticipated the problem and captured that person in advance, earning the hunter's approval. As the hunter promises a reward once they return home, a new system reaction interrupts him. A notice declares that he has detected divinity from the defeated enemy and absorbed Asmodeus' divinity from the White Knight's seat. Further messages announce a massive leap in his holy celestial progression, divinity accumulating in his soul, and his soul frame advancing to a new stage. His companion is stunned and wonders if his master has become a god in this world, while the system states that a being with divinity has been born on earth. The hunter rejects that interpretation, explaining that true divinity is normally formed over countless years through the worship of many living beings. He understands this instead as an anomalous reward for defeating Asmodeus, one that boosts his power, mana control, efficiency, and grants him the right to appoint an apostle. That final privilege catches his attention most. He can now choose one apostle. He recalls that an apostle is a subordinate who spreads a god's name and receives a share of divine growth, making the choice important. Since he gained this divinity as a myth hunter rather than a true deity, he thinks the title means little for now, but still sees practical value in naming someone useful. He quickly realizes there is one candidate perfectly suited for the role. The scene shifts back to base under a strange, radiant sky as the consequences of the battle begin to spread. People there are already asking whether the Kim Munhyan faction has collapsed, and what it means that a demon king descended. After regaining his composure, the hunter returns to base and gives a concise explanation of what happened in Haeju. In response, the expedition force halts its operations and begins preparing to move directly toward Haeju. Others conclude that the demon king's descent is serious enough to require an on-site investigation by the association. A red-haired demon greets the hunter with reverence, praising the Lord's foresight and saying he has brought him a gift. When the hunter reveals that the gift comes from the Lord himself, the demon immediately kneels and accepts with humble gratitude. The hunter decides that although he once considered Femur for the role, this demon is the right choice for his first apostle, and places a hand on his head. The system confirms that the target's soul can accept divinity and asks whether he wishes to appoint Verde as his apostle. He proceeds despite the permanent cost of 200 divinity, and the appointment ritual begins. Purple divine power pours into Verde, transforming him as his status window appears with greatly elevated attributes. Reviewing the results, the hunter sees that Verde's stats have nearly doubled and several skills have risen to S rank or A rank, making the apostle effect even stronger than expected. Verde asks how his new power feels, and the orange-haired man is shaken by how overwhelming the transformation is. As he realizes he has become the apostle of John Minchiol, he is absurdly moved that this finally proves he is human. Verde immediately calls out the contradiction, reminding him that he had deceived him before. The man insists he never actually lied and brushes off the accusation with playful confidence. He argues that when he once invoked Ifrit, he only identified himself as Ifrit's loyal servant, not Ifrit himself, exposing how carefully he had worded the trick. The memory hits him hard, and he is stunned that such a technical loophole really worked. With Kim Mu-kwan dead, the army lost its command structure and collapsed almost instantly. The remaining demon forces were wiped out one by one. The war ended sooner than expected, and 3 months later spring arrived as life began to settle. The expedition drew major public attention, and reclaiming the area around Wanghe province was celebrated as an extraordinary success. News that another demon king had been stopped spread worldwide and became a global sensation. Pandemonium's violation of the armistice and Asmodeus's appearance reignited fear across the world. As word spread that the truce had been broken in South Korea, governments and even the wider multiverse grew restless. Asmodeus retreated to the heart of Pandemonium, but he did so badly weakened, with his soul damaged and his divinity stolen. Even after the victory, the expedition kept fighting the monsters left in Wanghe, and helped restore order while civilians rebuilt. Having no reason to remain there, the protagonist decides to return with Ma then and asks if that arrangement is acceptable. He also questions whether Asmodeus's defeat really needs to be credited as the expedition team's achievement. His senior refuses the spotlight, saying too much public attention would only become a burden. Instead, he declares that he intends to climb the tower again and leaves the rest of the aftermath to his senior. After reporting the results and securing his assistant's safety, he returns to Earth and heads for the Interstellar Union's Yonsan branch. When he hears that something major has changed there, he demands to know what it means. He is told that the person in charge is being replaced, though the successor has not yet been formally announced. The branch staff explain that the head of the Yonsan branch is expected to be replaced soon, and even they are rattled by how sudden it is. The narration emphasizes that the Yonsan branch, positioned near both the tower and the front line with Pandemonium, is one of the most important branches on Earth. Because of that importance, replacing its chief without prior discussion is politically explosive. To anyone watching, the move looks less like routine administration and more like a demotion. He quickly guesses that this is why they were called back and wonders whether the expedition team is being blamed. Seeing the dwarf's unease, he tells him to report the matter to his superiors. He makes it clear that if the Yonsan branch chief is demoted, those responsible should expect him to cut ties with them. The dwarf is left stunned by how serious that threat is. He rushes to stop him and insists there has been a major misunderstanding, because such treatment would make no sense. The protagonist calmly reveals that the branch chief was not demoted at all. Instead, the former chief was promoted to an executive position in the Interstellar Union, a reward for the expedition's success. Realizing he had become furious over a promotion, the protagonist is embarrassed while Ma then proudly celebrates his own advancement. He awkwardly admits he overreacted and complains that this should have been explained properly from the start. As he offers congratulations, he hopes the new branch chief will be competent, only to be told he has little reason to worry. Ma then assures him the incoming chief is highly capable and notes that the person has just arrived. The protagonist freezes, caught off guard by the timing. A woman enters and warmly greets him, revealing that she is the one taking over. She introduces herself as Ellie, the new Yongsan branch chief, and asks for his support. Later, she teasingly asks whether the surprise was a big one. She explains that the appointment was only confirmed the day before and apologizes for not being able to tell him sooner. He points out that she looked far too pleased earlier for someone claiming to be sorry, but admits there is no better partner for the role than Ellie. Ellie says she had not expected him to come that day, but the timing worked out perfectly, and she is genuinely happy about becoming branch chief. Remembering a promise, she asks him to give her his hand. When he does, she reminds him that she had not forgotten what she owed him. She fastens a bracelet onto his wrists, fulfilling her promise to do it herself once he returns safely from the expedition. She asks if he likes it, and he immediately assures her that he does because it came from her. Ellie is deeply pleased that she could finally give him the gift, feeling that the effort she spent preparing it was worth it. Still smiling, she says she has another present to celebrate her appointment, and turns the moment back toward him. She opens a box containing a ring and tells him to try it on to see whether it fits. Michael senses unusual vitality from the item Ellie sent, and wonders what document came with it. His expectation collapses when he realizes the paper is framed like a marriage pledge rather than an ordinary contract. Ellie teases him for a moment, then explains that it is actually a specially arranged commission form prepared to her family. Using his eye of truth, Michael braces himself to see what kind of extraordinary favor she secured for him. He discovers that the commission grants proof of the K9 clan, an elite-grade item that boosts vitality and endurance. The package also includes a rare magic scroll that can temporarily unleash the clan's sealed power at immense value and risk. Michael is stunned that Ellie obtained both a clan's proof and a secret technique, gifts he never expected to receive. Ellie dismisses any concern about cost and makes clear that the sentiment behind helping him matters more to her than the item's price. He accepts the gift and quietly realizes he has come to understand Ellie better through this gesture. As they leave together, Michael confirms he still intends to climb the tower, and Ellie notes the resolve with approval. On the way, Michael brings up a favor he wants from Ellie. He explains that he plans to buy shares in the demonic guild with his assets, and wants her name attached as co-CEO for convenience. Ellie warns that official guild business must still pass through proper channels, but she agrees since he only needs her name, not her management. Michael admits he normally would not bother with something like appointing a co-CEO, but recent circumstances have changed his approach. He is amused by how neatly his new plan is coming together. An orange-haired man named Daniel arrives with his usual flamboyant charm and greets Ellie diplomatically. Ellie immediately shuts down his flirting, making it clear his stale lines no longer work on her. Daniel tries to brush her off and belittle her, but he is cut short before he can go too far. Michael's killing intent forces Daniel to correct himself and address Ellie with proper respect as branch chief Ellie. With the hierarchy established, Michael insists they all cooperate as business partners, and Daniel reluctantly falls in line. Michael reflects that he joined the Interstellar Union under a free mercenary plan and lent his name to the demonic guild for a practical reason. He had first intended Verde to spread his fame, knowing modern Earth would not easily accept open worship of the new god. So instead of building a religion, he chose to promote his name through guilds and companies, expecting his public title and investments to amplify his influence. He also has another motive behind this arrangement that he keeps to himself for the moment. Standing before a window, Michael notes that reporters have already gathered in response to his rise. Ellie explains that the association wants him to hold a press conference because of everything he has accomplished. Michael recognizes that his sudden fame could vanish quickly if he steps out of the spotlight. By making Verde the public face as co-CEO of the demonic guild, he decides he can hand that attention over to someone who knows how to exploit it. That arrangement would free Michael to focus on climbing the tower instead of managing celebrity. He agrees that a press conference is useful, but only if it is handled efficiently and wrapped up in one go. Michael points out that even a few words from him would benefit the Interstellar Union as well, making the event worthwhile. With Verde's role settled, he decides the last remaining task is to make a phone call. He contacts Daniel and is met with immediate enthusiasm over his recent achievements. Michael heads to the Tower of Trial's 5th floor Sky Garden while moving ahead with his plans. He reviews his progress. Ellie helped make him co-CEO, he left the press conference, and related matters to Verde. And now he needs information from Daniel about Elysium's movements. Daniel excitedly praises him for defeating Asmodeus, and treats the feat as proof of Michael's greatness. Michael awkwardly accepts the praise and steers the conversation toward useful information. He asks whether anything unusual has happened, and Daniel reports that Pandemonium's exposure has led to tighter restrictions on their activities. Daniel adds that ritual materials have become difficult to obtain, forcing them to try securing supplies to the Interstellar Union instead. Michael immediately sees the opportunity, noting that Elysium now depends on the Union, while Marthan oversees Earth's side of it. Since he already instructed Marthan to obstruct their material supply, Michael concludes that Elysium is effectively contained, and he can re-enter the tower without worry. With outside threats managed for now, he visits the blacksmith Hawken after a long absence. Michael asks whether Hawken completed the custom gear he requested, and Hawken proudly presents work tailored to his style. The set turns out to be legendary-grade Darkstar equipment, including boots and gloves with strong defensive and magical resistance properties. When Michael tries the gear on, he finds it weightless, perfectly fitted, and immediately identifies the material as black mithril. Hawken confirms Michael's sharp eye and explains that instead of focusing on flashy enchantments, he prioritized defense and resistance during the forging. Pleased that his extra effort paid off, Hawken waits for Michael's verdict. Michael's silence shows he is genuinely impressed by the craftsmanship. He praises Hawken as a master artisan and reaches out, making the blacksmith think he is offering a grateful handshake. Michael clarifies that he is not asking for a handshake at all but for the black metal itself, offering 1.5 million points for the material. The broker reminds him that the last job was difficult, and implies he should judge this request by that standard. Even so, the broker proves he paid well by transferring over 5 million points and boasting about his 10% cut. This sheer scale of the fortune makes clear that even after fees and expenses, an enormous amount of wealth remained in Hawken Toria's estate. Realizing what that means, the broker starts to suspect there is still treasure left untouched. He confirms the hidden half of the fortune still exists, and casually leaves its recovery to the protagonist whenever he wants to claim it. With that burden gone, the protagonist concludes he would not need to worry about points for quite some time. Before leaving, he stops the broker and turns the conversation toward a more personal suspicion. He directly asks whether the broker was the one who killed the Mobius wizards on the 6th floor. The question instantly puts the broker on edge and exposes that the guess hit close to the truth. Sword drawn, the protagonist presses him and demands to know how he learned of that incident. The broker calms the tension by claiming it was deduction, arguing that a famous climber would naturally attract rumors. The protagonist notes that his identity should be hidden, but he still wants to hear the logic behind the broker's conclusion. The broker points out that the tower's most talked about rising star is currently John Minchiel. He identifies that star as the rookie who took first place on the 04 trial rankings. He adds that only one other newcomer drew similar attention by causing a major disturbance on the 6th floor, and both figures were non-rankers who appeared at nearly the same time. After hearing that a rookie had bought an entire floor from the Information Guild just before the incident, he concluded the 6th floor challenger and John Minchiel had to be the same person. The protagonist realizes he has practically exposed himself already, especially after the broker had earlier addressed him by name. The broker apologizes for his earlier hostility, and explains that offending a valuable patron would only create trouble for him. He warns that major factions are now looking for the protagonist, and from what he knows, both Mobius and Aatrox are already moving. The protagonist accepts the warning and agrees it makes sense to stay alert. But he leaves open the question of who truly needs to be cautious, hinting that his enemies may be in greater danger than he is. Soon after, he is transported onward and arrives in a new stage of the tower. On the 8th floor, he finds himself in the ruins of a collapsed city, and immediately senses the place is tied to a forgotten world. The quest explains that this is New Camelot, a city destroyed by calamity, and orders him to kill the nemesis while surviving a deathly shroud and worsening nighttime monster swarms. Reading the mission, he understands that the floor has recreated a civilization already erased by disaster. The ruined silence reinforces that this world has truly been abandoned and forgotten by the living. As he studies the wreckage, he compares it to the devastation cities must have suffered during the Great Cataclysm. He detects no nearby life signs at first, but something in the environment immediately feels wrong. The source reveals itself as the groaning approach of zombies emerging through the ruined streets. Facing them without fear, he asks whether these undead were the ones responsible for destroying the city. He dismisses the idea of getting answers from mindless corpses and prepares to wipe them out instead. A sudden blast of sacred fire erupts across the ruins before he can act. The flames tear through the horde, and the undead answer with pained roars as they burn. He recognizes the attack as the authority of sacred flames spreading through the battlefield. But after dozens of zombies die, he notes with disappointment that they are too weak to provide meaningful experience. As more undead mindlessly charge into the fire and turn to ash, he realizes the entire swarm would still barely reward him. An unseen observer urgently tells him to extinguish the flames at once. He notices a figure approaching without leaving a trace and realizes these enemies are not ordinary zombies. Rather than obey, he reacts with irritation and prepares to answer the warning on his own terms. The sacred flames continue to surge around him as he holds his ground. He flatly states that he does not take orders from anyone weaker than himself, and admits prohibition only makes him more inclined to continue. Seeing only zombies in front of him, he refuses to believe they are worth fearing. Then he senses a change in the battlefield and pauses as something unexpected enters the flames. A larger, more dangerous undead creature pushes through the blaze roaring, forcing him to reconsider what he is facing. Activating Eye of Truth, he checks whether this thing is truly a normal undead created by sorcery or necromancy. The analysis identifies it as a boomer zombie with extreme infection, self-destruct capability, and an instant leap skill. That result unsettles him because infection is an X-rank trait he should not be seen here, suggesting this monster is something abnormal. Before it can close in, hidden attackers suddenly pin the creature with multiple projectiles. The trapped zombie convulses and roars as the attack interrupts its advance. Annoyed by the escalating nuisance, the protagonist prepares to end the situation himself amid the spreading green contamination and lingering fire. John Minchiel reviews the infection rules and realizes these zombies may look weak individually, but their bite guarantees infection and eventual transformation unless an antidote is found. He compares the process to a zombie movie and understands that once bitten, resistance is meaningless and the victim is effectively doomed. Rather than panic, he treats the danger as a challenge and keeps his composure. Remembering a scream from earlier, he concludes it was probably caused by this outbreak and turns his attention toward it. He decides to investigate the source himself. Someone hidden nearby is startled by his sudden arrival before they can react properly. An attacker tries to restrain him with a skill called Entangle, Leaf Blade, launching green vines to pin him down. Minchio answers by activating another power through his hand, calmly countering the ambush. Using Dark Star, Chains of the Earth, he unleashes purple chains that tear through the attack and seize control of the battlefield. He warns his opponent that this level of force is nowhere near enough to stop him. A second skill, Dacewind, erupts in a burst of golden energy, forcing the hidden group into the open. As the light settles, Minchio recognizes the race before him as elves and pauses in surprise. The others emerge as well, and the armed group is confused by his sudden familiarity with them. One of them starts to suspect that Minchio may be someone they have encountered before. That suspicion connects him to the rookie they once met in the mines. Minchio confirms it is him, though he notes that calling him a rookie no longer fits. The group confirms he was the one who screamed earlier, and Minchio realizes the supposedly weaker survivor he expected is actually here among them. A muscular non-ranker with overwhelming power studies him closely and directly asks if he is John Minchio. Minchio is impressed that the man figured it out so quickly. He admits his identity, and the man introduces himself as Mithrang, a Vulcan warrior, sealing the recognition with a handshake. Minchio notices one member of their original 5 is missing and asks whether that person is the one being cared for elsewhere. Mithrang explains that the absent man is resting because he is in bad condition. From that answer, Minchio immediately infers infection, and Mithrang reluctantly confirms it. The group reveals they have only been able to buy suppressants to slow the infection because obtaining the antidote is beyond their current ability. Minchio notes Mithrang's loyalty, while Mithrang makes clear that Vulcans do not abandon their comrades no matter how hopeless things look. Minchio judges him as blunt and strength-driven, but also exactly as fiercely loyal as he expects the Vulcan to be. Remembering that Mithrang had even warned him about danger before, Minchio becomes curious about how far that loyalty and kindness can be pushed. He offers to get the antidote for them, but makes it clear that his help will come at a price. Desperate to save his comrade, Mithrang immediately agrees to any condition, and Minchio decides the debt from the 6th floor gives him reason to cooperate. Minchio says he first wants everything they know about the 8th floor, then agrees to lend his strength for now. Later, under the night sky, they move out together toward their objective. Mithrang explains that once the sun sets, the zombies hidden during the day flood into the streets in overwhelming numbers. Minchio notices that challenge bodies glow at night, and Mithrang worries that this strange visibility should make him uneasy. Minchio remains unfazed and tells Mithrang to lead on while reviewing the information he was given about the 8th floor. He recalls the key rule of the area. At night the concealed zombies overrun the city, and challengers begin emitting light that exposes their position. Even with points or items to stay hidden, they must move carefully because some special variant zombies can still detect them. Mithrang adds that variant zombies become far more common after dark, making the trick even more dangerous. One such variant appears immediately, a blood mosquito, and Mithrang warns that it is extremely dangerous. He starts to explain that its supersonic speed makes defense the priority, but the attack comes too fast for him to finish. Minchio cuts in first with Unicorn's Horn Spear plus Sacred Flame, striking the mosquito before it can threaten him. Mithrang is left awkwardly admitting he had just been about to give that same advice. Minchio brushes it off, tells him to pick up the pace, and the two continue forward together. As they near their destination, Minchio confirms that the building ahead is the clinic. He recalls the reason they had to risk traveling at night at all. The clinic, where the antidote can be obtained, only operates after dark. They arrive at the clinic entrance, ready to secure the medicine. Just before going in, Mithrang abruptly stops Minchio and signals that something is wrong. He points into the fog toward a lone figure standing nearby, and Minchio initially mistakes it for just another zombie. Mithrang reveals it is Nemesis, an unkillable monster that can only be defeated with the antidote, and Minchio sees its terrifying status and regeneration traits. Realizing this creature is the quest target and that the clinic will not activate while it remains, Minchio understands why their path has been blocked. When he asks whether it can be brought down without the antidote, Mithrang admits they already tried everything and failed to even wound it. In the ruined city at night, Nemesis confronts the challenger with cold confidence and prepares to prove his superiority. He singles out the young fighter and declares that absolute defense means nothing here, inviting him to watch what happens next. Nemesis lunges him with vicious force, trying to overwhelm him before he can respond. When the attack stalls, Nemesis mocks him for struggling, still convinced the outcome is already decided. The challenger answers by unleashing infernal flames, revealing he already understands the kind of enemy he is facing. He explains that Nemesis carries a tower-made mythical trait that nullifies most ordinary attacks, but his own divinity and hunter myth bypass that protection. He adds that Nemesis also has hyper regeneration, yet that advantage becomes useless if the body is burned away faster than it can recover. As the flames engulf Nemesis, the watching captain is stunned that a monster they could never even scratch is suddenly being broken down so easily. The sight forces him to accept that the impossible battle is ending with shocking ease. The challenger realizes this is no ordinary fight, and senses he may have encountered someone capable of reshaping the balance of the tower. In his mind, the newcomer's potential rises to the level of a force that could alter the entire order of power. The infernal flames erupt across the battlefield in a massive blast that consumes the area. Nemesis crashes to the ground under the sustained assault, his body finally giving way. Even as the flames continue to coil around him, his resistance is clearly collapsing. When the energy clears, the challenger stands at the center of the devastation with victory effectively secured. The tower confirms that Nemesis has been defeated without using the antidote. It recognizes the feat as unprecedented, records his name in history, and awards him with 500,000 points and a fragment of myth. He brushes off the struggle with a dry remark, noting that Nemesis was absurdly durable even in defeat. A summary confirms the battle lasted about 30 minutes, and that victory would have been impossible without the Myth Hunter constellation and his divinity. As the reward notice lingers, the captain rushes toward him, still processing what he just witnessed. He tries to praise the challenger, but his attention is cut off by something unexpected happening nearby. A huge purple crystalline mass begins to form, drawing the challenger's focus as a new anomaly emerges from the remains. The system announces that the being carrying the immortal core has died, and that a new host has been found. While the challenger studies the phenomenon, his understanding of death deepens and his immortal points increase. The system reveals that the new host wields a form of death unlike any previously recorded in the authority. It explains that the host is being reborn as an immortal general, with its former abilities and the karma of its soul carried into the new existence. From the purple energy, a new armored figure begins to descend into the world. The transformation completes with the declaration that the challenger has gained a new immortal being under his command. The newly created immortal general formally greets him as the supreme commander of the immortal army, and its status confirms powerful combat traits and command abilities. Seeing the result, the challenger can only grin at how absurdly valuable this victory has become. He understands that immortal generals are rare strategic assets whose true worth lies less in lost strength than in the authority they grant over an army. The key benefit is the Grand Command trait, which passively strengthens the immortal army and allows formations or troop creation depending on the situation. On top of that, the immortal authority absorbs Nemesis's remains, letting the new general inherit death, infection, and hyper-regeneration. Hyper-regeneration is defined as a high-grade trait that spends immortal energy to rapidly restore damaged parts, making the general far harder to kill. Death infection is explained as a way to turn the slain into immortal troops, allowing the army to expand without spending immortal points. As the power settles, the challenger reflects that this battlefield has effectively become a treasure trove. While the captain checks on his state, he answers that he is in an exceptionally good mood, which reassures the captain. With Nemesis gone, the captain assumes the crisis is over and asks if the only remaining task is retrieving the antidote. The challenger agrees that the antidote is all that remains, while the captain admits he can no longer see the limits of this man, and hears him reject the idea that he has any. Elsewhere in a hospital room, the poisoned patient lies unconscious but still alive, sweating through the effects. His companions anxiously wonder whether the captain can really bring back the antidote, but they have no choice except to trust the challenger. Their worry breaks when someone notices movement outside the room. The captain and challenger arrive with the antidote, and the captain immediately assures everyone that the danger has passed. The antidote is injected into the patient's arm, targeting the spreading corruption. The medicine works almost instantly, and the patient wakes up saying he already feels recovered. Relief floods the room as thanks are offered, while the challenger treats the exchange as a simple matter of mutual benefit. He reveals that the information and maps he received about the 8th floor were enough payment for his help. Having settled the matter, he prepares to leave without asking for anything more. After he goes, the captain reflects that Mithrang's unconditional goodwill has now been fully repaid. Outside the hospital, the night quiet returns, closing the crisis after both the battle and the rescue are resolved. While meeting the conditions to clear the floor, the challenger realizes the tower's immortal authorities can steal traits, and decides he might as well keep hunting to gather more power before leaving. He moves to the stage at high speed, continuing his sweep with that new calculation in mind. Elsewhere, an administrator monitoring the trial notices his abnormal performance, and takes interest in him. A subordinate answers the summons, and the administrator confirms she has a task for him. She explains that one particular challenger has drawn her attention. The reason is clear. The challenger is cutting down zombies and variants on the 8th floor far faster than should be possible. She assigns Ordo, the administrator overseeing floors 6 to 10, to personally manage this unusual challenger. Ordo accepts the order without hesitation. He turns back to the monitoring screens, preparing to intervene in the trial's flow. The administrator judges the challenger to be genuinely powerful and increasingly intriguing. She also recognizes that if he keeps stirring things up at this level, his actions will inevitably affect other participants, and the fairness of the trial. At that moment, one of the floor's monsters unleashes a roar as the battle reaches its end. The challenger calmly notes that this enemy is the last one remaining. An order is given to finish it off immediately. In response, an immortal general activates Ruthless Dominion and enters the fight under command. The skill boosts the general's combat ability while imposing a formation that prioritizes carrying out the immortal commander's orders. Driven by that command structure, the general launches a direct charge. As the challenger watches, he reflects that he has already killed 7 nemesis, raised the number of generals to 8, and earned plenty of immortal points from variant zombies. He acknowledges that the immortals fight well, and without needing to personally direct every move, farming this floor has become much more convenient. The final monster is torn apart, ending the immediate battle. Seeing the corpse collapse into green remains, he concludes he has taken almost everything worth gaining here while his summoned forces continue pressing the attack. Then an unfamiliar presence addresses him by name, abruptly interrupting his routine. The newcomer identifies herself as the deputy administrator, and says she has stepped into the trial specifically to speak with him, urging him not to be alarmed. When she appears with her face concealed, he pointedly reminds her that proper conversation should begin without hiding oneself. She accepts the criticism and reveals herself. He studies her calmly, intrigued rather than intimidated. She introduces herself as Fafnir, a deputy serving under Ordo. Her identity mocks her as a Naga, a divine race tied to serpent blood and regarded as possessing a form of divinity. Fafnir adds that she was created to act as Ordo's assistant. The challenger admits he did not expect to meet a Naga here and wonders if the tower's administrators are effectively gods who have reached a high level of divinity. Fafnir notes that he already seems to know a great deal, but makes clear she did not come to discuss theology. Instead, she bluntly tells him that his behavior as a challenger has disrupted the tower's trials. She explains that each floor is designed to test challengers properly, and grant rewards suited to those who pass. By staying on the 8th floor after already meeting the conditions, he has kept farming the stage and drastically lowered the trial's intended difficulty. As a result, other challengers have been able to obtain the antidote too easily and move on without truly overcoming the floor. He dismisses that as merely her interpretation rather than an objective violation. He argues that if there were a real problem, the administrator would have intervened already, so as deputy she is only offering an opinion. Fafnir concedes that he is technically right, which is exactly why she has come with a proposal instead of a punishment. She reveals that there is a hidden quest on the 8th floor. She offers to share its details if he agrees to stop interfering with the normal progress of the stage. The scene shifts as the hidden quest's location begins to be shown. The route leads deeper into a dark interior connected to the ruined city. He arrives at the designated area, where the tower identifies it as an 8th floor subquest called Source of the Calamity. The quest explains that he must infiltrate the underground lab where the zombie virus began and eliminate the progenitor virus responsible for turning New Camelot into a city of death. He quickly infers that the administrator must have allowed him to remain on the 8th floor because of this hidden quest. Otherwise, he reasons, she would never have handed him such an opportunity. Fafnir presents it as a fortunate coincidence, and he decides there is no reason to refuse a reward being offered willingly. Privately, he finds it amusing that he had been planning to ascend to the 9th floor soon anyway. With the matter settled, he turns his focus fully to what comes next. He steps into the concealed area and remarks that this hidden quest truly lives up to its name. Inside the laboratory, grotesque variant zombies wait as the hidden trial's defenses begin to stir. The challenger enters wrapped in crackling power, already treating the place as a test worth enjoying. He hopes the laboratory will prove worthy of his expectations. Watching from afar, the administrators confirm that the predicted challenger has finally reached the secret lab. The white-haired observer explains that she deduced his destination by studying his past behavior and his interest in hidden trial elements. Her companions are startled that a single challenger has shaken the entire trial so badly, especially after causing chaos in the city and even seizing control of clay soldiers. The cat-headed administrator clarifies that he only gave the challenger the lab's location and the method to enter through a secret passage. They note that if he gathered information properly, he should already know the lab is filled with traps and specialized zombies meant to repel intruders. Without that knowledge, entering the laboratory becomes far more difficult than it needed to be. The observers assume he will simply have to suffer through the consequences since he received the information for free. That confidence vanishes when something on the monitor suddenly shocks both of them. The challenger tears through the passage by force, and the cat-headed observer realizes this is no illusion because an administrator's sight cannot be fooled that way. Even knowing it is real, he can barely believe what he is seeing as the intruder blasts through the corridor. The challenger grows irritated by the absurdly long passage and stops bothering with caution. The laboratory's organic defenses writhe as his advance disturbs the sealed chamber beyond. He blows apart the final barrier in a single violent breach. Stepping through the wreckage, he calmly checks whether he has reached the true destination. The lab declares an emergency, identifies an intruder in the Z-virus intubation room, and immediately escalates to the final stage. In response, the system begins awakening the progenitor virus. The cat-headed administrator is stunned that the challenger bypassed every safeguard and broke a door that should not have yielded so easily. The white-haired observer explains that the door was meant to open only after a weakening process, so by forcing it open he must now face the progenitor virus in its original form without any penalties applied to it. They admit his talent is extraordinary, but with the final boss awakened at full strength, his chance of clearing the trial is almost non-existent. The cat-headed administrator realizes his earlier caution was meant to preserve the trial's balance, not to doom a promising challenger through bad judgment. He resolves that if necessary, he will use his authority to interfere directly. As red energy floods the chamber, the awakened progenitor virus descends before the challenger. The challenger immediately moves to engage instead of retreating. A system reaction identifies the enemy as a mythical beast-level existence, as violent power swirls around the battlefield. Another notice warns that the creature carries divinity, triggering the challenger's Myth Hunter constellation in response. The system explains that the battle is confined to the laboratory and that defeating the progenitor virus is the only way to reach the next floor, while listing the monster's perfected nemesis traits. The challenger learns the progenitor virus is the source of all variants, that it possesses 9 distinct cores controlling different traits, and that it cannot be truly harmed unless those cores are destroyed. He closes the distance without hesitation and tests the monster's body with a direct strike. The progenitor virus answers with overwhelming force, and the system identifies its authority as Heavenly Demon Dominion. Rather than being intimidated, the challenger welcomes the fight, and a new effect brands the perfected nemesis with a mark that lowers all its stats. He follows up with a barrage aimed at the creature's core-studded torso. Purple flames surge from him as he unleashes flames of Gehenna to intensify the assault. The attack tears across the monster while he keeps moving through the red-lit chamber. A concentrated purple strike crashes into the creature with enough force to make it recoil. The challenger mocks the need for an antidote, boasting that he has already specialized in dealing with monsters like this. He declares that variant and nemesis enemies have never required an antidote for him to bring them down. Watching the battle, the administrators can only wait and see how long he can endure this impossible experiment. They remain disturbed by how grotesque the progenitor virus appears even for a final boss. The white-haired observer warns that no matter how impressive the challenger is, this fight is brutal simply because clearing it requires too many antidotes. Ignoring that logic, the cat-headed administrator produces the master key, shocking his companion. He argues that a 0.1% chance is still not absolute impossibility, even if using the key is a grave step. He acknowledges that forcing intervention with the master key will bring punishment from the tower, but decides the risk is worth it. He blames himself for pushing the challenger toward an unprepared final boss by speaking to Fafnir and helping set this path in motion. Determined not to let his own misjudgment kill the challenger, he prepares to act. Meanwhile, the challenger judges the enemy's durability to be no worse than an ordinary nemesis, notes that he has already destroyed one core, and starts thinking the battle may end sooner than expected. The monster falters as purple energy bores into its body, confirming that his attack has reached another vulnerable point. He drives the purple force deeper, pressing the advantage before the progenitor virus can recover. The challenger realizes the enemy has turned the entire area into a lethal trap filled with spreading corruption. He understands the plan clearly now. Seal him in with toxic gas and a swarm of variants so escape and survival both become difficult. Restricting the battlefield was the real objective, because in a closed space the gas and the monsters can wear him down together. Accepting that he cannot avoid the fight, he decides to bring out stronger forces of his own. At his command, the Immortal Army and its 8 generals emerge from the darkness to answer him. He orders them to wipe out every variant, and they obey immediately. Since the variants lack the divinity trait of true nemesis, he judges that his immortal troops can handle them without issue. That leaves the toxic gas as the real problem he still has to solve himself. He equips protective demon steel, using it as a barrier against the gas while preparing to keep fighting. Because the virus is only an F-grade trait, he reasons that even ordinary protective gear can block skin contact, and he plans to survive by holding his breath. With that settled, he launches into the horde and begins cutting through the variants at close range. He presses the assault head-on, determined to see whether he can overpower the enemy before the trap finishes wearing him down. The variants rush him in numbers, trying to overwhelm him from every side. An armored immortal general intercepts them and tears through the attackers, buying its master room to advance. A larger mutant howls in pain and fury as the battle turns against the swarm. Annoyed by the creature's noise and resistance, the challenger strikes back with brutal force. He combines Crescent Moon Blade of Silver Light with Mixed Lightning Blade and pinpoints the 8th core as his next target. The attack lands hard enough to make the monster scream as the core is damaged, but the released gas thickens around him, and he realizes that every destroyed core makes the poison spread even faster. He sees the dilemma clearly. If he stops moving he can conserve breath, but the rising gas and constant combat are draining his mana too quickly. Rather than hesitate, he keeps advancing through the toxic haze with both swords ready. He considers simply enduring infection and relying on an antidote within 24 hours, but he still weighs whether that risk is worth taking. His instincts warn him that being infected here would not end cleanly, even if he cannot yet explain why. Since only one core remains, he decides to gamble everything on ending the fight before the gas can claim him. Even knowing the choice is reckless, he commits to a final decisive strike. He crashes into the last target with overwhelming force as purple energy erupts around the enemy's body. Certain that this boom was finish it, he pours everything into the attack. The final core shatters, and the system confirms that every core has been destroyed. The nemesis screams in agony, but instead of dying quietly it begins to change. A new warning appears. The perfect nemesis has triggered its final infection acceleration. The infection rate inside the area surges 500 times over, and he answers by activating Days of the Absolute. The transformed enemy roars and charges with renewed ferocity under the accelerated infection. He refuses to let the monster dictate the ending and moves to stop its last desperate attack. Using Blessing of the Rainbow, he restores his vitality and steadies himself for the final exchange. He calculates the danger immediately. At this speed, infection would turn him into a zombie within minutes, and the gas is even worse because he no longer has an antidote. Realizing this is the Nemesis's final attack pattern, he focuses on surviving it, knowing that endurance now means victory. He resolves to end the battle once and for all. Elsewhere, two observers fall silent as they process what they have just witnessed. Prompted to comment, the deputy hesitates, clearly struggling to explain the result. They conclude that although the challenger technically cleared the trial, the outcome defies normal expectations and cannot be judged by ordinary standards. The deputy points out the key mystery. If he had a way to stop the gas from spreading, why did he wait until the very end to use it? The answer they reach is that his final technique consumed enormous mana, making it something he could not afford to use repeatedly. They also note that he should not have known the enemy's final infection acceleration in advance, making his timing seem almost impossibly intuitive. In the end, they decide his success was not just luck but evidence of a rare quality that is hard to measure. That judgment confirms why others had already marked him as a rising star. Another observer admits that interest in the challenger had been justified, especially coming from someone with a sharp eye for talent. The Capmast official confesses he underestimated the challenger for being unranked, then begins to revise his opinion completely. Before he can finish, a sudden new phenomenon appears, shocking both observers because it should not be happening here. Back in the arena, the challenger notices a device materializing in his hand and pauses to inspect it. Seeing the object clearly, he realizes the system has given him an unexpected reward. He receives the Tome of the Total Solar Eclipse, a transcendent book tied to an extraordinary reward. The tower recognizes that he has achieved something no one else has managed and records his name in its history. The massive reward pushes him to level 90, and he notes that the trial was tougher than expected but worth it. As he looks ahead to level 100, a new notification interrupts him with the promise of additional achievement rewards. He focuses on the strange book, trying to understand what the Tome of the Total Solar Eclipse really is. The system explains that it is one of 3 primordial tomes, and collecting it with the tomes of the Sun and Moon would unlock the chaos technique called Black Sun. Realizing it is a method for wielding chaos energy, he immediately begins examining the book more closely. He discovers he cannot read its script, but the writing feels familiar rather than completely alien. That familiarity makes him connect the tome to the monoliths from Draken's trial grounds. He concludes that gathering all 3 tomes would grant chaos power and greatly deepen his authority, making the prize far more valuable than anything from his previous life. He decides on the spot that he would never let anyone else claim this artifact. Another delayed system process activates, informing him that a marked target has died and that a new host has been found. The death transfers power to the new hosts, raises his understanding of death, and increases his immortal points, confirming to him that the progenitor virus is unusually potent. The system states that the target will be resurrected as an immortal king based on its abilities and karma, startling him with the scale of the result. That expectation is cut down immediately when the system judges his authority too low to support such a resurrection. The outcome is downgraded to a mere general, and he drops the matter with irritation while the revived subordinate apologizes. A silver-haired woman identifies the book only as an old text tied to the gods and admits that is all she can tell him. A cat-masked figure adds that knowledge of the Black Sun is scarce, and that those who reach the tower's summit keep climbing in pursuit of it. He learns that the tomes of the Sun and Moon are already considered extremely rare. Even so, the Tome of the Total Solar Eclipse is said to be far harder to obtain than either of them. That warning makes clear just how abnormal his acquisition of the artifact truly was. As the scene ends, one observer hints that he may soon be ready to inherit a greater position, while he refuses to discuss what happened any further. The tower declares the 8th floor cleared and transfers him to the 9th floor for the next trial. He pauses to assess the new situation before moving forward. Entering the 9th floor, he senses immediately that this trial will require preparation rather than brute progress. The tower reveals that this floor recreates a divine war on the continent of Vigrid, where challengers must choose one of 5 factions and raise its glory. His objective is to push his faction's influence to at least 35%, with the added danger that serious injury will force him off the battlefield for 7 days. He understands that the trial is essentially a proxy war fought in the names of dead gods. Seeing that defeat carries no real risk of death, he finds the setup entertaining rather than threatening. He chooses the Tothade Danon faction without hesitation. The system places him in that faction's territory, reveals that it currently holds only 5% influence, and tells him he must raise it above 35% to clear the quest. He arrives in what looks like a medieval city and confirms that he has been assigned to the Tothade Danon side. A wolf approaches and identifies him as a newly arrived challenger. The wolf introduces himself as Silver, his guide, and offers to explain the faction's capital if he follows. He reacts to the guide's name with mild surprise but goes along with it. When he notices the city is empty, Silver explains that this is only a trial location with no real residents, just facilities useful for war. Silver leads him to one final destination before ending the tour. They arrive at the Great Hall where the faction's gods reside, but he is told he cannot enter the temple yet. Silver explains that only contribution earned to the war will win him rewards and divine blessings, which he privately compares to the rank-based favors he knew in his previous life. Before leaving, Silver asks him one personal question. Silver bluntly points out that the Totha-Day Danon are weak and wants to know why he chose such an unfavorable side. He answers that an easy victory would be boring, leaving Silver momentarily speechless. He then notices another peculiar challenger nearby and shifts his attention to the broader battlefield. The system registers a faction map and tells him he can access it through the tattoo on his right hand. With the tour finished, Silver departs after sizing him up. Silver leaves him with the impression that he expects their paths to cross again. Left alone, he dismisses Silver's parting words and turns his focus to the map feature instead. The map immediately marks an active attack with 2 defenders, and he decides it points him straight toward his first move. A violent breach or impact erupts at the battlefield destination as the conflict comes into view. At the fortress under attack, an armored soldier urgently orders the defenders to get inside and prepare for the assault. At Totha-Day Danon's third-grade fortress, Dunnok, Olympus is pressing the siege hard enough to hold the top influence in the area. A black-clad outsider arrives at the embattled fortress just as the system confirms he is moving to Dunnok. Seeing the invaders already inside another faction's stronghold, he recognizes how far Olympus has pushed into enemy territory. A closer look makes him pause as something about the scene stirs a memory. He realizes he has seen these soldiers before and starts connecting them to a familiar enemy force. A remembered command to rise the dead confirms the source of that familiarity. He recalls the order to unleash the undead against enemies, tying the current battle to necromantic forces he knows. When the defenders notice him, he immediately asks whether they belong to this faction. The purple-haired mage identifies herself as Regal Von Chaos of the Cloud Twin community, and is shocked to recognize him. The blue-haired fighter, Nodius Dalarad, also recognizes him at once. Asked why he would join a faction that is already collapsing, he answers that its weakness is exactly why he came. Regal realizes he is thinking along the same line she is, because their current defense is clearly failing. As the defenders admit they are barely holding the enemy back, he cuts to the key issue and asks where the opposing command is stationed. Nodius tells him the enemy command has set up directly in front of the main gate, and he immediately understands the opening. Regal asks him to buy her time, insisting she can keep the enemy occupied without his help. He accepts her confidence, and leaves the holding action to her. After being warned that several Mobius-affiliated mages are ahead, he thanks them and decides the defenders cannot win by passively enduring the siege. He resolves to seize the initiative and strike first instead of merely holding the line. The battlefield erupts as he launches his attack toward the enemy position. Olympus soldiers spot the threat and raise the alarm. They rush to form a phalanx to stop his advance. Regal answers by unleashing her Dark Star Earth chain, sending chain magic into their formation. Her attack tears to the clustered soldiers, and Jinji follows with a heaven-slaying strike that compounds the damage. As he moves through the chaos, he dismisses the enemy's faith in a doomed faction's collapse. An enemy commander mocks him, convinced sheer numbers will crush any resistance. He counters by ordering the dead to rise. Fallen soldiers stand back up as undead, returning to serve him and instantly swelling his side's numbers. He makes clear that he does not need to commit living warriors because his minions alone are enough. The enemy commander is blindsided by the undead and realizes this threat was never reported to him. The revived troops turn on Olympus, throwing their lines into panic. With Regal's clay soldiers and his immortal army combined, he sees that the numerical advantage has flipped and decides to use the opening to eliminate the commander. As he closes in, a sudden blast of fire cuts across his path. The explosion engulfs the area in a direct attempt to stop him. Watching from behind the attack, enemy figures wonder whether that strike has finally ended him. They reassure themselves that even a monster tamer should not escape a hit like that unharmed. Their confidence breaks when a green slash or beam tears to the aftermath instead. He emerges from the flames protected by a defensive aura and rebukes them for assuming the kill without confirming it. Still intact, he reminds them that carelessness on a battlefield is fatal. The enemy commander, shaken that he survived, abandons the fight and orders a retreat. The system announces that he has defeated the 7th commander of Olympus. His victory crushes enemy morale, and the surviving Olympus troops realize the Mobius mage has broken to their line alone. As he advances with chains and dark power surrounding him, the defenders can hardly believe Totha-Day Danon has gained someone this formidable. He warns the remaining invaders that none of them will leave alive. With his arrival, the battle ends quickly, though the fortress has already suffered major damage. Surveying the ruins, he learns this was already the 3rd siege battle the fortress had endured and that its defenders were hanging on by a thread. He tells Regal that the fact someone of her caliber has kept the place standing this long explains their survival. Even while praising their endurance to 3 battles, he makes it clear that such prolonged pressure raises deeper questions. Nodius formally introduces himself and asks why their commander has been struggling so badly here. The question exposes how little Nodius understands about the larger war behind the siege. The answer is that the opposing faction is being propped up by outside powers, with Olympus receiving support from Mobius, the Titans, and Gehenna. The faction leaders realize Day Danon is being squeezed out because rival groups are backed by 7 major communities while they have no comparable support. Nodius concludes this cannot be normal faction politics, because their side is collapsing far too quickly without any community backing. The challenger leader suspects deliberate manipulation rather than bad luck and asks what happens once one faction's dominance reaches 35%. He explains the system. Once a faction hits that threshold, it advances to the next stage. The others lose part of their contribution points, and the weakest faction is stripped of all benefits. That means Day Danon risks being crushed as collateral in a struggle between stronger powers, making even basic contribution efforts much harder. The discussion shifts to their missing teammate Tuma, as they check whether he can still help. They learn Tuma recklessly charged into the enemy camp alone 4 days earlier and was punished with a death sentence. For now Tuma is effectively unavailable, likely needing several more days to return, confirming that his leader has lost the key asset at the worst possible time. With Tuma absent and their position deteriorating, the challenger leader admits the crisis is worse than expected and that they may not survive by simply waiting. He realizes Olympus will inevitably win unless someone overturns the current balance before that happens. Regigal immediately offers herself for whatever role that reversal requires. Seeing her willingness, he proposes a major alliance with her to change the war. Regigal's banner rises as the agreement turns into a formal military move. Their target is identified as Belfast, a third-grade fortress in Olympus territory north of Dundalk. At Belfast, an Olympus defender notices unusual movement, and begins to suspect the enemy is not marching where expected. The defenders realize the approaching force is bypassing Dundalk and heading somewhere else instead. Alarm spreads when they identify the attackers as Queen Danon's faction and struggle to understand why she would appear here. The challenger leader tells Regigal to preserve herself for after the battle, revealing that he has already devised the counterattack meant to reverse the war's momentum. He explains that Olympus controls the most land and is therefore the strongest faction, but that same reach makes it the most exposed. Because Olympus is forced to manage many simultaneous clashes, its defenses against Danon are thinner, so the plan is to exploit that gap by striking Belfast. Regigal accepts at once, and the challenger leader notes that Olympus seems to have grown even stronger since he last faced them. He warns that Regigal can instantly erase their troop disadvantage by summoning vast numbers of clay soldiers, making her the core of the assault. He also points to Nodius's clairvoyance, which lets him observe several kilometers at once and provide a broad reading of the battlefield. Nodius stresses that information control is decisive in war, especially for an outnumbered force that must understand enemy movements faster than its opponent. Nodius soon detects that the defenders have begun reacting from inside the fortress, confirming the attack has been noticed. In response, the fortress orders its defensive golems to activate. The golems are sent out with orders to crush the attackers before they can breach to defense. Asked whether their side has similar weapons, Nodius explains they once did, but Olympus repeatedly destroyed them. The challenger leader tells Nodius to stay behind and protect Regigal, leaving the boy confused about where he is going. He heads straight for the front, deciding it is time to personally justify his place in this campaign. With that decision, the counterattack truly begins. Regigal watches the opening clash with dry disbelief at how straightforward the answer now seems. The challenger leader reflects that he should have thought of launching a counterattack much sooner. As battle erupts, he recalls that in his original world he was known as a conquering ruler, and that instinct for seizing wars is returning. He recognizes again that the side which takes the initiative controls the course of war. That principle is immediately tested as the assault crashes into the fortress defenses. The activated golems move to repel the intruders, forcing the challenger leader into direct combat with them. While fighting, he is struck by how resource-intensive such a golem must be, underscoring the value of destroying it. He unleashes a concentrated strike to break through the construct's defense. Regigal compares his power to the formidable John Minchio from the 7th floor and judges that he has become even stronger than before. Impressed and unsettled by his strength, she orders the fortress to be targeted and wonders what his true limits are. Even while doubting that someone of his rank should be this strong, she calculates the cost of her own support, and notes that each golem destroyed represents a significant expense to the enemy. As the defensive golems are smashed, the tide of battle quickly swings toward Danon's forces. The Energar seize the skies and pin down the Mobius magicians, stripping the fortress of magical support. At the same time, Regigal's endlessly restored clay soldiers keep pressing the walls until the defenses begin to fail. The attackers finally break through and trample the remaining resistance inside the fortress. The operation ends as a clear success for the counterattacking alliance. Belfast is captured, giving their side a new fortress and a meaningful jump in territorial control. But the victory reveals a limitation. Regigal points out that Belfast lacks a transport gate, making the gain less secure than it first appears. Without a transport gate, reinforcements cannot arrive instantly from other fortresses or the main base, so any support for Belfast must come on foot and far more slowly. The black-haired man realizes they cannot stay trapped in this fortress, but leaving without a plan is just as dangerous. The purple-haired woman presses him for a concrete solution. treating the problem as something that should be handled decisively. He immediately decides that if they lack a transport gate, they should seize another fortress that has one and move on at once. His blunt, rapid conclusion leaves her momentarily stunned by how casually he proposes taking another stronghold. Before the hesitation can linger, a violent surge of power erupts across the ruined battlefield. The force crashes through the area, tearing up debris as the assault lands. When the light clears, a transport gate has appeared amid the destruction. He confirms they have secured Waterford and now have the gate they needed. While his companions are left trying to keep up with him, the others can only marvel that he has taken 2 fortresses in a single day, far faster than they expected. Knowing the fortress is only useful if its gate can be defended, he orders the area checked and notes that the place is strangely empty. He pushes through the battlefield at top speed and formally secures Waterford as a new foothold. Waterford's coastal terrain and mountain front make it hard to approach, and with a transport gate and basic defenses already in place, it becomes a strong stepping stone toward the next target, Galway. When asked whether they should keep attacking, he refuses to overextend and insists that reorganization and supply security come first. He invests a large amount of points into rapid recovery, accelerating the fortress's restoration so its barracks and harbor will soon function. He next asks about Danan's military situation, only to learn that just 5,000 troops are currently available. That number sounds dangerously small compared with Olympus, which moves armies in the tens of thousands. The purple-haired woman explains that Danan's druids are individually powerful enough to overwhelm ordinary hoplites, making them an elite but limited force. He concludes that strength alone cannot compensate for low numbers on a broad battlefield, and decides he needs to visit Erin first. Before leaving, he asks who will watch the area in the meantime, and both companions immediately sense where his gaze is falling. The blue-haired boy protests weakly, already realizing he is about to be handed the job. The boy is left in temporary charge of monitoring the vulnerable fortress and transport gate, grumbling that he never gets a break. The scene shifts to Erin, where the group arrives in a calmer settlement. As they walk, he asks about contribution points and learns the purple-haired woman has earned 25,000, which he acknowledges as impressive. She explains that reaching 100,000 contribution points can earn someone the rank of commander and access to the temple, giving him a new benchmark to consider. Their attention is drawn to a suspicious group loitering openly in the area, including a hulking blue-skinned figure. The purple-haired woman dismisses them as worthless people beneath her notice, though her contempt only makes him more curious. The large blue warrior studies them in return, clearly not missing the insult. He quietly judges the group to be dangerous and worth investigating. He sends his companion ahead and stays behind to question them himself. Facing the giant directly, he is challenged as an unknown newcomer who might be seeking a fight. The giant mocks him for coming to Danan as a mere beer anchor, implying he is too weak to understand the stakes. The black-haired man counters that they likely came here for the same reason he did, suggesting shared ambition rather than random wandering. One of the men admits they once thought that way, but now sees the conflict as a struggle among the 7 great communities rather than a place for outsiders like them. Another makes it clear they no longer believe they ever truly belonged here at all. Their bitterness spills out as they complain that the major powers have already taken everything worth having, leaving only scraps for people like them. They tell him to abandon the trial, trying to crush his resolve before he can rise any further. The giant warns that Olympus's overwhelming numbers make direct resistance hopeless, revealing enough strategic knowledge to catch the black-haired man's attention. Realizing the brute understands the scale of Olympus and may have an information source, he deliberately insults him to provoke a reaction. The taunt works instantly, and the giant explodes in rage at being demeaned. As the giant lunges, the black-haired man meets him with a burst of purple power and turns the clash into a swirling shockwave. One of the giant's companions panics, realizing the beer anchor has started a fight that cannot control. Calmly treating the beating as a lesson in respect, the black-haired man readies another empowered strike and warns that it will hurt. Elsewhere, a yellow banner marked with a bull signals another faction's presence as the wider war continues to shift. A long-haired elder invokes infinite life Buddha, introducing a separate strategic discussion among higher powers. They reflect that in the previous battle they only managed to drive Mobius away and lacked the manpower to finish the job. A scarred red-haired man asks a celebrated hero whether he has heard the latest rumor. The report reveals that the Tatha de Danan have launched a counterattack against Olympus and already retaken 2 fortresses. An old strategist suggests this intelligence could be turned to their advantage, hinting that other factions may exploit the chaos. Back in Erin, the giant blusters that the beer anchor is getting ahead of himself and threatens to cripple him. The threat is cut short when the black-haired man's purple charge fist slams into his face with overwhelming force. A fighter erupts with a technique called Wolf Fang Orbital Fist, unleashing a violent burst of purple power. In the aftermath, the beaten opponent can only groan and brace himself on the ground. His attacker mocks him for showing more resolve in a fight than he ever did during the trial that mattered. Still radiating power, the victor declares he will crush the loser mindset the other man still clings to. The black-haired man wakes to the taunt that an insignificant earth-born beer anchor should know his place before a stronger foe. A blue-skinned elder reinforces the insult by insisting that mere beer anchors cannot defeat color-level rankers, the elite recognized by the 7 great communities. The black-haired man's ignorance only irritates them more when he admits he does not even know what that ranking system means. He is told that the tower calls it the chromatic realm, a state reached when someone's abilities rise beyond the normal rank and earn a color designation. Hearing that, he finally understands what people mean by a colors level ranker. Instead of being impressed, he dismisses the title as nothing remarkable. When the elder hears that, he is stunned, and the black-haired man calmly reveals he has already reached that chromatic realm himself. He recalls hearing that Olympus had sent challengers to Galway and not one of them sounded like a colors level ranker. From what he learned earlier, the chromatic tier simply means possessing skills beyond the average ranker. He explains that when he reached the 7th star of the sacred celestial mantra, his chaos power entered the navy chromatic tier even though his other stats remained lower. Comparing himself to Pingu, he judges that he is already around that level, which would put him on par with a high-level demon in Pandemonium. Now that he also has divinity, he believes he could handle 1 or 2 such enemies directly without much trouble. Even so, he decides the larger problem is rebuilding his side, so he postpones any immediate assault on Galway while their reclaimed fortresses are still being secured. For the time being, he turns to practical matters and asks how to strengthen their forces. Regibald advises the standard approach: fortify the fortress, and increase both the number and quality of their troops. She warns that doing all of that will cost a great deal of points, which immediately catches his interest. Realizing he needs a large reward after clearing the trial and wants to quickly catch up in contribution, he opens the system and starts spending. He resolves to stop being cautious and pour his points into development without hesitation. He invests heavily in new barracks and upgrades across multiple strongholds, rapidly expanding their military infrastructure. Regibald approves of strengthening their side but warns that if the enemy captures those upgraded facilities, every investment will be wasted. He brushes that concern aside, saying they simply would not let the enemy seize them, revealing how confident he is in victory. While the fortress defenses and barracks are being reinforced, a loud arrival interrupts the work. Medaion of the Tuma clan returns from death itself, loudly announcing that he has been resurrected. A companion immediately worries he will rush straight into another reckless fight the moment he is back. The black-haired man recognizes that Midian's penalty period must have ended and notes they have met before. Without wasting time, he proposes a sparring match. Medaion is thrilled at the chance to test himself against such a powerhouse, and eagerly accepts. Others grumble at his obsession with fighting, but they also note that this is simply how the Tuma clan lives. The black-haired man uses the spar to drill discipline into Medaion and toughen his forces, unwilling to let a Tuma member become known for getting beaten everywhere. As they fight, he reflects that Medaion lacks polish but showed enough promise in an earlier spar on the 7th floor to be worth developing. He decides to pass on several martial arts styles, believing Medaion could become highly useful with proper instruction. He also calls an Einherjar to train alongside them, bringing each of them up to roughly S rank and expecting them to keep improving through group training. A week passes with Olympus held in check while the training and consolidation continue. That calm breaks when a new figure arrives wrapped in crackling golden force. The newcomer is identified as the deposed Emperor Benquan, charging in with overwhelming momentum. Medaion is struck hard enough to cough and stagger under the impact. Watching him crumple, the black-haired man remarks that this martial art suits Medaion well. By now, daily sparring has become routine, and Regibald confirms that this kind of training is happening constantly. She then brings urgent news. Someone from Murim and the Brahmin faction wants to join forces with them. He finds it telling that proud Murim is seeking an alliance at all, and learns that they are sending an emissary soon, though no exact arrival time was given. Before the discussion can go further, he senses a terrifying presence approaching through a surge of red energy. The aura is so murderous that he immediately recognizes it as killing intent. He identifies the source as someone from the demonic cult, but questions why an envoy would approach while radiating open hostility. The emissary introduces himself as Blood Fox of Musham, and the black-haired man recognizes him as John Minchiol. Instead of diplomacy, the newcomer immediately demands to know where So Hyup learned his martial arts. So Hyup answers with open disdain, refusing to explain himself and noting how absurd it is that their first exchange is already about martial arts. The red-haired fighter realizes the martial art his opponent just used belongs to his own sect and is stunned by the implication. The other man dismisses the assumption that it came from the demonic cult and instead points toward the deposed Emperor Bingwen. Hearing the name Asham, the red-haired man recognizes it as the Dark Arts Emperor's old alias and starts suspecting his opponent is tied to a far older secret. The black-haired fighter weighs whether to reveal his past life memories but decides a convenient lie would be more trouble than it is worth. Rather than explain himself, he becomes curious about why a successor of an unorthodox sect is using demonic energy at all. The red-haired man refuses to answer for free and tries to turn the exchange into a bargain. The black-haired fighter accepts in the form of a martial artist's favor and proposes they settle it to a duel, while also testing how much the world has changed. The challenge immediately provokes the red-haired man, who vows his opponent will regret asking for this fight. He erupts with violent purple power and launches his technique without hesitation. Accusing the other man of stealing his sect's martial art, he declares he would punish him with its perfected form. He unveils Destructive Thunderbreak Fist as a devastating, fully mastered attack and presses the assault with confidence. As the barrage continues, he mocks his opponent as if the fight should already have left him too overwhelmed to speak. He keeps up the pressure, convinced the man he looked down on is now trapped beneath his superiority. But his opponent calmly endures the attack, notes how smoothly the internal energy is being released, and admits he is enjoying a serious fight for the first time in a while. Even while taking the blows, he notices something fundamentally wrong with the technique. He points out that the attacks are leaving after images, which should not happen in Destructive Thunderbreak Fist because it is meant to be a direct, fateless style. He further explains that the true art contains no motions meant to confuse an opponent's vision, exposing a flaw at the heart of the red-haired man's version. To prove his point, he counters with Iron Mountain Slash and cuts to the incoming assault. The exchange tears across the battlefield and forces the red-haired fighter to break his momentum. Standing firm with golden power gaving in his fist, the black-haired man asks whether his opponent ever truly learned Destructive Thunderbreak Fist correctly. That question enrages the red-haired man, who takes it as a direct insult to the art he trained in. His fury makes the purple energy surge even harder, as he demands how anyone could dare belittle his technique. The black-haired fighter notices the sudden emotional spike and realizes he has struck a nerve. The red-haired man reveals what he believes is the essence of the art, manifesting a monstrous aura around himself, and telling his opponent to watch closely. He commits everything into a massive finishing punch, convinced this is the complete form of his sex's power. Calling the attack Dark Heavenly Azura, he drives it forward as his ultimate answer. The black-haired man receives the spectacle with mild interest rather than alarm, showing the attack has not impressed him. He decides it is time to demonstrate the genuine version himself. Golden energy explodes around him as he prepares a far more refined and overwhelming technique. He declares that what he is about to use is the true final technique of Destructive Thunderbreak Fist. He unleashes Dark Heavenly Azura Fist, a radiant golden form that dwarfs the imitation and blasts to the battlefield. The red-haired fighter is left shocked that the move he just witnessed is the authentic one. The sight triggers a memory of a past envoy who once came seeking an alliance, making him realize he may have seen traces of this power before. After the clash, he is left battered and kneeling while the victor reveals he deliberately held back to keep him alive and demands answers first. Bleeding and humbled, the red-haired man asks why the latter half of Destructive Thunderbreak Fist was removed from the sex teachings and admits the current form must be misunderstood. The black-haired fighter presses him to explain what he means by that. The red-haired man says the secret manual once held the complete version of the art, including the final move, and that this true form was known as the Second Heavenly Demon. Since he has never heard that title before, the black-haired man asks who the Second Heavenly Demon was. The answer is that after conquering the martial continent, the first Heavenly Demon left not only Destructive Thunderbreak Fists but many martial arts damaged or incomplete, and the second Heavenly Demon was a Western-born successor named Deimos. Deimos is introduced as a horned being whose name carries ominous weight. The black-haired man is startled into recognizing that Deimos is his own true identity. He recalls that long ago, in his previous life, he was summoned to the martial continent by the demonic cult's grand summoning art. That memory continues with him realizing he can barely use dark mana now and wondering whether descending into a lower dimension may pose that penalty. Even so, he remembers finding the situation intriguing rather than discouraging. Because his original powers were too overwhelming and limited, he became fascinated by martial arts as a more efficient way to control strength and learn the demonic cult's arts while helping it conquer the continent. But the Tuma clan's hunger for even greater power eventually drove them beyond the vast knowledge they had already acquired. During that era they demanded the secret manual from him, while he gathered countless martial manuals from both orthodox and unorthodox sects as spoils of conquest. He remembers that although he obtained many manuals, the only complete Destructive Thunderbreak Fist manual ended up being taken by his past self. Returning to the present, he concludes that the missing portions were later patched together with demonic arts, creating the distorted version now being practiced. The red-haired man confirms that assessment, admitting their current display is far from the original because only one complete secret manual ever existed. A defeated red-haired martial artist is identified as Musham, but his captor dismisses his feared title as meaningless now that he has lost. The young man mocks the pride of martial artists, and cuts off further argument before Musham can resist. While Musham struggles to breathe, the young man offers him the final technique of the Destructive Thunderbreak Fist as bait. Musham is stunned that such a secret would be handed over so easily, and when doubt slips out, he immediately panics and begs for the chance to learn it. The young man admits he partly wants to make amends for his past life, and he also sees Musham as a useful training partner for Midian. The scene shifts to Eren Central Palace, where the political consequences of that encounter begin to unfold. Musham formally proposes a close alliance with the Totha De Danann faction. He openly admits he first intended to exploit them for his own gain, but claims he has changed his mind and is now revealing his true motives. The young man bluntly explains that Musham's change of heart happened because of Sohyop's influence. Musham acknowledges that debt, and says Sohyop's favor may finally let him set aside an old grudge, so he chooses to support their faction as far as he can. The purple-haired woman praises Sohyop's foresight, while he downplays it and reflects that events have turned out differently than he expected. Their side realizes that behind the alliance proposal was not simple cooperation against Olympus, but an attempt to use them for leverage. They recall that Musham first approached them with obvious killing intent. He had repeated talks unexpectedly led to shared interests and mutual understanding. With both sides now clear on each other's intentions, Musham departs after settling the terms of their discussion. As he leaves, Musham promises So High Up that he will return soon. Afterward, So High Up is thanked for helping secure an alliance that still carries serious risk. The purple-haired strategist argues that concealed hostility is the most dangerous kind, so it is better to keep potential enemies close and monitor one another. So High Up agrees, confirming that they are thinking along the same lines. A temporary alliance is formed, united by a common enemy in Olympus. A few days later, So High Up's group waits as their new ally makes good on his promise. Musham returns, bringing 2 subordinates with him and rejoining the story as an active ally. He explains that he has brought them to strengthen the faction's military power, and So High Up quickly judges both newcomers to be near flower round level. But before they can celebrate, Musham warns that there is a problem with making those 2 obey. Because they are demonic cult martial artists who respect only strength, they will not submit unless someone defeats them first. Accepting that logic, So High Up orders both of them to attack him at once. The challenge ends in his favor, and the 2 demonic cult fighters are added to Musham's side, giving their forces 3 flower round level masters in total. The focus shifts to Olympus's first-grade fortress, Galway, where battle is already underway. Inside the fortress, defenders are ordered to hold the line and keep the enemy from entering under any circumstances. Those orders fail almost immediately as the gate is struck with overwhelming force. The gate is breached, and amid the chaos So High Up enters as the defenders scramble to regroup. He mocks Galway's reputation, saying he expected more from a first-grade fortress. Walking through the shattered entrance with sword in hand, he dismisses the fortress as nothing special. Seeing the defenders clustered together, he recognizes an opportunity rather than a threat. With that breach, the campaign to capture Galway truly begins. Outside the walls, the Allied army's strength is revealed. Around 10,000 druids capable of handling elite hoplites on their own. They are backed by 30,000 Regia soldiers under the purple-haired commander, while Nidius assaults the fortress from outside and So High Up moves to seize it from within. Inside, So High Up confronts the fortress magicians and questions whether this is really all they have prepared to stop him. One hooded mage recognizes him as the newcomer who joined the Danon faction and mocks him for charging in so recklessly. The magicians spring their trap, activating a barrier meant to imprison So High Up inside the fortress, and cut him off from his army. So High Up remains calm and calls the trap impressive, while the mage assumes it is too late for him to regret entering. He overturns that confidence at once by revealing that he had already anticipated such a move. He explains that while they were planning a naval strike on Waterford, he was planning around that very expectation. At that moment, a violent blast erupts elsewhere, interrupting the enemy's confidence. Musham tears into the fortress with brute force, proving that the barrier has not stopped the real assault at all. The defenders are horrified to realize the Murim community has appeared on the battlefield and cannot understand why they are here. One mage rejects the idea as impossible and assumes it must be a deception rather than a true Murim intervention. So High Up tells them belief is irrelevant now and warns them not to regret underestimating him, since they are trapped in the same barrier with him. At the same time, the battle spreads to another front under a Red War banner. A commander unleashes purple power and orders the castle walls to be brought down. The defenders are shocked to learn Danon is attacking there as well, because they had believed its main force was fully committed at Galway. A violent clash erupts, and the hooded observer realizes he is facing someone overwhelmingly dangerous. As the attacker's electrified fist drives forward, the observer begins to identify him. The man confirms the suspicion himself, proudly declaring that he is from the Tuma clan. He boasts that the newly learned destructive Thunderbreak fist exceeded expectations, while he is identified as Medaion, an immortal general from Unit 5 leading the assault on Olympus's third-grade fortress Emmerich. Medaion reveals that beating information out of dropouts and leaking news of the Galway invasion successfully manipulated them into choosing Olympus and rushing the next round. He makes clear that he turned the entire network they built against them. With the trap now exposed, the challenger asks whether anything else has been prepared for him. Back in Erin, a system notice announces the challenger's return and records a contribution total of 115,711, while it is noted that Mobius acted exactly as expected. After conquering Galway, he immediately came back to Erin. A purple-haired attendant confirms that his contribution has already surpassed 100,000 and treats the achievement as exceptional. Capturing a first-grade fortress caused his contribution score to surge far past that threshold. He accepts the praise calmly, while the attendant is still taken aback by how quickly he advanced. Satisfied that he has met the necessary conditions, he decides it is time to move on to the temple. He heads to the temple gates, intending to briefly visit the leader of his faction. Inside, the temple opens into a vast sacred forest unlike anything he expected. Both he and his guide are struck by the place's scale and beauty, and she admits she felt the same all the first time she entered. A voice from deeper within notes that it has been a long time since a challenger last arrived here. The speaker is revealed as the god of light, Luf Lavadia, who acknowledges that the challenger has gathered enough contribution to open the temple's doors. The challenger recalls that Luf is supposed to be the current head of the Dano Pantheon, which makes what he senses ahead feel raw. He realizes that if the one on the throne is not Luf, then someone else has taken that seat. The figure before him greets him after a long absence, and identifies himself as Nada Arjulam. Nada asks whether the challenger recognizes him, even though in this timeline he should no longer exist. The challenger remembers meeting him here before. Despite Nada having supposedly died long before his birth in his previous life, he identifies another clue as well, a wolf with one silver foreleg. That memory ties the temple and its ruler together in his mind. Nada confirms the deduction by revealing the wolf in its silver form and praises the challenger's sharp eye. He then notes that the challenger is the first person to gather so much contribution in such a short time. While the challenger dryly credits his own unusual nature, Nada judges that the challenger's confidence is justified by his ability. As Supreme King, Nada formally grants John Minchiel the rank of Legion Commander of the Danan. A system message confirms the appointment, and states that a portion of Nada's divinity has been transferred, raising the challenger's divinity from 1,261 to 1,761. Nada points out that someone who already possesses divinity can hardly be called an ordinary mortal. The challenger brushes that aside, saying he is still human for now, and shifts the conversation to the rewards for clearing each floor. Nada understands that he wants motivation for the struggle ahead and agrees to show him. A reward list appears, offering treasures such as an elixir of immortality, a golden apple, mithril, a universal antidote, and a golden dragon scale. The challenger immediately recognizes these as relics from the Age of Myth, items so rare that even immense wealth can no longer secure most of them. Wanting time to think, he asks Reginald to step outside and wait for him, and she agrees. Once she leaves, he remains alone with Nada for a more private exchange. He respectfully asks Nada for permission to raise a more delicate question, and Nada invites him to speak openly. He asks whether an item not listed among the rewards could still be obtained, specifically something like the Fruit of Paradise Lost. As Nada reacts, a system warning reveals that an external divinity is trying to probe deeper into the challenger's mind. His mental defenses hold, preventing that intrusion from succeeding. Pretending not to notice, he offers Nada an easy way to refuse. While internally confirming that the reaction proves there is a hidden truth here, he decides to investigate the matter further. His knowledge identifies the Fruit of Paradise Lost as a forbidden fruit created in Elysium during the foundation of creation, an artifact that vanished after the Age of Myth. Nada explains that even when the late Supreme King once appeared there, obtaining it was impossible, so the challenger downplays his request as merely asking on the off chance. He presses the point anyway, asking whether no amount of contribution could ever make it attainable. Behind the question lies his private reason. His body remains trapped in an unstable imbalance between flesh and mind. Nada explains that the trial was originally designed to reenact the myths and says that if the challenger truly desires it, it can be done. The challenger realizes that obtaining the Fruit of Paradise Lost would let him undergo a second great metamorphosis. When Nada names the price as roughly 5 million contribution points, the challenger is left stunned by the scale of what he must earn. But Cloak Challenger presses the protagonist to keep his promise, and not back down now. The protagonist realizes the rival faction's scores are nearing 5 million, and takes their advance as a personal reason to push harder in the trial. He hardens his resolve, deciding the trial can no longer be treated lightly. The Ninth Floor's trial is revealed to be a large-scale conflict called proxy war. A sudden shift in the territorial war begins as the previously weakest Danan faction launches an unexpected counteroffensive. After Galway falls, Olympus's strike force is wiped out in the chaos. The Tuma clan exploits the opening and helps seize 3 more fortresses. As a result, Danan's influence rebounds sharply from 5% to 11%. Brahman and the martial world move as well, reclaiming northern territory from Olympus and forcing Olympus into a more cautious posture after repeated losses. Elsewhere, a hooded envoy arrives in Olympus's domain to negotiate. The envoy is led deeper into the palace with deliberate confidence. A guard reacts with disgust at the sight of the undead visitor, showing how unwelcome the envoy is. Athena tries to restrain that hostility by reminding Ares that these forces are currently fighting on Olympus's behalf. A higher authority cuts off the brewing conflict before it can escalate. Athena and Ares reluctantly face the envoy under that order. The visitor identifies himself as Daman, a challenger aligned with an Olympus faction, and formally offers tribute to Zeus. Zeus admits Olympus's incoming tributes have been shrinking, making Daman's offer immediately relevant. Daman states his true purpose. He wants divine power from the Olympian gods. Athena sees the request as a typically indirect mortal scheme and turns the matter over to Ares. Zeus agrees in principle and says power would be granted if the tribute is sufficient. Daman offers 1.5 million points as the price. Even knowing Zeus is demanding an enormous sum, Daman judges it acceptable if it secures a legendary-grade divine artifact. Zeus accepts the bargain, pleased that Daman chose to comply. The granted authority is assigned through Ares, the god of battle. Ares accepts the role and prepares to act as Zeus's will on the battlefield. Daman concludes that with the true god entering the war directly, Their side now has the kind of divine force only another god could counter. He leaves convinced the conflict is now all but theirs to win. Back at the protagonist's camp, the war council continues under growing pressure. The protagonist studies the campaign map, is satisfied with their current pace. Although they have gained points by capturing fortresses and gathering troops, he sees they are still far from dominance, especially with Olympus becoming more defensive. He calls for Omusum to report. Omusum arrives and says there is no fresh news from the martial world front. The protagonist reflects on how Omusum, heir to the Thunderbreak Fist, has transformed his inherited art, reached enlightenment, and undergone a true rebirth. He remembers that he once meant to repay an old karmic debt through Omusum. Instead, Omusum came to revere him as a savior and pledged himself as his loyal follower. Their discussion turns to the Wudun sect, whose leader may already be watching them, but the protagonist notes that knowing the enemy's intent would let them prepare properly. He reveals that a Wudun Taoist from the martial world is likely planning to betray them once Olympus is contained and their guard drops. Still, he has heard that Harang Malko's plans are not unfolding smoothly. At that point, a purple-haired commander enters with a battlefield update that Olympus has shifted more troops toward Brahman. Regio, who manages border skirmishes against Olympus, joins the strategy meeting to explain the situation. Offered a seat, she accepts politely despite finding the makeshift arrangement beneath royal dignity. She explains that her subordinate Nodius used clairvoyance to gather intelligence. That intelligence shows a hoplite army and tens of thousands of challengers moving into the southern continent across from Brahman. As a precaution, they also scouted the Grade 1 fortress Thebes beyond Galway. The scout is startled by what he finds there. Thebes appears undermanned, with far fewer soldiers than expected. The protagonist immediately questions why Olympus would weaken Thebes after already losing Galway. He realizes that retaking Galway has opened a direct route toward Olympus, so leaving Thebes exposed makes little strategic sense. Omusum urges immediate action, arguing they should send Central Plains troops to the martial world and use the opening to strike Olympus's main camp. The protagonist admits Omusum's logic is sound and notes that capturing Thebes would also help restore the Danan faction's lost strength. As they weigh the invitation, one of them realizes the situation feels wrong. The purple-haired strategist confirms that they are all suspicious of the same thing. The red-haired fighter agrees the enemy is clearly plotting something and presses for their next move. Even knowing it is likely an Olympus trap, they conclude they cannot simply refuse the summons. Their leader latches onto the word trap, taking the warning seriously. The scene shifts to the fortress they intend to assault, perched high and prepared for war. A white-haired subordinate worries that if Olympus surrounds them and attacks outright, they may be wiped out. The strategist reveals she already arranged a countermeasure by having Brahman pressure Olympus elsewhere. By striking Thebes, she intends to cut off Olympus's southern army from its main support and remove the larger risk to the martial arts side. Confident in the plan, the leader orders Omusum to guard the rear while promising to keep him safe. He decides that a known trap is manageable and intends to turn the enemy scheme to his own advantage. With that resolve, he gives the order to advance. Their forces surge forward under a battle cry as the siege begins. The attackers commit fully to the assault on the fortress. Inside, the defenders hold formation, trusting their fortified position to give them the edge. They focus on keeping the enemy from breaking through the outer defenses. Heavy impacts slam into the fortress as the bombardment starts tearing at its walls. The defenders realize the attackers are using catapults to batter the stronghold open. In response, they rush to strengthen the fortress with defensive magic. Watching the attack, the strategist asks how long it will take to seize both the outer and inner fortress, and the leader estimates 2 hours. That short timetable only deepens his suspicion, because he expected Olympus or Mobius to have prepared something more deceptive. As the assault continues, he senses no meaningful force defending the fortress from within and starts wondering if his concern was misplaced. Just as he concludes the regional stronghold may fall in 2 hours, something abruptly interrupts that thought. A massive explosion erupts behind him, revealing that the real danger was not in front at all. He immediately tells the others to keep attacking while he goes to investigate the blast. Seeing the devastation, he realizes the enemy truly did prepare a trap for them. He identifies it as a rear assault and understands they now need to capture the fortress before reinforcements can close in. Then a hostile domain activates, reducing everyone's combat ability by 30%. The domain also seals escape without the owner's permission, making him realize a war god has entered the battlefield. At the rear, Omusum calls out as he faces the source of the ambush. Bloody but still standing, Omusum is relieved that his hero has arrived. He bitterly notes that he only recently reached the profound realm, yet he has already been driven into ruin. The leader takes over, telling Omusum to leave the rear to him. He acknowledges that Omusum endured long enough for help to reach him and prepares holy fire. As Omusum collapses, the leader realizes leaving him behind was a grave mistake and that surviving this long against a god was itself remarkable. He further suspects the enemy may have kept Omusum alive on purpose just to torment him. The attacker steps forward, eager to show himself as the one who brutalized his subordinate. The red-haired god identifies himself as Ares, taunts them for reuniting, and makes clear he intends betrayal and slaughter rather than mercy. The leader dismisses Ares as nothing more than a thug. That insult immediately enrages Ares, who cannot tolerate being spoken to like a mere mortal brute. The leader doubles down, defining Ares as someone who abuses overwhelming power against the weak. He also reveals why he can say it so boldly. Unlike Omusum, he possesses divinity and can stand against the god inside this domain. He openly challenges Ares, forcing the war god to confront him directly. In response, the system announces that the war god's domain has been weakened and its stat penalty nullified. Ares realizes his opponent has already taken down Asmodeus, but he still vows to crush him despite acknowledging his divinity. The clash begins with a violent burst of power. Ares charges into the chaos, sword in hand, as chains descend from above. A divine technique called Heavenly Chain Strike is unleashed to bind or strike him. Ares scoffs that such an attack should never be able to touch a god and tries to force do it. But the chains trigger a reaction from the Myth Hunter constellation, catching Ares off guard and hinting that this power can affect even him. Ares tries to crush his opponent with Heavenly Demon's Dominion steps, insisting the human has never truly faced him before. Enraged at being challenged by someone he sees as beneath him, Ares denounces the use of sorcery and prepares to overwhelm him by force. The black-clad fighter calmly binds the battlefield in purple chains and dismisses Ares' outrage as the complaint of someone who cannot grasp what he is facing. Ares struggles against the restraint, but the pressure only tightens around him and interrupts his momentum. As the trap bites deeper, Ares can only demand to know why this is happening to him. He is blasted back and burns with humiliation, unable to accept that a mere mortal creature is forcing him onto the defensive. Trying to reassert himself, Ares proclaims his divine pedigree as the rightful successor of the God King and the God of Struggle. He unleashes his war god technique, Pancration, determined to show the full power of his title. His opponent answers in kind, summoning twin dark star white-silver divine crescent blades and promising to repay Ares exactly as he deserves. The clash begins with a violent impact as Ares drives in aggressively. But instead of being overpowered, Ares is met head-on and struck with crushing precision at close range. The force of the exchange shatters his weapon and sends fragments flying. Ares is stunned that his advantage has vanished so suddenly. The black-clad fighter presses the psychological edge, coolly asking whether Ares is already in trouble. Ares refuses to yield, boasting again of his royal blood and trying to laugh off the reversal. His opponent recognizes that Ares specializes in weapon mastery, so he deliberately matches him weapon for weapon instead of relying on anything else. He decides to break Ares completely, just as Ares once did to Amusum. With overwhelming martial skill honed to its peak even before this life, he tears to Ares' offense and leaves his gear in pieces. Ares is driven to the ground, bloodied and unable to steady himself. Kneeling in disbelief, he can only insist that his defeat should be impossible. He tells himself that a mere shadow from the mythic age should never have been able to stand against him. Even while broken, Ares clings to the claim that he is the true heir of the God King. The victor dismisses that empty lineage talk, seeing that both Ares' body and spirit are already shattered. He delivers a final farewell and prepares the finishing blow. As Ares burns away, the victor frames it as vengeance for Omusum and the destruction of the false honor and pride behind Ares' title. With the battle over, he notes the substantial gains from the kill, though he also judges Ares foolish for never using his immortality properly. He seizes the shadow divinity of Ares' seat of strife, raises his divinity past 5,000 into a higher rank, gains strong resistance to lower-ranked interference, and earns the right to appoint another apostle. Looking over the aftermath, he regrets that most of Ares' equipment was ruined and thinks he may have gone too hard on him. Still, he salvages one valuable artifact, the legendary necklace replica War God's Wrath, which boosts all stats and can strip enemy buffs or his own debuffs once every 72 hours. Attention shifts to Asgard as the wider political consequences of Ares' fall begin to spread. A new balance of power is laid out, showing Asgard in first place, Brahman close behind, Olympus dropped to third, Yini next, and Tothade Danon trailing them. In Asgard, two high-ranking demons recognize that the situation has flipped in their favor. Luton notes that Mobius had tried to summon a god, but that move clearly failed to produce the result they wanted. Zetter adds that the attempt went badly, reinforcing that their enemies have stumbled. They identified the key factor as John Minchiol, the same man who killed the god's shadow and shattered the 4-trial ranking record. Rather than dwell on how a non-ranker achieved the impossible, they focus on exploiting the opening it creates. Their plan is to move while Danon keeps Olympus occupied, using the chaos to seize advantage for themselves. Elsewhere, an elder strategist pauses to reconsider the shifting alliances. Yumwalja of Brum realizes that Tothade Danon now stands directly at their border. He concludes that sending Blood Tiger to pressure Olympus worked perfectly, but John Minchiol's continued alignment with Danon makes the situation harder to read. Seeing Minchiol still among Danon's side, he rejects the idea that the man simply changed his heart. Left to ponder the contradiction, he wonders what Minchiol is truly planning. He considers going personally to Tothade Danon to find out. A woman beside him immediately encourages the idea and answers without hesitation. She volunteers to handle the matter herself. After defeating Ares and capturing Thebes, Minchiol moves on as the conflict briefly cools again. The war enters another lull, with the front settling for the moment. From Mincheol's perspective, the clearest reward of the campaign is obtaining the legendary artifact War God's Wrath. The necklace's value is emphasized again. It grants a 20% boost to all stats and can remove buffs from enemies or debuffs from him once per day. But Olympus quickly changes tactics, as Mobius's mages begin using teleportation to launch simultaneous small unit strikes all across Danan territory. He recalls how expanding territory left his side constantly defending borders and rushing through dimensional gates to repel the Mobius division. While considering reports that Bum has also massed troops near Danan, he senses Omusum's aura changing and realizes Mirim's Manhwa may be planning something behind his back. Before he can pursue that thought, a young messenger rushes in and urgently calls for John Mincheol. The boy insists Mincheol is needed immediately, leaving him wondering who has come looking for him. He learns Mirim has sent a second Manhwa, which immediately puts him on guard. The new Andre introduces herself as Tang Soryan of the Brum faction, presenting herself politely but with clear confidence. Mincheol recognizes her as a daughter of the Sichuan Tang clan and gives his own name in return. Though he did not expect Mirim to approach him again, he quickly realizes the Tang clan specializes in poison and that Soryan herself is effectively a living poison user. Despite her youthful appearance, she reveals she is actually much older and has reached the peak of poison transcendence, claiming she came on her own rather than under orders. She tests him with a formless poison, only to find his Jormungandr coat completely resists it. Mincheol identifies the attack as a colorless poison that paralyzes and weakens internal energy flow, confirming she approached him with hidden intent. He weighs killing Tang Soryan at once, but realizes doing so would destroy his alliance with Mirim. Instead, he calmly suggests they continue somewhere else, catching her off guard. As he studies her, he considers whether this crafty old poison master could be useful to him instead. Elsewhere, Great Warrior Blood Tiger exults as Lord Medaion strikes him again with overwhelming force. Medaion unleashes an even stronger sky-crushing Azura Fist, pushing Blood Tiger to his limit. Rather than retreat, Blood Tiger welcomes the punishment and demands more. Mincheol and Tang Soryan arrive to find the scene, and she recognizes the fighter as Great Warrior Blood Tiger. While Mincheol notes this gives her a chance to speak with her comrade. The narration explains that through training under Medaion, Omusum refined his Thunderclap Fist and greatly strengthened the final form of sky-crushing Azura Fist. Blood Tiger suddenly notices the newcomers. He respectfully greets Mincheol as the Great Warrior, while Mincheol introduces Soryan as a guest from Mirim. Blood Tiger is surprised Mirim sent someone without prior notice, and Soryan explains she came herself because her earlier outreach had gone unanswered. She then shifts focus to Blood Tiger's transformation, astonished that he has entered enlightenment and become markedly younger. Blood Tiger proudly confirms she noticed correctly. He credits his breakthrough to John Mincheol, leaving Soryan even more intrigued. Mincheol sees that she instantly recognized Omusum's advancement to a higher state. Because Mirim has recently gained power from an outsider of another dimension, he realizes she must be desperate to learn the secret behind such growth. That realization pushes him toward a new plan. He decides to reveal a controlled sample of Jormungandr's poison to her as bait. Mincheol judges that although she has encountered countless lethal toxins, this unprecedented poison will still shock her. The sight of it immediately stuns her. She blurts out what kind of poison it is, already recognizing its extraordinary value. Mincheol frames it as a poison carrying mysteries from a mythic age, something a poison user could absorb to grow stronger and more valuable than any elixir. The temptation visibly shakes her composure. Seeing her interest, Mincheol proposes that they make a contract. After returning safely, Tang Soryan is asked how the discussion went. She reports that the outcome exceeded expectations. She secured John Mincheol using soul-captivating incense while using reinforcement of the Northern Front as her excuse. Her superior is delighted, believing this means Mincheol will now move into their territory. Soryan agrees that was the original plan, but her tone suggests the situation is no longer so simple. Mincheol lays out his terms. She must ensure the Tudun of Danan wins the cycle, and in return he would cooperate and spare her. He sweetens the deal by promising her 100 milliliters of his poison, and she accepts despite mocking how little that amount would matter to him. Their agreement is sealed under a mystical force. The contract takes effect with a burst of power. Twin seals of light complete the binding between them, with the war entering a lull and every faction growing cautious. Mincheol realizes Tang Soryan's visit has given him a way to break the stalemate. By luring her with Jormungandr's poison and establishing a contract acknowledged by Nada, he recruits her as his temporary assistant. From her, he confirms that the most influential martial artist in this trial is the Wudun Elder Yanwalja, matching what Omusum had already told him. More importantly, he learns the details of Yanwalja's new plan and confirms the Elder is suspicious of Omusum's sudden change of heart. So Mincheol has Tang Soryan deceive Yanwalja and report that she successfully recruited him with soul-captivating incense. The misinformation completely fools Wudum's Tiger Wolf Vanguard, and under the pretense of helping Braum's Northern Front, Mincheol prepares his next move. John Mincheol confirms that beyond this point lies Jinna's territory, and the sheer scale of the mountain suggests the Titan of enormous size is stationed there while he slips into the northern fortress unnoticed. He learns the Titan is currently fixated on that mountain, likely because of some hidden objective, which makes the situation easier to understand. Before moving out again, Mincheol checks whether it is acceptable for him to leave as soon as he arrives. The young woman assures him she would keep young Walja's eyes covered, removing that concern from his mind. With that settled, Mincheol launches himself toward the mountain without hesitation. As he travels, he reasons that an alliance with Gina could improve their odds against Olympus and Brahman, but the Titan's inactivity on the mountain remains a problem. His thoughts are cut off when a commanding voice stops him as an intruder, instantly putting him on alert. Mincheol lands in the snow and faces whoever intercepted him. A massive presence emerges through the frost, forcing him to recognize that this is no ordinary guardian. He comes face to face with a towering giant whose appearance confirms he has reached the Titan's domain. Mincheol realizes the being before him is a real frost giant, unlike the imitation seen in tests and dates. Keeping his composure, he identifies himself as John Mincheol of Dotha-de Danann. He states plainly that he has come to speak with the Titan commander, and the giant recognizes him as the challenger who defeated Olympus's war god. The giant introduces himself as Polestark, field commander of the Titans. Seeing he has reached the commander immediately, Mincheol gets straight to the point and proposes a joint front with Jinna. Polestark rejects the offer at once, catching Mincheol off guard. The commander explains that 3 others already approached the Titans with the same proposal, but the Titans have their own circumstances to consider. He makes their position final by saying they have no intention of actively entering the war and advises Mincheol to turn back. Mincheol quickly infers that Mobius, Gehenna, and Murim must have tried the same thing, yet he refuses to let the matter end there. Instead of leaving, he calls the old giant back and demands a real explanation. Polestark indulges him and asks what more the little challenger wants. Mincheol argues that if the Titans are refusing him, they should at least give a proper reason, especially after dragging him all the way here. He presses forward, refusing to be dismissed without answers. Polestark relents, and says the reason lies at the summit of Mount Sagarma, offering to take Mincheol there so he can see it himself. The giant strides ahead while Mincheol follows at speed through the mountain pass. Polestark notes that Mincheol can keep up with the giant's pace, and Mincheol brushes off the praise as irrelevant compared with learning what is hidden above. He insists on knowing what exactly is at the summit, and Polestark finally begins to answer. The commander reveals that the Titans were founded to reclaim the status they once lost. He explains that in the Age of Myths, races like frost giants, Nephilim, Gigas, and Titans shaped countless legends and ruled entire eras. But they were not alone in that power, because the divine races could also create myths and command worship. As mortals gradually turned their reverence toward the divine, the giants declined and were stripped of most of their former glory. In response to that fall, the giants gathered together and formed the Titans to recover what had been taken from them. While researching their origins in the tower, they discovered that something crucial to restoring that old era had been hidden here. The revelation shocks Mincheol as Polestark says that thing is sleeping atop Mount Sagarma. What lies there is the well that once contained the wisdom of their ancestor Mimir, and Mincheol immediately understands why the Titans are obsessed with this place. At the summit, 2 more figures greet Polestark early and question why he has brought a human alone. Polestark introduces Mincheol as a guest from Dotha-de Danann, making clear that outsiders are almost never brought here. Mincheol recalls Mimir as the giant of wisdom who was deceived by Odin, and he realizes that if Mimir's well is truly here, it could explain the Titan's fixation on the 9th floor trial. He sees that the supposed well is hidden behind a submerged door, one the Titans have spent months trying and failing to open. Sensing an opportunity, Mincheol offers a deal. If he opens the door for them, they must agree to an alliance. He notices Polestark does not seem to expect success, but Mincheol decides to trust the eye of truth and test his luck anyway. Mincheol enters the water and approaches the sealed door, hoping to find some clue others missed. He stops directly before the barrier and studies it in silence. When Polestark warns that the task is impossible, Mincheol only reminds him to remember the promise they just made. As he draws closer, infinity space begins resonating with the area, suggesting the place may be linked to a broader hidden space. That reaction causes his deep-sea compass, dormant since the 2nd floor trial, to activate in his hand. The compass points him toward the mechanism concealed within the door. Mincheol realizes the answer is like a pearl hidden inside an oyster, and reaches for the true key. The seal responds at once, and beams of light burst to the door. Suspended in the glowing water, Mincheol succeeds in opening what the Titans could not, proving he may hold the key to their long-sought goal. He unexpectedly succeeds in opening the sealed entrance, and realizes the moment has gone exactly as he hoped. The Titans are stunned that a human managed what they could not. Standing in the water with the glowing vessel in hand, he is pressed to explain how he accomplished it. He downplays it as a simple attempt. While the long-locked door to the Lake of Titans is finally confirmed open, it is revealed that the key was the pearl hidden inside the deep-sea compass, a reward from the 2nd floor trial. Beyond the door, the well of Mimir appears exactly where he expected, confirming his plan was correct. He moves to take the vessel back, intending to claim the prize now that he has reached it. He suddenly notices something is wrong the moment he tries to handle it. The Titan Elder thanks him, believing their clan's long-awaited wish is finally within reach. They declare that they have found a way to settle Ancestor Mimir's grudge, but he immediately warns them not to assume the well is theirs. The Elder is left confused when the human rejects that assumption. He explains that the Well of Mimir is a bound item, and its system information identifies it as a replica artifact tied to whoever claims it. Because he touched it first, the well automatically bound itself to him, making him its owner. He realizes the Water of Wisdom cannot be used without the owner's consent, and decides this gives him leverage over the Titans. The elder tries to invoke the young man's promise, and demands that the well be handed over. He coolly challenges that claim and forces the elder to reconsider what was actually promised. He reminds them that he only agreed to open the door, not surrender the treasure beyond it. When he turns as if ready to keep the well for himself, the elder panics at the thought of losing it. The Titans stop him and beg to know what they must do to obtain the well. Desperation takes over as they swear they will do anything to get it. He immediately seizes on that vow and turns the situation into a negotiation on his terms. The elder realizes too late that his own words have trapped him. With a knowing smile, the young man insists they now discuss the matter properly. Later, he reports back to Eren that the Titan community has agreed to side with him. He confirms the alliance but admits he still suspects the Titans may have hidden motives. Even so, he assures her the spring water will only be given to them after they clear the trial, while the artifact remains safely in his possession. Eren notes that if Dotha Day Danan clears the trial, not a single drop will ever reach the Titans, and she is impressed by how thoroughly he has controlled the situation. He brushes past the praise and shifts the conversation toward their next move. Reviewing the map, he notes that the Titans have secured the coast and cut off Olympus from the sea. But Mobius is still watching them closely, so they must strike before the mages respond. The red-haired warrior offers a proposal to exploit that opening. He points out that their enemies used the sea to attack them before, so they should now return the favor. The plan is to use ships to launch a direct assault on Olympus's main base. The idea is accepted at once because it gives them far more tactical flexibility. With the strategy settled, he orders everyone to prepare while they finish the 9th floor trial. Their next target is revealed to be Arcadia, a second-class Olympus fortress. At Arcadia, the defenders remain relaxed and inattentive. The guards joke around, treating their watches routine and showing no sense of danger. Their boredom continues, leaving the fortress vulnerable. Only at the last moment does one guard notice something strange in the distance. A fleet appears on the horizon, but the warning comes too late. The ships crash into the fortress in a sudden assault, throwing the defenders into chaos. As alarms spread to Arcadia, the attackers push in before Mobius can be properly alerted. The red-haired warrior charges into battle with open delight, reveling in the attack. Declaring himself Blood Tiger Amasim, he unleashes a devastating strike that tears through the defense. The defenders are overwhelmed and can barely comprehend where the attackers came from. With the outer wall breached, the invading force surges forward to seize the fortress. Panic spreads among the defenders as they try to hold out for reinforcements that may not arrive in time. After breaking through, the attackers dismiss the defenders as weak and credit the victory largely to Arcadia's complacency. Arcadia had been treated as a safe rear-area fortress, so no one expected it to be struck so suddenly. That false sense of security lets them capture it with minimal losses, though they know Mobius would not ignore the blow for long. The enemy leader declares that the true battle is only beginning. He reveals that Athens had been targeted with a concentrated strike meant to seize Arcadia, while Olympus committed most of its strength elsewhere. He dismisses that strategy as short-sighted, noting that Olympus still left a final defensive force behind. As flames surge around them, he confirms Midian is ready and receives the same assurance in return. With that, they launch their assault without hesitation. Midian and his ally rush the hooded commander directly, forcing the clash into close combat. The scale of the campaign is laid out. The attackers had committed 100,000 Druid troops along with elite warriors Omusim and Midian, but Olympus had answered with a far greater army of 1 million hoplites and 25 Mobius mages, overwhelming them despite the elite's resistance. The brutal exchange leaves the red-haired fighter bloodied and driven to the edge. In the aftermath, the masked enemy lord hovers above the ruined city, making clear that sheer numbers decided the battle. He mocks the idea that aid from the Murim could ever have been enough to secure victory. He admits the troublesome low-ranked fighter exceeded expectations, but insists this was the end of that struggle and that every last effort had failed. Yet instead of simply gloating, he suddenly begins to laugh to himself. The battered red-haired man notices the strange reaction and presses him on what he finds so amusing. The enemy realizes the answer at once. Events are unfolding exactly as John Minchio predicted, and the absent Biranker must have been planning something elsewhere. That suspicion is confirmed when a subordinate urgently reports a new crisis. The fortresses of Velos and Delphi are under attack by the Dotha Day Danan. Far from the main battlefield, the scene shifts as a new front opens under the evening sky. A giant warrior appears, signaling the arrival of the force behind the surprise offensive. He frames the coming assault as obedience to a higher will and asks only to be allowed to help carry it out. A dark armored figure affirms that this is indeed the Supreme One's command. Though disgusted at taking orders from the undead, the giant accepts the necessity. He is persuaded by the promise that success will let him obtain the Well of Mimir and end the giant's long suffering. The mention of the 9th floor's trial sharpens his resolve. He immediately commits to the war effort, identifies the giant's involvement, and orders word sent to the rest of their forces. A combined strike force of Dotha Day Danan and Yenu, including 10 giants, 5 immortal generals, and 100 warriors, is described advancing in 5 squads into Olympus territory. At the same time, the Mobius mages had abandoned their positions to retake Arcadia, leaving the border fortresses exposed and easy to collapse. Reports pile up that multiple strongholds have already fallen and that Delphi and Belos will soon follow unless action is taken immediately. Hearing that giants and the Totha De Danann are involved, the red-haired fighter understands that the Titans have entered the war. The enemy lord is enraged that those he once crushed would dare rise again, and he orders all troops redirected at once. Another report arrives before he can stabilize the situation. Arcadia has already been reclaimed. He is forced to order a rapid reorganization and a push to recover the territories now being lost elsewhere. He dispatches 2 subordinates to inform Asgard and Brahman and commands them to strike Una. His immediate priority becomes retaking the first-class fortress Delphi. Even so, he remains calculating, deciding to exploit the chaos by turning the various enemy factions against one another until they wear each other down. He reassures himself that Arcadia cost him little and blames the larger disruption on the low-ranked fighter who set this chain of events in motion. His revised objective hardens into total extermination of the Totha De Danann. Then another emergency interrupts him. A new enemy force is advancing straight toward him from the front. The scouts estimate 50,000 troops, led by none other than John Minchiel, the God Slayer himself. Rather than panic, John Minchiel's appearance only confirms the enemy lord's expectations. He recognizes the move as a deliberate full-frontal assault, and notes with satisfaction that the opposing side is acting exactly according to his forecast. Elsewhere, hidden figures begin moving through the forest behind Olympus lines. One of them checks on Regigal, who answers that she is in perfect condition. They reaffirm that their role in this war is not immediate victory but buying time. Regigal begins her move by awakening fallen soldiers. The sudden development catches the enemy completely off guard. A subordinate identifies the attack for what it is. Clay soldiers are striking from the rear under Empress Regigal's command. The enemy lord urgently orders his forces to locate her at once. Meanwhile, John Minchiel's side reports that enemy mages are peeling away from the main force and approaching with floating magic, correctly reading it as an attempt to assassinate their leaders. John Minchiel calmly tells his troops to protect their commander, showing that he is fully prepared for the countermeasure. 3 cloaked figures race to the forest, trying to reach enemies they expected to find nearby. As they search in vain, they realize the Totha De Danann may already be tracking them through a clairvoyant. That suspicion hardens into alarm as they sense they have walked into a trap. The ambush lands immediately, and one red-cloaked fighter is struck before they can react. Elsewhere, a yellow-armored combatant feels the battlefield turning disastrous and recognizes John Minchiel as the force behind it. He judges that this supposedly low-ranked opponent is overwhelming their defenses so badly that their fortresses will fall before Olympus can recover. Driven into a corner, he decides he can no longer hold back his power. He offers everything he has to his god king and begs for the strength to overturn the battle. To secure that miracle, he commits all of his contribution points and personal reserves. His sacrifice triggers a blinding divine descent onto the battlefield. The sudden eruption halts the nearby fighters and forces their attention upward. They recognize the energy at once as the arrival of Olympian gods. The sun god descends personally, amused that the situation has become serious enough to require his presence. Artemis follows, bringing another Olympian deity into the fight. Their summoning is answered by monstrous force crashing into the battlefield. A Hydra appears as another Olympian asset, adding overwhelming pressure to Olympus's side. Seeing the reinforcements, the yellow-armored summoner declares that retreat is no longer an option. He resolves to annihilate the Totha De Danann faction and clear the trial by force. On the opposing side, his enemies immediately understand that the god's arrival has shifted the battle against them. Even so, their leader stays calm and reveals that this possibility was already part of his plan. Because Mobius wants the matter settled to contribution points, he decides they will answer in the same currency. He calls out to Silver, relying on a hidden ally to execute the countermeasure. A wolf answers the summons and steps forward from the brush with quiet confidence. Silver reveals himself and asks what is required of him. The answer is immediate and costly, 3 million points. The strategist makes clear that he intends to end the trial with this single battle. Silver pauses, weighing the scale of the request. He accepts the resolve behind it, and promises to send some of his finest warriors despite the price. The system confirms that 3 million points have been transferred to Silver. The yellow-armored summoner is stunned to see his opponents answer his divine gamble with one of their own. He curses the low-ranked enemy who keeps overturning expectations. A new announcement declares that a Totha De Danann deity has been summoned to the battlefield. That warning repeats as the opposing faction's divine reinforcement fully takes shape. A calm, pale figure emerges to blue light, signaling a very different kind of power. Luff Laffod arrives first, followed by Bress, who notes that he has long wanted a proper chance to fight Olympus. The Olympian side recognizes at once that the conflict has escalated into a direct war between gods. Silver, now beside the strategist, asks whether this outcome is satisfactory and receives confirmation that it is. With both pantheons committed, the strategist declares that the battle has become total war and that victory now depends on buying enough time. Having set his plan in motion, he gives the order to move. Elsewhere, another contender vows to win the trial and claim the fruit of good and evil for himself. A status display shows Totha Dan and holding a commanding lead over Olympus, confirming how close they are to victory. The yellow-armored summoner, having sacrificed everything, is enraged that other allied factions have not turned the tide. His frustration narrows again onto the non-ranker who ruined his expectations. That enemy, John Mincheol, suddenly appears on the battlefield, prompting urgent warnings not to face him alone. John immediately senses a dangerous attack forming against him. He unleashes flow of space to fire a concentrated dark cannon straight into the threat. The target is shocked both by the technique and by the power behind it. Even while being driven back, the opponent admits that John is far stronger than expected. John steadies himself with sword in hand and locks onto the yellow-armored foe in the distance. The enemy acknowledges John's strength, treating him at last as a worthy opponent. A dark-haired fighter in white braces inside a glowing magic circle and looses an arrow toward a blazing enemy rushing through the sky. Someone answers the chaos by ordering the dead to rise, summoning armed undead soldiers into the battle. At the same time, the Black Lad protagonist calls his shadow forces forward and sends them to engage. He tightens his grip on his weapon as violet power surges around him, preparing a stronger strike. A system message identifies his empowered technique as Dark Star, combining the blade of the Emperor with the divine crescent of silver. Mobius, glowing with green divine energy, is enraged that a mere non-ranker has interrupted his ritual. He retaliates with Devil's Grasp and Force Explosion, hurling overwhelming power at the intruder while cursing his insolence. The protagonist meets the threat head-on, and Mobius vows to tear apart his defiance. A massive blast engulfs the field, swallowing Mobius in blinding light. Instead of panicking, Mobius is intrigued that his opponent can manipulate three elements at once. The protagonist cuts straight through the explosion with his violet blade, earning Mobius's grudging approval. Mobius is stunned that the attack was sliced apart at its core rather than merely endured. The protagonist explains that an explosion is just a reaction point between opposing energies, so if he severs that exact point, the blast collapses. Mobius takes the explanation as arrogance, and swears to wipe the smugness off his enemy's face. The protagonist accepts the insult calmly, and dives down on Mobius from above to continue the assault. Nearby, a white-haired boy struggles amid lingering energy and looks sickened by the battlefield. The protagonist checks on the boy in passing, making sure he is still holding up. He tosses the boy a skull and tells him to guard it, leaving the child horrified at being handed such a thing. He warns that the owner of those remains might revive, so the boy must stop any tricks if that happens. As he turns back, the protagonist reflects that Mobius was far stronger as an undead than expected. He concludes that the enemy mages would have been troublesome from the rear, but by advancing to the front they made themselves easier to eliminate. With that problem settled, he narrows his focus to the final remaining threat. He identifies the true target somewhere ahead and fixes his attention there. Before he can move freely, a sudden violent strike tears across the battlefield. The ambush lands hard, drawing blood and forcing a curse as the attack interrupts the momentum of the fight. A blonde opponent appears and challenges him directly, making it clear a new confrontation has begun. A white-haired divine figure joins in, remarking with amusement on the clash between light and sun. The blonde fighter calls for Artemis, and a woman with a knife steps in to support him. She braces herself despite the pressure, frustrated but ready to fight. Watching together, the two divine beings dismiss the Olympians as less impressive than advertised, while warning each other not to relax. The red-haired one decides it is time to end the matter, then notices something unexpected. His attention shifts to a figure descending in the distance, and he immediately recognizes the danger. He identifies the newcomer as the Legion commander appointed by the Supreme King, while the system confirms the presence of a divine being. Another system notice reports that the mythical hunter constellation is reacting to that divine presence. The protagonist turns toward the disturbance, understanding that the battle has entered a more dangerous phase. He declares that this is the moment he has been waiting for and resolves to use his strongest technique. He unleashes Sword of Dawn. A vast wave of violet power erupts across the sky, forcing the watching gods to stare at the attack in shock. They are stunned that a mortal would interfere so boldly in what they considered a sacred duel. The scale of the strike leaves them questioning how an ordinary human could bring down a god at all. As the energy settles around him, the protagonist exhales in relief after surviving the gamble. A system update reveals that by seizing divine power, his Robin divinity has more than doubled, proving the risk was worth it. Now empowered, he steps forward to purple flames and decides to finish the battle himself. He surges across the broken terrain toward his next opponent. A green divine beast attack lunges at him with venomous force, trying to overwhelm him at close range. The poisonous energy detonates around him in a swirling burst meant to trap and consume him. He remains unfazed because Jormungandr's coat makes him resistant to poison, and he tells his attacker the tactic is useless. He counters immediately with a brutal crimson slash that tears through the enemy's defense. Purple fire follows the cut and engulfs the target's body, driving the attack deeper. The protagonist crashes down with the flaming strike, smashing his opponent into the ground and ending the exchange with overwhelming force. John Mincheol confirms the kill and ends the battle on his own terms. The last of the destructive force clears, leaving no doubt that the target has truly been erased. Watching from afar, two powerful figures find the mortal unexpectedly amusing and disrespectful enough to stand out. One of them notes that a man who could bring down the Hydra alone was never just buying time in this war. As Mincheol stands amid the bloodied ruins, it becomes clear that this result is about to decide everything. His allies realize he actually pulled it off and finally secured the outcome they were waiting for. Mincheol receives the system notice that the operation is complete, and the time limit has ended in success. The tower formally declares Totha Danan the winner of the 5th floor proxy war. With the trial over, the challengers are moved to Sky Castle Damocles for the official aftermath. The castle announces a pre-celebration for all participants before rewards are distributed. It is further explained that each faction's final contribution points would be recalculated according to dominance rates after the celebration. The Gaving learns that only Totha Danan will receive rewards, with the final war shares placing them first ahead of Asgard, Brahman, Union, and Olympus. At the party, Mincheol notices that nearly every challenger from the 9th floor has gathered to witness the result. Many attendees are still trying to process the abrupt ending in the fact that Danan won when Olympus had seemed favored. Some are especially stunned that an unranked challenger was the one who made it happen. Others bitterly regret staying passive, realizing too late that their lack of action left them with nothing. Mincheol dismisses their self-pity as the whining of losers who miss their chance. That contempt draws direct attention to him as the mysterious non-ranker everyone has been talking about. Two horned demons approach and introduce themselves as Luton and Zetter, making clear they specifically came to meet him. Luton presents himself with confidence, signaling status and interest rather than hostility. Zetter follows with the same measured poise, confirming the meeting is deliberate. Mincheol quickly judges from their appearance, and bearing that they are high-ranking demons from Gehenna's ice realm, and that his victory has drawn their faction's notice. He recalls that Gehenna surged late in the war, nearly overtaking Asgard, which suggests they had been waiting for the right moment to move. Even so, he makes it clear he has no interest in getting too familiar with demons from Pandemonium. The pair explain that they came because they heard a mere shadow of a god had been slain, and that feat was enough to pique their curiosity. They admit that if they had arrived slightly sooner, the entire outcome of the proxy war might have changed. Mincheol answers the implied threat with a challenge, telling them to try him in the next trial instead. Rather than escalate, the demons decide to leave, acknowledging that even defeating a shadow still means he killed a god. They frame the encounter as a simple introduction and promise to cross paths with him again. Mincheol then notices that Mobius mages have also returned, though for now they are only watching in silence. He reflects that, as always, exceptional people attract attention and envy. But that does not mean he intends to be dragged down by it. A red-haired warrior from Totha Danan enthusiastically congratulates him for the victory. The warrior credits Mincheol for everything and says helping his journey even a little would be enough reward. Still, he insists rewards should be earned properly and offers Mincheol a treasure he obtained earlier. The item is the ancient manuscript of Pien's, a legendary key needed to decipher the secrets of an ancient temple on the 9th floor. Mincheol accepts it on the condition that the man challenge the 9th floor again later, using the manuscript when the time comes. Overwhelmed by the value of the gift, the warrior can barely process that Mincheol is entrusting him with such a treasure. Mincheol brushes it off and says any future rewards can be handed over next time if the man insists on repayment. Elsewhere, it is revealed that Tang Sorion traded a potion infused with Jormungandr's poison as part of the faction's strategy. Another promised reward appears in the form of a radiant golden bull. A giant warrior gratefully accepts the bull, vows to report everything to his leader, and confirms that Mincheol also kept his bargain with Mima's side. The broader explanation follows. Tang Sorion's poison pinned down Brahman and prevented them from moving freely. At the same time, Polestark and his strike squad looted the unattended Olympus camp, helping secure Danan's victory. Mincheol concludes that honoring the rewards he promised is only fair after everyone fulfilled their roles. He is then addressed by a subordinate who seeks his decision on another matter. A Dragican general asks permission to recover the corpse of the Dragikind sovereign Mincheol defeated in the war, clarifying that they mean the Hydra, because retrieving it would require spending all of their remaining dominion power through a space created by Immortality Authority. They ask for his approval first, and he grants it. Left to himself again, Mincheol muses that a Hydra is not the sort of prize one encounters every day. Thinking over Omushim, Tang Sorion, and Polestark, he decides he has now repaid everyone he owed. With his debt settled, he turns toward whatever comes next and moves forward into the next stage of the story. A purple-haired commander grows impatient as she waits with her blue-haired subordinate for their captain to arrive. When he finally appears, she brushes off the delay and claims she was simply enjoying the break. The blue-haired boy reminds her that he had been ordered to use clairvoyance to predict when challenger Mincheol would show up, leaving him confused by her attitude. She shuts him down with a burst of intimidation, making it clear he should stop talking. Their captain ends the exchange, thanks everyone for their work, and leads the two of them onward. At the reward chamber, he urges them not to hesitate any longer. He decides they should go claim what they earned. With the long war finally over, the group heads to receive their rewards while noting that Medan chose to stay behind and enjoy the celebration a little longer. As he walks, Mincheol reflects that he offended 4 gods during the trial, With Ares, Apollo, and Artemis already counting toward that total, he regrets that he cannot fully exploit the immortal authority under scrutiny, since openly proving he could devour gods with death might have united every divine faction against him. Even so, he is satisfied with having stolen a meaningful amount of divinity. While his two companions bow respectfully before a blonde authority figure, that figure explains he recommended that Rigel receive the crown of the world tree, an artifact suited to a commander because it reduces mental fatigue. The blue-haired subordinate sincerely thanks Rigel, admitting she has helped him greatly. Rigel parts from them on warm terms, hoping they will meet again as Minchiol watches them leave. Once they are gone, Minchiol turns his attention to the final unresolved matter. The blonde man confirms he has not forgotten his promise and praises Minchiol's astonishing contribution to the trial. The system announces the exact result of that contribution, 5.2 million points for clearing the proxy war trial on the 9th floor. It further declares that Minchiol earned the highest contribution among all challengers and accomplished something unprecedented. He receives an additional million points as an achievement reward, and Minchiol reflects that he had already spent nearly 4.5 million points strengthening his barracks during the trial. Though surprised Minchiol succeeded, the blonde man keeps his word and prepares to hand over the promised reward. He formally grants Minchiol what he was promised. The reward is revealed to be a replica of the fruit of good and evil, a myth-grade item that still retains the raw power of creation and destruction. Seeing the fruit at last, Minchiol is overwhelmed with relief and excitement. Back on Earth, his dog launches at him the moment he returns, thrilled that its master is finally home. Minchiol silently endures the enthusiastic welcome as narration notes that he came back after obtaining the fruit. He asks the dog how it has been, and the dog cheerfully complains that aside from his long absence, everything was fine. Time passes in summary. He resumed climbing the tower in winter, and 4 months have gone by since clearing floors 8 and 9. The dog explains that Ellie visited sometimes to play, prompting Minchiol to realize who had been helping. Seeing the house well maintained, he concludes Ellie must have been taking care of it. He promises to come home sooner next time and decides he should properly thank Ellie. Exhausted from months away, Minchiol heads inside intending to rest for the day. He settles into bed and resolves to take it easy after being gone for so long. He reflects that although he finally obtained the fruit of good and evil, he resisted the urge to consume it immediately. Instead, he chose to wait until he can maximize its effects, knowing such elixirs are often wasted by poor compatibility and unstable internal conditions. He reasons that without proper preparation, much of the fruit's energy would leak away rather than being fully absorbed. Since he is already level 99, he decides to wait until reaching level 100 and gaining the authority of Warlord Dymas, which should let him absorb the fruit safely. The next day, he goes to Gangnam for a meeting. Arriving with his dog, Minchiol wonders why he was suddenly asked to meet there. He finds the answer in a brand new skyscraper in the heart of Gangnam marked with a giant D. Verde eagerly presents the building and asks Minchiol for his opinion. Verde proudly reveals that, thanks to a major round of investment, their guild headquarters has been relocated there. Minchiol says he does not remember investing that much, while onlookers begin recognizing him as Hunter John Minchiol. The crowd identifies him as the guild's biggest sponsor and marvels at seeing the two heroes of Heija together. When Minchiol asks about that title, Verde explains that it refers to the two of them, leaving Minchiol puzzled. Verde reminds him that Minchiol defeated the monster in Heiju, and because Verde assisted, the feat was officially recorded as a joint achievement. Minchiol privately finds being called a hero awkward, especially given his past life as a demon king. Verde continues boasting that, thanks to Minchiol, the guild has even risen into the top 10. He adds that they built a private training ground specifically for Minchiol and leads him inside. Minchiol is impressed by how much the guild has grown and decides the facility should suit his needs. Verde cheerfully asks for Minchiol's trust, and Minchiol's silence leaves the moment hanging as Verde confidently answers for himself. When Verde swears his life to him, John Minchiol tests that loyalty instead of simply accepting it. He decides to stake himself on that pledge and take full responsibility for Verde's future. Minchiol reveals that his answer is not praise but training. Verde is caught off guard by the sudden shift from devotion to discipline. Minchiol immediately puts him in a subordinate's position and begins the lesson in earnest. He introduces a secret ritual called forced evolution, something even Verde has never heard of. Minchiol explains that the ritual is obscure because almost no one even knows it exists. His reasoning is simple. Verde is still too weak for the enemies ahead, especially compared with the stronger demons and noble-class mages they have already encountered. So Minchiol concludes that Verde must grow stronger as well. With that decision made, he begins the ritual. He explains that forced evolution can only be used on direct subordinates, making Verde's loyalty a requirement rather than a formality. The ritual forcibly aligns the recipient's soul with the divine rank granted by their patron. Because Verde became an apostle with the rank of a mid-tier god but never fully assimilated that power, the ritual is meant to expand his soul enough to contain it. As the process starts, Verde is overwhelmed by the strain. Minchiol orders him to endure it rather than retreat from the pain. He compares the experience to having one's very foundation rewritten by an outside will, something no one could ever welcome. Still, Mincheol judges the soul expansion a success and leaves the rest to Verde's body to reconstruct itself. Verde survives the worst of it and begins stabilizing. Seeing him recover quickly, Mincheol checks whether the adaptation is taking hold. Verde rises with even deeper submission, treating the transformation as grace bestowed by his lord. His status confirms the change, and Mincheol notes that as a higher species soul grows, the body's stored energy rises with it. At this point Verde has effectively reached quasi-noble standing, and he renews his vow to spend his life without hesitation for Mincheol. Mincheol refuses to end things there, because power without control would be useless. He orders Verde back on his feet so they can spar and make that new strength practical. Even Pingu watches as the training begins in earnest. Verde is quickly driven to the edge, coughing under the pressure of his own upgraded body. But through repeated sparring, he gradually learns to handle his enhanced physical abilities. Mincheol notices Verde's confidence rising as the training continues. Verde declares that he is no longer someone who will collapse so easily. Mincheol sees to the bravado, but also recognizes that Verde's resolve has genuinely improved. Satisfied for the day, he finally calls an end to the session. He gathers Pingdu and prepares to leave, but instead of going straight home, he reveals one more errand. He still needs materials to absorb the fruit of good and evil. He also decides it is time to fake Ellie, and casually asks Verde for a shower before heading out. The story shifts to Ellie's side as Mincheol arrives at her workplace. She greets him warmly, teasing him for visiting the demonic guild before coming to see her. Even while smiling, she makes it clear she has no intention of letting him think that slight went unnoticed. Pingdu immediately runs to her, and she welcomes him like family. She dotes on him, and Pingdu openly compares her favorably to his grumpy master. Ellie uses the joke to jab at Mincheol for making a lady wait. Mincheol tries to retreat politely before the mood turns any sharper. He quickly realizes she is genuinely upset, and that charm alone would not save him, so he apologizes for seeing Guild Master Jang Yong-soo first. He promises that next time he leaves the tower, Ellie will be the first person he visits. She accepts the apology, but only after making him understand he had better keep that promise. Once the tension eases, he asks how she has been handling life as a branch manager. Ellie admits the promotion has made her busier than ever, though spending time with Pingu has helped her unwind. She thanks Mincheol for entrusting Pingu to her and gently points out that the little creature seemed lonely without him. Then she reveals that several important people have been trying to contact Mincheol. One of them is the president of Rinswood. Another is the embassy of Vanaheim, showing that his influence has reached beyond ordinary business circles. Mincheol is surprised that even the Vanaheim embassy is looking for him. Rather than meet them immediately, he asks Ellie to postpone the appointments. Instead, he wants travel arranged to Wanghedu. He explains that the redevelopment there is stalling, and he suspects his presence could raise confidence in the Interstellar Union's project. Ellie sees to his excuse and recognizes that he mostly wants experience, and a chance to show off. Even so, she agrees because the branch already has business in the north and can fold his trip into its schedule. He also hands her a long list of rare materials, and she promises to have them ready by the time he returns. When he asks about Martin, she says Martin has become Earth's overseer and is buried in constant meetings with union higher-ups. With business settled, Mincheol tries to turn the visit into dinner together. Ellie declines, saying work has swallowed her whole lately, though she leaves the door open for another time. He accepts the refusal, but quietly realizes how much busier and farther away she has become. As he leaves, he suspects Pingu was the one who told Ellie where he was going, and the whole encounter leaves him with a bittersweet feeling. The next day, he heads north across the Unification Bridge. On the way, he notices someone waiting unexpectedly. It is Ellie, who has arrived before him despite claiming she was too busy. When he points out the contradiction, she insists she is busy, just not too busy for this. She explains that her company is sending supplies to support redevelopment in Wanghedu, and opening a new store in Haeju, so she decided to inspect the progress herself. As a result, they travel together to Wanghedu in an Interstellar Union vehicle. Beyond the bridge, Mincheol sees how much the region has changed and hears that order has improved thanks in part to Director Kim Bo-sun's efforts. Even so, monster attacks remain common once they pass Kaesong. Mincheol cuts through the attacks effortlessly, though he grumbles that the monsters give pitifully little experience. The soldiers escorting them are awed by the strength behind the title hero of Haeju, while Mincheol realizes he has reinforced that legend yet again. After 2 days of travel, they finally arrive. Haeju has transformed so much that even Mincheol is impressed by the scale of the redevelopment. Ellie confirms that many of the new buildings are Rinswood projects, and that the company secured a large share of the contracts. Mincheol openly admires her business sense. Once there, Ellie proposes that they split up and handle their respective work. Mincheol decides to visit his senior first. His arrival shocks the people at the local association. Kim Bo-sun welcomes him back as the hero of Haeju and immediately brings him up to speed on the situation. Still as energetic as ever, Kim asks what brought his junior back to Wanghedu. Mincheol says he came to hunt monsters and will help however he can, and Kim admits the region is still unstable. When Mincheol presses for details, Kim gets serious. He reveals that remnants of the old military are conducting guerrilla operations near Pyongyang and trying to contact another faction beyond the city. Mincheol immediately understands why Kim greeted him so warmly. Rinswood has invested heavily here, and both the redevelopment and local security now depend on keeping the region stable. So he offers his help without hesitation. He heads back into the field at once. More monsters rush them, but the fighting is routine for him now. With Finesse and Verde's support, he wipes them out cleanly. He confirms the area is clear and keeps coordinating with his subordinate, as if this were ordinary work. Then he begins systematically sweeping monster nests across Wanhee province. By extracting date cores and exterminating monsters, he both restricts the military remnants' movements and gains experience for himself. Because the lost land is still overflowing with monsters, each nest becomes a reliable source of progress toward his next goal. Whenever Verde detects another target, Mincheol moves immediately. Along the way, he also keeps an eye out for human threats. He occasionally spots hidden survivors from the old military. Most of them flee the moment they realize who he is. Rather than waste time chasing them, he marks their positions on a map and prioritizes experience gain. He leaves the cleanup of those stragglers to Kim Bozung's side and continues forward with Pingdu. The days pass in a steady rhythm of monster hunts and core extraction. By the fourth day, even Pingdu can feel that something important is close. At last Mincheol reaches level 100, the milestone he had been aiming for. He immediately calls for the final authority he expected to unlock at that threshold. The system scans the traces on his soul to awaken the power engraved there. He acquires Deimos's authority, Indomitable. The system explains that because he carries both light and darkness, that authority evolves further. Indomitable transforms into a new SS rank authority called Ultimate Constitution, a mutable power derived from Deimos and shaped by the wielder's will. Mincheol understands that he has inherited Deimos's core authority, but altered by the influence of the celestial realm into something new. Its first aspect, Indomitable, grants immunity to mental attacks and keeps the body in peak condition regardless of injury. It also converts part of inflicted damage into health and prevents the body from breaking even under massive energy output. To Mincheol, it is the ideal authority for someone who fights through martial force and direct combat. Then he turns to the newly added form, Change, and realizes he recognizes it as well. That form belongs to Sandalphon, one of Elysium's 7 archangels, and allows him to imbue his body and equipment with chosen attributes at will. He immediately starts testing it. By channeling divine power, he infuses his body with fire and feels his strength surge. He realizes the form can stack raw enhancement with elemental properties, giving him flexible options for any battle. To him, the result is exactly what he needed. He spends 3 more days in Wanhee mastering the new authority while continuing to clear monsters and collect cores. With the monster population reduced, Kim Bozung's forces can finally track the remaining military remnants with ease and prepare a final purge. Kim credits Mincheol's speed for making that possible and adds that the Dark Moon Guild master regretted not being able to join him. Mincheol brushes it off, knowing Li Yunjin's clairvoyance will make sure the fleeing remnants cannot escape for long. Feeling he has done enough, he decides to leave the rest in their hands. Kim watches him go and reflects that Mincheol once again leaves behind the greatest achievements without caring about recognition. With the military cleanup underway, Mincheol returns to Seoul with Ellie. On the ride back, Ellie teases him for causing another wave of work, and he admits that stirring up trouble has become his specialty. He then asks about the materials he requested earlier. Ellie tells him they have already arrived and are ready for pickup. He praises her timing and reliability, though his gratitude comes out more like a business report than heartfelt thanks. Ellie immediately calls him out for sounding completely soulless. But the trip home remains safe as they clear every monster they meet on the way. Back in Seoul, Mincheol heads straight to a prepared site. He orders Pingdu to guard the area and keep everyone out, because the moment he has been waiting for has finally arrived. Now that all the preparations are complete, he begins the crucial ritual to absorb the fruit of good and evil. He activates a high-rank magic ceiling formation designed to keep mana from leaking out. He reviews the rest of his setup. 5 support elixirs to stabilize the mana in his body, all crafted from the top-grade materials Ellie secured, plus his newly acquired authority. Even while grimacing at the awful taste of the elixirs, he commits to the attempt. He knows he has exhausted every other preparation, and only one step remains. That final step is the reward he won on the 9th floor, the fruit of good and evil itself. He places all his hopes on the fruit and begins the absorption. Because there would be no second chance, he resolves to take in the entire mass of energy at once. He shuts out everything else and focuses completely. The energy arrives like living fire, so intense that it feels as if he is being burned alive from within. Knowing the fruit contains 2 opposing forces, he carefully approaches the torrent with chaos aura to keep the balance from collapsing. The power detonates inside him in a blinding surge. He nearly loses control and realizes that one lapse in concentration could make his body explode. At that critical moment, Indomitable activates and stabilizes his body. The authority keeps him in optimal condition even under the extreme strain. But Mincheol understands that Indomitable can only stop his body from breaking. Actually guiding and absorbing the energy still depends on his own skill. So he forces himself to endure, using every tool he has prepared to make his body grow, reconstruct, and master the overwhelming power. His entire will narrows to a single command: forge a vessel. A breakthrough is framed as a step beyond ordinary human limits, towards something close to divinity. By morning, the violent energy of the night has finally subsided around the building. Minchyo remains seated in the aftermath, surrounded by the last traces of the transformation he forced through. He slowly comes back to himself, confirming he survived the process. Relief hits him first as he realizes the ordeal is over. He concludes that he successfully absorbed the fruit of God and devil and completed his bodily transformation. Inside him, the two powers have condensed into seed-like forms and fused themselves beside his heart. When he checks his status, every attribute except chaos power has risen dramatically. Seeing his numbers, he judges that even high-ranking demons would no longer be able to oppose him on Earth. His small companion interrupts the self-assessment to make sure he is finished and that the house survived the night. The creature complains that the repeated tremors were miserable and admits it feared something had happened to him. Its concern immediately turns into blunt honesty when it tells him the transformation has left him reeking. Minchyo realizes the stench comes from impurities expelled during the body reconstruction, which kept peeling off him all night. Even he is surprised by how much harsher this reconstruction was than his previous one. He entrusts the cleanup to his summoned workers, who eagerly accept the order. Later, the scene shifts to a cafe where ordinary business has resumed. Marin Rincewood greets him with playful irritation after being left waiting too long. Minchyo apologizes and explains he was delayed because his expedition team ran into trouble and needed his help. Marin points out that he is hardly the self-sacrificing type, exposing the gap between his excuse and his reputation. He deflects with humor, claiming his people are practically champions of love and justice, while quietly resolving to keep his promises better. When he asks what she wanted, Marin makes clear this is a formal business report for her investor. As he reviews the document, he sees that Rincewood Company's recent performance has been exceptional. Under his guidance, the company cut costs, shortened construction time, and secured major reconstruction contracts. They also expanded into new fields by turning formations into portable small crystals through demonic engineering. With talent recruited from Marin's former workplace and a new arcane engineering research team in place, the company is preparing to go public. While he reads, Marin casually feeds him cake, making the meeting feel more personal than strictly professional. A magic circle in the report suddenly strikes him as familiar. Marin reminds him it is the same design he asked her to decipher some time ago. That reminder jolts him into remembering exactly what it was, the array for creating chaos fragments. Marin immediately asks whether he solved it, and whether it can be deployed now, though she admits she would rather not rush. He explains that chaos fragments crystallize the tower's leaking energy, a power akin to heaven's blessing and effectively a fusion of light and dark mana. To him, that makes the array even more valuable than an elixir, and he becomes convinced that once it is installed he would be nearly unstoppable. Before he can pursue that thought, he takes a call and learns someone wants to meet him at the Vanaheim embassy. Marin is startled by the mention of the embassy, sensing this is no ordinary invitation. When he hears the meeting is requested for that very night, the urgency becomes unmistakable. That evening, an elf attendant formally receives them at the embassy. The ambassador himself comes out to greet Minchyo, signaling unusual respect for his visit. Minchyo notes that he did not expect such a high-ranking welcome. The ambassador explains that Minchyo's schedule is notoriously packed and that a guest of his importance deserved proper courtesy. He also notices Marin and asks if she is Minchyo's companion, prompting her to introduce herself. Once he recognizes her as the CEO of Rincewood Company, he acknowledges her status and greets her accordingly. As they are ushered inside, the ambassador reveals that the person eager to meet Minchyo has just arrived. That phrasing makes Minchyo pause, suddenly wary of who could be waiting for him. His suspicion sharpens enough that he stops the ambassador to ask directly. When he guesses the royal family is involved, Marin is thrown into panic by the implication. The ambassador confirms Minchyo has read the situation correctly and marvels at how quickly he grasped it. He reveals that the request came from Prince Erden Cyanidel, second prince of the Vanaheim Empire and heir to Emperor Adrian. Inside, a lavish meal has already been prepared, underscoring the importance of the audience. Before the meeting can fully turn to politics, Marin nervously blurts out that her prince is about to join a guild. The ambassador, hearing how much attention she has been getting, lightly asks which guild she chose and wonders if this is what excessive devotion looks like. Minchyo reflects that he only asked about Shingyumi out of courtesy, but her father has spent the dinner endlessly boasting about her. His patience starts to wear thin as the prince prepares to add yet another point. The young elf prince composes himself before continuing. Erden Cyanidel, the second prince of Vanaheim, is identified as the one whose pride swells whenever his daughter is mentioned. When Minchyo points out how excessive that pride sounds coming from a prince in his own country, Erden calmly insists that a father is entitled to feel that way. Minchyo studies Erden more seriously, sensing that beneath his youthful appearance is a ruler's ambition and wondering why this prince wanted to meet him at all. As the meal drags on, Minchyo keeps eating while Erden notices he is distracted and not truly focused on dinner. Erden quietly reads that Minchyo's mind is elsewhere. When the meal ends, the conversation finally shifts from pleasantries to the real reason for the visit. Erden politely asks how Minchyo wishes to be addressed, signaling a more formal discussion. Seeing Minchyo prefers directness, Erden drops the small talk. He abruptly declares that he wants to support Minchyo, Burden makes the offer explicit by proposing to become Mincheol's patron. He explains that Mincheol's fame on Earth and his connection to Lord Baris drew his interest. Others at the table admit that meeting Mincheol in person makes it clear he has been underestimated. Burden formally states, in the name of the Vanheim Empire, that he wishes to sponsor Mincheol, making the offer sound far larger than his age should allow. Mincheol checks Erden's status and realizes he is extraordinarily gifted for someone so young, though still not truly in a position to bear the weight of such a promise. He concludes that Erden is effectively still in his early teens by human standards, yet already has the aptitude and ambition of a future ruler. To test the situation, Mincheol turns to Ambassador Baris for clarification. Baris carefully warns that if Erden is making this promise only in his own name, then any consequences should come through him rather than the emperor. Burden takes offense at the implication that his words are being treated lightly. He insists the offer is serious, and that he fully understands the responsibility of making such a promise. But it is revealed that the Empress knows nothing about this, confirming that Erden is acting independently. Mincheol immediately understands that the prince is moving on his own initiative. He asks bluntly whether Erden truly came here intending to support him. Mincheol presses further, making clear he does not believe in free favors and wants to know what value Erden expects in return. That demand forces Erden into a brief, uneasy silence. Burden admits Mincheol is right to be suspicious and prepares to explain the scale of what he sees in him. He says Mincheol possesses a dimension the size of a tower, a resource so rare that it would be immensely valuable anywhere in the multiverse. Burden argues that few truly grasp Earth's worth, and unlike his brother, who wants Earth kept as a passive ally, he sees greater potential in it. He makes clear that his vision for Earth is far more ambitious. Burden explains that as more awakened appear on Earth and grow stronger, the planet could eventually become a major force capable of shifting the balance of the multiverse. Because of that future, he believes Earth and Vanheim should build a much closer relationship. Mincheol acknowledges that Erden understands the broader picture, but he is still not convinced. He calmly refuses the prince's offer of support. When Erden is stunned, Mincheol repeats the rejection and drops the politeness. He cuts to the heart of it by accusing Erden of wanting to become the next emperor of Vanheim. The accusation jolts the room. Baris rises at once and rebukes Mincheol for crossing the line into open disrespect. Burden stops him and asks for a private moment alone with Mincheol. Baris protests because, as the embassy's protector, he is responsible for the prince's safety. Burden shuts that down by reminding him he is not a child. Baris still hesitates, sensing there may be more danger in this exchange than he understands. In the end he yields and agrees to leave, though only briefly. As the others withdraw, even the gnome is left waiting outside. Once they are alone, Burden reveals that his earlier message was meant only for Mincheol and asks him to explain himself. Burden directly asks how Mincheol knew he was aiming for the throne. Mincheol notes that the question itself is practically an admission, then says he inferred it from their earlier conversation. When Erden challenges that answer, Mincheol casually claims he read it from the prince's face and eyes, provoking disbelief. Mincheol presses the point by asking if, despite his objections, the prince knows that the guess was correct. He bluntly asks the elven prince to admit the real reason behind the sponsorship offer. He exposes the scheme at once, recognizing that the prince wants to use him to win support from Vanheim's reformists. The prince acknowledges his ambition without shame and warns that if he wants to be used in this political game, he must demand a price worthy of it. That answer leaves the prince shaken, because the man's killing intent makes it clear this is not someone he can manipulate lightly. He realizes that even a brief lapse would let the other man completely overpower him. With a hand on the prince's head, the man tells him to think more carefully about what he is doing. He forces the prince to confront the real issue by asking what he can truly offer and what value he places on him. Then he ends the meeting, saying they can talk again only when the prince is ready to be honest. He rejects empty promises of support, and makes it clear that any future partnership will require serious preparation and a real offer. Left behind, the prince admits he badly underestimated him. A few hours later, he leaves by car after the failed negotiation. He reports that they failed to secure a business partner. Even so, he concedes that the prince's political instincts are sharp and well suited to the current situation. He reflects that Earth is about to become the center of multiversal attention, and others will soon realize it just as Erden did. He notes that even Pandemonium has already tied itself to the Dark Society and is moving to interfere in Earth's affairs. That is why Erden's second judgment interested him, though he still has no desire to get dragged into elven politics, and only chose to give the prince one more chance. Whether Erden uses that chance is up to him, because he intends to keep advancing on his own path regardless. With that resolve, he turns to his phone and moves on to his next step. A few days later, he arrives at Anyan Date in Jiani province, where a raid is underway. Returning to a date after nearly half a year spent on other expeditions and tower climbing, he walks in as if picking up an old routine. He is caught off guard when someone suddenly recognizes him. A hunter from the Holy Guild, John Ninian, approaches with her teammates and asks why he is here. He casually says he came to see her, which only confuses her more. He explains that he has heard she has been performing exceptionally well as a core member of the Holy Guild, so he decided to watch how she fights for himself. Inside Anyan Date, the raid unfolds in a forested area around a lake. Minhyun launches into battle with a fierce attack. She brings down a Reike lake monster, a crocodile-like beast, almost entirely by herself. Her display stuns the others, who can hardly believe how strong she has become. Watching her, he recalls that after speaking with Erden and confirming that multiple dimensions are now focused on Earth, he concluded that Earth's power had to grow even faster. Since he had just gained the capacity to appoint another apostle, he began considering who should receive that role. Minhyun was his leading candidate, so he came to this raid to judge her current abilities firsthand. He had worried that the Holy Guild might resent his sudden interest in one of their members, but they welcomed him warmly instead. Although Ellie later scolded him for acting on his own without notice, he managed to smooth things over. He had already entrusted Verde with the power-building effort, and seeing Minhyun now makes him think she may be better suited as a combat-oriented apostle. Her growth far exceeds his expectations, and by pure rate of improvement she is almost keeping pace with him. At the same time, something about her fighting style feels strangely familiar to him. He connects that feeling to the tanned hero Penchel and wonders if Minhyun could somehow be that hero's reincarnation, while uneasily hoping the oath he once made to Penchel will still protect him. The thought leaves him deeply unsettled even as the battle ends. Afterward, he praises Minhyun's performance, and she happily asks for his opinion. Checking her status, he sees that the awakened hunter John Minhyun is already level 23 with exceptional stats, the Demon Bane trait, a transcendent sword skill, and 39% of her potential unlocked. He tells her that reaching this level only 6 months after awakening is remarkable. Privately, he is even more impressed that she has already unlocked 39% of her potential and gained a new trait. That trait, the Chosen One, permanently boosts all stats while reducing mana cost, and its description strongly suggests the connection to Penchel. Convinced she needs only a little more training before she can handle most situations alone, he makes his decision. He turns to the raid captain and asks for a favor. He requests some personal time with Minhyun after the raid, and the captain eagerly agrees while jokingly removing her from the evening roll call. The captain publicly sends Minhyun off with him, leaving her bewildered by the sudden arrangement. She turns to him in confusion and asks what exactly is happening. He answers that once the gate is cleared, the two of them will begin private training, which shocks her even more. He cheerfully proposes repeating their last training method and frames it as a hero reinforcement project. In the forest clearing, the two take their positions and prepare to spar seriously. He invites her to attack first, confident enough to let her come straight at him. She accepts the challenge and warns that she will not hold back. She immediately floods her body with mana and launches herself forward in a blazing charge. Her opening rush comes down with explosive force, but he slips aside before it can crush him. As he watches, he recognizes that she is coating her whole body in mana the same way the previous heroes fought. He notes that she is using mana as both armor and propulsion, then redirecting it mid-charge, proof that her control has improved fast. Even so, he judges that she still has not reached the level needed to challenge him, and keeps evading without effort. She pivots to another high-speed attack, trying to catch him with momentum and power. Frustrated by his constant dodging, she demands that he stop running and fight her head-on. Instead of indulging her, he calmly decides to explain what he sees wrong with her approach. He tells her she currently has 3 major flaws and promises to identify each one. Before she can process that, he moves in close enough to rattle her. His first criticism is that she fixates too hard on her opponent, and he demonstrates it by catching her off guard with a sealing technique. Without letting up, he moves to the second flaw while controlling the exchange completely. He points out that her charging path is far too easy to read. He follows with the third flaw by striking through her defense at close range. The lesson lands hard. She is weak against precise, concentrated attacks, and even she realizes her mana defense failed her. He explains that her Martin-made armor resonates with mana to boost defense and support those charges. He adds that such a style may work against monsters that simply endure hits, but it falls apart against someone agile and analytical like him. Rather than arguing, she abruptly sits down in the middle of the duel to think through his points. She openly tells him to wait because she wants to reflect on what he just taught her. He is taken aback that after only a brief spar, she is already stopping to analyze her own weaknesses. He realizes that this ability to identify and process flaws so quickly is rare even among the gifted. Looking down at her, he concludes that only fighters at the highest level usually learn this fast. Once Minhyun finishes reflecting, they resume sparring and continue into the night. An hour passes in relentless training as their movements keep cutting through the moonlit clearing. During the renewed exchange, he tells her she may track him now, but she must not lose speed while doing it. She begins to answer through action, trying to apply the lesson in the middle of combat. She commits to that single insight and drives to with a better timed attack. He notices the change immediately and reacts with pleased surprise. For the first time, she manages to land a clean hit on him and can hardly hide her satisfaction. She drops back, thrilled that she finally broke through his defense once. He admits she is tough and is impressed that she corrected her mistakes after only an hour or two of feedback. Watching her lie there catching her breath, he judges her talent, determination, and growth rate to be exceptional. At that moment, he decides she is worthy of becoming his second apostle. Their training continues through the rain as time passes. Later, a monster crashes into the scene with a roar, turning practice into real combat. The creature threatens to pin her down, dismissing her as nothing more than a piece of metal. She answers instantly, using her reinforced movement to evade and counter beneath its attack. Her successful maneuver draws excited cheers from onlookers. A blonde ally remarks that Hunter Minion now moves even better than before, and the man confirms that her training is paying off. Over the 3 days since joining the Shinsung Guild raid party, she has trained with him every evening and made major gains in aura control and reaction speed. Her combat application has advanced as well, to the point that monsters once requiring a full team can now sometimes be handled by her alone. He reflects that she learns multiple things at once and immediately puts them to use in actual battle. Because she never gives up and keeps improving under pressure, he all but settles on making Minyun his second apostle. After that day's reign, he looks ahead to what her growth would become. He is confident that by the end of the gate raid, her foundation will be completely solid. That thought is interrupted when someone outside the tent thanks Hunter Minchio for his hard work, catching him by surprise. A red-haired guild leader visits Cheon Jinian to inspect how the guild members are doing and asks for a private discussion. She makes it clear that she wants more than a courtesy visit and intends to talk seriously about the raid. When she asks about the gate raid's progress, she learns the operation is only about 30% complete. She presses for faster progress, asking whether they can move beyond the pace set by the official manual. Another member brings up that the Warring Guild plans to join the gate raid, raising concern about their intentions. The explanation is that Warring lost influence after falling behind Shinsung in the rankings, so they are trying to use this raid to reclaim their standing. Realizing the topic has drifted into guild rivalry, she apologizes for bringing political tension into the conversation. Cheon Jian dismisses the concern and notes that since she is not one of the actual raid participants, she does not need to overburden herself with the work. Privately, he judges that she has done nothing wrong and that Warring is simply making an aggressive move to challenge them. Instead of resisting, he decides they should let Warring join and see what happens. He reasons that if they want to help push the raid forward, a little competition would not be hard to handle, so he chooses to go along with it. Soon after, the raid force moves out through the forest toward the gate area. Observers notice that Warring's team has arrived, and the atmosphere immediately shifts toward open competition. Warring appears fully prepared and has brought what looks like all of its core members. The black-haired leader tells his subordinate that from here on he will act independently, and she should remember that. He leaves her with instructions to apply what he has taught her so far and cooperate with the other guild members. Left behind, she wonders if he is abandoning her because he grew tired of babysitting her. At the water's edge, the scene quiets as something begins to stir beneath the surface. A group of monsters emerges from the water, revealing the enemy presence they came to investigate. A strange purple signal appears above them, marking the start of a swift attack. One of the monsters is struck almost instantly, overwhelmed before it can properly react. The black-haired fighter launches a violent purple-charged assault, cutting into the monsters with overwhelming force. While his subordinate reports that the information gathering is nearly complete, he orders the cleanup finished quickly. As his attack tears through the area, it is explained that Anyan Gate is a massive K-class gate, too large to assault blindly. Rather than rushing the boss alone, he has been cooperating with Shinsung by deploying an emissary to map monster types and respawn points for the guild. A larger beast tries to roar back in defiance, but it only exposes itself as the next target. He silences it with contempt and cuts it down before it can become a real threat. Once the survey is complete, he receives confirmation that all the needed information has been gathered and calmly acknowledges the report. Then a system notice shocks him by announcing that he can no longer raise his normal level because the player system caps it at 100. His nearby subordinates notice his sudden reaction and worry that something has gone wrong. A second notice clarifies that from level 100 onward, his growth will continue to accumulated levels, with larger bonus stats and special rewards at certain thresholds. Relieved, he realizes his growth has not ended after all and begins examining what this new accumulated level system means. He quickly understands that the required experience per level has been fixed and the bonus stats have effectively tripled, making this a major advantage. He wonders whether the promised special rewards are similar to the authorities he used to gain every 15 levels, but the details remain unclear. Even so, he concludes that this change will let him build strength much faster and likely surpass his former pace by years. Satisfied with that prospect, he decides to focus on the gate raid and Minijing's training for now, then orders everyone to head back. As they prepare to leave, he suddenly catches something to his heightened senses. He halts the group at once, realizing there is something nearby worth checking. He moves off to investigate personally, convinced that something hidden is happening in the forest. Using invisibility and phantom embodiment art, he conceals himself and approaches without being noticed. From hiding, he finds Warring Guild members standing over a fallen monster, and realizes a separate battle has already taken place. He confirms that Warring truly committed all of its main members and is attacking this raid with full force. Among them, he recognizes one particular man and feels a memory begin to surface. He remembers seeing that same man at the hunter exam during the failed raid that first marked Warring's rise. The memory sharpens into the name Yu Sunwoo, the man who had stepped forward to handle the aftermath back then. Now hidden behind a tree, He continues piecing together what that old encounter might mean. Realizing fate has put them in each other's path again, he decides they should have a proper talk. Later, the scene shifts to Hwarang Guild's base camp as evening settles in after the day's fighting. Inside the camp, Hyusum withdraws his gear and admits the day's work was exhausting. As he warns that tomorrow would be just as hard, he remains unaware that someone has already taken an interest in him. A red-haired swordsman senses someone nearby and turns toward the disturbance. He instantly draws his blade and prepares to strike before the intruder can act first. He lashes out while demanding the stranger reveal himself, only to meet a calm defense. The failed ambush shocks him, and he realizes his opponent handled it effortlessly. The intruder casually catches the attack with a metal hand and judges the strike respectable. When the man reveals himself as Hunter John Minchio, the swordsman is caught off guard by the unexpected visitor. Minchio greets him like an old acquaintance, and the swordsman recognizes that this meeting is tied to unfinished business. The red-haired hunter confirms Minchio means the promise they made during the large-scale gate raid. Since the past bet is understood, Minchio skips the preamble and gets straight to what he wants. He demands a full report on Hwarang Guild's current standing in the gate raid. He reminds the other man of their wager. Whichever side defeats the boss first, either Hwarang Guild or Minchio himself, wins. Minchio gives him time to consider the request, confident the answer would come. The swordsman agrees to cooperate, but only if Minchio accepts one condition first. He asks for a sparring match, wanting to test himself directly against Minchio. Their duel begins immediately in the forest, with the red-haired hunter charging in under a burst of green energy. He attacks with full commitment, throwing everything he has into a fierce opening assault. Even as he fights, he admits to himself that he had once badly underestimated Minchio. Back during the Palbokdong Gate raid, even seeing Minchio defeat the sandworm alone had not fully convinced him. He had dismissed Minchio as a cocky, carefree man he would eventually surpass. Now he recognizes that belief had been completely wrong. Minchio's achievements had already placed him far beyond ordinary hunters, as Korea's 7th-ranked S-rank and the pioneer of the Lost Land expedition. While Minchio kept rising as the celebrated hero of Haeju, the gap between them only widened. At some point the swordsman accepted that Minchio was a wall he could not overcome by talent alone. From then on, he threw himself into every guild training session, raid, and even cleanup work to rebuild himself from the ground up. He resolved to abandon his pride, return to basics, and keep growing stronger. His goal became clear: train until he could one day stand before Minchio as an equal. As Minchio weathers the assault, he is surprised to find none of the old arrogance left in the man before him. What he sees now is pure determination, sharpened by relentless effort. The exchange tightens, but Minchio still controls the clash with precise, effortless defense. Even so, he acknowledges that the swordsman's technique has improved dramatically. The strength in the man's grip and movements makes clear how hard he has trained. Minchio judges that he is now roughly as strong as young son he was during the certification test. That level of growth genuinely interests Minchio. The red-haired hunter drops to one knee, exhausted, having reached his limit first. Minchio ends the match and advises him to challenge again only after coming in fully rested. He explains that the result is incomplete because his opponent was not at peak condition and could not show his full power. The swordsman is overwhelmed with gratitude and eagerly asks for a rematch after the gate raid ends. He thanks Minchio sincerely, while Minchio waves off the formality and tells him to hand over the information now. As the swordsman agrees, Minchio reflects that he can respect someone who has clearly changed through hard work. The report begins, and Minchio listens closely as the details are turned over. Later, the gathered intelligence is compiled and passed along to Cho Youngmin, who is impressed by the quality of the report. Minchio combines some of his information on Hwarang Guild with what he personally discovered while exploring inside the gate. Youngmin concludes that this intelligence should make the raid proceed much more smoothly. But the data also shows that Hwarang Guild is advancing far faster than expected and may catch up very soon. Youngmin realizes that the opposing raid team truly includes an S-rank hunter, making the competition more dangerous than before. When he says that aloud, Minchio dryly reminds him that he is an S-rank too. Minchio then sets a hard deadline for the operation. He declares that he will finish the raid within 2 days. He tells Youngmin to trust him without hesitation. Minchio makes it clear that he intends to carry the entire team to victory himself. The next day, the raid team arrives to begin the operation. A small black poodle excitedly rushes in to report to its master. The others realize the puppy is John Minchio's reinforcement and stare in confusion. Minchio explains that he officially requested this support through the Interstellar Alliance, and the report is accepted. He pauses, clearly preparing to make a calculated move. The team is informed that from this point on, Hunter Minchio will directly command the raid. Minchio introduces himself as the new leader, while the puppy proudly presents itself as a secret weapon. The announcement unsettles the others, who are shocked that such an unreliable-looking pair is taking charge. Minchio explains that he has already explored the gate and identified the boss room in the heart of it, so they will break straight through to that point. As the group advances to the forest, he frames the entire mission around a single direct push to the boss. When someone worries about being blocked along the way, the team reassures itself that Minchio's presence should make the route manageable. The puppy detects danger ahead and Mincheol identifies it as a swarm of reptile monsters. Mincheol orders the pup to prove its worth, and it eagerly accepts. He reminds the skeptical team leader that they were curious how this ordinary-looking poodle could serve as combat support. The puppy unleashes a surge of power that erupts across the area. The team leader is stunned as the harmless-looking dog's true ability begins to show. Mincheol calmly confirms that the same poodle will be handling the front line. The puppy transforms into a massive wolf-like beast, and Mincheol treats it as a dependable partner. The transformed beast charges forward in a violent burst of green energy. It tears straight into the reptile monsters before they can mount any resistance. The attack becomes a brutal slaughter, leaving the enemies shredded in an instant. With the path cleared, the raid team rushes after the beast through the opening it created. Even the previously doubtful swordswoman is forced to admit Mincheol's dog is far more impressive than expected. Mincheol orders everyone not to slow down and to keep pushing while he supports the advance. His support magic also calls in angelic allies to reinforce the team from behind. He warns the group that they are committing to a fast clear and must manage their stamina carefully. The empowered wolf continues carving the shortest route possible toward the boss room. Under its lead, the team keeps moving deeper into the gate at high speed. Before long, the less durable members begin to falter and beg for a brief rest. Mincheol refuses, saying the boss is already close, which leaves the exhausted team groaning. He quietly reminds the blonde team leader of their prior agreement, forcing his compliance. That agreement is revealed to be that only Mincheol and Hunter Minjeong will handle the boss raid itself. Mincheol tells Minjeong to prepare, making clear that the final fight is starting now. As they approach a green poisonous fog, the others are alarmed that the chosen route runs straight through it. Mincheol reveals he has an artifact that resists poison, but Minjeong immediately demands to know how she is supposed to survive. He answers by wrapping her in sacred flame, giving her a protective layer against the toxic environment. He explains that the flame should burn away much of the external poison while they move through it. At the same time, system warnings reveal that 2 of his rare-grade items are rapidly deteriorating from the strain. Minjeong notices something is wrong and demands an explanation. Mincheol shows that the rare-grade items he commissioned from Martin are literally breaking apart in his hand. He realizes his strengthened body and the sacred flame buff have pushed those stat-boosting artifacts past their limits. Accepting the loss as the price of becoming stronger, he stores the ruined items away and moves on. He tells his wolf companion to stay behind and watch over the rest of the raid team. Then he and Minjeong enter the poisonous zone alone, with Mincheol assuring her the boss fight will be quick. They press through the thick green fog toward the chamber ahead. Inside the haze, Minjeong hesitates as she senses something unexpected. What emerges is not a reptile boss at all but a king slime, shocking her completely. Mincheol confirms that this is unlike anything she has fought before, especially after all the reptile monsters they encountered on the way in. Before she can process it, the slime launches a sudden attack that blasts toward them. Thrown into immediate danger, Minjeong realizes Mincheol expects her to face this unfamiliar boss alone and protests in disbelief. The final test begins with Minjeong being driven back by a slime creature, while her examiner calmly declares this her last hurdle. As she recoils in disgust, he explains that confronting something she finds revolting will naturally harden her mind. He adds that slimes are especially troublesome because they disrupt mana control and absorb attacks, making this miserable matchup ideal training for her. Taking his lesson seriously, Minjeong forces herself forward and raises her sword to strike despite her revulsion. She commits to a full, aggressive slash, pushing through fear and disgust with sheer determination. The slime reveals a pitiful consciousness, complaining that it is hurt and hungry even as it endures the attack. Its body suddenly shifts in an unexpected way, signaling that the fight is not over yet. Seeing the danger, the examiner warns Minjeong to watch out as the slime lunges down toward him. He remains unimpressed and prepares a counter without any urgency. With a named technique, he effortlessly overwhelms the slime's attack and dismisses it as worthless. After seeing the result, he notes with mild interest that the creature held up a little better than expected. He realizes he did not even use full power, yet half the slime was nearly burned away, making him aware that he has grown considerably stronger. Reviewing the fight, he reflects that his current power now far exceeds what he had in his previous life, thanks to divine authority over water and the physical growth granted by his apostle bond. He concludes that Minjeong does not need to destroy the slime outright, and only has to keep cutting it down faster than it can regenerate. Reduced to a trembling core, the slime weakly complains of pain as it tries to persist. Minjeong follows the advice and splits the core cleanly before it can recover. With that decisive blow, she wins the fierce battle and defeats the Slime King. Her victory comes not from brute force alone but from exploiting the enemy's weakness and turning an unfavorable matchup to her advantage. Exhausted, she admits the fight was far harder than expected. While he privately judges that she handled the struggle exceptionally well, he tells her she has passed, leaving her confused about what exactly he means. He explains that he has gained a new ability that lets him appoint an apostle, someone whose physical abilities and potential he can enhance. Minjeong immediately recognizes the value of that offer and is more than willing to accept such power. Still, she makes clear that she did not endure the trial just for a reward, and he understands her sincerity. Satisfied, he places a hand on her head and formally makes Minjeong his second apostle. The system confirms her designation as an apostle and notes that the appointment permanently costs him 1,000 divinity. Manjong quietly accepts the ritual as the bond takes hold. He notes that the price is 5 times what it cost to appoint Verde, but decides the investment in her future is worth it. He regards the arrangement as a preliminary contract, believing that as Minjong grows stronger he will benefit as well, while for now simply expanding her potential is enough. The scene shifts away from the gate and into a calmer moment afterward. Back from the raid, a dog-like companion spots an article reporting that Shinseon Guild cleared Korea's second major gate and strengthened its hold on first place. The companion remarks that not even a day has passed and the media is already flooding them with coverage. It gleefully adds that the rival warring guild must be suffering badly from the loss. The protagonist agrees without sympathy, thinking they brought that outcome on themselves. When asked what he is doing, he reveals that he is in the middle of warming up. He explains that his body has changed so much that he needs to adapt to his new strength and reorganize his martial arts skills. He decides it is finally time to spend the achievements he has accumulated. Reflecting on the gate raid, he notes that his transformed body has become difficult to manage, and that even stripped of his old gear, his buffs alone have pushed his total stats to 3,000, enough to challenge upper-tier demons. To fully draw out the power of this enhanced body, he realizes he needs martial arts techniques that match it. He acquires advanced movement and blade skills, upgrading Cloud Flow's step into Shadowless step and Flame Spark blade arts into Ghost Reflection blade slash while inheriting higher proficiency in both. He continues by evolving Mountain Crushing steps into Fierce Dragon footwork and Stealth movement into Phantom Fold displacement. After finishing the inherited martial arts, he notes that his current strength still is not enough to reproduce the greatest technique from his past life, though he may be getting closer. He next turns his attention to his lack of reliable long-range attack options. Comparing his choices, he judges that his throwing daggers reach decently but lack power, while Flame Lotus Spear style only extends to 4 meters. Even Heaven Binding Chain Strike reaches only 20 meters, and he recognizes that relying on closing distance first will not always be viable. He decides he needs to learn a new martial art specifically suited for striking distant targets. His companion notices the new direction of his training with interest. He settles on archery and acquires the Dark Star Spirit Bow as the foundation for that choice. He immediately tests the weapon, drawing back the glowing string to feel how it responds to him. As he takes aim, the bow's energy stabilizes around him, showing that he can already wield it properly. The system confirms that he has learned the Azura Demon Bow technique. John Minchio studies a new martial art called Azura Demon Bow and realizes he can shape arrows from compressed chaos energy, though he will need Heron to secure a proper training area later. As he considers testing the technique and maybe asking Ellie to open a gate for him, a sudden noise at his home interrupts his plans. Caught off guard because he was not expecting anyone, he turns his attention toward the entrance. What arrives is not a threat but a delivery, announced with absurd enthusiasm by his dog. The courier casually chats with the unusually intelligent dog, accepts that it is guarding the house, and completes the handoff without much concern. Amused by how smart the dog is, the delivery man leaves, treating the whole exchange as harmless. Left alone with the packages, the dog proudly explains that it spent allowance money from its older sister on hobby items. It also tosses Minchio a smaller parcel meant specifically for him, even though he knows he ordered nothing. The sender name stops him cold when he sees Alfred Grape, an alias used by the angel Tanyo. He quickly opens the package, sensing the delivery is far more important than it first appeared. Inside, he finds a notebook and immediately understands it is a message from Tanyo. The note warns that if it has reached Lord Michael, then Taniel has likely already fallen into danger. Taniel explains that he has been secretly tracking Edel, the Seraph of Merit, and that Edel has recently begun moving in earnest after long preparation. What Edel initiated is a descent ceremony, a disturbing ritual that forces angels into human bodies. Taniel reports that Edel is rapidly expanding his influence to possessed humans, reaching even hunter guilds and major political and economic circles in the United States. Then Taniel reveals he witnessed something far worse than simple infiltration. Edel possesses the Mirror of the Fallen, a relic tied to the fallen angels. Through that mirror, Edel is receiving orders from an entity on the other side. Taniel promises to keep tracking him, but says the notebook will reach Minchio's avatar in 2 weeks, implying the message was delayed by necessity. The message ends with Taniel entrusting the matter to Lord Michael and wishing him luck. Minchio is struck by how precise and professional Taniel's report is, realizing he had badly underestimated him. As he reflects on the Mirror of the Fallen, he recalls it as a relic that can summon and command fallen angels, though only Michael can use it properly, which means Edel should not be able to wield it unless something is deeply wrong. That contradiction matters less than the immediate fact that Taniel deliberately sent a warning to him, making the threat personal and urgent. He abruptly tells Pangul to pack because they need to move at once. When the dog asks what is happening, Minchio downplays the danger instead of alarming it. He frames the trip as simply getting ready to go to the United States, while internally recognizing Taniel may already be fleeing Edel, or captured by him. Privately, his thoughts harden into a plea for Taniel to survive until he arrives. The scene shifts to the next stage of his response, as he begins arranging the trip abroad. He meets Ellie and asks for her help reaching America because Elysium's schedule is pushing him there. Ellie raises the obvious concern that the summons could be a trap. Mincheol accepts that possibility without hesitation and sees it as proof that his enemies are finally ready to confront him directly. His confidence reassures Ellie enough to calm her doubts. She agrees to handle the arrangements for his departure. Thanks to a contact in charge of the US branch, she is able to secure what he needs quickly, and he gratefully accepts the help. While Ellie manages the travel details, Mincheol spends the remaining time finishing urgent business and has Heron prepare teleportation circles for future movement. He also squeezes in one final sparring session with Yi Sunwoo before leaving. The match reinforces his respect for Sunwoo's determination and fighting spirit. Once those last matters are settled, the trip itself begins. At the airport, reporters swarm him with questions about his departure to the United States as an international freelance hunter expected to support a gate raid. The media pressure intensifies when they mention a newly opened large gate in America and asked about cooperation requests, turning his departure into public news. Traveling with Ellie and carrying Pingul, Mincheol dryly notes that he can no longer go anywhere without attracting attention. Ellie points out that his growing fame has put even the Hunter Association on alert, to the point that his overseas movement is now closely monitored. She tells him that once he arrives, the Las Vegas branch director would be waiting to receive him. Before he boards, Ellie fusses over practical details like roaming and emergency money, while Pingul promises to look after him in her place. Mincheol jokes that Pingul is the one she should worry about, and Ellie plays along while doting on the dog. He reassures her with a casual promise that he will finish what he needs to do and come back, signaling for her not to worry too much. As the plane departs, he leaves her with the promise that they will share a meal when he returns. Ellie watches him go and quietly asks only that he come back safely. Seated on the plane, Mincheol reflects that although memories from a previous life showed him countless worlds, those experiences were only inherited recollections. Actually crossing the ocean by airplane in this life feels new to him, and looking out the window leaves him unexpectedly moved as he heads toward America. As they traveled, he idly wondered whether polymorph magic could turn Ping to human, but decided that question could wait. Before long, their journey brought them to America. At the airport, he was called over by the local contact sent to receive Hunter John Mincheol. The man cheerfully identified himself as Jong and welcomed him with an easygoing attitude. Jong introduced himself as the director of the Interstellar Union's Las Vegas branch, confirming that this office operated with a much more casual atmosphere. Their destination was Las Vegas, a glittering city built on indulgence and instability. On the way, Jong explained that Ellie had already spoken highly of Mincheol, and that branch chief like would be assisting him there. He also promised full cooperation throughout Mincheol's stay, which delighted Pingu. Pingu immediately wanted to enjoy the casino, but Mincheol shut that down by reminding him minors were not allowed, despite Pingu's protest. Like dryly noted that Mincheol's companion was far more spirited than expected. Jong found it amusing that Pingu was also a beastkin, just like him. Mincheol quickly judged that Jong's revealing clothes matched the reputation of the Lang tribe. When Jong mentioned hearing that the Lang tribe was notoriously battle-hungry, Mincheol realized that stereotype apparently held true as well. Jong admitted he knew a lot about beastkin because he had once worked as a mercenary for the Union and had dealt with many of them. That explanation made sense to Mincheol, who connected Jong's background to Beastland's close ties with the Union and Ellie's influence in smoothing his arrival. Mincheol moved the conversation to the real objective by asking when they would begin the gate raid, specifically the Mopa Gate. Jong explained that the gate was far away, so they would need to prepare properly before heading out. Mincheol made clear he was already accustomed to raids and did not need to be eased in. He pressed for speed, saying the sooner the better and that even tomorrow would be acceptable. Jong immediately agreed and arranged for departure the next day. With that settled, the car ride came to an end. Before parting, Jong told him a hotel had already been booked in his name, and that a vehicle would pick him up in the morning. Mincheol and Pingu were dropped off in front of the hotel for the night. As he entered, Mincheol appreciated how efficiently everything had been prepared, including a translator, and found Mike's blunt style unexpectedly refreshing. Even if it did not match the polish of Martin or Ellie, the Las Vegas branch had still made a solid impression on him. He decided the setup would let him move around comfortably, and Pingu immediately started thinking ahead to what they could do after the mission. The next day, they set out for the raid. Reviewing the materials on the way, Mincheol noted that the target was an enormous S-rank gate roughly 80 kilometers wide. Once they left Las Vegas and reached the desert near Mopa Valley, the scale of the newly named Mopa Gate became clear.